The oldest pure-blood family in Britain, the Belling family, possesses a substantial fortune. For centuries, they have maintained a low-profile legacy characterized by an indifference to worldly affairs. Perhaps due to the nature of inbreeding, the heirs of the Belling family are not exempt from the shackles of the insatiable craving for skin, and Estelle is no exception. After his contracted partner perished during childbirth, Mr. Belling found himself increasingly tormented by the unbearable longing for skin. To prevent the overwhelming surge of magic within him from destroying the entire estate and harming his only daughter, he chose to end his own life. In his final moments, Mr. Belling entrusted Estelle to his distant relative, Malfoy, designating him as her godfather. Thus began a sweet life filled with tender embraces and affection at Malfoy Manor with the arrogant young master of platinum hair. Estelle gazed at the platinum-haired boy with sparkling eyes and exclaimed, "Brother!" Draco's ears flushed crimson, and his gaze became evasive as he retorted, "Do not call me that." Estelle, perplexed, leaned closer. Mr. Malfoy and Mrs. Narcissa observed their child, who seemed on the verge of steaming over. The dragon, begrudgingly embracing the beautiful young girl, shook his head in resignation. Chapter 1. Estelle Belling. Hogwarts, Slytherin Dormitory. The warm, amber light of the floor lamp enveloped the room, casting the silhouettes of two figures nearly fused together on the sofa. Scattered across the floor were a man's black suit jacket and a pair of embellished stiletto heels. Their breaths intertwined, and the temperature began to rise. The platinum strands of hair were not neatly arranged as usual, with a few loose strands cascading down her forehead. Those pale gray eyes were fixed intently upon the silver-haired girl sprawled on the soft sofa. A tumultuous tide of desire flickered in the depths of his gaze. His tie was loosened, and beneath his shirt, the delicate outline of his collarbone was faintly visible. Draco leaned down, his heated breath caressing the tender, fair neck of the girl. A subtle scent of green apple lingered, entwined with a hint of pine, delicately wafting into his nostrils. "Why is it that I always see you with Knot, Blaze, and even that foolish lion Potter?" Draco's voice dropped to a whisper, clear and magnetic. "Dahlia." Upon hearing him utter her name in such a tone, the girl instinctively softened her breath, and her raven-like eyelashes quivered slightly. "Draco!" A shadow flickered across Draco's eyes as his lips gently brushed against the girl's neck, the warmth of his touch eliciting a shiver. A certain little rascal should be well aware of what calling my name at such a moment would entail, should she not? "Dahlia, there are times when I find myself consumed by jealousy." Countless delicate kisses fell upon the lips he had long coveted. His fingertips glided upward, lingering indulgently upon Estelle's exquisite calves. Suddenly, that distinctly knuckled hand seized her tender little foot, imbued with an unmistakable air of aggression. As the night deepened, it seemed that only the girl's delicate whimpers and the man's heavy breaths could be heard. 10 years prior, the midday sun poured down like molten gold, piercing through the mist and the treetops, bathing the earth in a warm and resplendent glow. Towering ancient trees stood tall, their lush foliage abundant. On either side of the path, peculiar vegetation of various forms and vibrant colors thrived. A majestic white steed, graced with wings, elegantly bore a silver-haired girl as it moved slowly forward, accompanied closely by a plump, mist-blue cat. Its size exceeded that of any feline from the Muggle world by more than twice, appearing both endearingly clumsy and impressively regal. "Pegasus, you actually concur with Brian's decision?" The cat spoke human words, glancing at the winged horse beside it. The voice was laden with sorrow. Pegasus, the winged horse, fell silent for a moment before responding, "Mammon, we ultimately cannot resolve Dahlia's physical issues entirely. I believe you understand my meaning. Moreover, she will inevitably reach adulthood. We cannot confine her to Belling Manor for a lifetime, or else we shall face a fate akin to Brian's, shall we not?" Upon hearing this, Mammon wrinkled its nose, its furry head drooping in disappointment. Yet the mere thought of little Dahlia forging a pact with an outsider made me feel. Pegasus sighed, his deep voice resonating. "Given the circumstances, the Belling family has no other choice. Are you truly expecting to teach Estelle how to genuinely integrate into the wizarding society through those portraits?" Mammon huffed. All right. I hope that the godfather Brian has chosen for her is genuinely dependable. Upon hearing Mammon's reluctant words, Pegasus remained noncommittal. The towering winged horse cast a cautious glance at the silver-haired girl sleeping on its back, and within its eyes flickered a sadness only a human could possess. Just look at their pitiful Estelle, who lost her parents at the tender age of 5. Now, she must step beyond the manor and engage with outsiders. Perhaps sensing the gaze resting upon her, the delicate little girl stirred slightly on Pegasus's back, shifting her snowball-like form into a more comfortable position, and drifted back into a profound slumber. The little girl's skin was as white as snow, with a faint blush visible beneath. Her nose was elegantly sculpted, and her lips bore a slightly pallid hue. Her thick eyelashes trembled gently, caught in the depths of dreams, with traces of tear stains lingering at the corners of her eyes. Beneath those lashes lay a pair of utterly captivating eyes. Even after 5 years of companionship with Estelle, Pegasus found himself momentarily entranced by her beauty. Were it not for its knowledge of the Belling family status as a pure-blood lineage since the time of Merlin, it might have suspected that Estelle possessed the blood of Siren. Indeed, the Belling family is not only the oldest pure-blood lineage in England, but also counts among its ancestors a dear friend of Merlin. However, due to the affliction of skin hunger that plagues every heir of the family, they have consistently distrusted outsiders, maintaining a low profile as they quietly inherit their legacy. This could also be seen as a form of internal digestion. Of course, such a familial ailment is not without its merits. Estelle inherited her father Brian Belling's immense magical power at birth, a power intricately linked to the affliction of skin hunger. Thus, as Pegasus articulated, the sole heir of the Belling family, Estelle, must forge a bond with an outsider worthy of lifelong commitment in order to suppress her skin hunger and the tumultuous magic within her. Otherwise, she might end up like her father, Brian, or many of her ancestors, succumbing to despair after the death of a partner, or worse, bringing ruin upon the estate due to the tumultuous magic within them, leading to their own demise. In any case, none of these outcomes are particularly favorable. To this end, the 2 mystical creatures that have accompanied Estelle throughout her upbringing, Pegasus and Mammon, have only 2 stipulations regarding her future partner. Firstly, he must hail from a pure-blood lineage. Secondly, he must possess exceptional physical prowess and longevity akin to that of a tortoise. Furthermore, the ancestral Bellings, who are prone to incessant chatter and portraits, have added an additional requirement. His appearance must be harmonious with that of Estelle. This group of aesthetic connoisseurs will not permit an unsightly goblin to tarnish the sacred bloodline of the Belling family. However, all of this will be considered later, as Estelle has yet to reach adulthood at the age of 15, according to the traditions of sorcery. At present, the most pressing matter is that Lucius Malfoy, the godfather chosen by Brian before his demise, is scheduled to arrive at the estate this afternoon to escort Estelle away. The Belling family has amassed an immeasurable wealth over the centuries, fortified by their formidable magical prowess. The mysterious figure, who once unleashed a torrent of bloodshed in the wizarding world, spared the Belling family from any repercussions, thanks to a unique protective spell cast upon this estate by their ancestors. Only the descendants bearing the Belling blood can unlock the gates of the estate. Hence, after Pegasus carried Estelle back to the castle, she merely napped for a short while before being roused by Mammon. Meow, meow. Estelle, it is time to rise. Kitty. The girl rubbed her eyes, revealing a pair of misty blue orbs that closely resembled Mammon's fur. She rolled languidly on the soft, deep crimson bed, burying her little head in Mammon's fluffy coat. With her warm cheeks pressed against Mammon's plump belly, Estelle contentedly squinted her eyes shut. In the days following Gloria's passing, during Brian's despondent moments, snuggling with the 2 mystical creatures had become Estelle's most comforting remedy for her yearning for affection. A close second in terms of comfort were the peculiar herbs they brought from the family forest, which invariably lulled her into a deep slumber. Sleep, at times, serves as an excellent means of relaxation for a Belling. As Mammon felt the warmth pressed against its belly, it, typically averse to human contact, found its heart softening. It dared to assert that Estelle was undoubtedly the most exquisite Belling in a millennium. Lost in thought, Mammon could no longer restrain itself and extended its furry front paw, gently tapping its pink pad against Estelle's small face. Meow. Estelle, you are not permitted to linger in bed with your charms today. Mammon's voice bore the cool tone of an elder sister. Quickly, attire yourself. Your godfather has come to fetch you. As an elegant belling, I trust you will not keep your guest waiting for too long. Estelle, initially enraptured by the allure of her feline companion, suddenly emerged from Mammon's fluffy fur at these words, her silver tresses slightly disheveled. Godfather? The girl tilted her head in hesitation, a flicker of confusion glimmering in her beautiful eyes. A godfather? Could that be someone akin to a father? Would this godfather also depart from her like her father and mother, only to reappear suddenly within a square frame, forever ensconced in an eternal slumber? Chapter 2. The Godfather. Mammon, unable to bear the confusion reflected in the girl's eyes, lowered himself and affectionately nudged her forehead with his head, whispering, "Sweet girl, do not overthink. Everything will be all right." Climbing onto Mammon's back, he promised to take her to choose a lovely little dress. With that, he leapt off the bed, signaling for Estelle to climb aboard. The small Estelle, incapable of pondering too deeply, merely questioned the term godfather momentarily before obediently settling on Mammon's back. Her tiny hands clutched the misty blue fur as Mammon ambled toward the wardrobe. The house elves of Belling Manor were confined to the kitchen and the wardrobe. Yet, Pegaso's and Mammon's affection for Estelle bordered on indulgence. With their presence, Estelle's little feet had never touched the castle floors during her first 3 years. Eventually, it was the ancestral portraits that could no longer bear to witness this, and, employing their philosophy that children should embrace their nature, persuaded the two divine beasts, allowing Estelle to learn to run and jump like a normal child. "Ah, look at our little Estelle. Where are you off to? Still half asleep, I see. Your little face is as rosy as Brian's was at that age, albeit far more adorable. Good heavens, when will I ever resist the urge to pinch Estelle's cheeks?" In the wardrobe, they were reminded, "Oh yes, today is that day." What day? Do you not remember? Brian wrote a letter to the head of the Malfoy family. As Mammon carried Estelle through the castle corridors, the portraits began their usual animated discussions. Estelle, gazing at the array of uniquely beautiful faces, politely greeted each one. "Good afternoon, Grandma Sherry. Good day, Great-Grandfather Caesar." Her youthful voice elicited increasingly affectionate gazes from the portraits. However, upon the mention of Brian and Malfoy, their chatter gradually subdued, only returning to a normal volume once Mammon had completely vanished around the corner. "Oh, beautiful little mistress, this silver-red dress suits you splendidly," Buddy exclaimed, overwhelmed with honor to serve her. This was a sentiment Estelle heard every time she visited the wardrobe. Buddy, a house elf with large eyes clad in a deep blue pillowcase, expressed his heartfelt admiration, his expression nearly tearful. It was Buddy whom Brian had brought back to the manor to care for his daughter. However, Estelle had always been very attached to Pegasos and Mammon, and ever since she learned to change her own clothes, Buddy had taken a back seat, bustling about the wardrobe and washroom. In the mirror, the girl adorned in a lavishly designed silver-red gown stood, her softly curled hair meticulously pinned up by Buddy, revealing her smooth forehead. Around her neck hung a delicate necklace studded with glimmering rubies, making the little girl appear exceedingly precious. Mammon, who loved dressing Estelle, seemed to think this was insufficient. He lowered his head and retrieved a diamond-studded small crown from a sparkling jewelry box, placing it into Buddy's hands. "Esteemed Lord Mammon, I shall adorn the little mistress at once." Buddy bowed respectfully and placed the crown upon Estelle's head. If one overlooked her slightly pale lips due to her skin hunger, Estelle resembled a delicate little princess from the Middle Ages, radiating beauty. "Thank you, Buddy," Estelle said, glancing at the astonished little elf. As expected, Buddy quickly retrieved a somewhat clean cloth from his pillowcase, wailing, "No. This is all Buddy should do. How can the little mistress thank Buddy? Woe is me. What a kind little mistress. Only Buddy is bad. Buddy is a naughty elf." Estelle tilted her head, her eyes sparkling as she watched Buddy's exaggerated display of emotions. She bore no ill will. Rather, it was a newfound joy for the little girl to observe Buddy's dramatic reactions. "Meow, let us not tarry. The Malfoy must be waiting outside the manor." Perhaps finding Buddy too noisy, Mammon interjected, using his paw to adjust a graceful red bow tie atop his own head. Yet, Buddy remained animated, unable to cease his lamentations. "Oh, Lord Mammon, Buddy is a naughty elf, and Buddy cannot help but cry. Today, the little mistress is leaving Belling Manor to live with the Malfoys. Buddy is so sad. Woe is me." "You what?" Mammon and Estelle spoke in unison. A glance from Mammon caught the tearful girl, her eyes reddening, and he silently cursed. Unsurprisingly, she turned to Mammon with pleading eyes, softly asking, "Am I really leaving here?" Her voice trembled, her beautiful little face contorting as if a mere affirmation from Mammon would cause her golden tears to spill. Mammon instinctively took a step back, his fur ruffled, casting a reproachful glance at Buddy, who was desperately trying to cover his mouth, and stammered, "Well, it is supposed to be like this. The Belling family now has only you as the heir, and neither Pegasus nor I, nor those portraits, can teach you like a true wizard would. Moreover, I will be by your side, and at the Malfoy home, you shall receive an excellent education, just like a true girl." Curse it, what am I saying? Mammon, unable to bear the sight of Estelle, who stood there sobbing like a small creature, shot another glare at the trembling buddy. He also mentally scolded Pegasus for whatever he was doing in the forest. Heaven knows, he was the least adept at comforting children. "Do not cry, do not cry." Mammon mustered courage and approached, awkwardly attempting to wipe away the girl's wet tears with his paw. "Look, this is a new treasure Pegasus and I discovered in the forest. Go on, eat it, it should be quite tasty." Mammon presented a large black flower, disproportionately larger than Estelle's head, murmuring as he shoved it in front of her. Perhaps fearing Estelle would feel shy about accepting his gift, he nudged it forward with his paw. Thus, the already distressed little girl beheld the flower's sharp, densely packed rows of teeth, prompting her to cry even louder. This crying subsided gradually as Mammon carried her outside, and Pegasus timely placed a slender wand into the girl's hand. Upon crossing the manor's protective enchantment and catching sight of the platinum-haired figure, her sobs abruptly ceased. The echoes of Pegasus's words, "Do not worry, sweet girl, you can always return to Belling Manor," lingered in Estelle's ears. However, her tear-brightened eyes fixated uncontrollably on that head. Lost in a trance, Lucius, who had come alone, initially felt a tinge of impatience at the absence of his old friend's child. But upon seeing Estelle perched upon Mammon's back, he was rendered speechless. Lucius, Belling never mentioned his daughter was so beautiful. Her features bear a striking resemblance to young Sissy. "Estelle, Mammon never told me that the godfather is a stunning platinum gem. Estelle adores it. Estelle wants to snuggle with the godfather." Chapter 3, Brother. Though Lucius had long prepared for the distinctive nature of Belling Manor in comparison to other pure-blood estates, he could not suppress a momentary tremor in his pupils upon witnessing not a house elf attending to a stair, but rather two magical creatures he had only encountered in the ancient tomes within the Malfoy Manor library. There was the Pegasus, a winged horse capable of foretelling fortune and misfortune, and a misty blue feline that resembled a living fossil. The depth of the Belling family's heritage surpassed Lucius's expectations. He had initially believed the family's enduring prosperity stemmed from the unique investment acumen of each heir, yet just as Lucius Malfoy was lost in thought, a flash of silver red caught his eye. Upon closer inspection, he saw the mischievous child of the Belling family take a few steps forward, hands raised. Gazing at him with wide, glistening eyes, a single tear poised to fall at the corner of one eye. Lucius let out a soft breath, his brows arching high. In his pale gray irises, the plump visage of Estelle and her beseeching expression were reflected. In the next moment, Lucius removed his hand from the silver serpent staff and, with an expression as stoic as ever, cradled Estelle in one arm. If one were to overlook his rigid neck, one might truly believe that this godfather of Estelle was devoid of emotion. Estelle's eyes, still glistening from her recent tears, sparkled like dewdrops in the morning light. Nestled in Lucius's embrace, surrounded by the scent of cedar, she noticed her handsome godfather's lips pressed into a straight line. "Lucius Malfoy," the man remarked, casting a sidelong glance at her, his voice steady. "You may address me as such from now on." Estelle found the tone of his speech somewhat peculiar, yet melodious. It was only after spending some time at Malfoy Manor that she realized it was an intonation commonly employed among the aristocracy to denote status. However, now, the little girl who had once thought her godfather rather fearsome, upon realizing he seemed to harbor some affection for her, cautiously nestled closer into his embrace. Her soft, cherubic face gently brushed against Lucius's cool cheek. Mammon, with keen eyes, detected a slight tremor at the tips of the man's fingers, which rested on the serpent staff. He had thought it would take Estelle some time to acclimate to Mr. Malfoy, yet it appeared their first meeting unfolded in an unexpectedly harmonious manner. No one could escape the allure of Estelle's beautifully moist eyes. With this thought, Mammon proudly lifted his chin. Surrounded by a misty blue haze, Mammon, now having assumed the size of an ordinary cat, gracefully approached Lucius, perhaps sensing her impending departure from Belling Manor. Estelle finally lifted her head from Lucius's chest to gaze at the stationary Pegasus. Unlike Mammon, it would remain at Belling Manor. Estelle pouted, one hand clutching a wand the Pegasus had somehow acquired, while her other hand waved reluctantly at it. Adhering to the principle of not speaking in front of outsiders, the Pegasus merely bowed slightly in farewell. Tears brimmed in its round, expressive eyes, even though it understood Estelle could return to the estate at any time. A pang of sorrow gripped its heart. "Let us depart," Lucius said, glancing down at the cat grooming its paws at his feet, as he lightly tapped the ground with his serpent staff. "Malfoy," Estelle heard him murmur softly, and suddenly, the surrounding space began to warp, countless scenes flashing before her eyes. Before she could comprehend what was transpiring, Lucius safely cradled her in his arms as they landed firmly on the ground. They found themselves on a vast expanse of verdant land, far removed from the clamor of the mundane world, surrounded by meticulously manicured lawns and artfully arranged flower beds. In the distance, towering spires and pointed rooftops reached skyward, exuding an air of ancient grandeur. This was Malfoy Manor. Lucius set the little girl down and led her onward. Mammon, who had not strayed from Belling Manor in quite some time, surveyed their new surroundings with the same curiosity as Estelle. As one of the oldest pure-blood families in England, the decor of Malfoy Manor bore little difference from that of Belling Manor. Save for the fact that the Belling family had always embraced a more casual approach, lacking the exquisite embellishments found here. Luxury permeated every corner. Lucius deliberately slowed his pace, transforming what would have been a brief journey to the castle entrance into a 10-minute stroll. "Do you like it here?" he inquired, his tone devoid of inflection. "I do," she replied, a small smile gracing her lips, the sadness of leaving Belling Manor gradually replaced by a sense of wonder. Mammon, too, wagged his fluffy tail and mewed to express his approval of the new surroundings. Hearing this, Lucius allowed the corners of his lips to curve slightly upward, maintaining his composure as they continued onward. Before they reached the castle, Estelle spotted a beautiful woman and a small platinum-haired child beside her. "The Belling family? My godfather is the heir of the Belling family? When did this happen?" Young Draco, only 6 years of age and yet to master the art of hair gel, had his platinum strands neatly falling over his forehead, his light gray eyes gazing at Narcissa with a hint of confusion. Though the boy's face was still cherubic, his demeanor already hinted at the imperiousness he would later embody. Narcissa patiently explained, "Yes, that child is a year younger than you, a lovely little girl. She will be living with us." "Living together?" Draco's eyes widened, his voice rising a pitch. "Merlin's socks. That little imp is going to reside at Malfoy Manor?" Narcissa chuckled softly, ruffling his hair. "Indeed. Look, they are here." As she watched the small figure obediently trailing behind Lucius, her heart melted, murmuring, "The beauty of the Belling family is indeed legendary." Initially dismayed by the prospect of sharing his parents' attention with another child, Draco followed his mother-esque gaze and, in the next moment, completely forgot to breathe. He recalled Estelle that day, clad in a silver-red dress, as she walked toward him, hand in hand with his father. Her misty blue eyes sparkled as she smiled at him. "Brother," she said. A burst of fireworks erupted in Draco's mind, and he was entirely oblivious to the awkwardness of his own movements as he stepped forward to greet her. Whatever Estelle or Lucius and Narcissa said afterward, he could not recall. Chapter 4. Malfoy Manor. "Draco, your mother and I must attend to a pressing matter. So please take care of Estelle and show her around the manor to help her familiarize herself with her surroundings." Draco, snapping back to reality, nodded vigorously upon meeting his father's inscrutable gaze. Narcissa smiled warmly as she tousled the boy's hair. "Off you go." Catching sight of the beautiful silver-haired child staring intently at him, Draco cleared his throat and stepped closer to Estelle, puffing out his chest like a little adult. "I will take good care of her." At his words, Lucius and Narcissa exchanged a glance before entering the castle. The ancient wooden staircase spiraled quietly, taking them into the unknown. The atmosphere suddenly fell into a serene silence. Draco felt a slight warmth on the half of his face that was under the girl's gaze. No, a proper Malfoy must not appear so bashful. "Why do you keep staring at me?" he asked, adopting the same intonation as Lucius, raising his chin to maintain the elegant demeanor of a pure-blood aristocrat. The pale gray depths of his eyes reflected the girl's misty blue, almond-shaped eyes. Estelle tilted her head, her tone sincere. "Brother, you're very handsome, like a sparkling gem." Instantly, Draco's cheeks flushed with a few shades of crimson, and his eyes widened uncontrollably. How could she be so forthright? Not to mention Lucius. Even his mother Narcissa had always praised him with subtlety. Within a mere span of minutes, having endured both Estelle's beauty bombardment and her exuberant compliments, Draco's heart raced as he averted his gaze, muttering, "Thank you. You are beautiful as well." As if fearing Estelle might utter something that would astonish the Malfoys again, Draco quickly added, "Come on, let me show you around Malfoy Manor, you troublesome little imp." The last remark was uttered softly, tinged with a hint of insincerity. Having said that, Draco strode forward with great strides, but after just a few steps, he realized the little imp had not followed. Frowning, the noble Malfoy heir turned to speak, only to find the lovely little creature puffing out her cherubic cheeks, teardrops threatening to spill. Draco's breath hitched, and he found himself running back uncontrollably, his voice laced with an unrecognized tension. "What's wrong?" Mammon, standing at Estelle's feet, meowed softly, its bushy tail sweeping against the girl's delicate ankle. Little Estelle had never been labeled as troublesome, so what could be the matter? Humph, that wretched Malfoy boy. If he made her cry, he ought to console her. The cat would not clean up after the little brat. Mammon lifted its feline head and shot a glare at the pallid platinum-haired boy before turning its body away. Estelle pouted, her voice quivering. If you find it too troublesome, I can walk around the manor by myself. She lowered her head, and the slightly taller Draco caught sight of her silver hair coiled into a small bun at the back of her head. No, it was not Draco's intention to sound urgent. He wanted to clarify his meaning immediately. I merely spoke thoughtlessly. I did not mean to imply you were a burden. Really? Estelle looked up at him, her eyes seemingly clouded with mist. This expression caused an unexpected pang in Draco's heart. He quickly reassured her. Yes, I promised my father. So I will take good care of you, Estelle. The 5-year-old girl's emotions shifted rapidly. Upon hearing the beautiful platinum gem say this, Estelle pressed her lips together and replied, Then thank you, brother. As she raised her hand to wipe the moisture from her eyes, she suddenly felt a warm hand grasping hers tightly. Let's go, Draco murmured, his gaze fleeting. Estelle's pupils dilated. The warmth radiating from his palm was unlike her own body temperature, since her father closed his eyes and never awakened. Little Estelle had not been able to experience such close contact with a genuine human being. Even when Lucius had carried her back, she had only dared to brush her cheek against that stern man's face. She stared blankly at their joined hands for a moment, then broke into a smile, revealing adorable dimples on either side of her cheeks, and obediently replied, Okay. Malfoy Manor resembled a dreamlike world meticulously sculpted by time, exuding a subtle fusion of aristocracy and magic. In the distance, the vast and boundless riding grounds featured horses with flowing manes, leisurely strolling or joyfully galloping. A Quidditch pitch, encircled by tall fencing, could be faintly seen on the other side of the grounds. Nearby, a delicate fountain danced lightly, surrounded by meticulously trimmed flowers, creating a charming spectacle. A winding tree-lined path meandered forth, flanked by quaint and elegant street lamps. Beneath these lamps, ivory-white benches were spaced at intervals, simple yet grand. What do you think? How does Malfoy Manor compare to Belling Manor? Draco asked as he leisurely walked with the girl. Though he was merely a year older than Estelle, and soon found himself curiously inquiring about the Belling family. Fortunately, the ancient tomes in the library had provided Draco with some knowledge about the Belling family. He understood that the Belling family had always been reclusive, relying on their exceptional investment acumen and innate magical prowess to rise above most pure-blood families, nearly on par with the Malfoys, the foremost among the 28 pure-blood families. However, unlike most British pure-blood wizards, the wizards of the Belling family traveled great distances to attend Durmstrang for their magical education. He wondered if the lovely little imp would also be attending that school when she turned 11. They're both beautiful, Estelle replied. This place is cleaner and more orderly. But Belling Manor has a large forest where Mammon and Pegasus often take me to play. Mammon and Pegasus? Draco asked, puzzled. Who are they? That's Mammon. Estelle pointed to the cat following beside them, its bushy tail swaying. Pegasus didn't come. He stayed at the manor. Upon saying this, the little girl appeared melancholic again, her previously bright eyes dimming slightly at the thought of her beloved Pegasus. Having been away for less than a day, she already missed the warmth of his back. Draco, upon hearing her response, nodded thoughtfully, assuming Pegasus was merely another pet of the manor like Mammon. And your father and mother? The boy continued to inquire. Did they go away and cannot take you with them? So they entrusted you to the Malfoys? Chapter 5, The Swan. As soon as he finished speaking, Draco felt something tugging at the hem of his pants. Looking down, he met Mammon's round, glistening eyes and raised paw, which had just descended to the ground. Had it just punched him? My mommy and daddy. Estelle's eyes fell in disappointment as she spoke softly. I can only see them in the picture frames. Just like grandfather, great-grandfather, and Grandma Shirley. But they often fall into slumber, so only Mammon and Pegasus keep me company. Draco's eyes widened in shock, momentarily at a loss for words. In picture frames? So the lovely little imp's parents were already. No wonder she wanted to stay at Malfoy Manor. In the blink of an eye, Draco comprehended this point, quickly masking his astonishment with a more cautious gaze directed at Estelle. In that look, there was even a tenderness and compassion he had never felt before. Silently, the Malfoy heir tightened his grip on her soft little hand, his voice somewhat awkward. It's all right. When you grow up, you'll be able to talk to them more. This was his first attempt at comforting someone, and it inevitably came off as somewhat clumsy. Nevertheless, in a certain light, Draco was indeed correct. The frequent slumbers of portraits were due to the wizard's soul remaining unsettled. Estelle would have to wait several years before she could converse with her parents who had regained their memories. Then, when will I grow up? Estelle tilted her head to look at him, her misty blue eyes sparkling with hopeful light. Draco, who was merely a year older than her, naturally found it difficult to comprehend such a philosophically profound question. Yet, in order to avoid appearing timid before this charming little sprite. He ventured to respond. Perhaps it was after you received your acceptance letter from Hogwarts? He added, of course. I am unaware whether my father intends for you to attend Hogwarts or Durmstrang. By the way, which school do you wish to attend? Estelle had heard of Durmstrang from the portraits in the manor. It seemed that the ancestors of the Belling family had all graduated from that institution. However, as for Hogwarts, she shook her head and candidly replied, I do not know either. Immediately thereafter, Estelle noticed Draco's platinum head droop in disappointment. He pursed his lips, taking her hand to continue walking, while he mused aloud. Well, it seems I must persuade my father to allow you to enroll at Hogwarts. Otherwise, if you go to Durmstrang alone, who will take care of you? What? Estelle did not quite catch his words. Realizing what he had just said, Draco's ears flushed crimson, and he hastily stammered, It's nothing. I merely meant that Hogwarts is the most renowned school in the wizarding world, especially Slytherin. You must understand that many of the greatest wizards hail from Slytherin. It is a place that aids all noble purebloods in achieving their zenith. The Malfoys have been Slytherins for generations. I would wager that the Sorting Hat at Hogwarts will undoubtedly place me in Slytherin, and Estelle, you shall be as well. But, if by chance you are not sorted into Slytherin, Ravenclaw would suffice. Just please do not end up in Gryffindor or Hufflepuff. I would rather not have to search for you amidst a heap of lions. Estelle, did you hear what I just said? Draco rambled on in a lyrical fashion, extolling the virtues of Slytherin House, just as he sought to find a semblance of rapport with Estelle, who was still in a state of confusion regarding the intricacies of the wizarding world. He caught sight of the little girl gazing blankly ahead. Before her, the elegant swans that inhabited the lake by Malfoy Manor glided gracefully towards Estelle. Draco, slightly vexed that these beautiful creatures had captured the attention of the enchanting sprite, took a step forward, ready to express his irritation at their untimely approach. Shoo! Estelle swiftly interjected, placing her finger to her lips in a gesture for silence. Draco froze, momentarily bewildered, unsure of what the girl intended to do. She flashed him a smile, and, under his watchful gaze, took a few tentative steps forward to gently stroke the nearest swan's head. Oh, beautiful lady, it is a delight to encounter you at Malfoy Manor. Thank you. You are quite lovely as well. Miss, it sounds as though you will be residing here for an extended period? Yes, that is splendid news. We hope you will visit us often. It is indeed an honor. I must say, you are truly beautiful. I will play with you often. Are there other animals in the manor? Certainly. There are those foolish horses at the stables, the herons by the other side, and a few other inconspicuous little creatures, though they are not as amiable as we swans. All right, I understand, thank you. After conversing with the swan, Estelle reached out to pat its head once more. As she observed the creature's beady eyes contentedly roll, she turned back to Draco. Clearly, her precious little gem was taken aback by the sound that had just emerged from her throat, standing there in a daze. Brother? Estelle waved her hand in front of his striking eyes. Draco blinked rapidly, returning to his senses, his voice rising an octave as he exclaimed, Estelle, you can converse with swans, can't you? Estelle replied, looking at him quizzically, only to receive a firm negative in return. The young boy appeared utterly stunned, bombarding her with questions. Of course not. I have never seen a wizard who could converse with swans. And you are so small. Wait, aside from swans, what other animals can you communicate with? Estelle found herself somewhat flustered by his expression, which suggested he had encountered something extraordinary. Casting a glance at Mammon, who seemed disinterested in the matter, she simply replied, It appears I can communicate with most animals. Mammon cast a cool glance at the utterly bewildered boy, leisurely sitting and licking his paw. This little Malfoy must have been pondering whether Estelle was a Parselmouth. She smirked inwardly. Yet Estelle Belling's abilities extended far beyond that. She possessed the innate talent to communicate with all creatures endowed with intelligence, a gift inherited by the Belling family. For the ancient pureblood family of Malfoy, such an ability was not particularly shocking. Surely, Lucius Malfoy was well aware of this. Chapter 6. Dinner. Estelle, please tell that foolish peacock to refrain from screeching at dawn. I do not wish to be awakened by it every morning. Estelle, instruct that black horse to behave. It must not jolt me again, especially in front of father. And those plump fish in the pond, tell them to stop stealing Lance food. Just look at how fat they have become. Estelle's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Who is Lance? Draco pointed to a large shadow that darted across the pond's bottom. That is the turtle my grandfather keeps. He always tells me to call it Grandpa Lance, though father forbids it. Estelle burst into a fit of laughter upon discovering Estelle's ability to converse with magical creatures. Draco was eager to take her around the entirety of Malfoy Manor, warning all the disobedient animals. As twilight descended, Dobby arrived to summon the two young masters back to the castle for dinner. Lucius and Narcissa, having attended to some urgent matters, displayed their usual demeanor as they sat at the dining table alongside Estelle and Draco. Only the new little girl appeared weary, her expression somewhat lackluster after a day of wandering with Draco. Oh, Narcissa noted the beads of sweat on Estelle's nose, her heart immediately aching for the girl. She picked up a soft silk cloth to wipe her sweat away. Sweetie, how did you become so disheveled? Draco, what have you two been up to? Lucius inquired, his frown commanding attention without raising his voice. Draco's gaze darted, and under Lucius's scrutiny, he blushed as if he had made a decision. All right, father. It was my fault. I took Estelle to the stables, the elf pond, the Quidditch pitch, and the Swan Lake. Before he could finish, Narcissa's eyes widened in shock. What? You walked for such a long distance. No wonder Sweetie looks so fatigued. Lucius followed suit. Draco, is this how you treat your guests? Draco's platinum head drooped instantly as he replied in a dejected tone. Father, mother, I am sorry. Godfather, it is not my brother's fault. Estelle's light, youthful voice chimed in just as Draco braced himself for further reproach from Lucius. He looked up to find the little girl's nose tinted pink, as though her skin were particularly sensitive, even after Narcissa used the softest silk cloth to wipe her sweat. As Estelle noticed both her godfather and Aunt Narcissa looking over, she quickly grasped Draco's hand and said, It's my fault. I truly adore Malfoy Manor, which is why I dragged my brother around to explore. How delightful that little Estelle enjoys it here. I thought you might need some time to acclimate, Narcissa said with a tender smile, gently ruffling the girl's flower-like hair, her voice softening as she comforted her. Lucius's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile as he glanced at Draco, who seemed somewhat out of sorts, and remarked, In that case, let us enjoy our dinner in peace. Estelle, we are unaware of your preferences, so we have prepared a variety of dishes. Should there be something you desire afterward, do not hesitate to inform Dobby. He will make the necessary arrangements. As Lucius concluded his statement, Estelle followed his gaze and spotted the house elf who had accompanied her and Draco back to the castle. Compared to Barty, Dobby wore a tattered pillowcase, yet his large eyes sparkled with life. Upon noticing Estelle's gaze, Dobby quickly arranged a large, somewhat timid smile. It is an honor for Dobby to prepare meals for the beautiful Miss Estelle, he said, bowing respectfully. What a polite little elf, much like Barty. Estelle smiled and nodded at him, causing Dobby's grin to soften even more, but when he noticed Lucius frowning at him, he promptly lowered his head and stepped back, ceasing all movement. Perhaps because Estelle, being of similar age, had grown quite attached to Draco, she found herself seated at his right during dinner. Regrettably unable to personally attend to the lovely girl, Narcissa had to rely on her son to take care of Estelle during the meal. To everyone's surprise, Draco performed admirably. By the time Estelle had eaten her fill, the communal dish before her remained untouched. The Malfoy family had even thoughtfully prepared a small dining area for Marmot. Although it was tucked away in a corner of the dining room, the exquisite food in the cat bowl was clearly a treat. Additionally, Narcissa had arranged a cozy little room on the third floor for Marmot, filled with climbing structures and toys from the Muggle world that were sure to delight a cat, as well as an oversized plush fleece cat bed, double the size of Marmot himself. Upon entering that room, Marmot dashed straight to his bed without a glance back. Meow? Little Estelle, this time I trust Brian's choice. You should follow Narcissa back to your bedroom and sleep. I will come to thoroughly enjoy Malfoy Manor. Meow? Pegasus's absence is truly its loss. Estelle chuckled as she closed the door to the room behind her, following Narcissa as she led her to the specially prepared bedroom. Draco trailed beside them, while Lucius, having finished dinner, retreated to his study. Sweetheart, this is your room, Narcissa said, finally halting at a door on the right side of the third floor. The deep brown door was adorned with a decorative wreath, exuding both antiquity and elegance. Next door is my room, Draco whispered to Estelle. Before she could respond, Narcissa beamed at the two children. Indeed, your rooms are adjacent. While Lucius and I reside over there, she indicated to a room on the left side of the third floor. Estelle counted and realized her bedroom was separated from her godparents by 5 doors. If our little Estelle requires assistance, she may seek Draco, myself, or Lucius, Narcissa winked, her demeanor youthful and charming, reminiscent of an unmarried maiden. Estelle obediently nodded in acknowledgement. As night fell, Estelle wished to avoid further intruding upon her godfather and the lovely Aunt Narcissa. Moreover, after a long afternoon of walking with Draco, she felt quite fatigued. So she decided to wash up and retire for the evening. However, it slipped her mind that it was Barty who typically tended to her hair. Now, with her short arms, she found it difficult to manage her freshly washed, slightly wavy long hair. Chapter 7. Long Hair. Knock, knock, knock. After bathing, Draco, still slightly misty-eyed, donned his pajamas and heard a knock at his door. Puzzled, he approached and opened it, only to be met by a pair of sparkling, large eyes. Estelle, clad in matching pajamas, stood at the threshold, clutching a soft towel. You. Draco's gaze traveled over the girl's exposed arms and legs, finally resting on her damp hair cascading down her back. Merlin's pants. You will catch a chill dressed like that. Estelle widened her eyes and quickly covered his mouth. Seizing the opportunity while he was momentarily stunned, her gaze faltering as she shyly admitted, I cannot manage my hair. Thus, I wish to inquire if there is a house elf here who could assist with hair care. Estelle lowered her gaze, her thick eyelashes veiling the emotions in her eyes. I do not wish to trouble my godfather and Aunt Narcissa over such a trivial matter. The atmosphere seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Suddenly, a warm hand enveloped hers. Estelle looked up to find Draco's pale gray eyes illuminated by the soft glow of the lamp. Then I shall help you, he said softly. Estelle's eyes widened in surprise as Draco cleared his throat awkwardly. What? Do you not trust a Malfoy? Estelle shook her head in a daze. Noticing her reaction, Draco sighed inexplicably and led the girl into his room, shutting the bedroom door behind them. He seemed to comprehend why Estelle was hesitant to trouble her parents. Yet he was more than willing to allow her to rely on him. Sit here, Draco instructed, gesturing to the edge of the bed. Estelle's room bore a striking resemblance to his, though Draco's had a few more boyish elements. A model of the latest broomstick for Quidditch lay among the building blocks, and the bookshelf was adorned with numerous spellbooks, each as thick as her pinky finger. Additionally, Estelle noticed a faint scent of green apples wafting from Draco's room, which was quite pleasant. After Estelle settled on the edge of the bed, Draco circled around her from behind. The soft bedding yielded slightly beneath him. Unfortunately, the two children were not tall enough to reach the chair at the desk. Draco's fingers wove through Estelle's silken silver hair, occasionally lingering on her scalp, eliciting a slight ticklish sensation. After initially untangling her hair with his fingers, he produced a wooden comb from somewhere and began to gently comb through her locks. Does this hurt? He asked cautiously, mindful of her comfort. It does not, Estelle responded, intrigued by the sensation on her scalp. Draco's touch was even gentler than Barty's. She felt no tugging at her hair at all. Thank you, brother, Estelle said, her eyes narrowing in pleasure as she savored the exclusive service from the young Malfoy. Draco huffed lightly, his tone somewhat haughty. No need for thanks, Estelle. Dale. What? Draco leaned closer, having not heard her clearly. Estelle smiled. You can call me Dale, brother. Father once called her that, and later Granny Shirley often referred to her in the same manner. Thus, Estelle believed this name was a privilege reserved for those close to her, and now she had bestowed it upon Draco. The boy behind her, who was gently smoothing her long hair, seemed momentarily taken aback, but then she heard him softly whisper in her ear, All right, Dare. The barely audible breath and the faint blush on his ears indicated that the young master was somewhat shy. Nevertheless, he did not cease his actions. After he had untangled the girl's slightly curled silver locks with the comb, he picked up the towel in her hand and delicately began to dry her hair. I apologize. I only experienced a magical surge last month and have yet to learn many spells, Draco stated. Once I master the warming charm or the cleansing charm, I will be able to manage your hair more efficiently. Estelle did not notice the slight pride in Draco's tone and instead queried, Magical surge? Indeed, Draco patiently explained. Only by undergoing a magical surge can one truly become a wizard. Most wizards experience their surge around the ages of 7 or 8. If one has not experienced it by 11, it is likely that they are a squib. Estelle's little silver head bobbed slightly under the gentle ministrations of the boy behind her. Draco cleared his throat and reassured, Fear not, Dare. You will certainly experience your magical surge early, just like I did. However, you are still quite young, so there is no need to rush. His words were delivered with a weighty earnestness, as if he were several years older than Estelle. Knock, knock. Draco, are you asleep? A voice suddenly emanated from outside the door, causing both little ones sitting on the bed to freeze. Clearly, their startled expressions bore their own reasons. Draco? Lucius seemed to grow somewhat impatient. Not asleep, father, Draco quickly replied. No sooner had he spoken than the door to the bedroom was pushed open by the man from outside. Upon seeing Estelle sitting on Draco's bed with a damp towel in Draco's hand, Lucius raised an eyebrow in surprise. Forgive the intrusion. Contrary to Estelle's expectations, Lucius did not appear angry. His tone was rather lighthearted. Godfather? Estelle blinked. No, not at all. Father, Draco stammered, attempting to explain. Lucius chuckled lightly, interrupting Draco. It's quite all right. I merely came to deliver a beginner's spellbook. I will be asking you questions next week. With that, he placed the thick book on the nearby desk. All right, father, I shall memorize it. Hearing that his father would quiz him on his spell knowledge, Draco immediately cast aside all else, his gaze fixed intently on Lucius. Expressing his determination to study diligently, Lucius nodded, his gaze drifting over to the still somewhat awkward Estelle. His tone laced with playful teasing. I never expected our little dragon to excel at caring for others so well. Draco's cheeks flushed crimson. Well, I shan't disturb you further. Good night, Draco. Good night, Estelle. Lucius made a swift exit, closing the bedroom door before Estelle could react. leaving the two little ones to exchange glances. Chapter 8. Cuddle. Gazing at the still damp silver curls before him, Draco suddenly spoke. Actually, couldn't we have asked Father to cast a cleansing charm for you just now? Estelle blinked. It seems so. They could certainly think of it. Lucius would surely have done so as well. However, whether he was genuinely busy or intentionally avoided the matter remained uncertain. Draco hesitated for a few seconds, his gaze drifting over the thick spell book on the table before he sighed in resignation. Never mind. Let's not trouble Father. With that, he continued to rub the towel through Estelle's soft hair. Will this hurt you? Is it uncomfortable? Not at all. That is good. I will definitely study my spells diligently, so that in the future, I won't have to bother you like this. Estelle did not respond, but Draco continued, aside from spellcasting. I am also quite fond of potions. Father mentioned that this course is offered at Hogwarts. Moreover, it is taught by my godfather. Oh right. You don't know who my godfather is, do you? He is Severus Snape. In a few days, it will be Christmas, and during that time, Father and Mother may be too busy to look after us, so we might have to stay with my godfather in Spinner's Inn for a while. As has been the tradition in previous years, my godfather is quite knowledgeable and treats me well. However, it seems he has become increasingly neglectful of his hygiene lately. So I am contemplating gifting him shampoo for Christmas. Estelle, what do you think of this idea? Surely he wouldn't throw me out of Spinner's End, would he? Estelle? Dare? Draco halted his motions, stretching his neck in curiosity to glance at her from the side. Unbeknownst to him, a wave of drowsiness had washed over Estelle, prompting her to close her eyes. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently, akin to a butterfly poised for flight. The girl's profile appeared particularly exquisite in the soft light. Her skin was fair and delicate, and her lips curled slightly, as if she had encountered something beautiful in her dreams. She dozed off like a chick pecking at grains, her back losing support as she nestled softly into the fragrant embrace of green apples. Draco found himself entranced, a warm sensation swelling within him. Poor little thing, fortunately. She had come to Malfoy Manor. Since Dare regarded Father as her godfather, that made her his sister as well. Thus, it was not unreasonable for him to care for her. Draco quickly rationalized his noble duty as Master Malfoy to look after someone else, and, almost unconsciously, he reached out to poke the soft flesh of the little girl's cheek. It was as pink and delicate as touching a fluff of cotton. The boy's pupils dilated, his mouth slightly agape, marveling at this newfound sensation. The sensitive-skinned Estelle stirred, her eyes fluttering open as she murmured, "What's wrong, brother?" Draco hastily withdrew his hand, regaining his composure as he leaned closer to her ear and said, "Dare, you've fallen asleep. Just wait a moment while I dry your hair completely, and then you can return to your own room to sleep. All right?" Estelle mumbled sleepily. Draco took this as her agreement and felt relieved, continuing to dry her damp hair. It must be said that Lucius's teasing had a significant impact. Soon, Draco was diligently managing the girl's long hair. The cascading silver strands flowed smoothly down Estelle's back, and a sense of unprecedented accomplishment surged within Draco. "Dare, all done. Wake up. You need to return to your room to sleep." Draco gently nudged Estelle's back. In the next moment, the once deeply slumbering Estelle collapsed onto the large bed. The soft bedding sank slightly under her weight, and the little girl, with her rosy cheeks, lay quietly asleep, her breathing even. "Dare!" Draco exclaimed, jumping to the floor and looking at her from where she lay. "Wake up. You should go back to your room." Though Draco wished to rouse the little imp and inform her that a proper lady ought not to sleep alongside a boy, his actions were remarkably gentle. Seeing that his nudging was ineffective, Draco returned to the bed and tapped her back again. "Hey, Dare," before a single word could be completed. Draco unexpectedly collapsed by Astoria's side. The instigator of this incident, with a slight shift of her petite form, wrapped her arms around Draco. Her warm little face nestled against the boy's pallid neck, seemingly relishing such contact, as she affectionately rubbed against him. The gentle rhythm of her breathing wafted over Draco's neck, momentarily leaving him entranced. His sister smelled delightful and felt so soft. No, how could he possibly share a bed with Astoria, though they were still young? Such conduct was unbecoming of a gentleman. Draco's cheeks flushed crimson as he hastily extricated himself from Astoria's small hands that clasped around his waist. He pressed his lips tightly together, his heart racing wildly. The more he sought a solution, the more muddled his thoughts became. Should he carry her back to the adjacent bedroom? It seemed he lacked the strength. Informing their parents? Yet, such a revelation might lead them to conclude that Astoria was not a proper young lady. What if they scolded her? No. How could a filthy little imp like him have the audacity to embrace Astoria? In a moment of exasperation, Draco's gaze fell upon the small figure curled up on his bed, and he felt utterly deflated. Fine, they would simply have to occupy their respective sides. However, today was an exception. When Astoria awoke tomorrow, he must certainly remind her not to sleep in a boy's bed without a care. Although he was her brother, This was simply inappropriate. Girls ought to cultivate a sense of security. Draco clenched his small fists, silently vowing to enlighten Astoria on the distinctions between boys and girls the following day. After a moment of internal conflict while standing on the floor, Draco quietly climbed into bed. He carefully tucked Astoria in with the covers, while he himself lay at the far right of the bed, as if an insurmountable chasm separated them. As scenes from the day replayed in his mind, Draco could not help but stifle a yawn. Sleepiness began to envelop him, and he murmured, "Good night, Astoria." The response came in the form of a soft hum from the little girl, lost in her dreams. The night was as dark as ink. Perhaps Astoria had indeed struck a peculiar bargain with the peacock that screeched outside the manor at dawn, for the clock in Draco's room finally chimed precisely at 7:30. Cuckoo. A delicate wooden bird popped out of the clock's casing, its clear voice calling twice, rousing Draco from his slumber. Chapter 9. The Good Morning Kiss. Draco rubbed his sleepy eyes, just as he was about to rise when he sensed something amiss. The soft object curled against him was as he jolted awake. Draco found his breath caught in his throat, stiffening as he turned his neck to the side. He was met with Astoria's misty doe-like eyes. She appeared still half asleep, her small hands firmly clutching Draco's waist, her entire being entangled around him like an octopus. Seeing Draco silently staring at her, Astoria looked a bit perplexed but proceeded to burrow into his embrace as she usually did with Man upon waking. The delicate touch of her skin against his felt blissfully comforting, a sensation he had never experienced with the fluffy Man, causing her to blissfully squint her eyes like a cat reluctant to leave its warm bed. The faint aroma of roses drifted into his nostrils, a result of the rose-scented shower gel that Narcissa had prepared for her. No, where was his mind wandering? Astoria. Draco felt himself stiffen, as if petrified by a spell. He heard the words struggle to escape his throat. Quick, let go of me. Astoria furrowed her lovely brows in displeasure, evidently still wanting more closeness. Brother, I want to lie here a little longer, the little girl pouted. Since the age of 3, Draco had not shared a bed with Narcissa, a situation influenced by Lucius's decisions. Thus, this was, in fact, his first experience of such intimate contact with another person since growing up, or so young Draco believed. Moreover, this person was a girl, the very same charming sprite who had occupied his dreams and adventured with him to Dragon Island the previous night. No, she should have returned to her own room to sleep last night. Draco struggled to reclaim his composure amid the soft sensations enveloping him, and besides, it was already 7:30. They ought to rise and join their parents for breakfast. He hurriedly delivered this lengthy proclamation, feeling quite proud of himself. A composed Malfoy gentleman. Sure enough, upon hearing the words Mommy and Daddy, Astoria wilted slightly. The arms wrapped around Draco's waist began to loosen. All right then, she murmured softly. However, before Draco could breathe a sigh of relief, he felt a damp imprint on his cheek. He turned to her, eyes wide, only to find Astoria's crescent-shaped smile and her slightly pale, soft lips parting. Brother, it's your turn. What? Draco's voice trembled, observing his lack of response. Astoria's beautiful eyes clouded with confusion, disappointment, and sorrow. She puffed her cheeks, turning away from Draco in a huff. When Daddy was still here, he would give me a kiss like that. He said it was called a good morning kiss. But after he went into the portrait, no one has given me a good morning kiss anymore. But it's okay, brother, if you don't want to smooch. Astoria froze, feeling the warmth on her face, and turned to look at Draco. Meanwhile, he had bolted out of bed as if escaping, his platinum locks hanging low as he searched the floor for his shoes. Hurry and get up, Astoria, we can't keep Mommy and Daddy waiting. His tone was perfectly normal, as if he had not just kissed Astoria on the cheek, or as if nothing had happened at all. Astoria's lips curled slightly, the pangs of longing somewhat alleviated by their earlier closeness, and she obediently nodded. All right. After returning to her room, Astoria donned the deep crimson regular attire Narcissa had prepared for her, though it was simply a regular outfit. Narcissa seemed to delight in dressing her like a little princess. This knee-length crimson dress, while uncomplicated to wear and manageable for Astoria to handle on her own, was equally as exquisite and unique as the outfit she had worn upon arriving yesterday. Thus, as Draco held Astoria's small hand and led her downstairs to the dining hall, he inevitably became the subject of jest from the portraits of the Malfoy ancestors lining the walls. Oh, look at how well-matched they are. So, he is the heir of the Belling family. No wonder he is so remarkably beautiful at such a young age. Is Lucius arranging a marriage between young Draco and the Belling girl? Excellent. I wholeheartedly approve of this union. My word, she resembles a porcelain doll. But the Belling family never marries outsiders. What is the meaning of this? I must seize an opportunity to inquire with Lucius. Draco quickly glanced at Astoria beside him, noting her composed demeanor, and hastily explained to the nearest portrait. Grandfather, please do not say such things. She is merely my sister. The portrait of the elderly man, crowned with golden hair, chuckled at Draco. He was none other than Abraxas Malfoy, Lucius Malfoy's father. Abraxas shrugged, speaking in a mischievous tone. Oh, very well, Draco. I hope you always regard this little girl as your sister. Draco found himself perplexed by his grandfather's words, sensing an underlying discomfort, prompting him to hasten his steps alongside Estelle, leaving the corridor adorned with portraits behind. Dahlia, they were merely jesting. Do not take it to heart, Draco coughed lightly, attempting to reassure her. Estelle shook her head, indicating that she was unfazed. After all, those elderly folks bore no ill intent, much like Grandma Sherry and the others. With Lucius and Narcissa yet to arrive at the dining hall, the grand table was occupied solely by Draco, Estelle, and the bustling house elf, Dobby. True to the Malfoy lineage of ancient purebloods, their breakfast was extravagantly lavish. Dobby dutifully carried over delectable dishes from the kitchen: omelets, waffles, roasted tomatoes with sheep's cheese, smoked chicken breast salad, and oatmeal, effortlessly commanding the plates to glide gracefully to the table with just a flick of his finger. By the way, Dahlia, Draco suddenly recalled a topic concerning the differences between boys and girls. Noticing Estelle's earnest gaze upon him, he continued, you must not sleep unguarded in a boy's room. It is quite unsafe, understood? Estelle queried. Why? She enjoyed snuggling with her platinum gem. Draco appeared momentarily stumped by her inquiry, contemplating before he replied. Because boys and girls are not the same. What if you were to be bullied in the future? Bullying? Estelle's eyes widened in astonishment. Draco nodded solemnly. Yes, just as father often bullies mother. Chapter 10. Bullying. Godfather would bully Aunt Narcissa? Estelle gasped, lowering her head and leaning towards Draco, incredulous. Draco made a quiet gesture, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Indeed, last year I had a nightmare, and when I awoke, I faintly heard mother crying. Then, when I stirred, her voice quieted, almost as if father was covering her mouth. Estelle listened in growing shock, her gaze fixed intently on Draco. Yet, Godfather and Aunt Narcissa seemed to share such a harmonious bond. Even during her brief stay at Malfoy Manor, having shared a meal, Estelle perceived the profound affection between Lucius and Narcissa, yet Draco's demeanor suggested sincerity. I do not know. Draco scratched the back of his head in perplexity. I once mustered the courage to tell father not to bully mother, but he merely regarded me with a deep look, and thereafter moved their bedroom to the end of the 3rd floor. In any case, you must never sleep in a boy's room. It is far too dangerous. Draco's expression was earnest and firm. Estelle, though still bewildered by the notion of Godfather bullying the gentle Narcissa, nodded obediently. All right. However, she immediately regretted her response, as Draco noticed her troubled expression and gently inquired, what is it? Can I? Estelle furrowed her brow in distress. Draco hesitated, his gaze evasive. That. I too cannot sleep with Dahlia. That is out of the question. After all, I am a boy. Just as Mammon, having leisurely descended the stairs, entered the dining hall. He overheard this declaration. The cat stretched languidly, approached Estelle, and affectionately rubbed against her ankle, receiving a gentle stroke in return. Yet, after Estelle had petted Mammon, she rested her chin in her hands, her voice tinged with melancholy. I suffer from skin hunger. If I cannot cuddle with someone, it becomes quite unbearable. Ever since father left, it has been Mammon who keeps me company at night. I thought. Meow? Mammon interjected. Though reluctant to alleviate the symptoms of the Malfoy brat, it was at least more effective than merely being by her side. After all, Draco was a pure-blood wizard. The older the bloodline, the more precious it was to the Belling family. As for the only female in the manor, Narcissa, Mammon resolved to find a suitable opportunity to reveal that it could understand human speech. It certainly did not wish to eavesdrop on the couple night after night. If it were to request Narcissa to sleep with Estelle, Lucius would likely never have acquiesced to Brian's request to bring Estelle to Malfoy Manor for care. Alas, it seemed that Draco was truly the only option available. Skin hunger? Draco tilted his head in confusion, a strand of platinum hair rebelliously falling over his forehead. Estelle was at a loss on how to explain this to him, only managing to convey a general idea. Fortunately, Draco's comprehension was commendable, and he soon grasped what Estelle intended to express. He sat thoughtfully for a moment, then solemnly declared, if that is the case, then. Draco's ears turned crimson, and after a brief pause, he continued, you may sleep with me from now on, but aside from your brother, you must not engage in such activities with any other boys, understand? Estelle's eyes sparkled with delight as she replied, all right. With the promise secured, little Draco lifted his chin triumphantly, casually ruffling Estelle's hair that he had painstakingly tidied that morning. What are you saying? Lucius's voice echoed from the staircase, causing both children to turn in unison, only to find that Narcissa was absent from behind him. Draco was accustomed to this, but Estelle recalled the previous conversation. Godfather, where is Aunt Narcissa? she boldly inquired. Lucius's eyes flickered with a hint of discomfort, yet he softened his tone for the sweet little girl. She is feeling a bit unwell. I shall have Dobby bring her some food shortly. Do not worry, sweetie. The usually stoic man adopted the endearing term Narcissa used for Estelle, and as he uttered sweetie with that cold tone, Estelle could not help but shiver involuntarily. Father is bullying mother again, Draco whispered quietly to Estelle. Lucius, oblivious to this revelation, cast a puzzled glance. What? Years of being under his father's stern authority compelled Draco to quickly straighten up and shake his head, signaling that he had said nothing, with Brian's letter facilitating their arrangement. Estelle and Draco's transition to sharing a bedroom was smoothly executed. Narcissa had even chosen a larger room for them on the second floor, which came complete with a king-size bed spacious enough for 10 Estelles. Mammon's cat bed also relocated to the second floor, free from the torment of eavesdropping on the couple's private moments, resulting in a noticeable disappearance of the cat's dark circles. Furthermore, Lucius took Draco to his private office. It was unclear what discussions transpired between the father and son, but Estelle soon discovered many small vials containing potions in a corner of her and Draco's bedroom, emanating the familiar scent of the suppressants she regularly consumed. The skin hunger afflicting the Belling bloodline intensified before a wizard's 15th birthday, potentially reaching a debilitating level. Thus, over centuries, potion makers descended from the Belling lineage not only invented a specific suppressant for this condition, but also refined it through generations. Naturally, Brian entrusted Lucius with the formula for the potion to ensure Estelle's relief from the monthly torment. Time sped by, and soon it was the eve of Christmas. As the passage of time would have it, Estelle had resided within the confines of Malfoy Manor for 5 months. However, the estate had been adorned a full 10 days prior to Christmas, all in anticipation of hosting a splendid birthday celebration for Estelle. Simultaneously, Lucius had intentions of showcasing Estelle Belling before the esteemed pureblood families. This arrangement signified a mutually beneficial scenario for both the Malfoy family, eager to augment their influence, and the Belling family, with only one heir remaining. Chapter 11. The Birthday Banquet. The waning sunlight filtered through the towering spires and intricately carved windows of the ancient castle, casting a mosaic of light and shadow. At the heart of the grand hall stood an elongated dining table, meticulously draped in pristine white linen, adorned with silver cutlery and crystal goblets. The melodious strains of music intertwined gracefully, marking the official commencement of the banquet as the final guest, Cornelius Fudge, the soon-to-be Minister of Magic, arrived at Malfoy Manor. On this day, Estelle donned a resplendent gown of deep green, embellished with black roses, while her silvery locks were expertly arranged by Narcissa, cascading elegantly down her back. Around her delicate and fair neck lay an opulent emerald necklace, a perfect complement to her flowing dress. Thanks to Lucius's preemptive warming charm cast upon the entire castle, Estelle felt no chill despite her singular dress. Yet, the myriad of curious gazes from the guests rendered her demeanor somewhat uneasy. Fear not, I am always by your side. Draco, perceptive to Estelle's discomfort, stepped forward, diverting a significant portion of attention away from her. He gently squeezed her soft palm in an encouraging gesture. His platinum hair, slicked back with pomade, was neatly arranged, contrasting with the usual strands that fell over his forehead. Estelle, somewhat dazed, glanced at Draco, perceiving him as a radiant beacon of light on this occasion. Is that little girl truly the heir of the Belling family? How exquisite she appears, seemingly no more than 5 or 6 years old. The Malfoy patriarch had devised this birthday celebration specifically for her. Her identity could not be mistaken. Her father is Brian Belling? Ah, but their family has always attended Durmstrang, so wizards from Hogwarts are likely unfamiliar with the Bellings. I have encountered Brian only once. What of it? Like his father, he appears to be a remarkably adept investor. Yet, I wonder why he entrusted this little Belling to the Malfoys and appointed Lucius as her godfather. Perhaps he encountered some business troubles? Surely, Brian would be reluctant to allow his daughter to enter the public eye. The Bellings have always been reclusive, untouched even during the time of the Dark Lord. It seems to me that the Belling family must be facing some predicament. Could they be bankrupt? What are you pondering? Even if the Parkinson family were to face bankruptcy, it would hardly affect the Bellings. Moreover, if the Bellings were truly in financial ruin, the Malfoys would never be so benevolent as to accept an orphan girl. Indeed, Lucius is not known for his generosity. His motives are always profit-driven, are they not? Just look at how well-suited young Malfoy and that lovely girl appear together. Could it be that Lucius harbors thoughts of a union with the Bellings? Perhaps. The guests engaged in animated discussions. When a man clad in a black tailcoat mentioned the bankruptcy of the Parkinsons, a shorter man beside him immediately darkened his expression. Sharing a similar countenance was Pansy Parkinson, the girl he held by the hand. However, Pansy was oblivious to her father's ire, as her attention was solely focused on Draco. Surprisingly, Draco, who had always treated her with a modicum of courtesy, did not spare her a glance today, instead expressing concern for the newcomer, Estelle Belling. Suppressing her simmering anger, Pansy fixed her gaze on Estelle, her eyes aflame with resentment. The latter, acutely aware of the lethal stare, took a step back, tugging gently at Draco's sleeve as she whispered, "Brother." Following her gaze, Draco frowned. What is Pansy's issue? Who has offended her? As Pansy waved her hand excitedly at his attention, Draco turned to Estelle and leaned closer to whisper in her ear, "That is Pansy, who used to visit the manor frequently with Blaise and Daphne." Blaise and Daphne. Estelle quickly became intrigued by the new names, tilting her head in inquiry. "Yes, I will introduce you to them shortly," Draco replied with a smile. "All right." Estelle's eyes sparkled with delight. Noticing her obedient demeanor, Draco was tempted to reach out and ruffle her hair. However, Narcissa swiftly intervened with a sharp glance. "Draco, today you shall not touch your sister's hair. I have spent considerable effort arranging it." Reluctantly, Draco lowered his hand, plotting to touzle her hair to his heart's content after the banquet concluded. Applause erupted, and the music in the banquet hall ceased abruptly. All eyes turned toward the man at the center, holding a serpent-headed cane, with his platinum hair cascading behind him, alongside the silver-haired girl at his side. "Ladies and gentlemen," Lucius's voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority, captivating even little Estelle, who had been somewhat distracted. "I believe many of you are aware that the true guest of honor at this soiree is not the Malfoy family." Lucius cast a gaze upon the petite girl beside him, an unconscious smile gracing his lips. "This young lady is Estelle Belling, at the behest of Brian Belling. Estelle shall reside at Malfoy Manor as the goddaughter of Lucius Malfoy." Upon hearing this, the complexity of the guest's expressions deepened, and the murmur of conversation grew louder. It is indeed true. The identity of a goddaughter does not typically evoke thoughts of a union between the two families. What do the Bellings and Malfoys intend? It seems more intricate than mere matrimony. Will young Belling attend Hogwarts alongside young Malfoy? Where is Brian, to have entrusted his daughter to foreigners? The Bellings have always been enigmatic. Who knows what whispers will emerge in the coming years regarding their acquisitions of wizarding enterprises? We must tread carefully. I had thought Lucius favored a daughter from the Parkinson family. Yet, it appears that the Bellings are evidently a more advantageous choice than either the Parkinsons or the Greengrasses. Standing helplessly beside Lucius, Estelle acutely sensed the myriad of scrutinizing gazes fixated upon her, mixed with Pansy Parkinson's seething glare. Having never encountered such a multitude of people since her birth, little Estelle sought solace in the sight of her cherished platinum gem. However, her gaze unwittingly lingered on Draco's reddened ears. "What ails, brother?" Draco's mind wandered. Union. Chapter 12. The Gifts. The murmur of discussions below gradually diminished. Lucius continued, "Furthermore, today marks the birthday of Miss Estelle Belling. Therefore, I sincerely wish Miss Belling a joyous birthday, hoping she will create unforgettable memories during her time at Malfoy Manor." As he spoke, he leaned slightly toward Estelle. A pair of light gray eyes, carved from the same mold as Draco's, gazed quietly at the young girl, filled with tenderness and affection. Although Estelle had only lived in the manor for a few months, she had already allowed Lucius and Narcissa to experience the joy of raising a daughter. In contrast to Draco, who was constantly shouting about Quidditch and magical creatures during his exploratory phase, almost toppling the castle's spires, Estelle, demure and sweet in her frilly dress, looked like a little angel with her sparkling eyes fixed upon them. Even though Estelle adored being Draco's shadow, the tolerance shown by the Malfoys towards her seemed to reach new heights each day. Even Dobby marveled at the situation, seizing every opportunity to instill proper values in the little girl, fearful that the Malfoy family might deprive Belling's sole heir of the ability to live independently. "Thank you, Godfather," Estelle said, her eyes shimmering like tiny stars as they looked up at Lucius. Struggling to suppress the impulse to touzle the girl's hair, Lucius cleared his throat and said, "Go on now, find Draco, there's nothing for you here." Since neither Draco nor Estelle had yet reached the age for schooling, the opening dance of the soiree was performed by Lucius and Narcissa. Estelle obediently complied and, under the watchful eyes of the guests, made her way to Draco's side. Without hesitation, he took the girl's small hand, the warmth of his palm providing a sense of security for Estelle as she took to the stage for the first time. As the elegant music filled the air once more, Lucius and Narcissa could be seen gracefully dancing in the center of the ballroom. As the skirts twirled, nearly half of the guests stepped into the dance floor to join them. "Dahlia, follow me. Your birthday gift is over there," Draco whispered in Estelle's ear. "Okay," she nodded, trailing behind him, her heart filled with a mix of anticipation and an indescribable sadness. This was her first birthday not celebrated at Belling Manor. In previous years, the little Estelle could only recall her father looking at her with a complex expression, always ending with a tender caress on her head and a few exquisite trinkets imbued with his magic. Then there were Dobby and Pegasus, who would take her deeper into the woods on her birthday, offering her peculiar fruits as gifts. I wonder how Pegasus is doing, she mused, contemplating a suitable moment to ask her godfather about returning to Belling Manor. She missed the little Pegasus and Grandma Shirley. Lost in thought, Estelle was soon led by Draco to a sofa in a corner of the hall. Dobby had placed all the gifts brought by the guests on a wooden table, and the elegantly wrapped boxes were nearly piled into a small mountain. Despite this, Estelle immediately recognized which gift was from Draco. After all, the deep green silk box adorned with gold dust, sitting prominently at the front, was unmistakably his doing. With Draco's eager gaze upon her, Estelle carefully cradled the gift in her arms. "Thank you, brother," she said, tilting her head and flashing him a sweet smile. Draco struggled to suppress a smile of his own, adopting an air of feigned nonchalance as he cleared his throat and said, "Go on, open it, Dahlia." Estelle cast him a curious glance before he guided her to sit beside him on the sofa. The soft ribbon was gently untied, and as she opened the exquisite box, she discovered a bracelet made of obsidian, its subtle dark glow flowing within, at times converging into delicate streams, at others scattering into tiny glimmers. Under the dim light of the castle, the bracelet appeared exceptionally luxurious and mysterious. Estelle, who had never been able to resist the allure of gemstones, instantly fell in love with the bracelet. Her misty blue eyes sparkled with delight as she looked up at Draco and asked, her tone laced with excitement, "Brother, what is this?" Seeing her joy, Draco could no longer contain his smile, his voice rising with enthusiasm. "This is a bracelet I made just for you. Imbued with a cleansing charm. When your magic surges, you simply need to touch it, and your power will resonate with it." Though the young girl, lacking magical abilities, was somewhat bewildered by the explanation, she understood that this bracelet was crafted with care and would greatly aid her in the future. What Estelle did not know was that Draco had sought out Lucius the moment he began studying charms to learn the cleansing spell. For a 6-year-old, casting a spell onto an object was no small feat. Thus, for the past few months, Draco had used Estelle's nap time to sneak into Lucius's office, pestering him to teach him how to make the bracelet. Lucius, initially intending to cast the spell for Draco, found himself surprised when Draco insisted on figuring it out on his own. Fortunately, after numerous failed attempts, Draco finally succeeded in placing the bracelet into the gift box, earning him a sweet smile from his little sister. "Brother, you're amazing." Estelle showered him with praise, and after putting on the bracelet, she puckered her lips to plant a kiss on Draco's slightly flushed cheek. "Dahlia, there are too many people here," Draco stammered, though he didn't move an inch from his spot. However, before Estelle's lips could touch him, they were interrupted by a sudden, sharp explosion nearby. "Draco, what are you two doing?" Draco, still tinged with embarrassment, furrowed his brow as he turned to the source of the voice. "Pansy." Before he could finish, Estelle saw Pansy Parkinson striding towards them, her eyes narrowed in anger. Several children of varying heights trailed behind her, 2 of whom were notably larger than the rest, making Estelle glance at them twice. They exchanged glances before sprinting to Draco's side. "Draco, Goyle, Crab," Draco acknowledged with a nod, though his eyes remained fixed on the furious Pansy. Before she approached, he had subtly draped his arm over the back of the sofa behind Estelle, instinctively adopting a protective stance. Chapter 13, The Plan. In contrast, Pansy, with her brows furrowed, momentarily lost her words, her round eyes surveying Draco and Estelle before she finally huffed and spat. "So, this is Miss Belling? Hello?" Estelle ventured a greeting, unsure of Pansy's intentions. Noticing Draco's arm behind Estelle, Pansy stomped her foot in frustration and defiantly seated herself to Draco's left. Draco subtly shifted away. "Draco, you haven't written to me in ages," Pansy pouted, her tone tinged with discontent. Of course, neither Pansy nor Daphne had received any correspondence from Draco in recent months. During the day, he was preoccupied with mastering the charms to create that bracelet, and by night, he was busy lulling his beautiful little sister to sleep, leaving him no time to socialize with the heirs of pure-blood families as he used to. Indeed, I had thought something significant had transpired, until just a few days ago when my mother mentioned Miss Belling, which informed me of the new member in the Malfoy household. The boy trailing closely behind Pansy appeared to be taller than Draco, striding forward to bow before Astoria and extend his hand. Astoria stared blankly into the boy's enchanting, upturned, peach blossom eyes, momentarily at a loss for how to respond to his unexpected gesture of kissing her hand. "Hey, Blaze," Draco remarked, his expression far from pleased. "Let's refrain from such antics." Blaze shrugged nonchalantly, retracting his hand, yet his gaze lingered upon the girl's lovely visage. "But I must say, Miss Belling is indeed striking." "Thank you," Astoria replied shyly. Draco grimaced, reluctantly introducing Blaze Zabini. He gestured towards the others, And here we have Daphne Greengrass and her sister, Astoria Greengrass, with Theodore not beside them. Following Draco's dressure, Astoria mentally noted their names. The other young ones greeted her with cheerful friendliness. Blaise seemed particularly taken with her, while Astoria clutched her sister Daphne's hand and curiously observed Astoria. Daphne subtly gauged Pansy's reaction from the sofa, while Theodore stood quietly, seemingly disinterested in the happenings around him. As for Crabbe and Goyle, they immediately fixated on the small cake at the corner of the table, blissfully oblivious to the undercurrents swirling within the group. "Wow, that bracelet is exquisite," Astoria exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as they fell upon Astoria's wrist, drawing the attention of everyone else. The mysterious dark glow flowing within the obsidian caught Blaise's interest. "Is that a bracelet inscribed with spell runes?" "It is a birthday gift I presented to Astoria," Draco declared, clearing his throat and lifting his chin with pride. Daphne gasped, "Draco, if memory serves me right, you only just experienced the magical surge this year. How have you mastered spells and those intricate enchantment runes so swiftly?" The focus of attention, Draco, appeared even more self-satisfied, raising his voice. "It's merely a matter of affixing some basic spells to the bracelet. It is hardly a challenge for me." "Draco, you are truly impressive. I have yet to undergo a magical surge, and you've already acquired so many spells." Crabbe and Goyle cheered for Draco, eagerly devouring pieces of honey cake. The others gazed at Draco in astonishment, and even Astoria was charmed by her brother's haughty demeanor, smiling as she tugged at his hand. The soft warmth of her palm brought Draco back to reality, and in the next moment, he tightened his grip on her hand. Draco glanced at Astoria, his lips curling into a smirk, as if to say, "See, they all envy the gift I bestowed upon you." Astoria beamed. "You are the best, brother." Draco replied with a huff. Pansy, who had been observing their interaction from the sidelines, felt a surge of jealousy igniting within her. Although still young, she had been educated by the Parkinson family on matters concerning pure-blood alliances since childhood. Thus, she had always endeavored to draw close to Draco, secretly envisioning herself as his future wife. Naturally, even without the connections between the Parkinson and Malfoy families, Pansy harbored a genuine affection for Draco. With his gentlemanly, noble, and handsome demeanor, it was no wonder that even Daphne, whose lineage was slightly inferior, occasionally expressed her feelings for Draco. However, Pansy had believed her only rival was the Greengrass girl, and now, out of nowhere, Miss Belling had emerged, someone who had long remained in the shadows. For years, Belling had been like a timid mouse, retreating into a corner, hardly qualifying as a true pure-blood aristocrat. Perhaps by Astoria's generation, they had squandered their family fortune and sought refuge with the Malfoys. The more Pansy pondered, the angrier she became, her deep brown eyes darkening as they shot towards Daphne. Due to their subtly differing backgrounds, Daphne had always hesitated to oppose Pansy directly. Remembering the plan Pansy had whispered to her earlier, Daphne swallowed hard. Pansy merely wished to have a private conversation with Miss Belling. Surely, nothing untoward would arise. Even if something did occur, with the ties between the Parkinson and Malfoy families, Lucius would undoubtedly remain silent. Resolute in her decision, Daphne took her sister's hand and followed in the wake of Draco and the others. This was the opportunity Pansy had mentioned. "Draco, I heard Uncle Lucius has purchased the latest Nimbus series broom for you." "Merlin's pants. Can you ride a broom?" "Humph. My father bought me the Nimbus one specifically for me to practice flying. But first, I must study the theoretical knowledge." "What a nuisance." "Wow. I can't even imagine how magnificent the Nimbus one must be." "Draco, can you take us to see it?" "Of course. I assure you that upon your first glimpse, you will be left speechless." Surrounded by Daphne, Astoria, and an eager Blaise, Draco's desire to showcase the Nimbus one distracted him, causing him to overlook the fact that Astoria had fallen behind them. Of course, Astoria had her own reasons for trailing slowly. Mammon had instructed her to wait by the Swan Lake for an opportunity. He intended to quietly bring the birthday gift that Pegasus and he had prepared for Astoria this year and converse with her. Chapter 14, Conflict. The lake's surface mirrored the ancient tree's profound silhouettes surrounding it. A delicate floral fragrance wafted through the air as a flock of immaculate white swans glided gracefully towards them, exuding elegance and nobility. The foremost swan approached the shore, swaying gently as it neared Astoria, its long neck curving slightly as if in greeting. "Beautiful Astoria, we are delighted to see you today. Happy birthday." "Thank you, Dudu." Dudu was the name Astoria had affectionately assigned to the lead swan, and it was evident that the swan cherished it. "Are you here to find someone?" Dudu inquired. Astoria, puzzled, responded, "Did not Mammon inform you? We agreed to meet by the lake." "Ah, I see. I thought it might be related to the young lady behind you. She seems somewhat familiar." "What was her name again, Pansy?" Upon hearing Dudu's words, Astoria froze momentarily, then turned to glance back. Not far from the thicket, a glimpse of white could be seen. Pansy Parkinson was clad in a white gown today. When had she stealthily followed? Perhaps sensing Astoria's gaze, Pansy, her face flushed with embarrassment, emerged from the bushes. Though her cheeks were flushed with anger. Before Astoria could utter a word, Pansy exclaimed, "I saw that. You freak. You were just talking to it, weren't you?" "Freak?" Astoria tilted her head, responding candidly, "Yes, its name is Dudu." "Oh, beautiful Miss Astoria. I can sense Pansy's hostility towards you. You must leave." Dudu's voice reached Astoria's ears, and her heart raced with an unfamiliar apprehension. Before she could react, Pansy grasped her arm, preventing her from departing. "Do not leave, little monster of the Belling family." The girl glared maliciously at Estelle's misty blue eyes, a wicked smile curling at her lips. "I shall inform Uncle Lucius of what I just witnessed. Let us see if you can remain in the Malfoy household after this. Draco is mine, and you, little monster, ought to return to your dilapidated Belling manor." Estelle wished to ignore her, yearning only to break free from her shackles and depart. Yet, the more she struggled, the tighter Pansy's grip became, leaving her fair arms marred with burgeoning bruises. Estelle felt tears prick at her eyes from the pain, pleading, let go of me. "No, I shall take you to meet Uncle Lucius." And Draco. Pansy's nails dug deeper into Estelle's flesh, her voice laced with jealousy. "I was the one who knew Draco first. Why should you be the one to become his fiancée?" Estelle found her utterly unreasonable. The flicker of admiration she had felt for Pansy's delicate features had all but vanished. With glistening tears hanging from her thick lashes, she retorted, "I am not Draco's fiancé. He is my brother." At this, Pansy let out a sharp, mocking laugh. "Brother? I do not believe that for a moment. Do you understand what it means for a pure-blood family to have a godfather?" Pansy yanked Estelle, who was half a head shorter than her, close, hissing ominously in her ear, "That means a marriage alliance, little monster." Indeed, a marriage alliance. Pansy was consumed by jealousy. She had always held herself to the standards befitting the future mistress of the Malfoy lineage, supported by her parents' insinuations as she accompanied Draco, her peer. She had studied the tedious aristocratic etiquette and the arduous history of magic solely for Draco. Even her parents often told her, "Pansy Parkinson, you are destined for Draco Malfoy. You shall surely be his future wife. You are the future of the Parkinson family." At this thought, Pansy suddenly turned to Estelle, locking eyes with her clear, innocent gaze glistening with tears. Pansy hesitated for a moment, an unfamiliar emotion blooming in her heart, but her seething anger instinctively compelled her to shove Estelle violently. The petite figure stumbled over the uneven cobblestones by the lake's edge, teetering dangerously backward. "Estelle," a voice called out, "Dudu is here to assist you." A white flash appeared as a graceful swan spread its wings and flew towards Estelle, just as she was about to plunge into the icy waters. Several swans swooped beneath her, providing a soft landing. In a state of shock, Estelle reached out to touch the gentle warmth. Dudu has caught Estelle. You need not fear that wicked girl. Dudu and the swans shall avenge you." "Draco," a voice called from nearby. Estelle looked up to see the boy, pale and anxious, his heart tightening at the sight of her wobbling by the lake's edge. Without a care for aristocratic decorum, young Malfoy rushed forward, his tailcoat flapping wildly in the wind. Blaise and Theodore, having anticipated the appearance of Pansy and Estelle, hurriedly followed. Only Astoria, wanting to step forward, was held back by Daphne, whose expression was tinged with alarm. Draco reached Estelle in a few swift strides, breathless as he helped her rise from the swans. "Oh my, Estelle!" His voice trembled. Horror etched across his face as he beheld the ghastly bruises on her delicate arms. He then cast a furious glare at Pansy. "You, meow." Before Draco could utter another word, Pansy, bewildered, felt a flash of indigo light before a hefty paw struck her squarely on the forehead. "How is there a cat here?" she managed to utter, before collapsing to the ground, stars dancing before her eyes. As she lost consciousness, she caught a glimpse of the culprit, a large mist-blue cat. Mammon licked its paw, a flicker of disdain crossing its gaze before it trotted over to Estelle. In its mouth, it carried 2 dark, unidentified fruits, presumably gifts meant for Estelle's birthday from itself and Pegasus. But now, gifts seemed inconsequential. The horrific injury on Estelle's arm was what truly mattered. "Meow, meow, meow." Mammon nuzzled Estelle's ankle, filled with concern. The little girl finally regained her composure, noticing the smaller cat struggling to carry the 2 potentially poisonous fruits. She bent down to stroke its head, but her arm throbbed painfully, causing her to wince. Mammon nudged her, urging her to stand upright. "Estelle, I shall take you to find your parents." Draco's gaze remained fixed on Estelle's injury, his voice quivering with emotion. Clearly, the sight of Estelle, biting her lip to suppress the pain and with tears still clinging to her lashes, broke Draco's heart. Chapter 15. Protective instincts. Goyle attempted to lift Pansy from the ground, only to receive a warning glance from Blaise. "Leave her be," Blaise murmured. Yet, Goyle faltered, confused, but ultimately released her. Pansy crumpled back to the ground, Did you not see the expression on our young Malfoy's face? Whoever dares to interfere with Pansy is courting disaster, Blaise remarked with a hint of mockery. His gaze swept over Estelle's contorted little face, and an idea sparked in his mind. Pansy, Merlin, how did she end up on the ground? Upon hearing the commotion, Blaise raised an eyebrow. Well, it seems we truly need not concern ourselves. The Parkinson couple, amid the chaos by the lake, zeroed in on the unconscious Pansy. Following closely were Daphne, Astoria, and the Malfoy couple. Seeing Draco carefully supporting Estelle, Lucius raised an eyebrow in concern. Father. Draco's eyes lit up upon spotting Lucius. Though he remained cautious as he guided Estelle closer. The two children stood together behind the Malfoy couple. Mother, please look at Estelle. Her arm is injured. Draco spoke in a rapid-fire manner. It was Pansy who did this. But Mammon avenged Estelle, knocking Pansy unconscious. Narcissa's heart ached as she examined Estelle's little arm. Softly whispering in her ear, do not worry. I shall fetch my wand and heal you shortly. She then embraced Estelle tenderly, having never been treated so roughly before. Estelle felt an overwhelming urge to cry. Yet, enveloped in Aunt Narcissa's fragrant and gentle warmth, her thoughts began to dissipate. So soft, so comfortable, Estelle blinked, lifting her uninjured hand to gently wrap around Narcissa, patting her back as if to offer comfort. Aunt Narcissa is not sad. Estelle will surely feel better soon. The tenderness and concern in Narcissa's gaze nearly overflowed. Lucius's gaze lingered on the bruised area of Estelle's arm for a few moments before shifting to Draco. Draco, you have failed to protect her. The man's voice was cold and grave, causing the already pale young wizard to lower his head in dejection. She certainly knows how to navigate her way through situations, Blaise murmured with a click of his tongue. Theodore followed his line of sight, observing Daphne, who was holding Astoria's hand and watching them with a complicated expression. Clearly, she was the one who had summoned Pansy's parents and the Malfoys. This way, neither side would take offense. Pansy, wake up and tell us what happened. Fiona Parkinson cradled her beloved daughter in her arms, her tone urgent. Yet she dared not express dissatisfaction with the host of the gathering, Malfoy. Awaken. Hector Parkinson shakily raised his wand and cast a waking charm on Pansy, who appeared to be merely drowsy, whom Pansy slowly roused, her eyes widening as she beheld the throng before her. The most striking figure was Lucius with his dazzling platinum locks. Recalling the scene she had just witnessed, Pansy let out a shriek. Uncle Lucius. Belling is a freak. I saw, She glared furiously at the one who had cast the spell on her, only to freeze in place the next moment. Hector's brow furrowed as he gritted his teeth. Pansy, what nonsense are you spouting? I see you wish to be confined. Heaven knows what madness had overtaken his daughter. Daring to publicly assert that Lucius's ward was not worthy. I suspect Miss Parkinson has not yet fully awakened, Lucius remarked with a sardonic smile, his voice dripping with indifference. Perhaps Miss Parkinson ought to apologize to my unjustly offended ward? Pansy, silenced by her father's spell, trembled, fear evident in her eyes. Pansy, if you dare utter another word, I will lift the charm, but you must apologize to Miss Belling immediately, do you hear? Listening to her parents' hushed reprimands, Pansy felt tears welling up. She nodded fervently, fearing that the Parkinson family would face dire consequences due to her actions. Meanwhile, standing beside Lucius, Estelle felt increasingly dizzy. This familiar sensation made her realize why she lacked enthusiasm today. The onset of her skin hunger had arrived 3 days early this month. Yet, the itchiness coursing through her was overwhelming, causing her to flush and lean against the nearest source of warmth. Draco swiftly caught the young girl around the waist, but he couldn't prevent her delicate face from rubbing against his neck. In an instant, Draco's ears turned crimson. However, Estelle, entirely oblivious to her surroundings and craving the taste of apple-flavored platinum, showed no signs of stopping. Her soft lips seemed to instinctively find their way to Draco's ear. The wet sensation left him utterly stunned. Was she treating my earlobe as if it were jelly? For months, Estelle's skin hunger had never manifested this early, and Draco had prepared suppressants for her well in advance, unlike now when she was completely lost in her desires. Estelle moaned, tightening her embrace around Draco. Lucius and Narcissa, who had been discreetly observing the situation, quickly recognized that something was amiss. Draco, the suppressant, Lucius whispered urgently, startled by his father's voice. Draco hastily retrieved a small vial from his tailcoat pocket, freeing one hand from Estelle's grasp while supporting her back to prevent her from collapsing. He unceremoniously bit off the wooden stopper, and the pale green potion, exuding the scent of fresh grass, flowed slowly into the girl's pallid lips. Pansy quickly apologized to Miss Belling. Miss Belling, please forgive my rashness. I am truly sorry, Pansy said, suppressing some emotion as she bowed her head in apology, her tone sincere, though her eyes discreetly flicked toward the two figures behind Lucius. However, The broad black cloak of the Malfoy patriarch obscured Estelle and Draco from her view. Surely, they wouldn't be embracing in public. Pansy's lips turned pale as she bit down on them. Chapter 16. Heartache. Estelle was entirely unaware of what Pansy had said or the humiliating and reluctant expression with which she had apologized. All her senses were focused on Draco's cold, pale neck. So soft, so comforting. Soft whimpers escaped her throat, causing Draco's fingertips to tremble as he desperately tried to stifle the itchiness on his neck, swiftly covering Estelle's mouth. He peered anxiously from behind Lucius's expansive cloak, noticing that Blaise and Theodore seemed to have caught wind of that unusual sound and were curiously searching for its source. No, Estelle's sounds must not reach them. An inexplicable emotion surged within Draco. He gently stroked Estelle's back, attempting to alleviate her symptoms. However, Lucius reacted even quicker, glancing at Pansy. He appeared intent on resolving the matter swiftly. In that case, the two of you shall look after Miss Pansy Parkinson. Narcissa, take Estelle away. Understood. Narcissa promptly agreed. Wrapping Estelle in her embrace and guiding the young girl away from the prying eyes of the crowd, accompanied by Draco. I sincerely apologize, Lucius, Hector stammered, a hint of fear in his expression. Before he could finish, Lucius chuckled enigmatically. It is of no consequence. The Parkinson family has always been the most sincere ally of the Malfoys, has it not? Ah, indeed. Hector breathed a sigh of relief. Catching a glimpse of his daughter's delicate profile, eager to add a few words. I believe it was merely a misunderstanding. Children sometimes engage in playful antics. Hearing this, even Daphne was momentarily taken aback. Uncle Hector truly cares for Pansy. To speak such words in this situation. Didn't he see how Pansy had clawed Belling's arm? Was that merely playful antics? Unlike the complex expressions of others, Lucius remained composed. You are correct. His pale gray eyes revealed no emotion. For the sake of the friendship between the Parkinsons and the Malfoys, I believe Miss Pansy would wholeheartedly agree to receive a memory charm. A memory charm? Hector's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice rising unconsciously. Pansy trembled as she looked at Lucius, her clever mind quickly grasping the implications of his actions. He knows that Estelle can converse with animals, and it was evident that Lucius did not wish for this matter to be disclosed to any family other than the Malfoys. Lucius, Pansy is still young. Hector's face contorted as if he had bitten into something unpleasant, stammering, "Obliviate." Before the Parkinsons could react, Lucius swiftly drew a slender wand from his serpent staff and directed it at Pansy. The next moment, Pansy stood frozen, her gaze vacant, her mouth slightly agape. Malfoy. Hector suppressed the fury simmering in his gaze, speaking through clenched teeth. Lucius remained utterly indifferent. Upon witnessing Pansy's expression of ignorance and foolishness, a faint smile curled at the corners of the man's lips. Hector, I believe Miss Parkinson requires a proper rest at this moment. I shall inform others of the Parkinson family's early departure. Dad, what happened? Why must we leave early? Pansy gazed in shock at her parents. Silence, Hector retorted angrily. Pansy immediately stood frozen in place, cowed. Then we shall take our leave. Please convey our apologies to Miss Belling. Hector inhaled deeply, then hastily pulled his wife and daughter away from the lakeside. Lucius Malfoy cast a fleeting glance at the bewildered Zabini and the young ones from the Greengrass family before turning to stride towards the ancient castle. His pace noticeably brisker than usual. What is up with Pansy today? She seemed as if she had swallowed gunpowder upon seeing Belling, Crabbe remarked, perplexed. As he observed Lucius's retreating figure, Blaise snorted softly. Of course, she feels that Astoria threatens her future position as Malfoy's wife. It was apparent that this position currently belonged to Astoria. He added languidly. No one anticipated that the typically taciturn Theodore would murmur, but Belling is merely Draco's sister, is she not? She will eventually return to Belling Manor. Sister? Blaise cast a surprised glance at him, initially intending to counter his statement, but abruptly fell silent. Indeed, it had been quite some time since a foreigner acknowledged the Malfoy patriarch as a godfather within the pure-blood aristocracy. Perhaps Lucius Malfoy was merely fulfilling a temporary duty to look after Astoria on behalf of Brian Belling. After all, he had never formally recognized any familial ties between the two families. Thus, it could be said that Astoria and Draco did not share any overt relationship, at most. They were merely siblings. Blaise recollected the young girl's silken silver hair and sparkling eyes, his almond-shaped eyes narrowing slightly. He was entirely oblivious to Theodore, who was also lost in contemplation beside him. Astoria was gingerly placed on the large bed shared by Narcissa and Draco. A series of ghastly purple bruises meandered along the girl's arms, their edges marred with irregular nail imprints, some already oozing blood. She lay on the bed with furrowed brows, her complexion pale, lips devoid of color, her consciousness clouded as she occasionally emitted soft whimpers, appearing utterly wretched. The suppressants had yet to take full effect. Mother, why don't we treat Astoria's wounds first? Draco sat at the bedside, gripping Astoria's hand tightly. Although his voice no longer quivered with tears, it was imbued with urgency. Narcissa sighed, her eyes filled with compassion. We cannot, Draco. The suppressants must not be used concurrently with healing spells. This is explicitly stated by Severus. Since Brian had entrusted the recipe for the suppressants to Lucius along with that letter, Lucius had assigned Severus Snape the task of concocting the potion for Astoria. The potion's master had yet to develop a remedy with faster efficacy and fewer side effects from that ancient formula. Each time Lucius visited Nocturnally to procure the potions, he was met with Snape's frosty demeanor. Does that mean Astoria has to endure the pain until the symptoms subside? Draco's eyes glistened with unshed tears, clearly distraught. Chapter 17, Mammon. Before Narcissa could respond, a click echoed from the doorway. Lucius strode into the room, and upon seeing the small girl curled up with her eyes tightly shut, his pupils dilated in shock. Father, the suppressants, Draco called out, finding some solace in his father's presence. Yet he still sought to inquire once more about the suppressants and healing spells. Lucius raised a hand to interrupt him, his tone grave. Little dragon, we must heed Severus' advice. We cannot recklessly employ healing magic, especially during her symptomatic phase. At this, the platinum-haired boy's head drooped despondently. Severus has always intended to prescribe a remedy upon seeing Astoria herself. With Christmas approaching, we have plenty to attend to, so perhaps. Narcissa and Lucius exchanged glances, the latter giving a nearly imperceptible nod. Will Astoria go to Nocturnally? What about me? I want to go too. I must stay by Astoria's side, Draco exclaimed, astutely deducing his parents' intentions. Despite the Malfoy couple often being preoccupied with social engagements around Christmas, they had never missed the annual Christmas dinner with Draco. This year, with Astoria's presence, it was an opportune moment for the two children to spend time at Snape's place, leaving the couple to enjoy a pleasant interval afterward. Of course, Draco, Lucius replied succinctly. Astoria is injured, and you bear certain responsibility, so for the time being, you must look after her diligently. Can you manage that? Draco nodded vigorously. Father, I will never leave Astoria's side. If it weren't for my discussion about the Nimbus 2000 with Blaze and the others today, I wouldn't have overlooked Astoria. It's entirely my fault. The rare side of the typically proud young Malfoy admitting fault surprised both Narcissa and Lucius. Narcissa sighed softly, reaching out to ruffle her son's platinum locks. Draco, Astoria has lost her parents. She is a vulnerable little girl who needs our care. We must never be negligent with her. Draco muttered a subdued agreement, his gaze flickering towards the pale-faced Astoria on the bed. Just as Mother said, she is a delicate rose in need of tender care. Now, it is solely the Malfoy family who must look after her. Astoria, dear Astoria, I promise I will never allow you to walk behind me alone. I will always shield you from the storm and stand by your side. Mew. A sudden meow interrupted Draco's thoughts. He, along with Lucius and Narcissa, turned to see Mammon, their cat, sauntering over to the bedside, its bushy tail held high, carrying two dark, round fruits in its mouth. Mammon? Narcissa, unable to resist the allure of the soft, fluffy creature, attempted to prevent the cat from leaping onto the bed. Poor little Astoria is injured. Let her rest. Mammon, be a good kitty. The misty blue feline meowed again, but the sound was muffled by the fruits it held. It's all right. Narcissa, Lucius interjected softly, gently placing a hand over his wife's arm to halt her. What's the matter? Narcissa questioned, perplexed. But as Mammon jumped onto the bed and licked Astoria's wounds with its tiny pink tongue, the ghastly bruises began to recede like a receding tide. And Narcissa's confusion was completely replaced by astonishment. Mew. Mammon flicked its tail, solemnly placing the fruits on the left side of the pillow before curling up beside Astoria. Its misty blue eyes slowly closed, and soon, a light snoring could be heard. Lucius, Mammon. Narcissa exclaimed, utterly flabbergasted. Initially, she had assumed the cat was merely a pet brought to Malfoy Manor for Astoria, shy as she was. In the past few months, I have occasionally been inspired, enthusiastically following behind the two little imps as we frolicked about the estate, climbing and exploring. To my astonishment, it seems that this endeavor has been therapeutic for Estelle during her episodes. I watched as the furrowed brow of Estelle gradually relaxed, leaving Draco utterly speechless. Could it be a magical creature? Yet, apart from Dumbledore's Phoenix, Fox, we had never heard of any other magical being possessing such wondrous and formidable powers. I have perused numerous ancient texts, but I have indeed found no mention of an entity akin to Mammon, Lucius remarked in a low voice, his eyes shrouded in mystery. Father, you've known all along, Draco exclaimed, his eyes wide with realization. Lucius sighed, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. If you had accompanied me to the outskirts of Belling Manor on the day Estelle first arrived, you too would have sensed Mammon's extraordinary nature. After all, that winged horse, Pegasus, which could predict fortune and misfortune, exists solely in ancient myths. And this cat seems to share a bond of equality, perhaps even friendship, with it. The Malfoys are adept at reading subtle cues, even those of animals. Merlin, Narcissa murmured. The Belling family truly is remarkable. She did not finish her sentence, yet the father and son understood her unspoken thoughts. Perhaps for centuries. The Belling family has thrived in mutual reliance with Mammon and Pegasus. When Estelle reopened her eyes, it was deep into the night, and the surroundings were eerily silent. A cold hand clasped tightly around hers, and when she glanced up, she spotted a platinum head resting beside her bed. It was Draco. Meow. Before Estelle could fully regain her senses, Mammon scampered over, leaving small indentations on the bed with its paws. Mammon, the little girl, slightly dazed, reached out her other hand to stroke the cat's head. Little Estelle, you finally awakened. Mammon, seemingly cautious not to disturb Draco, lowered its voice, wary of the boy interrupting their moment of solitude. Estelle recalled the scenes that played out before she lost consciousness, and her face paled momentarily at the thought of Pansy. Mammon always seemed to accurately gauge the girl's expressions and comforted her in a worm-like manner. Rest assured, that wicked girl not only received a punch from me, but Lucius also cast a memory charm on her, so she won't be blabbing about it. Indeed, under the pressure from the Malfoys, she reluctantly apologized. But at that time, you were unwell. In any case, her apology was insincere, so if you didn't hear it, then you didn't hear it. I see, Estelle said, her gaze dropping to her arm, where the scratches had completely vanished. A smile crept across her face as she said, Thank you, Mammon. Previously, when Pegasus, the three of them had ventured into the family forest to play, little Estelle had been at risk of being harmed by some prickly vines, and Mammon had already served as her backup healer then. Chapter 18, The Fruit. No need for thanks. Mammon, with a haughty air, licked its paw and regarded her with the lofty gaze of a cat surveying its subjects. Little Estelle, I haven't had a proper conversation with you in quite some time. It sounded as though Mammon was about to impart something significant, prompting Estelle to tilt her head in curiosity. Her clear eyes reflected the great cat's form, pure and focused. Perhaps sensing its own seriousness, Mammon cleared its throat to soften its tone and began to speak. Estelle, my dear, what do you think is most important for a Belling? Taken aback by this sudden and profound query, Estelle felt a bit flustered. Yet, meeting Mammon's deep gaze, she pondered for a moment before tentatively responding, Magic? The cat was not surprised by this answer, for indeed, among all the wizards in the world, only the Bellings possessed such immense magical abilities, making it of paramount importance. However, Mammon continued, the answer is oneself. Seeing the little girl stunned into silence, Mammon chuckled softly and continued, a true Belling would never allow themselves to be wronged. Estelle, you must prioritize your own feelings and well-being. The Belling family provides you with the confidence to do so. There is but one simple task for you, to repay in kind, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Do not engage in futile discussions with those worthless beings when faced with danger. The Bellings are not to be trifled with. Clever Estelle quickly grasped that Mammon was referring to the incident with Pansy. After contemplating, the little girl soon accepted the values that Mammon was instilling in her. Though a hint of confusion remained, but I haven't yet experienced a magical outburst, nor do I know any spells. What am I to do? Mammon was more than willing to guide the eager and obedient girl in the ways of the Belling spirit. After a magical outburst, it will indeed be a different scenario, it declared proudly. As for now, my dear Estelle, you can utilize any powers available to you to ensure that the wicked receive their just deserts. For instance, if Draco gifts you an apple, you should respond with a pear. If Pansy inflicts wounds upon you, ensure she pays an equal price. Fair exchange. This is one of the secrets to the Belling family's enduring legacy. Estelle seemed to absorb Mammon's words, mumbling, utilizable powers. Indeed, Mammon urged, the Malfoy family. Those who wish to court the Bellings, and I, along with Pegasus, are all part of this power. Estelle bowed her head in quiet contemplation, while Mammon patiently groomed its fluffy fur nearby. It mused that even if Estelle chose not to uphold the Belling family tradition by attending Durmstrang, the Slytherin house at Hogwarts would surely welcome her. The Bellings inherently possessed the qualities of Slytherin. It was merely that Estelle was still young, like a blank canvas needing guidance and direction to blossom into a magnificent masterpiece, restoring the splendor of the Belling legacy from the days of Merlin. Pegasus is a bit presumptuous to think that little Estelle would grasp all this. I know my Estelle is smart enough to understand. If such matters were to arise again, Estelle would be capable of resolving them on her own without Mammon's intervention. The little girl must explore her path, for that is the essence of growth. Now, a gift from Pegasus and me for you. Happy birthday, Estelle. The cat extended its paw to nudge two black fruits it had placed on the pillow, and the two plump orbs immediately rolled into Estelle's line of sight, having just emerged from her reverie. The little girl's brow involuntarily twitched. Prior to this, Mammon and Pegasus had each offered her peculiar edibles, the sharp-sounding demon fruit from the deep purple roots of a man-eating plant, along with a plethora of unidentifiable, strange vegetation. Estelle hesitantly picked up the ebony fruit in front of her, casting a pitiful glance at Mammon. Must I eat this? Go on, it won't harm you. Mammon grinned, its cute and soft demeanor now resembling that of a wolf trying to deceive Little Red Riding Hood. Feeding little Estelle had always been a source of amusement for both Mammon and Pegasus, though they were often puzzled by the myriad expressions that flitted across her face. By the way, one of these fruits belongs to me, Mammon said, glancing at the sleeping Draco with reluctance. Thank you, and please extend my gratitude to Pegasus as well. Estelle replied politely, though fear lingered in her heart. Mammon, even without the estate key, could effortlessly alter its spatial presence with its exceptional abilities, a trait Estelle envied immensely. Estelle took a bite of the fruit, and as anticipated, an unusual astringency spread across her palate, prompting her to wrinkle her nose in discomfort. Well, that will have to wait until after Christmas, Mammon remarked. To my knowledge, the Malfoys intend to send you and Draco to a master potion maker for a period of time. In order to better adjust the efficacy of the suppressants, he added. Estelle showed little interest in the potion master, after hastily finishing the fruit in her hand. She gazed at Draco's sleeping visage for a moment. Then, she extended a mischievous little hand. The astringency in her mouth instantly roused Draco from his slumber. He opened his eyes in terror, only to discover little Rose was intent on shoving a poisoned apple into his mouth. Poor little dragon jumped 3 feet into the air, stepping back in bewilderment as he stammered, Dahlia, what is it that you have? Estelle tilted her head innocently. It's a birthday gift from Mammon. He brought you one too. Surely, Mammon would never harm them, but her brother, upon waking, would certainly not consume such a bitter fruit. So what nefarious intentions could little Dahlia possibly have? Sharing the blessings and bearing the burdens together. Draco cast a glance at Mammon, who held his chin high, seemingly confident about his gift, and felt utterly despondent. Why not? Why not politely decline? Mammon indignantly turned his back to him, unappreciative little brat. If it weren't for Pegasus wanting to send a gift back to the Malfoys, I wouldn't share this precious offering with you. Ultimately, Draco could not resist the pleading glimmer in little Rose's eyes, and under her encouraging gaze, he reluctantly consumed the poisoned apple. Fortunately, nothing transpired as he had feared. After a sticky apology to Estelle, Draco remained on edge for several days, finally managing to forget about the fruit. Chapter 19. The Serpent King of the Cellar. On the eve of Christmas, 2 restless little imps, as planned, were bundled off by the Malfoy couple to Spinner's End. Aware that Severus Snape despised furry creatures, Mammon was left behind at Malfoy Manor. Naturally, Draco did not forget to bring along his Christmas gift for his godfather, a bottle of shampoo infused with a degreasing potion. Severus Snape nearly expelled Draco from his abode upon catching sight of the jasmine scent labeled on the bottle. Had it not been for the boy's excessively innocent and naive expression, Snape might have suspected that Lucius Malfoy, that man whose mind was filled with nothing but folly, had orchestrated this prank through his son. In any case, under the arrangement of Lucius and Narcissa, Snape reluctantly allowed the 2 little rascals to step across his threshold. The low-ceilinged room was permeated with a faint dampness. The light seemed ensnared by heavy curtains and the dust of ages, barely managing to filter through the window and casting a mottled, feeble glow within. Rather than a residence, it resembled a potion laboratory. Various potion ingredients were stored in glass bottles, ceramic jars, and even ancient vessels etched with mysterious runes. The living room had been transformed into a workspace by its owner. A massive table, crafted from lustrous black wood, dominated the center, with a cauldron bubbling away, exuding a refreshing herbal aroma. This will be your room, Severus Snape stated flatly as he opened the door to a chamber on the 2nd floor. Draco, holding Estelle's hand, whispered in her ear. I stayed in this room when I visited my godfather before. Indeed, she affirmed. Before Estelle could utter another word, Snape cast a cold gaze upon the 2 children. In order to provide the delicate Miss Belling with a more comfortable stay, Lucius even discarded the old bed that had occupied the room. Draco cautiously glanced at the double bed within, confirming it was indeed a new one, larger and adorned with luxurious bedding. It was evidently his father's handiwork. Seemingly aware of Draco's scrutiny, Snape let out a derisive snort. I assume Mr. Malfoy is unaware of whose abode this truly is. Hence, he gallantly disposed of that bed. Estelle could distinctly hear the contempt with which Snape uttered the word gallantly. Perhaps Lucius had not anticipated that someone would take issue with his decision to replace the furniture in his home. Snape's gaze shifted between the 2 little heads. One golden and the other silver. From now on, this will be the playground for you 2 little brutes. Draco, he suddenly addressed. Draco jolted upright. Yes, Godfather? On the desk in the bedroom, there are several introductory books on potion making. I expect you to make full use of that thing around your neck over the next few days, and at least read through the theories 3 times. 3 times. Draco gaped at the stack of books on the wooden desk, thick enough to be as tall as his 5 fingers. At least I didn't ask you to memorize it all. Merely reading through is sufficient, Snape replied, his brow furrowing, completely unconcerned with whether Draco was of an age to handle such a heavy workload. After all, Snape only needed to find them something to occupy their time, ensuring they did not disturb him while he brewed potions. Estelle. She was abruptly called by name, and she looked up at Snape with wide, innocent eyes. Her cherubic face glowed with a rosy hue, and her large, watery eyes fixed intently on him. The Serpent King of the cellar momentarily froze, swallowing back the words that had been on the tip of his tongue. Snape averted his gaze from Estelle, stating dryly, "Follow me." Estelle obediently nodded. "All right." Draco immediately cast her a sympathetic glance, signaling her to fend for herself. The platinum-haired boy, fearful that his godfather might unleash his venomous words, wisely withdrew his head from the bedroom as he watched Estelle innocently grasp Snape's finger. Merlin, may my godfather forgive her for her ignorance, considering she is still a child. Draco fervently prayed. Snape, naturally, sensed the warmth emanating from her fingertips almost immediately. His body stiffened, and he cast a bewildered look at the seemingly audacious Miss Belling. Hee. Estelle giggled, noticing Snape's attention and beaming up at him with a smile that revealed 8 perfectly aligned pearly whites. Snape's pupils flickered, just as he was about to speak. He saw this somewhat charming little brute's mouth open and close as she uttered a single phrase, "Hug." Estelle raised her arms, mirroring the gesture she had made upon seeing Lucius Malfoy that day, reaching out to the tall man who emanated the scent of herbs. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt a peculiar fondness for this serious-faced gentleman. Perhaps the little Estelle detected the fragrance of the strange plants Pegasus often gathered for her lingering upon him, which made her feel an inexplicable affinity. As Estelle's little arms grew weary, she tilted her head in confusion, noticing Snape's tightly furrowed brow as he stared at her. It seemed he sought some hint of reluctance or fear of appeasement on his face. Alas, he miscalculated. Miss Belling genuinely seemed to like him and was simply seeking a warm embrace. Snape was taken aback by this conjecture, letting out a faint cough, his gaze evasive and unwilling to meet the girl's expectant misty blue eyes. Miss Belling, I do not relish human interaction. He finally managed to reclaim his indifferent tone, speaking rapidly as though concealing something. Moreover, I presume that the 5-year-old Miss Belling is quite capable of walking independently. Estelle discerned the refusal in his tone, her spirits dampening as she let her arms drop, and, mimicking her previous actions, took hold of Snape's pinky finger. The man paused momentarily, ultimately refraining from uttering anything further, allowing the little girl to lead him towards the main hall on the first floor. Draco, unable to shake off his concern for Estelle, withdrew his furtive gaze from the crack in the door, fully aware of the risks of being discovered by his godfather. He had initially intended to shield his sister should his godfather unleash his venom upon her, but instead found himself scratching the back of his head in bewilderment. Merlin, his godfather, who typically shunned human contact, was allowing Estelle to hold his hand. Such a harmonious scene could only exist in dreams, surely. Indeed, no one could resist Estelle's charm. No one. Chapter 20, Potion Improvement. Sit here, Snape instructed, withdrawing his pinky finger and gesturing to a wooden chair beside the workbench. It was evident that Miss Belling was far more obedient than his own monstrous protege from the Malfoy family. She promptly hopped onto the chair, her short legs swinging as she dutifully fixed her gaze upon Snape. The underground Serpent King made a concerted effort to ignore those glistening eyes, silently drawing his wand from his sleeve. A wisp of dark blue energy suddenly surged from the tip of his wand, gracefully spiraling around Estelle's delicate wrist. The warm sensation gradually enveloped the girl's entire arm, radiating toward her limbs and core. The winter's chill dissipated, and Estelle comfortably squinted her eyes. Strangely, she felt no fear of what he might do to her. Snape, for once distracted, contemplated this peculiarity, his expression growing more complex. Let us not mention that troublesome bunch of students at Hogwarts. Even Draco seemed somewhat timid in his presence. Yet, before him, Estelle gazed with bright eyes at the ceaseless flow of energy from the tip of his wand and curiously inquired, "Are you assessing my physical condition to improve my suppressant?" Snape's thoughts were interrupted by the girl's sweet, light voice. Uncharacteristically, he refrained from responding with sarcasm, merely acknowledging her with a curt reply. Estelle, undeterred by Snape's aloof demeanor, smiled softly and said, "My godfather told me that Uncle Severus has been helping me create potions. Thank you." Lucius shares everything with her. But Severus Snape certainly does not require gratitude from a little girl. Wait, what did she just say? Godfather? Snape raised an eyebrow. Having only known that the little giant from the Belling family would be residing at Malfoy Manor for some time, he hadn't anticipated that Lucius would become the little giant's godfather. This implied a connection between Estelle and Draco, for reasons unknown. Snape's already downward-turned lips drooped even further. He scoffed, choosing not to engage with Estelle's words. The latter cast a puzzled glance at the man, whose mood seemed to fluctuate, and silently pressed her lips together. Estelle felt a premonition if she spoke again. Cold-hearted, yet warm-hearted Uncle Severus would undoubtedly send her to the second-floor bedroom. Very well, Miss Belling. After a brief moment, Snape retracted his wand. Yet the warmth that had enveloped the girl lingered. The temperature in Spinner's End was dismal, yet Estelle felt a cozy warmth enveloping her, making her drowsy. Go upstairs, Snape instructed, looking down at the girl, who had just yawned twice. Draco was acutely aware of mealtime regulations and hoped that Miss Belling would adhere to them as he did. Estelle nodded dazedly, and beneath the weight of sleepiness, the typically coy little girl dawdled as she hopped off the chair, wrapping her arms around him, much to Snape's astonishment and wariness. Good night, Uncle Severus, Estelle said, completely oblivious to the fact that it was still afternoon. After delivering an untimely hug, she floated up the creaking wooden stairs. Behind her, the man's gaze burned intensely, and it took him a while to regain his composure. Snape seemed to comprehend why Lucius and Narcissa referred to her as sweetie. He shuddered violently, irately picking up a vial to begin adjusting the potion's effects. In truth, the warmth that enveloped Estelle began to fade once she distanced herself from Snape. Sitting on the double bed in her bedroom, she stared blankly at Draco, who was engrossed in his studies. While still somewhat drowsy, she found herself less inclined to sleep. Meanwhile, the platinum-haired boy appeared deeply troubled, furrowing his brow as he flipped through the yellowed pages, striving to cram the knowledge into his mind. In a few days, he would discover from his godfather that his head was filled with nothing but fluff. Brother, I want to read too, Estelle said, swinging her short legs restlessly from the bed. Draco observed her intently, then gravely asked, Estelle, do you wish to sleep? After glancing at Draco's expression and then at the enormous tome on his lap, she quickly dismissed the notion. Don't rush, Estelle, Draco began, having finally opened a conversational thread. You should wait until after your magical outburst to read these books. For now, just enjoy being the little princess of the Malfoy family without a care in the world. Besides, you're a year younger than me, so you'll likely start school a year later. I will make sure to study diligently and aim for outstanding in every subject. So if you have any questions, you can feel free to ask me. As Estelle listened to her brother's chatter, her gaze drifted to the tall bookshelf in the corner of the room, where a few dusty tomes were haphazardly arranged, the topmost row appearing particularly ancient. Estelle, what's wrong? Draco followed her gaze, inquiring. You don't intend to read the books up there, do you? Yes, there's an illustrated book, Estelle said excitedly, pointing to a particularly exquisite volume at the top of the shelf. A compendium of magical plants. For a little girl yet to experience a magical outburst, this could indeed serve as an entertaining diversion. However, Draco, glancing anxiously at the towering shelves, murmured, Doesn't it seem like our godfather placed the books up so high to prevent us from accessing them? But Uncle Severus said we could freely explore this room. Estelle countered with a valid point. Locking eyes with her misty blue irises for just a moment, Draco conceded, acknowledging her reasoning. She was correct. If their godfather truly wished to keep them from those books, he would have relocated them to another room long ago. Yet, the young Malfoy heir had not considered the size of this room. Snape, is it conceivable that aside from the grand hall on the first floor, this is the only room on the second floor that accommodates the bookshelf? What of Miss Belling and Mr. Malfoy, who remained blissfully unaware of the plight of the common folk? Alas, it is simply out of our reach, being too elevated. Estelle felt a tinge of disappointment. Draco, with a mysterious smile, produced a slender wand from seemingly nowhere, eliciting admiration from his younger sister. The corners of Draco's mouth curled upward in delight at her awe. Chapter 21, The Pungent Fruit. Before Estelle could inquire further, Draco began his explanation. Dahlia, this was a gift from Father following my surge of magic. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he continued. Father promised to give me a new wand before I enroll at Hogwarts in a few years. Estelle, in a hushed tone, asked, Does Godfather know you took the wand out of the manor? At her words, a fleeting discomfort crossed Draco's face. In an effort to maintain his composure before Estelle, he raised his chin defiantly. Of course, I must always protect you. How can I do so without a wand? Estelle bit her lip. Though she felt secure under Uncle Snape's roof, she shrugged it off, thinking that as long as her little gem was happy, that was all that mattered. What spell can retrieve that book? She turned her attention to Draco, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. Draco's pale face flushed slightly. He pondered for a moment, realizing he couldn't confess that he had only mastered the Scourgify spell thus far. In any case, I can help you obtain that book, Draco insisted. stretching his neck and withholding the truth. Estelle nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Clearing his throat, Draco raised the wand and whispered, "Scourgify." The first spell Lucius had taught him indeed proved to be well-founded, as the bookshelf shuddered momentarily before shedding all its dust. However, the potion book remained steadfast in its place. Estelle averted her gaze, her brow furrowed with suspicion. "Brother, what did you just say? It seems so familiar. Akin to the incantations you recite while tending to my hair each evening." He wouldn't dare think of using the cleaning spell to retrieve that book, would he? No, you misheard me. Draco hastily interrupted, his eyes darting. "I'll try a few more times. I'm certain I can manage it. It's just that the tremor charm is new to me, and I'm still getting the hang of it." "Is that so?" Estelle resumed her starry-eyed gaze. "Scourgify, scourgify, scourgify." The tip of the wand flickered with light as Draco waved it erratically, entirely oblivious to his mispronunciation. Boom. The bookshelf quaked violently, and several volumes perched precariously on the top shelf teetered ominously. Estelle's pupils dilated, and she inhaled sharply. "Be careful, Dahlia," Draco exclaimed, twisting awkwardly just in time to catch the books before they could crash to the floor. The atmosphere fell silent, save for their ragged breaths. The two little ones exchanged glances, relief evident in their eyes as they silently acknowledged their narrow escape from calamity. "It's still up there." Estelle excitedly rummaged through the beautifully bound potion book, though her expression shifted to one of disappointment after inspecting the covers of all the books Draco held. Draco gazed intently at her, a plan surging forth in his mind. "Dahlia, I'll do this, and then you. Can we really do that?" "Fear not. Godfather won't discover it. He is busy brewing potions on the first floor. As long as we are cautious, there will be no mistakes." "All right." On the first floor, Snape furrowed his brows, scrutinizing the potion vials before him. "Belladonna, a dash of white. No, it needs to be even less. That little troll cannot handle too much dosage at present. Brother, I want to see too." "Buzz. No, you cannot. Dahlia, you wouldn't understand. But I'm so bored. I don't know what to do. Take a nap, Dahlia. I shall read you a story." The commotion from the two little trolls upstairs reached Snape's ears, tightening his lips almost instantaneously. Among the ruckus, a faint buzzing sound emerged. What could it be? Snape's frown deepened. However, he was at a critical juncture in preparing the skin thirst suppressant. Let us hope the two little ones dare not wreak havoc here. Just a little longer, Severus. After all, Lucius's condition for trade was a whole cabinet of rare potions. "Dahlia, what do you think of this story? Do you like it?" "Of course." "Buzz." Snape's gaze remained fixed on the bubbling cauldron before him, his fists clenched tightly. On the second floor, Draco hurriedly stowed away his wand, swiftly relocating all the fallen books beneath the table. Yes, through a series of deft maneuvers, the bookshelf had been successfully emptied. Estelle was thoroughly engrossed in the potion book she held. If Merlin knew that the Scourgify spell could be employed in such a manner, he would surely rise from his grave to commend the young Malfoy. "All right, we must be quiet," Draco whispered, tiptoeing. Ever since Estelle had taken residence in Malfoy Manor and shared his meals, the noble young master had subtly shed his loquacious tendencies. Although he was still uncertain how to return all the books to their rightful places later, "Just finish this book first, Dahlia." With that, Draco cast a glance at the thick stacks of books beneath the table, his expression reminiscent of one resigned to fate. "Hey, what's wrong, Dahlia?" Draco approached the little girl, immediately spotting the content on one of the last pages of the book she had carelessly flipped through. Estelle had not anticipated that her casual browsing would reveal something remarkably familiar. "This is..." Draco's eyes widened as he pointed at the glossy, jet-black fruit depicted in the center of the page, momentarily at a loss for words. "This is the gift that Mammon and Pegasus gave to Estelle for her birthday. They even graciously presented one to Draco. The pungent fruit. Effect, an ancient fruit from the age of dragons, rumored to enhance and widen a wizard's magical capacity, unverified. Taste unknown, survival conditions unknown, now extinct. The pungent fruit." Draco's pale gray eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that what we consumed was indeed the pungent fruit? "By Merlin, where on earth did your cat procure such a thing?" "Belling Manor." Estelle, equally perplexed, replied softly, I don't know. I must look further ahead." True to its reputation as a master potion maker's anthology, Dahlia soon discovered several plants she recognized. Dahlia bluegrass enhances magical limits. Felsflower boosts self-healing abilities. Abaton fruit grants flawless skin. All were marked as extinct ancient plants, and Estelle had tasted their flavors, thanks to Mammon and Pegasus. Chapter 22, The Half-Blood Prince. In a bid to spare Draco from further astonishment, Estelle kindly withheld the truth that Belling Manor harbored other varieties of ancient potions. The revelation of the pungent fruit alone was enough to leave the young master in a state of shock. At that moment, he truly believed it to be a poisonous apple. In a show of solidarity with Dare, He swallowed it down with great difficulty. Had he known Draco would lament so profoundly, he would have consumed whatever peculiarities Mammon sent his way without a second thought. Estelle read with remarkable speed, especially when faced with the limited text of the illustrated book. Before long, she set her sights on the stack of books Draco had shoved beneath the table. The boy was seated at the desk, immersing himself in the convoluted knowledge of Introduction to Potions, utterly oblivious to Estelle stealthily extracting something from beneath his feet. To be precise, it was a notebook nestled among the numerous tomes. Its cover was a somber shade of deep gray, appearing quite unremarkable. Curiously, Estelle opened the first page, where a striking inscription caught her eye: Half-Blood Prince. Wow, how cool. Estelle bestowed high praise upon this pseudonym. Oh dear, what are you reading? A fluffy platinum-colored head leaned in closer. Draco gazed at the elegant words, momentarily frozen in place, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Heir. Fa-ha. Finally, Draco erupted into raucous laughter, his cheeks flushed as he doubled over, clutching his stomach in mirth. What is so funny? Estelle tilted her head in curiosity. Ha ha ha. Dare. Who would name themselves the Half-Blood Prince? Please, I stopped calling myself a prince when I was 4. This must be a notebook confiscated by the godfather from the students. Huh? The Half-Blood Prince is no different from a Muggle princess or a pure-blood queen. How absurd. Evidently, this slightly unconventional pseudonym struck a rare chord with the young master's sense of humor. Draco laughed so heartily he could hardly catch his breath. Dare. You don't actually think that name is cool, do you? No, brother, I just... Ha ha ha. Then why aren't you laughing? Brother, I just thought you might want to turn around, Estelle replied bashfully. Draco seemed to sense a chilling gaze from behind, and the corners of his mouth drooped in dismay. A smile does not vanish, it merely shifts. However, the smile lingering at Snape's lips appeared decidedly ominous. Mr. Malfoy, the gentleman, and Miss Belling, of noble lineage. He fixed his piercing gaze on the notebook before them. I presume you are aware that when visiting another's home, one ought not to meddle with the owner's belongings. As for the so-called half-blood prince, that is none other than my unfortunate old godfather. Draco's pupils trembled, and he took a quieter breath, seemingly trying to diminish his presence. Nonetheless, that platinum head leaned slightly forward, positioning itself protectively in front of Estelle. My apologies, godfather, he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. Estelle, too, realized that Snape had no intention of allowing them to peruse the books on the shelf, and she quickly recognized her misstep. Lowering her head, she spoke contritely, Uncle Severus, I'm sorry. The atmosphere grew strangely tense. Since you two little brats appear to have nothing better to do, Snape paused. I believe handling some slugs will make your time in Spider Alley more enriching. Slugs? What are? Estelle began to inquire. But her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Draco's despondent expression. Well, it must be something dreadful. In the iron barrel, the slugs languidly writhed, their slimy bodies exuding a repulsive green hue. Even through a moderately thick pair of gloves, Estelle could feel their slickness. How disgusting. But who knew the godfather would choose such a pseudonym? Draco cast a quick glance at Snape, who was busy writing something at the workbench. And seeing he wasn't looking their way, he dared to mutter softly to Estelle. Draco's swift movements indicated he was no stranger to handling slugs. Clearly, his frequent visits to Spider Alley had made him adept at getting caught in mischief. I'm sorry, brother, I didn't remind you in time. And it was I who wanted to see that illustrated potion book. Estelle unabashedly admitted her mistake, offering a sincere apology. Draco, however, would not allow her to shoulder the blame, hastily assuring her, it's fine. Even if you weren't here, the godfather would always find a way to punish me. His perspective on consolation was rather unique. Right, grab it here. While the slugs are distracted, give it a good yank and quickly toss their slime into the other barrel. Draco expertly guided Estelle through the process. Yet, Estelle furrowed her brow tightly, not due to the difficulty of the task, but because of the vague, high-pitched screams echoing in her ears. Oh, you little wretch, be gentle. Ah, hurrah, 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 long live the king of slugs. We are doomed. We are doomed. Wah 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 la la. Estelle held the plump slug before her eyes, staring at it uncertainly. Put it down. How rude. The little girl's misty blue eyes began to sparkle. It turned out they possessed some form of intelligence, though not as articulate as Mammon or Pegasus. Some of the little slugs could only manage incoherent sounds from within the barrel. Gurgle gurgle. Seizing the opportunity while Draco and Snape were preoccupied, Estelle whispered her desire to converse with them. What are you saying, gurgle gurgle? The damp earth is the king's warm bed. Charge. The slug army. The strategist shall lead us to find the supreme king of slugs. Estelle's eyes widened in shock. I'm not. I didn't say that. I said don't move. I'll be gentle and won't hurt you. Alas, it was too late. The enchanted slug army spread the word. And soon they all knew that a wizard strategist was set to lead them in raising the domain of the evil potion master. Chapter 23, slugs. The unawakened larvae trailed behind the older slugs, striving to escape the confines of the barrel. Draco, methodically dealing with the slime in his hands, happened to catch a glimpse of the slugs in the barrel moving in an organized frenzy, seemingly attempting to escape their confines. Damn it, what is happening? These slugs shouldn't have fully thawed yet. Draco's face contorted in disgust as he flung away the slug that had crawled onto his foot, his voice trembling with agitation. With a forceful kick, the slug now found itself scuttling across Snape's workbench. Our poor potion master, Severus Snape, forced to coexist with two little brats, immediately grasped the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he surmised that the two little rascals were up to no good. Newly thawed slugs would not regain their vigor within a mere half hour. Suppressing his astonishment, confusion, and the fury stemming from being interrupted in potion preparation, Snape pointed his wand at the swarm of slugs erupting from the barrel. Quick freezing. As the incantation left his lips, a layer of frost began to form upon the surface of the slugs that had been crawling ominously within the barrel. A series of consecutive freezing spells were cast, swiftly encasing the several large insects that had crawled onto the ground in a solid sheath of ice. Severus Snape's countenance darkened as his indifferent, somber gaze fell upon the two tearful little giants. "Speak," he commanded. "What is the meaning of this?" His tone was far from amiable. Esther's small head drooped, her delicate frame exuding a sense of guilt as she stepped forward, completely oblivious to the circumstances in Draco's clear, bewildered eyes. "Uncle Snape, I intended to converse with the slugs, but they misunderstood me, and, well, this is the outcome. I am truly sorry for the trouble I've caused." Her voice was muffled with regret. Snape scoffed coldly. "Miss Belling, I had anticipated a more convincing explanation from you. Yet you possess quite the audacity to weave a muggle fairy tale before a potions master at such a moment. Conversing with slugs, surely I am not yet so decrepit as to confuse fantasy with reality, Miss Belling." Draco, weary of his godfather's sardonic remarks, closed his eyes, mourning for Esther's plight. "Draco, godfather." The sudden call of his name startled Draco, causing his heart to race and his posture to straighten. "Due to Miss Belling's rudeness and folly, coupled with your negligence, your unfortunate old godfather has resolved to write to your father tomorrow." Snape's expression remained impassive as he spoke rapidly. "After tonight, you shall return to Malfoy Manor." He had already assessed Belling's condition and had a general direction for modifying the suppressant's formula. He had no desire to babysit these two giants who perpetually disrupted his orderly life. "Godfather," Draco implored, gazing up at the frigid-faced man. "Please don't write to my father. What if he finds out I was sent away from you after just a day?" Esther bit her lip, her pallid complexion devoid of color. The slugs, still in their nascent understanding, could not comprehend her words. Moreover, Snape was clearly incensed, even if she fumbled to justify herself. It might not quell his displeasure from having interrupted his potion-making. Then, Esther pouted, striving to prevent her shimmering tears from spilling over. Subsequently, in Draco's eyes, which were filled with admiration for a brave warrior, and Snape's bemusement, the cause of the slug exodus, Miss Belling stepped forward and tightly clung to Snape's leg. Snape froze momentarily. "Miss Belling, I think." Just before venomous words could escape him, Esther lifted her gaze to meet Snape's. Her delicate eyelids drooped slightly, glistening with tears that trembled, as if they were morning dew poised to fall from blades of grass, evoking a sense of tenderness. She pressed her lips together, clearly fighting to restrain her emotions. In the next heartbeat, Snape heard her whisper, "Please, uncle, don't send us away." The unyielding man hesitated. The anger that had surged moments before seemingly extinguished by the tears shimmering on her lashes, leaving him with an indescribable pang of sorrow. Before Snape could respond, Draco, who could not bear to see Esther cry, spoke with a hint of a quaver. "Please, godfather, don't send us away. We were wrong. And we won't do it again. I like Uncle Snape. I promise to listen to you from now on. Good godfather, good godfather. Good uncle, good uncle." Snape inhaled deeply, his resolve softened by their earnestness. "Very well, in light of your sincere contrition, I retract my earlier statement. However, should you repeat today's antics?" He hesitated. "I'll help Uncle Snape with 3 barrels of slugs," Draco declared, clenching his teeth, determined to prevent his godfather from contacting his father. "I will help Uncle Snape with 4 barrels of slugs." Esther chimed in eagerly. It was in that moment she truly comprehended why Draco wore such a heart-wrenching expression whenever slugs were mentioned. "For barrels? We'd be beside those iron barrels all day and still not finish." Snape snorted, his tone unexpectedly gentler than before. "Two little giants, I must remind you. I do not possess a peculiar fondness for collecting vast quantities of slugs. Moreover, if you do not release my leg, that letter may very well find its way to Malfoy Manor by tomorrow." Exchanging glances, Esther and Draco promptly relinquished their hold on Snape, their faces brightening with smiles. Chapter 24. Guests at Belling Manor. Time passed swiftly. 5 years flew by, and Estelle, meeting the expectations of many, experienced her own magical awakening at the tender age of 6, just as Draco had. In contrast to Theodore Knott and others, who encountered this pivotal wizarding milestone at 7, 8, or even 9, the two children from Malfoy Manor truly epitomized prodigious talent. However, Lucius was taken aback to discover that Hogwarts had not only sent an enrollment letter for 11-year-old Draco, but also for Estelle, who would ordinarily begin her schooling a year later. Lucius wondered if Dumbledore had lost his mind. However, after confirming that the news regarding Estelle's admission was indeed accurate, the Malfoy couple refrained from further comment. After all, this arrangement would allow Draco to better look after their beloved sweetie. Thus, 10 days prior to their embarkation on platform 9 3/4, the soon-to-be schoolgirl Estelle returned to Belling Manor to visit the Pegasi and portraits that had long yearned for her presence. Unlike previous occasions, this time she was accompanied by a platinum-haired little rascal. Lucius had not been mistaken. Draco was the first outsider in a century to cross the threshold of the manor. Consequently, the Malfoys joined forces to prepare the anxious young boy, dressing him in suitable attire and styling his hair into a very formal slick-back look. Estelle caught a glimpse of Draco's golden locks glimmering under the sunlight, courtesy of the hair wax. "What's wrong, dear? Is something amiss?" Noticing Esther's lingering gaze, Draco straightened, his pale gray eyes betraying a hint of nervousness. 5 years had stripped away the baby fat from his cheeks, though he still bore a youthful appearance. The platinum-haired gem had undoubtedly transformed into a small boy exuding the refined aura of a pure-blood aristocrat. His nose was straight, and his thin lips often curved into a subtle smile in Esther's presence. His erect posture and gentlemanly demeanor mirrored that of Lucius Malfoy. Only Draco's features were even more refined than those of his father. No, Estelle had always shown remarkable patience towards her little gem. The girl squinted her eyes, her misty blue irises sparkling with mirth as she inquired, "Shall I now open the gates of the manor? We wouldn't want to keep Pegasus and Grandma Shirley waiting." Despite Draco's daily interactions with Estelle, he occasionally found himself momentarily entranced by her increasingly exquisite beauty, just as he was now. Ahem. Draco formed a fist with his right hand and gently coughed into it, saying, "All right." Observing this, Estelle raised her wand, adorned with a deep green gemstone at its base. The very one Pegasus had gifted her 5 years ago upon her departure from Belling Manor. Belling. Initially, Draco was perplexed as to why Belling Manor was situated in such a remote area on the outskirts of northern England, even considering the sparse forest surrounding it as desolate. Until now, as Estelle's voice faded, Draco was astonished to witness the space before him inexplicably distort for a brief moment. Boom. A heavy black door gradually materialized before them. The dark wood, weathered by time, bore the marks of age upon its surface. Intricate patterns were carved into the door, along with ancient runes that Draco could not decipher. Yet his curiosity was piqued as he glanced at the light beyond the door. "Come on, brother," Estelle exclaimed, her tone tinged with excitement as she was about to reunite with Pegasus, whom she hadn't seen for half a year. Her eyes sparkled brightly, and before Draco could react, she took hold of his warm hand. Draco's ears flushed a deep crimson. They were both of age to attend Hogwarts, and even Lucius had resolved that they should sleep in separate beds from their first year. Yet, Estelle remained affectionate towards him, and the feeling was reciprocated. He would have to persuade his father. After all, Estelle would not be free from her yearning for physical closeness until she reached adulthood, so even at Hogwarts, he needed to look after her constantly. Perhaps Slytherin had single dormitories? A room spacious enough for a double bed would surely not be difficult to request given the Malfoy family's status as school governors. Draco's mind was abuzz with calculations. Mammon cast a sidelong glance at the scheming boy, then leapt over the threshold ahead of them. The fluffy feline figure vanished in an instant. Thus, the platinum-haired youth, lost in his peculiar thoughts, failed to immediately comprehend what transpired upon crossing the great door. A haze of light enveloped him. Standing beside Estelle, he gazed at the transformed scenery before him, completely oblivious to Lucius's admonitions before leaving Malfoy Manor. Merlin, Draco's mouth fell open, his pupils dilated. The ancient castle's towering spires pierced the clouds above. The gray stone walls were adorned with creeping vines, and the fountain in front splashed water high into the air. In the center of the path between the door and the castle stood a statue, and for a moment, Draco could not discern the gender of its exquisitely beautiful visage. Dressed in a voluminous wizard's robe from the Merlin era, it held a slender, undecorated wand aloft. Merely standing there, it exuded an undeniable pressure. Shifting his gaze to the left, he beheld an endless expanse of deep woods, under which ancient trees sprouted dense vegetation whose names eluded him. As if welcoming guests to Belling Manor, the trees gently bowed their trunks in the breeze, seemingly greeting Draco. Of course, He had yet to fully take in the grandeur of Belling Manor when his attention was captivated by a winged unicorn standing not far from them. Its pure white mane was impeccably groomed, and its massive, angelic wings flapped gracefully. "It's Pegasus," Estelle exclaimed excitedly, releasing Draco's hand to rush forward. The unicorn's gentle gaze welcomed her, its wings opening to securely catch her, expertly placing the small girl upon its broad back. As expected, it received Estelle's affectionate nuzzles and strokes. The girl's small face rubbed against Pegasus, and she murmured softly, "I missed you so much, Pegasus." Mammon, too, scampered over to the unicorn's feet, nudging Pegasus's unblemished hooves with its head. "I missed you too," came Pegasus's low murmur, addressing Estelle in the language of unicorns. "But shouldn't little Estelle introduce me to your guest? He seems—" Pegasus chuckled lightly, a hint of mischief in its tone. "Rather nervous." Chapter 25, Parents. Looking up, Draco found himself standing before Pegasus, having approached without realizing it. His pallid face appeared flustered and anxious, his gaze towards the unicorn a mixture of curiosity, astonishment, and excitement. Estelle often spoke of Pegasus, and he was aware it was a magical creature residing in Belling Manor. However, Draco had not prepared himself for the realization that this extraordinary being was indeed the Pegasus from Fantastic Beasts, and where to find them. I nearly forgot," Estelle exclaimed, recollecting herself at Pegasus's reminder. "Brother, this is Pegasus, the one I've mentioned frequently, much like Mammon, who grew up alongside me. Pegasus, this is Draco Malfoy." The all-knowing unicorn was well aware of the identity of the platinum-haired boy before it. Estelle would chat with Pegasus for hours whenever she returned to Belling Manor. What's more, Draco had taken her to discover a secret base in Malfoy Manor, or perhaps they had gotten into mischief with Severus Snape, or practiced fun spells together. Pegasus's mind was nearly filled with the frequency of Estelle's mentions of this name in recent years. In light of this name's increased prominence, Pegasus, Mammon, and the portraits had deliberated for quite some time. The forces at play found a rare consensus, agreeing that Estelle's invitation for Draco to visit Belling Manor was appropriate. "As for the purpose, it is an honor to meet you, esteemed Pegasus." Draco finally regained his composure, realizing that his expression had not been one of dignified restraint, and now wore a serious demeanor. His voice took on a solemn tone, even adopting a formal cadence. Pegasus discreetly evaluated the upright boy before it, stepping back slightly and inclining its head. "You have a discerning eye, Estelle?" Estelle was unsure what Pegasus meant by discerning eye, tilting her head and dismissing the comment. As thoughts of the little house elf's culinary skills filled her mind, her stomach grumbled, and she cheerfully said, "All right, let us hurry inside. What delicious dishes have the house elves prepared today?" "Rest assured, Estelle, they are all your favorite dishes, of course. Mammon also informed me in advance of Mr. Malfoy's preferences." Pegasus was always so considerate. The little girl smiled brightly as she caressed the warm back of the horse, her demeanor entirely at ease. Meanwhile, Draco silently walked alongside the girl and the unicorn, unfazed by Estelle's self-talk. After all, she possesses the extraordinary ability to communicate with magical creatures, not to mention the remarkable intelligence that sets her apart from ordinary wizards, particularly the Pegasus. Within the castle, a plethora of ancient, exquisite, and peculiar ornaments adorned the surroundings. A mere cursory glance revealed several priceless antiques. Considering the unfathomable depths of the forest beyond the castle, Draco was acutely aware that the Belling family's heritage extended far beyond what met the eye. However, the young Master Malfoy, hailing from the esteemed lineage of the 28 pureblood families, no longer exhibited the astonishment he had felt upon first entering the estate. The composed and dignified youth, as he strolled through the corridor lined with portraits, naturally garnered numerous subtle compliments. "Good afternoon, Grandmother Shirley, Grandfather, Great-grandfather." To prevent Draco from feeling lonely, Estelle, after a brief moment of closeness with the Pegasus, dismounted and took her brother's hand, leading him to greet each portrait in turn. "Ah, the young Malfoy, quite impressive indeed," remarked Shirley Belling, her eyes crinkling with delight as they lingered on the platinum-haired boy clad in a well-tailored black shirt and trousers. "Good afternoon, Grandmother Shirley." Draco's lips pressed into a straight line, exuding an air of calm and nobility. Were it not for Estelle's hand, which conveyed a damp warmth, he would have appeared entirely unfazed. "Look, how well his platinum hair complements little Della's. The heir of the Malfoys, is he? Heaven knows how worried I was that Estelle might bring home a goblin when she grows up. Now it seems I can be somewhat satisfied. Who would have thought the Malfoy beauty has been passed down just like the Bellings? You know how popular the Malfoy patriarch was back in my day, even at Durmstrang. I had heard tales. Is that so? Speaking of which, I can't help but think of poor little Della heading to Hogwarts alone. I've heard it's a house system there. Not sure. Truly wish Della could attend Durmstrang, but alas, Brian. Amidst the whispers of the portraits, Estelle soon arrived at the final portrait. Within the golden frame sat a sofa, upon which a man and woman with silver hair rested, their beauty striking. Draco keenly observed that the features of the middle-aged man bore a striking resemblance to Della's. These were her parents. Regrettably, the figures within the frame were asleep, oblivious to their daughter gazing at them from beyond the canvas. As she matured, Estelle gradually grasped the meaning of death. However, she was too young to remember when Brian and her mother passed away, and her memories of them were becoming increasingly blurred. Thus, each time she beheld this portrait in the Bellin estate's corridor, an inexplicable ache welled up within her. Fortunately, the couple's slumber grew shorter, and they often awakened to converse with Della during her visits. For a daughter who had to be fostered within the Malfoy family at such a tender age, they felt both guilt and compassion. Lucius Malfoy could only manage a portion of the Bellin estate until Della came of age. Thereafter, she would have to forge her own path. This was Estelle Bellin's responsibility. Della. Draco observed the little girl staring blankly at the portrait, mistakenly thinking she was in sorrow. The platinum-haired boy felt a tightening in his throat as he silently tightened his grip on her small hand. Ah, Estelle came to her senses, meeting his gaze filled with concern. The Pegasus and Mammon exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a shared complexity of emotions. I'm fine, let's go. The dining room is just ahead. Estelle smiled, her tone lighthearted. She adjusted the slightly tilted frame, yet the figures within remained undisturbed. The food at the Bellin estate was surprisingly as delectable as that of the Malfoys. Their post-meal dessert was an assortment of peculiar fruits brought from the forest by Pegasus and Mammon, each with its own unique appearance. Yet, Draco had become quite astute. Regardless of how these fruits looked, even if they resembled Merlin's droppings, he could swallow them down with an impassive expression. Draco, not really. Chapter 26, Boyfriend Preparations. Every time Estelle returned to the estate, she would spend the entire day chatting with Pegasus and Mammon. However, this time, with Draco nearby, both magical creatures refrained from speaking. After a brief exchange in their own language post-meal, Estelle appeared utterly fatigued, nestling into the sofa, her head drooping like a chick pecking at grain. Oh, why is Della so sleepy today? I haven't even had enough time to chat with her, Pegasus lamented, his wet eyes fixed on Estelle, resembling a forlorn stone statue. Mammon stood up, stretching lazily, and couldn't resist throwing a sly glance at the entranced young Malfoy, who was fixated on Estelle. It's this fellow's fault, with him around. We can't have a late-night chat with Della. Pegasus nodded in agreement. Actually, Malfoy isn't so bad, even if we speak to him in our human tongue. It's not a problem. TCH, Pegasus, don't forget that time, Mammon said, a flicker of displeasure crossing his countenance. Both muggles and wizards have a great interest in talking animals. I think that even Malfoy must wait until Della truly accepts him before he earns the right to know our secrets. Pegasus sighed. All right, Mammon, you make a valid point. Quickly regaining his composure, he approached Draco. The platinum-haired boy was momentarily taken aback by the sudden movement of the Pegasus, but as it nudged his arm, Draco understood its intent. The boy jumped off the sofa, adeptly bending down to place Estelle on his back. Although his arms were not yet particularly strong, they were capable of securely supporting the little girl's knees. Estelle let out a soft hum as she found a more comfortable position on Draco's back and drifted into a deep slumber. Let us go, Mammon, Pegasus, he whispered. We'll take her back to her room. Ordinarily, the route from the dining room to Della's bedroom would not require passing through the corridor, but Mammon intentionally took a detour. Uncertain whether it was to test Draco's stamina or for some other reason, Pegasus glanced at the fluffy feline curiously, but chose not to inquire further. Oh, little Della is so sleepy today. Look at how considerate the young Malfoy is. He seems quite adept at caring for our Della. Isn't this going to spoil Della? Goodness. Thomas, what are you saying? Doesn't the little princess of the Bellin family deserve such attentive care? In my view, Malfoy is doing splendidly. Listening to these praises, Draco pressed his lips even tighter together. A peculiar flush crept onto his pale, youthful face. Of course, Estelle was his little Rose, deserving of the utmost care. After all, it would not be excessive to have her every need catered to. Feeling the light weight on his back, Draco thought to himself, Draco Malfoy. A deep, resonant voice suddenly interrupted his musings. Lifting his gaze, the young boy met the penetrating eyes of the man within the adjacent portrait. The misty blue eyes, reminiscent of Estelle's, gazed at him quietly, devoid of any complex emotions that Draco could not comprehend. On the contrary, the man appeared relaxed, a hint of pleasant amusement gracing his lips. This was Brian Belling. Draco immediately adopted a serious demeanor, casting a swift glance at the other figure within the frame, the woman still dozing on the sofa. Uncle Belling. Brian chuckled lightly at the slightly tense platinum-haired boy before him. There's no need to be so anxious, young Mr. Malfoy. I am hardly a man-eating troll. He continued. Dahlia had a delightful childhood at Malfoy Manor, and I am exceedingly grateful for the care your family bestowed upon her. Please extend my thanks to your father as well." Brian's tone was warm and humorous, his handsome visage, akin to Dahlia's, evoking a sense of familiarity in Draco. Mr. Belling, who was accustomed to deftly navigating the business realm, swiftly alleviated Draco's initial apprehension at meeting a parental figure for the first time. "No need for formality, Mr. Belling," Draco replied, steadily cradling the slumbering young girl, his tone gradually becoming modest and unhurried. "Our family holds dear the lovely Miss Estelle. Growing up alongside her is, I believe." He paused, his gaze softening. "My fortune." Brian nodded, smiling. "Then I trust you will take good care of Dahlia in the coming years. After all, this is the first time the heir of the Belling family will be attending Hogwarts. Rest assured, Mr. Belling," Draco's eyes were resolute, "whatever I possess, Dahlia shall have as well. I will look after her." "Very well," Brian remarked, his gaze drifting over to his daughter's cherubic face, now flushed in sleep. He sighed lightly. "I hope you both enjoy your time at Belling Manor. I apologize for my wife's absence. She remains asleep and cannot join me in extending greetings to the Malfoys. Now then, Draco, good night." "Good night, Mr. Belling." Draco solemnly nodded at the kindly middle-aged man, and upon noticing Mammon and Pegasus had already set off, he hurried after them. It was evident that their conversation had been overheard by the other portraits lining the corridor. They could hardly contain themselves, chattering excitedly before Draco even had a chance to leave with Estelle in tow. "What does this mean? What does this mean? Has Brian acknowledged Draco's identity? I never claimed that, identity. The fiancé's identity?" It was rare to witness Brian speaking so amiably. I had thought he would regard anyone as a mere rival for his precious daughter, though it was hard to admit. One could not deny that the Malfoy lad was indeed the most suitable candidate. If Malfoy were to consider other pure-blood families, they would surely pale in comparison. But that doesn't mean we should simply accept Malfoy as Dahlia's fiancé. Oh, thinking about my Dahlia growing up to marry someone from outside our kin makes my heart ache. One day, the Belling family would have to face this reality. No. I think there's another title that suits this little rascal even better. What? Of course, it's Dahlia's boyfriend in reserve. Well said. Draco's ears turned crimson, and he quickened his pace. What reserve? One day, he would reclaim his title. Chapter 27, Diagon Alley. During the 2 nights spent at Belling Manor, Draco did not share a room with Estelle. This was to uphold the gentlemanly image of young Master Malfoy in the eyes of Pegasus and the portraits. However, Draco did not anticipate that upon returning to Malfoy Manor, Lucius and Narcissa would not only refuse his request to share a room with Dahlia after their admission to Hogwarts, but would also promptly call Dobby to move Draco's belongings out of their previous bedroom. "Little dragon, you've reached the age for schooling. You can't be like you were as a child." "Why not? What about Dahlia's condition?" "Sweetie's symptoms are gradually improving. By the end of the month, they can be managed with suppressants. Although you cannot share a room at Hogwarts, I believe you will take good care of her, won't you? But what if Dahlia suddenly experiences a flare-up? Severus suppressants might have only a 1% chance of causing something dangerous, but the Malfoys will certainly consider all contingencies. Therefore, I have arranged for you both to have separate dormitories to handle emergencies." Seeing Draco with his gaze cast down, looking rather dejected, Lucius sighed softly. The man's cool hand rested on the boy's platinum head. "Draco, you must understand that even siblings must recognize the differences between genders at this age. As a proper Malfoy, we must respect Miss Estelle Belling's wishes." Hearing that name brought Draco back to reality. He raised his eyes to ask, "Father, is this Dahlia's wish?" Lucius's brow furrowed slightly. The man then averted his gaze from the boy's pale gray eyes and nodded, "Yes." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lucius caught sight of Draco's increasingly despondent expression. It feels as if little Draco carries a shadow of my pursuit of Narcissa in his demeanor. Moreover, the idea of Draco sleeping in a separate room was certainly not initiated by the ever-attached Estelle. Communicating this to Draco was simply more persuasive. Trapped within the frame, Brian sighed. That fellow had sent Mammon with a message. It was filled with eloquent phrases expressing gratitude for the Malfoy family's care for his precious daughter over the years, and casually mentioned that since the suppressants could alleviate her symptoms, it would be better for the 2 children to sleep separately, even if Brian did not state it outright. Lucius was well aware that this was the crux of his correspondence. Clearly, Mr. Belling understood that his little girl would inevitably face the reality of being courted. Even if that suitor was the heir of the Malfoy family, a pillar among the pure-blood families for a millennium, Brian did not wish for his little cabbage to have too intimate an interaction with the boar at such an early stage. Upon learning of this matter, Draco was rather glum for a time. Meanwhile, Estelle, though missing the attentive brother who would dry her hair at night and cuddle with her as she slept, began to embrace her independence, as Mammon had hoped, exploring the wizarding world. She could at least perform some simple spells to manage herself and started to pay more attention to the noble image of the Belling family. However, this led to the consequence of the two children becoming even more inseparable during the day. Lucius and his wife found this delightful, while Mammon could hardly bear to watch. In the lead-up to the start of the Hogwarts term, the Ministry of Magic was exceedingly busy. Thus, the task of taking the two children to Diagon Alley to have their magical robes fitted was entrusted to Draco's godfather, Severus Snape. As for the other items mentioned in the acceptance letter, Estelle had received a wand with a core made from the phoenix feather encased in ebony wood, gifted by Pegasus, while Draco had long since received the hawthorn wand prepared for him by Lucius. Both of their pets were also arranged. Mammon would accompany Estelle to Hogwarts, while Draco's pet was a majestic swan from Malfoy Manor. "We have arrived," Snape said coldly, looking down upon the two little giants with their golden and silver hair. For the past 5 years, Estelle and Draco have invariably been dispatched to Spinner's Inn by Lucius on Christmas Eve, under the pretext of receiving early instruction in potion-making from Severus Snape. For reasons unknown, although Snape occasionally unleashed his venomous tongue upon the two, there lingered a palpable sense of affection beneath his sharp exterior, particularly when faced with the spirited Estelle. Surely, the esteemed young Malfoy and Miss Belling would not trouble their poor professor by running amok, would they? Draco, aware that his godfather had pressing matters to attend to that day, promptly nodded in agreement. "Of course, we shall wait for your return." Estelle, with her bright, innocent eyes, gazed up at Snape. For a fleeting moment, his gaze softened. Very well. Yet, it was but an instant, as the next moment revealed only the hurried retreat of the man, his robes billowing like a windswept bat. Had it not been for Snape's recent adoption of shampoo, thanks to Estelle's persistent persuasion, he might have resembled an exceedingly greasy creature at that moment. Now, however, this bat appeared somewhat more refined, as the cleanliness-conscious Miss Belling observed. Draco withdrew his gaze, taking hold of Estelle's soft hand, and calmly pushed open the door to Madame Malkin's robe shop, feeling the warmth radiating from his palm. Estelle was certain that Draco would not release her hand for the entirety of the day, save for the moment they would try on their robes. This peculiar phenomenon had arisen since they began sleeping apart. It seemed Draco increasingly treasured their daytime moments together, as though it were he, not Estelle, who was afflicted with a longing for physical closeness. "Welcome," exclaimed the plump lady in a well-tailored black gown, as she measured a small boy with thick black hair standing on a pedestal. Initially, it was merely a casual greeting, but upon catching sight of the unmistakable hair colors, she turned with delight. "Why, it's Mr. Malfoy and Miss Belling. Are you here to have your Hogwarts robes tailored as well?" "Indeed, madam," Draco replied, lifting his chin with an air of noble courtesy. "Might I inquire how long we shall need to wait?" "Oh, how unfortunate. I'm currently measuring Mr. Potter. However, it shan't be a lengthy wait. 5 minutes will suffice," Madame Malkin cheerfully responded. "Potter?" Upon hearing that surname, Draco seemed to connect the dots, immediately glancing at the bewildered boy on the pedestal. Harry Potter, lips pressed tightly together, had grown somewhat immune to the stares he received. Yet upon meeting the gaze of Miss Belling, he shyly lowered his head, visibly anxious. Estelle had noticed him well before Draco. The boy was pale and slender, his bright emerald eyes obscured behind round glasses that were held together with an abundance of clear tape. He appeared quite spirited. "That must be Harry Potter, Estelle," Draco declared, eager to share his discovery. However, turning to share the moment, he found his little Rose staring intently at the boy who was rumored to be the savior. "Harry Potter?" Estelle inquired softly, sensing Draco's exasperated gaze. For matters unrelated to her, her memory had always been rather poor. Thus, even though the name seemed somewhat familiar, as if she had heard it from her godfather, she could not quite recall who Harry Potter was. Noticing her confusion, Draco's mood inexplicably improved. He shook his platinum head slightly, his lips curling upward. "Yes, indeed, he is the renowned Harry Potter, the one who vanquished the Dark Lord. According to Malfoy etiquette, I believe we ought to approach the rather dazed Mr. Potter and extend our greetings." Estelle nodded in agreement. Having been born after the tumultuous times of the Dark Lord, and with the Belling family having remained secluded for centuries, she possessed only a rudimentary understanding of the legendary figure, evil, powerful, and arrogant, as her grandmother had described him. "Hello, Mr. Potter," Draco said, as he and Estelle approached the pedestal with a composed demeanor, extending his hand toward Harry. "I am Draco Malfoy. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Harry quickly assessed the boy before him and the girl at his side, tentatively reaching out to shake Draco's hand. "Hello, Mr. Malfoy. I am Harry Potter." "Hello, Miss Belling," he added, as the little girl imitated her brother's friendly gesture and shook Harry's clammy palm. "My sister and I are preparing for our enrollment. I presume you are doing the same, Mr. Potter?" Draco inquired with a hint of politeness. "Is there anything the Malfoys can assist you with?" In truth, Draco was not particularly keen on conversing with the blushing boy. However, Lucius had mentioned that the Savior Potter was in his year, encouraging him to forge a good relationship. Thus, despite Harry's apparent lack of intellect, Draco maintained his composure and exchanged a few words, albeit with an undertone of pure-blood superiority that made Harry uncomfortable. He sensed that Draco did not particularly like him, and the feeling was mutual, as if an invisible barrier existed between them. Yet, upon noticing the extraordinarily beautiful girl beside Draco, Harry found his discomfort dissipating entirely. "I don't think so, thank you," Harry replied. "Once I finish my fitting, I shall be off to purchase my first-year books. What about you?" Narcissa had already sent Dobby to procure the necessary potion supplies and other materials mentioned in the notices for both Draco and Estelle. Thus, it was evident that they were not on the same path as the Savior. "Very well," Draco replied, and Harry felt a momentary pang of disappointment. Nevertheless, facing the first pair of peers he had encountered since entering the wizarding world, he sincerely bid them farewell after Madame Malkin had completed his measurements. "Goodbye, Mr. Malfoy. Miss Belling. Goodbye, Potter. See you at Hogwarts." Estelle waved her little hand while standing beside Draco. As Madame Malkin retreated to the back to find suitable fabric for the two, the shop's atmosphere remained tranquil, with few wizards waiting inside. Draco turned his attention back to Estelle, asking, "What do you think of this Savior, Estelle?" Aside from his striking green eyes, Estelle could not recall anything particularly noteworthy about him. However, she noticed Draco's unusual reaction. "What is the matter?" she queried, following up on his remark. Clearly, Estelle had struck a chord with her brother's understanding of her. Draco opened up, leaning closer to her ear. "I never imagined Potter would be like this. Heaven knows how hard I tried not to stare at his tattered glasses. I've heard he was raised by his Muggle relatives, and judging by his appearance, it's evident he must have been bullied by those foolish Muggles without knowing how to fight back. But there's nothing to pity him for, Estelle, you must understand. He is a half-blood, especially his mother. She is undoubtedly a true one." Gazing into the curious, crystalline eyes of the little girl, Draco suddenly swallowed back the words he had nearly let slip from his throat, words he had recently learned from Blaise, a wizard of Muggle descent. He wrinkled his nose, opting for a different phrasing, arrogant, haughty, tainting the pure-blood lineage. Perhaps this was merely a fate that Potter was destined to endure. Estelle could not fathom why her precious gem harbored such immense disdain for someone she had never encountered. However, being of pure blood herself, and having been subtly influenced by the attitudes of purebloods during her years at Malfoy Manor, she found no offense in Draco's remarks. "But, brother, Potter seems quite polite. I do not dislike him." Of course, Draco shot her a strange glance, lifting his chin like a proud little peacock as he declared, "No one would refuse friendship with the Malfoys and the Bellinghams." Yet, the self-satisfied young Malfoy seemed to forget that Harry Potter, having just emerged from a Muggle family, was entirely unaware of what the names Malfoy and Bellingham signified. Upon hearing Draco's words, Estelle nodded thoughtfully, turning her attention back to Madame Malkin as she took Harry's measurements, momentarily casting aside thoughts of the boy who lived. The little girl smiled brightly and remarked, "However, compared to wizards of Muggle origin, I find half-blood wizards considerably less intolerable. Among them, there are still many exceptionally talented individuals. We cannot condemn all non-purebloods outright. After all, Godfather always says we must consider issues from multiple perspectives." Chapter 29, Platform 9 3/4. The Bellingham family held little regard for the pureblood supremacy ideology. Consequently, Estelle was also not particularly concerned with the convoluted dynamics between Muggleborns, half-bloods, and purebloods. After Draco was inducted into Estelle's circle of potential boyfriends, the portraits that incessantly clamored for dare to discern blood status became remarkably complacent, no longer meddling in their little princess's affairs, merely expressing, "As long as you are happy." But Draco was different. He had been indoctrinated with pure-blood ideals from a young age. Even though his first impression of the illustrious Harry Potter was favorable, Draco still felt a sense of disdain regarding Potter's mother's background. Not to mention, his father had alluded to the mutual disdain between himself and James Potter. Coexisting peacefully with the boy who lived was the greatest concession Draco could make. After all, the Malfoys had always upheld familial and personal interests above all else. Lucius, wielding considerable authority within the Ministry of Magic, had no desire to sever ties with what would likely become a significant figure in the future, Harry Potter. To some extent, this could be seen as a positive development. Multiple perspectives? Draco pouted as Madame Malkin turned him around. Well, yes, his father had indeed said such things, but he certainly did not wish for them to apply in this context. Anyone must acknowledge that, pure-blood wizards are the most gifted, most likely to achieve greatness. Brother, do not forget Uncle Snape. He is also a half-blood. Estelle's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the pale-faced boy. Dare you claim Uncle Snape's talent in potions is mediocre? Inferior to purebloods? Upon hearing that name, Draco's enthusiasm instantly waned. Fine, I concede that Godfather's aptitude in potions rivals that of most pure-blood wizards, he retorted stubbornly. But I must say, his talent for naming things is rather ordinary. Uffed, Estelle smirked, noticing Draco's struggle to contain a laugh. She then said earnestly, Draco, I assume your mind is not filled with thistles. Your poor old godfather is hardly worthy of a condescending greeting from Mr. Malfoy. Draco straightened his little face, replying, Good afternoon, half-blood prince. Uffed, ha. Unable to contain herself, she burst into laughter. Is this the reason you haven't yet prepared your robes, mocking your future potions professor? The familiar voice echoed from behind, causing both children to freeze in place. Draco glanced at Estelle, and Estelle returned his gaze. In each other's eyes, they saw the identical sentiment. Farewell to this beautiful world. In the 3 evenings leading up to the start of term, Draco and Estelle had spent time with the Snuggles. It was not until Lucius, with a sheepish demeanor, arrived at Spinner's Inn to collect the 2 audacious little rascals under the pretense of gathering school supplies, that Snape finally relented. He issued a stern reminder, anticipating their performance in potions class at Hogwarts, with the underlying message that should they falter, there would be more Snuggles eager to see them. Draco and Estelle could only lament in despair, deciding to enshrine the illustrious title of the half-blood prince in their hearts. Platform 9 3/4. The crowd bustled with excitement as first-year students eagerly made their way through. Some attempted to levitate their luggage with newly learned spells, while others could hardly wait to showcase their wands to friends. The air was thick with the enticing aroma of chocolate frogs and pumpkin pasties. The steam-emitting train stood patiently at the platform, its doors wide open, with some students already entering their compartments. Draco, Estelle. Narcissa had not intended to cry, but upon seeing her precious little dragon and the most adorable sweetie standing before her in their neatly pressed robes, she could not help but let tears fall upon the cold ground. I am so happy for you both. She bent down to embrace the 2 children, sobbing. I cannot believe how swiftly time has flown. In the blink of an eye, you are about to leave us. Lucius sighed softly, gently wrapping his arms around his wife, his eyes brimming with warmth. Do not worry, sissy. Draco and Dare are children we can be proud of. I believe you will excel at Hogwarts beyond what your father and I have achieved. I will, father. Draco nodded resolutely. Estelle felt the weight of parting tug at her heart, her little lips pouting, unable to find her voice as tears pooled in her eyes. She would miss her godfather and the sweet, delectable pastries made by Aunt Narcissa. Oh, sweetie. Narcissa's heart ached further upon seeing Estelle's expression. She pressed a kiss to the little girl's soft cheek, saying, Do not be afraid, sweetie. With the Bellingham talent, you will surely shine at Hogwarts. I will frequently send you letters and sweet treats. The train emitted a low hum, signaling its imminent departure. Despite their reluctance, the moment of farewell had arrived. Draco led Estelle towards their compartment, and through the clear glass, Lucius's gaze deepened. Good luck, my children. Draco, take care of Dare. If you encounter any insurmountable issues, write to your father. Draco fought back tears that threatened to spill from his eyes, replying, Of course, father. It was not until the train began to move that Estelle regained her voice to bid farewell to Lucius and Narcissa. Inside the compartment, the chatter and laughter of older students filled the air, but the 2 little ones, having just bid adieu to their beloved family, felt little enthusiasm. Thankfully, Draco's dismal mood was quickly replaced by the thrill of embarking on a new journey, a thrill that peaked when Blaise, Theodore, Daphne, and Crabbe gathered in the same compartment. Hey, did you know? Harry Potter is starting school this year. Daphne exclaimed excitedly. As Goyle tore the wrapper off a chocolate frog, his eyes widened in surprise. Harry Potter? That Harry Potter? I believe you know what I am referring to. Indeed, he was correct. Blaise smirked slightly, the corners of his mouth hinting at a smile. My mother has mentioned this matter to me as well, Draco. I trust you and Astoria are aware of it too. Draco cast a sidelong glance at the little girl nestled in his arms, her hair swirling softly, and his mood began to settle. He spoke slowly. It is hardly a matter of great significance. Just the other day in Diagon Alley, we happened to encounter Harry. We exchanged a few words. He had successfully captured the attention of everyone in the compartment, save for Dear, with a sensational revelation. Chapter 30, Jealousy. Our young Master Malfoy relished the sensation of being the center of attention. After playfully ruffling Astoria's hair, he began to recount the events of that day in Diagon Alley, particularly emphasizing Harry Potter's respectful demeanor towards the Malfoy and Belling families. This garnered him praise from Goyle and Crabbe. No wonder Malfoy, even before we met Potter, had already befriended him, Crabbe exclaimed dramatically. Draco waved dismissively, indicating that such encounters were trivial. It was merely a coincidence that we happened to chat. How hard it is to imagine that the one who defeated the Dark Lord was once but a mere infant, Blaise remarked nonchalantly, lounging with his legs crossed. But what does it matter? As long as he holds the title of savior, he is worth befriending. Daphne cast a disapproving glance at Blaise. Noticing his silence, she turned to the boy beside her, who was pretending to be invisible, Theodore. Hey, Theodore, I suppose the Knott family is also taking a wait-and-see approach regarding Potter? Theodore, pulling his gaze away from the little girl contentedly stroking a cat in Draco's arms, replied quietly, Indeed, but my father believes it unnecessary to pay him too much attention. At this, Draco nodded gravely. Lucius shares this sentiment. While making the acquaintance of the illustrious Harry Potter is advantageous, my father has also stated that if this boy proves to be ungrateful, the Malfoy family need not deign to associate with a mere child. Quite right, Blaise chuckled, quickly dismissing Potter from his thoughts and gazing at the silver-haired girl who had been unusually quiet since boarding. She was becoming increasingly captivating. What is up with dear? Blaise inquired, leisurely unwrapping a sugar quill. As expected, Draco's demeanor darkened at the mention of the name dear. Hey Blaise, I am the only one allowed to call her dear. The platinum-haired boy resembled a little serpent guarding its den, his pale gray eyes brimming with warning and discontent. Blaise shrugged, offering the unwrapped candy to Astoria. Draco, your possessiveness over your sister is rather excessive. Come on, Astoria, have a piece of candy. It might brighten your mood. Despite his words, Blaise did not intend to truly provoke the young Malfoy, and obediently switched to a different name. Astoria, who had been contemplating writing to her godfather and Aunt Sissy upon reaching Hogwarts, snapped back to the present. Mammon, nestled quietly on her lap, peered with keen interest at the flamboyant Blaise Zabini and the warning expression on Draco Malfoy's face that seemed to say, if you dare take his candy, I will be quite heartbroken. Humph, those little boys are already so jealous at such a tender age. Yes, thank you. But I'm not really in the mood for candy right now. Astoria genuinely lacked appetite. Upon hearing this, Blaise's expression dimmed, and he promptly tossed the candy into his mouth. Good dear, Draco, feeling victorious, lavished praise upon Astoria, who affectionately nuzzled against his neck, the familiar warmth soothing the itch in his heart. Only Theodore noticed Astoria's effortless familiarity with the gesture, his thick lashes casting shadows over his deep blue eyes, concealing all his emotions. Guess whom I just saw on the platform? Goyle suddenly seemed to recall something, his expression animated. Spill it, Goyle, don't keep us in suspense. Blaise grumbled, still miffed at Astoria's refusal. Goyle cleared his throat and declared, Pansy Parkinson. At this revelation, a hush fell over the compartment. Draco instinctively glanced at Astoria's reaction, and upon seeing that his little Rose remained unperturbed by the mention of the name, he exhaled in relief. She has become a first year at Hogwarts as well? Draco's tone turned acerbic. I had thought she would be sent to Durmstrang or Beauxbatons. Ever since Pansy had injured Astoria out of jealousy years ago, she had not appeared at any gatherings of pureblood heirs. Hector Parkinson, burdened with troubles in the business world due to the Malfoy family's machinations, had seen his family's fortunes decline sharply in just 5 years, causing them to lose their standing among the elite pureblood families. It was unlikely that they could afford to send their daughter to a more distant wizarding school. Or perhaps, Mr. Hector still harbored hopes of reconciling with the Malfoys through his daughter's beauty. Wow, I thought we wouldn't see Pansy until at least adulthood. Blaise shared Draco's disdain regarding the matter. Goyle continued enthusiastically, when Pansy saw me, her expression was simply priceless, though a bit gloomy. Quite frightening, really. Draco, it seems you should keep an eye on Pansy's actions. We can't let Astoria get hurt again. Blaise urged. Draco scoffed. You needn't worry about that, Blaise. As it was the first time for the heirs of pureblood families to board the express to Hogwarts, they were inevitably filled with excitement, gathering in animated discussions. Only Daphne fell silent at the mention of Pansy, her head bowed in contemplation. After a while, Astoria declined Draco's offer to accompany her, informing him that she needed to visit the lavatory before leaving the compartment. Mammon, wagging its large tail, walked alongside her. It had not ventured beyond the confines of the Belling and Malfoy estates for quite some time, and was curiously surveying its surroundings. I never expected the wizarding world to evolve into what it is now, Mammon mused, a hint of nostalgia in its tone. What had the wizarding world looked like in Mammon's day? Astoria was always curious about the era in which Mammon and Pegasus had lived at the Belling estate. She had no knowledge of when Mammon had begun residing there, or why the corridor bore no portraits of the ancestors, including Merlin's dear friend, the founder of the Belling family. Neither Granny Shirley nor even her great-great-grandfather could answer Astoria's questions. The two magical creatures were particularly reticent, avoiding the little girl's inquisitive gaze. Back then, wizards hadn't even discovered the usefulness of broomsticks, Mammon remarked, pursing its lips, and decided to cease sharing its memories. Chapter 31, Hermione. They hadn't even invented flying broomsticks. Estelle, in a daze, gently petted the fluffy head of Mammon. growing ever more convinced of the jest that Mammon was merely an ancient feline. The lavatory was not far from their compartment, which was why Draco felt at ease allowing her to venture out alone. However, although Estelle did not encounter Pansy, she did come across another excitable brown-haired girl. "Excuse me, have you seen Neville's toad? It may look a bit repulsive, but if you do spot it, could you please let me know? Thank you so much." Hermione flitted through the compartments like a jubilant butterfly, her thick curls cascading wildly behind her. "Have you seen it? Merlin, you are truly beautiful," Hermione exclaimed, turning to see a student in uniform just a few steps away, her bright brown eyes widening in astonishment. Estelle tilted her head, her gaze shifting from the girl as prominent front teeth to politely inquire, "Do you need assistance?" Hermione, finally snapping out of her momentary awe, found it difficult to meet Estelle's gaze. Even the task entrusted to her by Neville seemed to pale into insignificance. I just wanted to say you're very pretty," Hermione stammered, apologizing for her earlier lapse in composure. Estelle, unfazed, found the girl before her reminiscent of an adorable groundhog. "It's quite all right." "Oh, that's wonderful. I'm Hermione Granger. It's a pleasure to meet you." Hermione finally regained her composure, her eyes sparkling as she extended a small hand. Estelle reciprocated the gesture. "I am Estelle Belling." Upon hearing this, Hermione grew even more animated. "Your name is lovely. It means a star radiating dazzling light in Latin, doesn't it?" This was the first time someone had so accurately articulated the meaning of her name, and Estelle was momentarily taken aback. "Indeed, but do you still speak Latin?" Hermione's cheeks flushed, yet her tone brimmed with pride. "Yes, my father mentioned that Hogwarts might teach that language, so he hired a tutor for me to learn a bit in advance. Besides that, I've also memorized knowledge from potions and the history of magic. Goodness, those texts are so obscure to me. I even memorized some last night." Estelle's mouth fell slightly agape. "Oh my, but Hogwarts most likely doesn't teach Latin." "That's all right," Hermione replied, undeterred, her enthusiasm unabated. "Knowing an additional language is never a bad thing. My parents don't understand these subjects from the wizarding world. They want me to keep up." "Your parents are muggles?" Estelle quickly grasped the essence of Hermione's words. Hermione nodded. "Yes, but they are very proud of me." A smile graced her lips, warm as the sun in spring, bright yet gentle. It seemed the world around them became more vibrant and engaging due to the joy reflected in Hermione's eyes. Estelle found herself quite fond of this sincere girl, even if she belonged to the type of muggle-born which that Draco despised. Moreover, her brother would certainly not interfere with her choice of friends, just like Mammon, Pegasus, and Grandma Shirley. "You truly are remarkable," Estelle said with a gentle smile, revealing two adorable dimples on her cheeks. "Thank you," Hermione said, somewhat bashfully scratching the back of her head, suddenly gasping, "Wait, I forgot about Neville's toad. Goodness, it might have already hopped to the front of the train." "Don't worry, perhaps." Estelle began to offer comfort when she caught sight of the misty blue cat that had, unbeknownst to her, returned to her side. Upon noticing Estelle's gaze, Mammon lazily flicked its tail and then raised a paw, swiftly delivering a playful swipe to the hapless toad that was obediently waiting nearby. Ribbit! The toad, startled, hopped forward a step, its tiny eyes spinning, yet it remained remarkably still, fearing another swat. "Ah!" Hermione shouted, then bent down to grasp the toad, exclaiming, "Where did you come from? Neville and I have been looking for you everywhere." Estelle glanced down at Mammon and, taking advantage of Hermione's distraction, whispered, "Mammon, did you bring it back?" Mammon licked its paw. "This foolish toad keeps bouncing around. What if it jumped on my back and messed up my fur? So, I brought it back. I intended to toss it into the lavatory, but hearing you two discuss it, I thought I'd do a favor for my little Estelle." The cat's tone remained characteristically haughty. Estelle couldn't help but laugh, bending down to smooth the fur on Mammon's back. "Estelle, is this your pet?" Hermione's voice rose a few octaves. "Yes, its name is Mammon." Although Estelle found the girl's constant excitement a bit loud, she patiently introduced Mammon nonetheless. "Your pet saved Neville's pet. I'm sure he will want to thank you in person," Hermione mused. "Estelle, which compartment are you in? I'll bring Neville over shortly." To her surprise, Estelle declined. "It's a small matter, no need for thanks." The silver-haired girl shook her head. Hermione felt a twinge of disappointment and then asked, "Would you like to come play in my compartment for a while?" "No, thank you, Hermione. My brother is still waiting for me in our compartment. If I don't return soon, he will worry." Estelle winked playfully. Hermione had no choice but to relent, watching as the lovely girl disappeared into a nearby compartment, only to realize what Estelle had just mentioned. A brother? It seemed she had a sibling as charming as Estelle herself. Perhaps there would be another opportunity to meet him. Hermione glanced at the obedient toad in her hand, quickly regaining her spirits and bouncing back toward her compartment. Draco observed, "Beauty and kindness are not always synonymous." Chapter 32, Hogwarts. The train gradually came to a halt in the evening. Under Hagrid's direction, the first-year students boarded boats in groups of 4 to journey to Hogwarts. Goyle and Crabbe sat with them. On another boat, Blaise, hindered from continuing his conversation with Estelle due to a certain platinum-haired boy, appeared rather disinterested. Draco, however, paid no mind to Blaise's demeanor. His light gray eyes were fixed on the boat where Harry sat, glancing more than a few times. It seemed Mr. Potter had made new friends. Estelle, beaming, followed Draco's gaze and spotted the savior animatedly chatting with a red-haired boy. Draco huffed softly, choosing not to elaborate further. Sensing that his mood was less than cheerful, Estelle withdrew her gaze and began to play with Draco's fingers. Unbeknownst to her, Draco had grown increasingly slender over time. While his pale face still bore a hint of baby fat, his hands appeared more elongated compared to Estelle's chubby little ones. Dyer, let us go greet Potter shortly. At the very least, the savior should be made aware of his identity rather than consorting with those pure-blood traitors. Draco swallowed the latter half of his statement. Before Estelle, he always maintained an image of noble gentility and thoughtful consideration. Very well, Estelle nodded in agreement, her demeanor pleasant. Shortly thereafter, dozens of small boats made their way to shore, and under Hagrid's guidance, the young wizards formed a line to approach the castle that stood majestically atop the mountain. Truly, it was the most grandiose magical institution in the wizarding world. Even from a distance, one could behold the towers, arranged with exquisite irregularity, their spires reaching skyward, instilling a sense of awe. Draco took Estelle's hand and quickened his pace. Before they could greet Harry, the latter's surprised expression revealed that he had spotted them. The green-eyed boy initially intended to call out their names directly, but upon seeing Draco's unperturbed approach, he suppressed his voice and instead greeted them politely. Good evening, Mr. Malfoy, Miss Belling. Good evening, Mr. Potter. It is truly delightful to see you here again. Potter, Estelle replied with a smile, her enchanting blue eyes crescenting with joy. Just call me Harry, he interjected. Laughter escaping him, Draco frowned at the sound, while Estelle cast a puzzled glance at the red-haired boy beside Harry. Ron, what are you laughing about? Harry, sensing that his friend's laughter was less than amicable, quickly tugged at Ron's sleeve. Ron's shoulders shook as he whispered, Goodness, Malfoy's tone was truly. He was referring to the melodious manner in which Draco had just spoken. Draco scoffed, his countenance devoid of any mirth, replaced instead by disdain and anger. You find my words amusing, do you? It's obvious who you are, a redhead in worn robes, undoubtedly from the Weasley family. At this remark, Ron's face transformed, resembling a spilled palette of paint. He stood there in indignation, unable to muster a retort against Draco. I believe, Mr. Potter, Draco continued, pausing as his appealing gaze fell upon the bewildered Harry. You will soon learn that certain wizarding families are simply of a higher caliber. You wouldn't want to associate with such riffraff. The implication of Draco's words was clear to all present. You. Ron stepped forward angrily, ready to confront Draco. But Harry interposed a hand to halt him. Noticing Estelle's composed demeanor, Harry's gaze faltered, caught between the intense scrutiny of Ron and Draco. The beleaguered savior pressed his lips together tightly. I apologize on Ron's behalf, Malfoy, Harry stated. Harry, you. Ron's eyes widened, his face flushed. Harry shook his head, turning back to Draco. But Malfoy, it is my prerogative to choose my friends, and I believe I can discern the type of friends I desire. His tone was resolute as he shielded Ron behind him. Draco let out a derisive laugh, casually remarking, Is that so? It seems my father was right. The proud savior indeed. Brother, Estelle interjected, tugging at Draco's robe. Upon seeing his concerned glance, she lowered her voice to a whisper only he could hear. I am a bit tired. All right, Draco replied briskly. I shall escort you to the end of the line. Perhaps I can carry you for a while before the doors open. Thus concluded this farce, with Draco hurriedly leading Estelle away. Their golden and silver heads never again casting a glance at Harry and Ron. Harry had intended to converse further with Estelle, but upon witnessing her silent departure with Draco, he lowered his gaze in disappointment. After all, it had been Ron who first mocked Draco. However, one thing Harry misjudged was Estelle's feelings. She was not angry. She perceived Ron's sarcasm directed at Draco, and Draco's retort in kind, akin to what Marmon often told her, a fair exchange. Furthermore, Estelle believed that even if Draco refrained from confronting those of non-pure blood status today, such confrontations would inevitably arise again. She merely wished to distance herself from the recent verbal skirmish. After all, the delicate Miss Belling was indeed feeling a touch fatigued. His haughty demeanor is truly irksome, Ron muttered, yet he was oblivious to the fact that the silver-haired girl beside Draco was exempt from his disdain. Harry comfortingly patted Ron's shoulder. There, Ron. Hermione, who had met the two on the train, remained silent on this topic, her attention fixed vacantly on the direction in which Draco and Estelle had departed. Is that truly Estelle's brother? She pondered, an ominous premonition settling within her. as if foreseeing that the three of them would never coexist harmoniously with Estelle's brother. A shiver ran down her spine, and the sound of the grand doors opening drew her attention. Hagrid, with his bushy beard, looked at the white-haired witch clad in a deep green robe standing behind the door, respectfully bowing. Professor McGonagall, the first-year students have arrived. Well done, Hagrid, McGonagall nodded. As Hagrid stepped aside, the professor continued in her authoritative tone. Welcome to Hogwarts. The feast is about to commence. However, before you are seated in the Great Hall, you must first determine which house you will join. Chapter 33, The Sorting. After introducing the four houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, Professor McGonagall ceased her words, turning to signal the new students to follow. Amidst the bustling crowd, Estelle and Draco stood at the back of the line, moving with the throng. Passing through the ancient oak doors, they entered the grand hall for the start of term feast. Upperclassmen were already seated, donned in their respective house uniforms, curiously observing the newcomers, some whispering amongst themselves. At the front of the hall were the teachers' seats, with Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts. Seated in the center, a venerable gentleman with a white beard tied with a pink bow. To the left of the teacher's table, Estelle spotted a familiar figure. She immediately smiled at Snape, revealing her charming dimples. Uncle Severus, Estelle mouthed. Snape remained stoic, his gaze sweeping over Draco and Estelle, nodding in approval at their respectable attire before his eyes settled on a pair of green eyes. Who is the godfather looking at? Draco furrowed his brow. Estelle was unconcerned about that and instead asked, Brother, which house do you wish to join? Need you even ask? Rest assured, Della, we are destined to be Slytherins. Draco replied, his expression rife with confidence. What if I were sorted into Gryffindor? Estelle mischievously pondered, eager to tease him. As expected, before she could utter a complete thought, Draco, as if repulsed by the mere idea, covered her mouth. Impossible. Draco's eyes widened. Della, how could you even think that? If that were to happen, I would write to Father to have you transferred back to Slytherin. Well, that was the expected response. Every time Draco spoke of writing to his father, it evoked an amusing image in her mind, akin to a dragon summoning its master. Amused, Estelle sparkled with laughter. Draco, recognizing her jest, could not help but let out a light huff, playfully pinching the tip of Estelle's nose. Ah, you always. All right, newcomers. Professor McGonagall's words interrupted Draco, as she moved a small stool closer and placed upon it a tattered, pointed wizard hat. The official sorting was about to commence. Draco tightened his grip around the soft hand of the girl beside him. Despite his usual confidence that both he and Astoria would be sorted into Slytherin, he felt an unexpected flutter of nerves. When he heard his name, he stepped forward to sit on the stool for sorting, while those whose names were yet to be called waited patiently. Hannah Abbott, a little girl with two braided pigtails, stumbled onto the stage, her brow beaded with sweat under the scrutiny of the crowd. Hannah took her seat on the stool, the hat sitting loosely atop her head, obscuring her eyes. A moment of silence ensued. Hufflepuff, the hat suddenly proclaimed with vigor. Instantly, the long table to the far right erupted in thunderous applause. Wilkington, Ravenclaw. The applause continued from the second long table on the left. Draco and Astoria were called later, after Harry, Ron, and Hermione had all been sorted into Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall finally announced, Draco Malfoy. Astoria glanced at Draco, who offered her a reassuring look, just as he wished. The hat hardly brushed against Draco's platinum hair before it shouted, Slytherin. A smug smile curved Draco's lips as he cast his gaze over the complex expression of the boy who lived and his two companions, finally settling on Astoria. The young Malfoy, initially relieved that the wretched hat had not marred his meticulously styled hair, felt a wave of unease wash over him. Surely, Astoria would not be sorted into Gryffindor. She must be, like him, a proud and noble little serpent. But what if the hat went mad? Curse it. He should have told his father to discreetly intervene and ensure Astoria was placed directly into Slytherin. Astoria Greengrass. After Draco stepped down from the platform, Professor McGonagall finally called her name. Everyone turned to watch the most beautiful silver-haired girl among the newcomers as she walked gracefully forward and donned the hat. George, I bet she belongs in Gryffindor. Fred, don't speak so definitively. Haven't you noticed how close she walks with that Malfoy boy? Pureblood families are always the darlings of Slytherin. The Greengrasses are a pureblood family? Merlin, you didn't know? Though the Greengrasses have long kept to themselves, their beauty and investment acumen are well known, especially since there are rumors that their lineage rivals that of the Malfoys. Moreover, this generation of Greengrasses has even recognized the Malfoy patriarch as a godfather, living in Malfoy Manor. Good heavens, no wonder they seem so chummy. The whispers from the crowd were muffled from the sorting hat-s scrutiny. Almost the moment Astoria donned the hat, a raspy voice began to chatter incessantly in her ear. A Greengrass, fascinating. I never expected a Greengrass to arrive at Hogwarts. You are destined for greatness, my dear. Let me see which house suits you best. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw are not for you. I sense a vibrant energy and courage within you that rivals anyone else's. But it seems this courage is only triggered in specific situations. What situations might those be? When your own or your family's interests are threatened? That's rather troubling news. TSK, Miss Greengrass, a refined egoist, are we? Slytherin. The hat's sudden shout startled Astoria, who had been drifting into a stupor from its incessant prattle. She hastily removed the hat, and the Slytherin table erupted in unprecedented applause. The loudest clapping came from her brother, the noble Malfoy, whose cheeks were flushed as he unabashedly cheered. Blaise, Theodore, and others were already on their feet, applauding her from the Slytherin section. Among them, Astoria even spotted Pansy, her expression inscrutable, mechanically mimicking the actions of the other newcomers. Chapter 34, The Dormitory. The sorting was quickly concluded. After Dumbledore uttered a few peculiar remarks, the long table was suddenly laden with an array of tantalizing food. The golden-brown turkey gleamed enticingly. Tender venison, spicy calamari, and vibrant red berries were all exquisite temptations for the palate. Ron, with his mouth stuffed with chicken leg, still managed to console Harry, who had clearly been sulking ever since the silver-haired beauty had been sorted into Slytherin. Not even the sumptuous feast could lift Harry's spirits. Harry, try this. The Weasley twins encircled him, with one of them serving him a generous portion of sauced beef. Look at our little Harry, heartbroken, eating so little, George teased. Harry's ears turned crimson as he stammered. I'm not. I just usually eat this little. All right, Fred shrugged dismissively. Who doesn't tea like a pretty girl? It's not a shameful thing. I'm sure there are a few boys among the first-year students who don't fancy a Greengrass. The illustrious Harry Potter cannot escape the allure of Miss Greengrass, George added, causing Harry's ears to redden even further. But she went to Slytherin, Ron exclaimed, hastily swallowing his meat. All the wizards from Slytherin are. Hermione, anticipating Ron's predictable tirade, quickly silenced him by placing a piece of sauced beef from Harry's plate in front of him. Ron sputtered, wide-eyed. What's wrong, Hermione? Haven't you heard that most dark wizards come from Slytherin? But that doesn't mean all Slytherins are bad, Hermione retorted rapidly. Astoria is a good girl. Her cat even helped Neville find his toad on the train. Yes, little Ron, we should not harbor prejudices against other houses. George firmly pressed down on his brother, who was eager to continue the debate with Hermione. Ron huffed in reluctant agreement, muttering, Fine, I admit the Greengrass girl is decent. But that Malfoy is a pure-blood wizard through and through. Just look at how smug he is. Infuriating. The Weasley twins, aware of Ron's grudge against Draco, chose not to pursue the topic further. Harry sighed quietly, glancing over at Astoria, who was enjoying a sweet pudding. Draco and his companions were attentive towards her. It seemed that with just a glance, a dessert would appear before her in the next moment. Perhaps she felt more at ease and comfortable there than she would in Gryffindor. Not wishing to dwell on it further, Harry focused on indulging in the dessert before him. After the feast concluded, the newcomers followed their respective head of house to their dormitories. The Slytherin dormitory was located beneath the Black Lake, requiring quite a trek from the banquet hall. Their head of house was named Anna Dattery, a descendant of one of the pure-blood 28 families. Brother, what's wrong? Even if Astoria did not observe the expression on Draco's face, his palpable frustration was unmistakable. Draco lowered his gaze, murmuring with a hint of melancholy. I was merely pondering whether the single dormitory prepared by Father is adequately arranged, and if anything is lacking. His godfather was always exceptionally thoughtful, so you needn't worry, brother. Estelle reassured him with a gentle smile. However, as Draco glanced up and beheld the carefree grin on the young girl's face, a sense of heaviness enveloped his heart. Did she truly not wish to continue living together? Humph, as if he was unaware that father and mother had grown up together, and during their time at Hogwarts, they had never resided in single dormitories. Why was there such a distinction now? As an elder brother, was it not entirely normal to care for a sister afflicted with such a condition? Draco deliberately disregarded the peculiar warmth that surged within him whenever he was with Estelle, relegating their relationship to that of the most innocent siblings. Pure blood. Anna Dattery. She uttered the incantation before the door to the common room. New students, remember the password to the Slytherin common room. As the headmaster mentioned, should you possess the audacity to venture out during the nocturnal hours, this password might just save you from perilous predicaments. Of course, I trust that the Slytherin house comprises astute individuals who would not cause trouble for their unfortunate prefect, like those incessantly restless Gryffindors. At her words, Estelle perked up, recognizing the familiar tone. Could it be that the Slytherin prefect had already been influenced by the esteemed Professor Severus Snape? This was the common room. The boys' dormitory lay to the left, while the girls' dormitory was to the right. After a day filled with activity, it was time to return and tidy up, lest they forget the time for classes tomorrow. Mr. Malfoy, Miss Belling, Please stay a moment, Anna said, a slight smile gracing her lips as she turned to the two striking figures with golden and silver hair at the back of the line. The other young witches and wizards cast curious glances their way, but dared not inquire further. After exchanging knowing looks, they followed Anna's instructions to the dormitories. Theo was the last to step away from the common room. Before departing, his gaze fleetingly lingered on the hands that Draco and Estelle held together. Mr. Malfoy has prepared single dormitories for the two of you, so please follow me, Anna stated succinctly, her demeanor exuding respect without a hint of obsequiousness. Thank you, Prefect, Estelle replied sweetly, causing Anna's pupils to widen slightly. I had anticipated that this Belling would be as proud and aloof as the renowned young Malfoy. Yet she turns out to be such a lovely and sweet little sister. Lost in her thoughts, Anna swiftly led the two to the corridor beneath the common room. The doors to the other rooms were firmly locked, save for the two adjacent rooms that emitted a warm, golden light. This must be the lowest point of Hogwarts, considering it was even a level below the common room situated beneath the Black Lake. Here are the keys to your rooms. Please take good care of them. Anna handed each of them a finely crafted black key. Now, good night. Good night, Prefect. Good night, Prefect, came Draco's voice, although under the current gloomy circumstances. It was already a considerable concession for the young Malfoy to speak to anyone other than Estelle. Chapter 35, The Alarm Clock. To Estelle's surprise, Draco, who had been lost in his thoughts, merely hesitated for a moment before embracing her with an expression of normalcy to bid her good night. It was only after she closed the door to her room that Estelle processed what had just transpired. Good night, Dale. His gentle voice seemed to linger in her ears. Estelle bit her lip, an odd sensation blossoming within her heart, one she could not precisely articulate. The room was bathed in a warm yellow glow, with the glass windows separated from the Black Lake by an imposing magical barrier. Estelle could clearly see the freely swaying water plants and the occasional fish gliding by. Moonlight cascaded down, causing what seemed like countless tiny silver pearls to dance upon the lake's surface. It was utterly enchanting. Could it be that Slytherin students had fair skin because their dormitories were situated underground, away from the sun's rays? During dinner, Mammon, who had mysteriously vanished, appeared by the window, startling Estelle. Mammon, you are becoming increasingly elusive, she said, exasperated as she gently ruffled the cat's head. Since following Estelle and witnessing the profound changes in the wizarding world, Mammon had become quite spirited. As long as he ensured nothing posed a threat to Estelle's life, he would seize every opportunity to explore this fascinating new world. He had merely found an interesting mouse and played a game of hide-and-seek with it. Mouse. Estelle frowned. I hope it's not another wizard's pet, Mammon. Do be cautious. Mammon licked his fur nonchalantly. Fear not, Dale, I know my limits. It seemed quite willing to play with me. Recalling the mouse named Spot scurrying about, he chuckled softly. This is the joy of a cat toying with its prey. Very well, Estelle conceded, knowing Mammon was usually reliable. She shrugged and shifted the topic. Glancing out at the dark waters of the lake, she drew the curtains and opened the suitcase that Dobby had brought to her. Inside were textbooks, potion tools, and the lovely clothes that Narcissa had prepared for her. Although it was likely that no one would pay attention to what lay beneath their robes, Narcissa simply adored dressing her sweetie in exquisite attire from head to toe. Classes begin at 9 o'clock tomorrow, so I must rise by at least 8:30 to wash up, and 20 minutes should suffice to traverse from the dormitory to the charms classroom. Estelle murmured to herself as she rummaged through her suitcase for the magical alarm clock. I suggest you allocate extra time, Dale, Mammon advised languidly. The charms classroom is at the top of the tower, and those infernal rotating staircases at Hogwarts are not likely to provide you with a pleasant experience. Humph, had it not been for those stairs, he would have caught that wretched blonde mouse today. That mouse was quite cunning, clearly familiar with the paths of Hogwarts. Until tomorrow. That means I must rise before 8:30. Estelle lamented, her head drooping. Mammon, seeking to console her, gently tapped her foot with his paw. Due to her condition, Dale required more sleep than the average person. During their time at Malfoy Manor, Lucius and Narcissa would never dream of making her rise early to study, allowing her to sleep as long as she wished. Thus, the class schedule at Hogwarts was bound to be an adjustment for the young girl. Found it, Estelle exclaimed upon spotting a gingerbread yellow bear-shaped alarm clock tucked in the corner of her suitcase, her eyes brightening as she reached for it. The next moment, she froze in place, for all she held was half of the clock, while the other half remained in the suitcase. A sizzling sound erupted, and faint blue energy trickled from the jagged edge of the broken clock. Oh, it seems to be broken. Mammon tilted his head, assessing the damaged magical rune at the cross-section, and offered a candid evaluation. Estelle puffed out her cheeks in frustration, but did not relent immediately. As she approached the table to retrieve her wand, she pondered aloud. How could it have turned out this way when it was perfectly fine in my suitcase? Could it be that Dobby accidentally damaged it while transporting it? The girl raised her wand, a rose-hued energy surging towards the ebony tip. Mammon's pupils dilated, and he nervously jumped to the corner of the room. His sudden movement sparked a flicker of insecurity in Estelle's eyes, not for any other reason than the incantation, Reparo. As the words left her lips, the slender wand quivered violently, and a colossal beam of light erupted from its tip, surging like a tidal wave towards the clock, which was more than twice as small as the beam. Bang! A thunderous sound reverberated, causing Mammon to feel the floor tremble beneath his feet. Estelle set down her wand, her gaze a blend of anticipation and anxiety as she focused intently ahead. To her astonishment, the two halves of the clock had rejoined perfectly. Moreover, several necklaces and bracelets from the suitcase had also adhered to the clock, enveloping the little bear clock in a dazzling sphere of brilliance. Knock, knock, knock. Draco, freshly attired in a black cotton linen pajama set, was roused by the sound of knocking, his eyes instantly brightening. He quickly gestured to Dobby, whose figure vanished in an instant. "Brother, are you asleep?" came Estelle's muffled voice from outside the door. Draco hurriedly opened the door, meeting the gaze of the little girl whose misty blue eyes appeared exceptionally beautiful under the light. "What is it?" he asked, frowning. Perhaps concerned about her standing outside in the cold, he swiftly took her hand and ushered her into the room, closing the door behind them. If one were to listen closely, Estelle would surely detect a hint of excitement in Draco's tone. However, she remained absorbed in her own sorrow over her inability to control her burgeoning magical power, oblivious to her brother's unusual demeanor. "My clock is broken," Estelle murmured, her gaze cast downward. "I wanted to fix it with a spell, but I still can't manage my magic, and I ended up ruining it completely. I have classes tomorrow, and I'm afraid I won't be able to get out of bed." "Brother," she gently shook their joined hands, her voice soft. "Can I sleep with you?" Draco swallowed hard, suppressing his voice to sound steadier. "Of course, my dear." A smile threatened to break through his facade. Damn. Chapter 36, Sweet Dreams. Estelle nestled comfortably in Draco's embrace, enveloped by a faint scent of green apples. Her delicate little face rested against his pale neck for quite some time, savoring the unfamiliar yet lovely scent that belonged solely to her brother. "Dyer, it's time to sleep. We have to rise early for class tomorrow," Draco said softly, ruffling the girl's hair. In the dim light, it was difficult to discern the faint blush that had crept onto his neck. Lately, he had found himself feeling strangely uneasy about Estelle's affectionate gestures. Yet, paradoxically, he cherished them. Estelle had grown accustomed to the soothing sound of his voice lulling her to sleep, and even in the absence of a storybook beside him, she felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. "Brother, your clock is working, right?" she asked, her concern prompting her to inquire once more. Draco affirmed with a reassuring, "Yes, rest easy, Dyer. I am here." Estelle burrowed deeper into his embrace, exuding a sense of unconditional trust in him. Meanwhile, her small hand, resting on Draco's waist, moved cautiously. She deftly lifted the corner of his shirt, and as Draco was caught off guard, she placed her hand against the finely textured curve of his waist, eliciting a shiver across that patch of skin. Draco held his breath, his gaze unwavering as he looked down at Estelle, who had already succumbed to a light slumber. Since childhood, Estelle had always found comfort in resting her hand on his waist while sleeping. Narcissa had once jested that while other children had stuffed toys or blankets as their comforts, Estelle's was Draco's waist. The serene expression on the little girl's face allowed him to cast aside the admonitions from Lucius and Narcissa about maintaining appropriate boundaries between genders and minimizing intimate contact. Just for one night, Draco quelled the tremor in his eyes and, feeling the warmth at his side, reassured himself. He lowered his head slightly, resting the tip of his nose in Estelle's hair, which bore a subtle fragrance of roses. It took a long time before he finally drifted into a deep sleep. Mammon, having monopolized Estelle's dormitory for the entire night, was awakened the next morning at 8 by the blaring alarm from the neighboring room. It yawned lazily, preparing to venture out to continue its battle of wits with the mouse from the previous day. Naturally, Mammon believed it was only a matter of time before it caught the striped creature. After all, it needed some time to acclimate to the winding paths of Hogwarts that could bewilder even the most astute of cats. Draco and Estelle were in a similar predicament. Fortunately, Draco had a good sense of direction and had set an alarm that allowed them ample time to prepare, enabling them to navigate from the Slytherin dormitory at the bottom of the Black Lake, through the spiral staircases, and arrive at the Charms classroom in 20 minutes. This lesson was shared with Ravenclaw. Among the four houses, only the academically inclined eagles could coexist peacefully with the cunning snakes of Slytherin for the most part. Likewise, the Charms professor, Mr. Flitwick, who also served as the head of Ravenclaw, was known for his affable demeanor. Draco found himself chuckling at the sight of the comical little professor, who even stood on his desk to deliver the opening remarks. Had it not been for Estelle's earnest attention, the mischievous Malfoy would likely have laughed out loud, regardless of the circumstances. In Estelle's presence, Draco felt the need to maintain the image of an elegant gentleman. Just like now. Goodness, how could Dumbledore allow a dwarf to teach us? He scoffed, glancing at the professor's comical appearance. He is not even as tall as my calf. Goyle and Crabbe, seated in the second row, snickered quietly. Flitwick seemed to catch wind of their comments, but he merely paused momentarily to glance over. Before Goyle and Crabbe, two hulking figures, could utter anything further, Draco coldly interjected. Silence, you're interrupting the professor's lecture. Rude fools. The two meat mountains, accustomed to revering Draco's words, turned pale and promptly fell silent. Eistel's lips curled upward slightly as she tugged at Draco's sleeve to sit up straight. Draco, in turn, raised his chin defiantly, as if to say that the illustrious Malfoy was always courteous. I am delighted to see all these smiling new faces in my charms class, Flitwick announced. Now, let us proceed to the main topic. He maintained his usual demeanor, unaffected by the student's earlier comments. He raised his wand, pointing its tip at a feather on the desk. Wingardium Leviosa. Under the rapt attention of the little eagle and the young serpents, the feather ascended gracefully, ultimately hovering before Professor Flitwick, motionless. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the students below. Now, just as I demonstrated, let us all give it a try. I will descend to continuously correct your pronunciations and movements. Wingardium Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa. Did you observe the precise motion with which Professor Flitwick waved his wand? Was it an upward motion first? The young wizards murmured amongst themselves, and several began to recite the incantation in an attempt to levitate the feather resting upon the table. Draco, did you catch that motion from Professor Flitwick? Blaise and Daphne, seated in the front row, were too engrossed in light banter about Draco's transformation in front of Astoria to pay attention to Professor Flitwick's actions. The Zabini and Greengrass families held lofty expectations for their heirs, thus even if they indulged in extravagant behavior, the heads of the families would not permit their children to remain utterly uneducated. I didn't TC, Draco replied. A collective sigh of disappointment escaped Blaise and Daphne. Noticing Astoria's gaze upon him, Draco smirked and, as if gasping for breath, declared, but how could Malfoy possibly fail at such a simple spell? Thanks to his previous endeavor of crafting a cleaning bracelet for Astoria, Draco had developed a keen interest in charms. Perhaps there was a hint of vanity in his eagerness to impress his little Rose. In any case, before the term had even begun, young Master Malfoy had pestered Lucius to learn nearly half the spellbook for his charms class. Do not lose heart. The levitation charm can be rather challenging for beginners. Just keep trying, Professor Flitwick encouraged with his characteristic enthusiasm. Wingardium Leviosa. The professor's persistent voice coincided with Draco's. Chapter 37. The Levitation Charm. Marvelous, Malfoy. Professor Flitwick was lavish with praise for this little Malfoy, who appeared more courteous than his half-blood peers, as he was the first student to successfully perform the levitation charm. Slytherin received a well-deserved point. The young serpents, still unaccustomed to restraining their exuberance, erupted in cheers. Draco lifted his striking platinum head, his eyes brimming with pride. Witnessing this, those Ravenclaws eager to make a favorable impression in the headmaster's class hastily attempted the charm, vying for Ravenclaw points. Don't worry, Astoria, Professor Flitwick is here. Nothing will go awry, Draco whispered reassuringly to Astoria, his words overheard by Blaise and Daphne. Could it be that Astoria lacked any talent in charms? Blaise mused, glancing at Daphne's unmoving feather, and chuckled lightly. Everyone has their own strengths, Daphne replied, her gaze drifting over to Blaise's sly, upturned eyes, her cheeks flushing slightly. After all, not everyone could be like Draco, studying every subject in advance solely to shine before Astoria. Daphne thought to herself. Blaise wholeheartedly agreed. Draco nearly drives me mad. You can't imagine how my mother looked at me with disappointment when she heard he was studying first-year charms with Uncle Lucius. Daphne let out a soft laugh. As a paragon of pure-blood nobility, every move made by the Malfoys attracted scrutiny. Accio Wingardium Leviosa. Before Daphne could finish her thought, a somewhat nervous voice from beside her interrupted. She turned to see Astoria, and in the next moment, was astonished to find her feathers slowly rising into the air. Wait, what is happening? I didn't even cast the spell. Suddenly, Daphne noticed that Blaise's feather was also floating, prompting her to gasp in disbelief. Turning around, she observed that all the feathers placed on the desks had suspended themselves in midair. Merlin! Exclaimed a Ravenclaw sitting at the back of the classroom. Captivated by the spectacular sight, Professor Flitwick's sharp gaze instantly fixed upon the somewhat embarrassed Astoria. With a flick of his wand, he returned all the feathers to their original positions and hurried over to the silver-haired Slytherin girl. Professor I. Astoria felt a pang of regret for disrupting Professor Flitwick's class. She still couldn't control the surging magic within her, despite her best efforts. Oh, not at all. Not at all. Professor Flitwick appeared quite exhilarated, regarding Astoria as if she were a rare treasure. Miss Belling, I believe your levitation charm is quite extraordinary. Flitwick paced the aisle, and under the anxious gazes of Draco and Astoria, he suddenly made a decision. Perhaps, Miss Belling, you could attempt to levitate this desk? Draco's eyes widened in alarm. Without waiting for Astoria to respond, he blurted out, Professor, that far exceeds the textbook difficulty. What if Astoria injures herself? You just witnessed her unusual. In his haste, he accidentally referred to Astoria as Dire, a nickname he had been cautious not to let slip in front of other boys who might mimic him. However, before he could finish, Professor Flitwick interrupted, Do not worry. Malfoy, I am here, and nothing will go wrong. Let Miss Belling make her bold attempt. Flitwick, the champion of the last dueling competition, was the best guarantee of safety in the room. But could Belling truly lift the entire desk? That seemed far too ambitious. Please do not forget who caused all the feathers to levitate just now. That was our Slytherin Astoria Belling, a true testament to the oldest pure-blood family. She must be the future head of Slytherin. You are thinking too far ahead. This is only first year. As the surrounding classmates began to speculate further, and more whispers arose, Astoria pressed her lips together and gently patted Draco's hand in a comforting gesture. All right, Professor, I will do my best, Astoria said, meeting Flitwick's expectant gaze. Even though she knew that failing would not matter much, Astoria still wished to bring glory to Slytherin and the Belling family in this moment of focus. It had only been a single night since she was sorted into this house, yet she could not quite articulate the inexplicable sense of house pride that welled within her. Perhaps, as Draco had said, she was a born Slytherin. Astoria steadied her nerves, took a deep breath, and raised her wand, the ebony tip carving an elegant arc through the air. Wingardium Leviosa. As the words left her lips, a torrent of magic surged forth from her wand towards the desk. The subtle energy columns that appeared in the hands of other wizards were now magnified several times in Astoria's case, manifesting as a soaring beam of light, the rose hue instantly suffusing the entire classroom. Goodness! Someone gasped, their eyes reflecting the sight of the heavy desk slowly lifting from the ground. At the moment her magic flowed forth, Astoria felt an exhilarating rush, as if the itch of her yearning spirit had been alleviated. Thus, she infused her wand with an abundance of magical energy, successfully causing the lectern to float beneath the ceiling. Very well, Miss Belling, Professor Flitwick's voice trembled slightly. If this continued, it was likely that the students would lose all interest in the lesson. Of course, Flitwick himself was also somewhat distracted from the class. Estelle guided the lectern back to its original position, the exhilarating sensation from channeling her magic still coursing through her limbs, leaving her pleasantly tingling. How about you, Little Belling? Do you feel fatigued? Flitwick had affectionately adopted the name Little Belling, clearly enamored with this exceptionally gifted child. No, Professor, Estelle replied honestly. Draco, who had been anxiously observing her from the sidelines, finally exhaled in relief upon seeing the girl's rosy complexion and untroubled expression. Then, in front of everyone, he took Estelle's small hand in his, giving it a gentle squeeze. Well done, Dale. Estelle understood the sparkling admiration reflected in his eyes. Chapter 38, The Definition of Love. In light of Miss Belling's outstanding performance, I have decided to award Slytherin an additional 10 points. Flitwick no longer concealed his affection for his proud student. Throughout the lesson, Estelle could distinctly feel the professor's gaze upon her, warm and fatherly. Naturally, Flitwick's overt favoritism had ignited the competitive spirit among the Eagles of Ravenclaw. They were unwilling to be overshadowed by Slytherin in their own headmaster's class, and soon, a Ravenclaw student successfully cast the levitation spell, earning points for their house. Meanwhile, the previously silent Theodore also succeeded and secured 3 points for Slytherin. News of Estelle Belling successfully casting the levitation charm on a lectern spread like wildfire among the first-year students of Hogwarts. The Slytherin house took great pride in this achievement, while some older students from other houses regarded it with skepticism, believing the rumors to be exaggerated. Their doubts were not unfounded, as the tale had morphed into one where Estelle was said to have levitated every item in the classroom, including students and Professor Flitwick himself. On a sunny afternoon, Estelle and Draco strolled towards the potions classroom. Dale, I just knew you would be the most remarkable and outstanding new student at Hogwarts, Draco exclaimed, unable to suppress his smile, his tone infused with pride and elation. Just days prior, this young master had been sulking over the attention Estelle would inevitably attract. I thought you might be displeased, Estelle replied, a hint of surprise in her voice. Draco's eyes widened, his pale face flushing slightly. How could I be? Of course. I am delighted to see you shine in your area of expertise. How could you even think otherwise? Estelle narrowed her eyes playfully, her tone light. Oh really? But who was it that suggested to my godfather that I should be hidden away at Malfoy Manor? Dale, you were eavesdropping. Draco's ears turned crimson. He quickly added, his tone nervous as if fearing her displeasure. I I was merely concerned about some ill-mannered individuals being rude to you. After all, Dale, you are so beautiful. But my father has already discussed this matter with me. What's your godfather say? Estelle inquired curiously. Draco lowered his gaze, the flush creeping down to his neck. Father said. He spoke softly yet firmly, that love is about uplifting one another. What? Estelle didn't quite catch that. Love is about uplifting one another, Draco repeated, meeting her gaze. His light gray eyes shimmering like jewels in the sunlight. Dale, even though I don't fully grasp what my father means, I believe I will never selfishly hide you away simply because you excel. If you can be surrounded by admiration and walk a path adorned with flowers and bustling voices, then I would be immensely proud. As his words hung in the air, silence enveloped them. Estelle could only hear her heart racing. The entire world seemed to fade away, leaving only the luminous gaze of the platinum-haired boy before her. She could not articulate her feelings at that moment. All she desired was to step forward and embrace her brother. And so she did. Thank you, brother, Estelle whispered softly. Draco, unsure of what the girl was thinking, hugged her back, but suddenly remembered something, stammering. But those oblivious boys who wish to take Dale away from me are a different matter. With me protecting you, that's all you need. As for the others, they can forget it, the young Malfoy declared defiantly. The atmosphere shifted abruptly. Estelle burst into laughter, realizing he was still the same possessive, childish brother. Both Draco and Estelle could not comprehend why the Serpent King harbored such disdain for Harry Potter. Draco took pleasure in the fact that Harry often cast glances at his little Rose, while Estelle shot Harry a sympathetic look after he had been called upon for the third time by Snape and failed to answer, resulting in Gryffindor losing 5 points. Estelle bailing. Snape's cold voice suddenly called out her name. Here, Professor, she responded. Having shared a living experience in Spinner's End, Estelle was the only student present who found the old bat somewhat endearing. Draco prided himself on not being able to relax around Snape as Estelle did. As Snape's gaze swept over Estelle's bright eyes, he begrudgingly recognized that despite his fear of this little giant audaciously transforming into his leg adornment in class, he had to pose a question to her. After all, he wanted to award points to Slytherin and could not solely reward Draco's brilliance. What state must a slug be in to be processed? Snape asked coldly. Estelle sensed his deliberate challenge. Heaven knows how many barrels of slugs she and Draco had dealt with over the years in Spinner's End. So much so that she could now call them slug brother without batting an eye. Half-frozen state, Professor, Estelle replied. Snape snorted, glancing at Harry, whose face had turned ashen from being questioned, and said, an excellent answer, Miss Bailing. Slytherin, 10 points. He continued, now, for the second question, Miss Bailing. What is the primary use of foxglove? To alleviate internal magical agitation, Professor. Estelle recalled clearly, knowing that foxglove was another potion Snape had discovered in recent years to enhance its suppressive effects. Very accurate, Miss Bailing. Slytherin gains another 10 points. Thus, the lesson unfolded with Snape deducting points from Gryffindor's Harry Potter while showering Slytherin's Malfoy and Bailing with accolades. By the end of the class, Harry had lost all interest in glancing at the beautiful silver-haired girl. The poor savior found himself punished by Snape, who made him copy the potion notes 10 times for his transgressions. Naturally, Draco, who had developed a subtle animosity towards Harry since that fateful night when Harry defended Ron, was more than eager to mock him. Ultimately, despite her failed attempts to engage the Serpent King of the cellar, Estelle descended from the podium, swiftly seizing the snarky young Malfoy. Poor Belling. Ron glared indignantly at the retreating figures of the little serpents, lamenting the necessity of daily interaction with someone like Malfoy. Chapter 39, Flying Lessons. I heard that Malfoy's father is Estelle's godfather, Hermione remarked, adding that Estelle had been living at Malfoy Manor for several years, making their close relationship unsurprising. Miss Know-it-all, you truly seem to know everything, Ron exclaimed in wonder. Hermione shot him an exasperated glance, her gaze shifting to Harry, who was diligently taking notes. But I must say, Professor Snape is incredibly biased. The girl cautiously surveyed her surroundings before whispering this, ensuring the Serpent King was nowhere in sight. Harry appeared despondent. Hermione, it's just that I couldn't answer Professor Snape's question. Come on. His inquiries were clearly beyond what a first year could grasp, Ron interjected. Only Malfoy and Belling could respond so effortlessly. I even suspect they might have conspired with Snape beforehand. Don't say that, Ron, Hermione frowned. Estelle's performance in Charms class surely indicates her exceptional talent as a witch. My Ravenclaw friend mentioned she actually levitated the desk. When did you meet someone from Ravenclaw? Ron's eyes widened in disbelief, considering this was merely the first day of classes. Belling is indeed impressive, Harry commented, albeit in a muffled tone as he continued to jot down notes. Although he had not witnessed Estelle's remarkable feat in Charms, the 30 points she and Draco earned for Slytherin in potions was already enough to leave Harry breathless. Hey, Harry, listen, Ron patted his best friend's shoulder and winked. Just don't let other successes dim your own shine. You are Harry Potter, the boy who defeated the Dark Lord. By the time of the next charms class, you'll surely shine just as brightly as Belling. Perhaps not as dramatically, but you must believe you are the finest wizard. Harry shrugged, a smile creeping onto his lips. Thank you, Ron. Seeing his spirits lift, Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. Harry, does your scar still hurt? Not at the moment. What on earth is going on? I suspected Snape's doing. As Narcissa had yet to receive Estelle's letter about the broken alarm clock, the two youngsters naturally ended up sleeping together again. Of course, their dormitory was located beneath the Slytherin common room, so no one disturbed them. However, Estelle, who had excelled in both charms and potions classes on the first day, performed unremarkably in Professor McGonagall's transfiguration class. After the task of transforming matches into needles was assigned, Draco worried for quite some time about whether Estelle might turn all the matches into needles. Yet, Estelle labored diligently only to narrow the matches instead. In contrast, Gryffindor's Hermione and Harry, with their unique understanding of transfiguration, became the first and second students to successfully transform, earning the favor of Professor McGonagall. Before the afternoon flying lessons commenced, Draco comforted the little girl. Don't be disheartened, Estelle, you've done remarkably well. If you truly mastered every subject, I would be under immense pressure. Estelle, unaffected by the morning's transfiguration class alongside Gryffindor, replied cheerfully, though charms and transfiguration have similarities. Transfiguration demands more precision in a wizard-esque control of magic. So, I was prepared for this. You need not worry about me, brother. Indeed, as she stated, the application of charms requires a wizard's substantial magical reserves and a profound understanding of spells, while transfiguration relies more on a wizard's precise control of magic. Estelle is so intelligent. It won't be long before she masters transfiguration, Draco asserted confidently, as if he were certain it would happen. Indeed, we all believe in you. Blaise chimed in from the side, drawing a chorus of squeals from the nearby Slytherin girls. He was perpetually radiating charm. Draco shot Blaise an annoyed glare before possessively pinching the soft cheek of the little girl who was completely out of Blaise's reach. Estelle tilted her head in confusion, but made no move to stop Draco. Blaise, with a somber expression, stepped aside, finding common ground with Theodore on such matters. Did you see that, Theodore? Draco's expression just now resembled that of a hen protecting her chick. Uffed, Theodore, usually stoic, couldn't he help but chuckle. Blaise. That metaphor, is there anything wrong with my description? Blaise replied, his gaze forlorn. After all, they are merely siblings. Theodore suppressed his emotions, his voice flat. Blaise. When did you start deluding yourself? Blaise pouted, feeling bored. You truly have a knack for ending conversations, Theodore. Madam Hooch is here. I wonder how Belling performed in flying class. Slytherin has already gained over 50 points in just 2 days. 50 points. Merlin. Could this year's House Cup once again belong to Slytherin? It's only been a few days. Don't speak so pessimistically. Look at those foolish lions. How utterly frightened they are of our Belling. Even the Savior Potter cannot rescue their meager scores. Ha ha. I saw Potter dodging Professor Snape at lunch today, fearing the professor would deduct points from Gryffindor for his mistakes. Madam Hooch clapped her hands, interrupting the young wizard's whispers. What are you all waiting for? Get to your brooms. Her tone was stern, her eyes scanning the students like a hawk, not lingering even on Harry or the striking Estelle. Originally, Harry stood directly opposite Estelle, but Draco, noticing this, arrogantly swapped places with his little Rose, his pale gray eyes fixed on Harry, brimming with disdain. The latter, however, did not shy away from Draco's gaze. Returning it, and an atmosphere of palpable tension emerged between the two youngsters, a naturally antagonistic relationship that Hermione would later describe. All right, stand beside your respective brooms. Attempt to sense them, and call out up. Madam Hooch instructed. Instantly, the sounds of students summoning their brooms echoed around the field. Having practiced flying and basic Quidditch skills at the manor years ago, Draco effortlessly grasped the old broom provided by the school. After confirming that Estelle had succeeded as well, the platinum-haired boy took an amused glance at the Gryffindor crowd. Chapter 40, The Memory Ball. Harry seemed to possess a natural talent for flying, successfully gripping his broom with just one attempt. This left Draco, who had hoped to mock Harry and flaunt his own access to a Quidditch pitch, feeling somewhat disappointed. Fortunately, Ron's frequent failures provided him with a much-needed outlet for his emotions. Estelle, look at that Weasley red-haired mole. Draco laughed heartily, just as Estelle turned to look at Ron. His rebellious broomstick suddenly jerked upwards and struck him on the forehead, causing a noticeable bump to form. Ha ha ha, silly Weasley. Even Harry couldn't suppress a kind-hearted laugh, causing Ron's face to flush a deep crimson. No laughing, Harry. Madam Hooch observed that the majority of the students had grasped their brooms, and she instructed, now mount your brooms tightly and hold on firmly. Do not let go. At the sound of my whistle, you will push off the ground with force. Steady your brooms and hover for a moment, leaning slightly forward before descending back to the ground. With a sharp whistle, Astoria and Draco maintained the same posture as they slowly ascended on their brooms. When they were approximately a meter off the ground, they exchanged a knowing glance, seamlessly turning their bodies to the right before landing, demonstrating impeccable coordination throughout. Well done, Miss Belling, Mr. Malfoy, Madam Hooch remarked with satisfaction, awarding Slytherin 10 points. Here we go again, that infuriating feeling of being overshadowed by Belling and Malfoy. ISNT Madam Hooch typically against awarding points? Why does it seem different when it comes to them? It appears that Belling merely lacks proficiency in transfiguration. Did you see the synchronized movements of Malfoy and Belling? They were identical, as if rehearsed. Hey, look, Potter has done it too. While the other Gryffindors struggled to elevate their brooms, Harry had already gripped the broomstick tightly and soared into the air. Although his lips were pale as he fought to maintain his balance, there was no doubt that he exhibited an extraordinary talent for flying on his very first attempt. Excitement sparkled in Harry's bright green eyes. He could hardly contain the overwhelming exhilaration bubbling within him, and as he glanced up, he locked eyes with Astoria. For a moment, Harry's heart skipped a beat. The young girl was curiously gazing at the boy who lived. It must be said, Harry Potter was remarkable. Astoria recalled her own initial experience with Quidditch, where it took her an entire afternoon to master her balance on the broom. Harry, you're doing splendidly as well. 5 points to Gryffindor. Madam Hooch was delighted to witness a student with flying aptitude in her class. Dahlia. A familiar voice echoed in her ears, and Astoria turned to see Draco's pale face, full of indignation. Why are you staring at that pathetic Potter? Am I not doing well enough? He began, only to be interrupted by a youthful, earnest voice. Help! Help! Draco, seeking attention from his sister, was abruptly halted by the sight of a chubby boy with rosy cheeks wobbling precariously on his broom, ascending higher and higher. His name was Neville Longbottom. Astoria recalled the commotion at breakfast regarding a boy who had received a memory ball. However, his current predicament seemed dire. Madam Hooch, believing that today's lesson would not require her teaching broom, looked alarmed when she saw Neville's broom seemingly spiraling out of control. Come down, Longbottom. This is dangerous. Woohoo. No, I can't control it. Before Neville could finish his sentence, his broom shot away like a bolt from a bow. Draco, entirely forgetting to insult the foolish boy, swayed in sync with Astoria, their heads bobbing as they followed Neville's rapid trajectory through the air. Amidst gasps of shock, poor Longbottom plummeted from the spire, encountering several obstacles that slowed his descent, yet he still ended up with a fracture. Stay put. Madam Hooch hurriedly cradled Longbottom as she rushed him to the hospital wing, leaving behind a stern warning. If I return to find any brooms in the air, expect to be expelled. The little wizards exchanged glances. Draco's keen eyes caught sight of something the chubby boy had dropped on the lawn. He stepped forward, bent down, and grasped the memory ball in his hand. Give it to me, Malfoy. Without waiting for Draco to react, Harry exclaimed anxiously. Astoria clearly noticed a flicker of confusion in her brother's eyes, soon replaced by a scoff. Do you think I want to steal that chubby boy's possession? Draco replied, tilting his head with a dismissive air. As a young scion of the Malfoy family, he certainly looked down upon Longbottom's memory ball. He merely picked it up out of instinct. But since Harry thought otherwise, Astoria believed her brother would undoubtedly take the opportunity to tease them. Isn't that right? Harry fixed his gaze on the platinum-haired boy, reiterating, give it to me. No, Draco responded, lowering his brow, his tone dripping with a sense of playful arrogance. I intend to hide it. Where shall I stash it? The roof? No sooner had he spoken than he swiftly ascended on his broom. In the blink of an eye, Draco was already more than 10 meters off the ground. Hey, Harry, don't forget what Madam Hooch said. Hermione anxiously grasped Harry's sleeve, urging him to desist. Yet, Harry was singularly focused on retrieving his friend's memory ball, ignoring Hermione's protests as he tightened his grip on the broom and shot into the sky. Although his movements were somewhat awkward, he made no errors. Astoria, noticing Hermione's distress, rushed to her side, hoping to intervene in the boy's childish quarrel. To her surprise, Astoria merely glanced at her with a light-hearted tone. Hermione. It was Harry who misunderstood my brother first. In truth, he isn't bad. He knows what he is doing. For Astoria, Harry's misunderstanding of Draco and Draco's teasing of Harry seemed fair. Hermione anxiously scratched the back of her head, utterly exasperated. She gazed up at the platinum-haired boy, who was effortlessly maneuvering his broom and smirking as if he were provoking Harry, her mind filled with questions. Did Astoria possess some sort of natural filter regarding her brother? This situation was bound to end badly. Chapter 41, Trouble. Come back here, Malfoy, or I'll knock you off your broom. Through his thin glasses, Harry's eyes shone with determination. Draco scoffed lightly, his tone bold. So you care about Longbottom's memory ball that much? I thought all your attention was on Dahlia at breakfast, you rude fellow. I truly don't understand why Dahlia would bother to be kind to a bunch of foolish lions like you. Mention of Astoria caused Harry's ears to turn slightly red. However, Draco's mocking tone only fueled his anger further, and Harry retorted, Malfoy, you're merely Astoria's brother. You have no right to interfere with her friendships. Draco's expression stiffened, and his pale gray eyes were suddenly ablaze with undisguised fury. The platinum-haired boy adeptly maneuvered in the air, and by the time Harry realized what was happening, Draco had positioned himself right in front of him. Then, Draco smirked, suit yourself. With that, he tossed the memory ball into the air. Clearly, Draco had completely transformed this object into a means to vent his frustration at Harry, the meddlesome Potter. Harry's pupils dilated in shock as he shoved Draco aside and lunged after the distant memory ball. The other students on the ground were vocally expressing a mixture of awe and fear at Harry's perilous maneuvers, but only Estelle remained transfixed, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Draco as he gracefully descended from the sky. It was now 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the fading sunlight of early winter bathed Draco's slightly tousled platinum hair in a warm glow. His eyes sparkled with a roguish glint, and a subtle smile played at the corners of his lips. Truly, he was a Malfoy, one of the esteemed 28 pure-blood families, renowned for both strength and beauty. Even at the tender age of 11, he was strikingly handsome and captivating. Did you see that, Dare? Potter was floundering like a headless fly, utterly at my mercy. Draco boasted as he dismounted his broom and strode towards Estelle, his chest puffed out like a proud little peacock. Are you uninjured? Estelle inquired. Though she anticipated a negative response, her concern was misplaced. It should have been directed towards the boy who lived, who had misconstrued her brother's reckless first flying attempts as a dire situation. Not at all, Draco shrugged nonchalantly, his demeanor relaxed. Besides, the seeker girl focused on the quaffle would never allow me to come to harm. With a mischievous arch of his lips, he playfully winked at her. Estelle chuckled softly, grasping the warmth of his hand. They often played Quidditch at the estate with Blaise and Theodore, and there was no denying Draco's agility as a seeker. Estelle invariably assumed the role of his dedicated beater, which fostered their remarkable synergy in flight. He caught the snitch. Oh my goodness, did you see that? Harry just executed a stunning sharp turn and stop. Harry is a flying prodigy. It was a pity that Madame Hooch had not witnessed the spectacle, for Gryffindor would undoubtedly have earned house points. As they turned to observe the commotion, they saw Harry surrounded by a throng of excited little lions. His cheeks were flushed from the wind, and he clutched the intact snitch in his hand. Fortunate lad, Draco mused, his spirits lifted despite the sight of Potter's well-being. Just then, Professor McGonagall appeared on the flying lesson grounds, her expression grave. A hush fell over the atmosphere. Only when Harry departed with McGonagall did the chatter resume, centering around speculations of whether Harry would be expelled, why McGonagall was present, and concerns regarding Neville Longbottom's injury. Draco found himself rather displeased that the Gryffindor head did not seem inclined to expel Harry, as Harry appeared promptly for defense against the dark arts the following morning. Perhaps it was the proximity to the garlic-scented Professor Quirrell that rendered Harry's expression so peculiar, almost pained. Thank goodness I only heard of Professor Quirrell's reputation. Otherwise, we would have been seated in the front row, subjected to his influence, Draco remarked disdainfully from the back row of seats. Estelle, too, was unable to endure the faint odor wafting from the professor at the lectern. She idly flipped through the defense against the dark arts textbook, discovering it filled with rudimentary theoretical knowledge, which only deepened her boredom. Has Aunt Narcissa replied yet? She asked softly. Draco paused, momentarily forgetting something important. No, why? Are you yearning for one of Mother's desserts? No, I simply... Estelle hesitated, locking eyes with Draco. I only wish for an intact alarm clock. Draco's gaze flickered, but Estelle caught the initial surprise and hurt that flashed in his eyes. Dare, do you no longer wish to sleep with me? He asked, gazing down at his pale fingertips, his voice somewhat muffled. Estelle pressed her lips together, sensing that this version of her brother felt different from any previous moments. Mammon had once said that one must always prioritize their feelings. She cherished the meticulous care Draco provided when they were together. However, she thought, I can't always trouble my brother. After all, Godfather and Aunt Narcissa have said we are grown up now, and we cannot behave as we did in our childhood. Before Estelle could finish her thought, she felt Draco's warm palm pressed against her lips, effectively silencing her from voicing thoughts he would rather not hear. Dare, you shall never be a burden to me, Draco declared with unwavering conviction. The little girl blinked, her clear blue eyes reflecting his figure. Taking a deep breath, Draco continued. If this is the reason you wish to separate from me, then you shall not. As your brother, it is my duty to ensure your comfort each night. Is sleeping with Mammon the same as sleeping with me? Regardless of how old we become, I will always care for you just as I did in our childhood. Draco hesitated, realizing he could not fathom any other boy getting close to Estelle or alleviating her discomfort. The thought was simply too dreadful. The selfish young Malfoy mused. Chapter 42. The Duel. After hearing his words, Estelle pondered seriously, comparing the sensation of Mammon's head to Draco's waist, ultimately arriving at the conclusion that she preferred the latter. "Don't compare me to that. I'm not a stepping stone," came the distant shout of Mammon, who had presumably run off to chase mice. Thus, following this dialogue, the two children, who had tacitly avoided the topic of sleeping apart, finally resolved their feelings. One favored the other, and the other was willing. In the countless moments that followed, they diligently enacted this newfound decision. A week later, during lunch, Estelle was unexpectedly escorted to the headmaster's office by Professor Snape, who had appeared in the Great Hall. "Uncle Snape, does Headmaster Dumbledore wish to see me?" Estelle inquired, curiously trailing alongside her old professor, her fingers playfully tugging at his. After 5 years, Snape had become accustomed to the sensation of being led by his fingers. Thus, even within Hogwarts, he felt only a slight discomfort and did not shake her off. "I believe it pertains to your impressive performance in Charms class, our future head of Slytherin, Miss Belling," he replied, his tone laced with a hint of sardonic humor, suggesting he had heard some gossip from the students. However, having years of experience dealing with slimy potions under Snape's guidance, Estelle found his teasing endearing. "Ah, the familiar sensation of being splattered with venom," she mused. "Very well, Headmaster," Estelle replied in a playful tone, successfully alleviating Snape's foul mood from witnessing a Gryffindor botch potion. Without further ado, he handed her over to Dumbledore and turned to leave, his robes billowing as if he were off to attend to urgent matters. "It is a pleasure to see you again, Estelle," Dumbledore said with a warm smile as he approached her. Estelle looked up at him, noting the neatly combed beard and the heart-shaped candy jar on his desk, revealing that the powerful headmaster of Hogwarts was, in fact, a gentle old man with an unexpected charm. "Good day, Headmaster," Estelle greeted, her eyes twinkling with delight. Indeed, the old man was quite taken by this, promptly producing his beloved lemon sherbet to treat her. The tart yet refreshing lemon flavor, intertwined with subtle sweetness, allowed Estelle to sit quietly across from Dumbledore, savoring a brief moment of dessert with her headmaster. She even ventured to try the cockroach cluster that Dumbledore had recommended. However, the sight of it was rather off-putting, and its taste was difficult to evaluate. "How are you adapting to Hogwarts curriculum, Estelle?" Dumbledore inquired. "Of course, I believe I have acclimated well thus far," Estelle replied candidly. Dumbledore nodded. "I have heard of your remarkable performance in Charms, which is why I summoned you." In truth, it was not merely hearsay. Flitwick had been waiting outside the headmaster's office daily, regaling him with tales of his prized pupil's innate and formidable magical prowess. If Dumbledore did not call Estelle soon, he might have developed calluses on his ears. "Professor Snape has already informed me of your reason for calling," Estelle interjected. Yet Dumbledore, perceptive as ever, swiftly discerned the unusual regard that his subordinate, the Slytherin potions master, held for this young girl. "Ah, had Harry been the visitor today, I dare say he would have been unceremoniously dispatched by Snape at the door." "Very well, clever child," Dumbledore continued, unspoken truths lingering in the air. "The formidable magical abilities bestowed upon the Belling family are indeed akin to miracles. Yet, as with all things, there exists a duality. Should a wizard lack precise control over their internal magic, what is often a source of pride may transform into a double-edged sword. Moreover, this wizard bore the surname Belling. Thus, would Estelle be willing to follow Professor Flitwick after class to learn some spells not covered in the textbook? I can think of no one more qualified than Flitwick regarding the control of magical power." This was, after all, an opportunity. Estelle's eyes sparkled with delight. Content. She departed the headmaster's office, pocketing a few pieces of lemon sherbet that Dumbledore had graciously offered her. The one-on-one charms class with Flitwick was scheduled for 2 hours after dinner each evening. This, however, meant Estelle would forfeit her freedom to roam post-dinner. Furthermore, she would have to hasten from the Ravenclaw faculty office in the tower to the Slytherin dormitory at the lake's depths, lest she be caught by the ever-watchful caretaker, Filch, during her nocturnal escapades. "Tomorrow night. The trophy room, how does that sound? Of course, I shall accompany you at any time, Potter." The great hall buzzed with chatter. Students huddled together, with Draco and Harry at the center of attention. Estelle's brow furrowed. What has transpired between them in merely 20 minutes? "Delilah." Draco's gaze cut through the throng, landing squarely on his beautiful Rose. The previously unyielding demeanor he had exhibited towards Harry dissipated like a receding tide, replaced by a softness in his expression. The platinum-haired boy strode to Estelle's side, oblivious to the myriad of scrutinizing eyes behind him, and softly inquired, "What did Dumbledore summon you for?" "The headmaster addressed my magical reserves and arranged for Professor Flitwick to tutor me after class," Estelle succinctly replied. "And you? What about you and Harry?" As Estelle turned towards the Gryffindor group, eager to greet the visibly irate savior, Draco stepped left, blocking her view. Unbeknownst to them, Draco, who had once stood merely half a head taller than Estelle, was now increasingly widening the gap between their statures. I have arranged a duel with Potter in the trophy room tomorrow night, Draco declared nonchalantly. Estelle's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Fear not, Delilah, Draco reassured, playfully ruffling her hair, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Only a fool would heed such an invitation. That scar-headed boy will be waiting for Filch to catch him. You are such a child, Estelle remarked, her tone one of exasperation. She refrained from disrupting her brother's plans, opting instead to express her concern as a friend. Chatting briefly with the most astute member of the Gryffindor trio, Hermione, urging her to be cautious about the duel and the dangers of wandering at night. Whether they heeded her words remained uncertain. In any case, on the night of the scheduled duel, Draco was positively beaming as he embraced his little Delilah. Chapter 43. A bedtime story. The sounds of water in the bathroom gradually softened and slowed. Estelle's magic resonated harmoniously with the cleansing rune inscribed upon her bracelet. In an instant, her damp hair dried. Dressed in her nightgown, she quietly pushed open the bathroom door, discovering Draco seated at his desk, his back to her. Ink of a deep azure hue gliding down the quill and onto the paper, absorbed in some writing. Estelle suddenly recalled the silencing charm she had recently learned, her lovely eyes sparkling with mischief. Quietus, Draco continued to write, but a sly smile crept onto his face as he caught a glimpse of her stealthy shadow from the corner of his eye. Little imp. Hey. Estelle believed she had approached him undetected, her small hand landing on his shoulder in an attempt to startle him. To her surprise, the next moment she felt herself being swept off her feet. Before she could react, Draco had her perched on his lap. She nestled her chin against his neck, feeling somewhat defeated. Draco smirked, his tone laced with a hint of pride. Come now, Delilah, even with the silencing charm, I can always recognize you. He tousled her hair, relieved that the bracelet had successfully dried every strand before he set her down. How so? Estelle's eyes widened as she gazed up at him. Draco poked her cheek playfully, noting the delightful scent of roses that enveloped her. Is that so? I can't smell anything, Estelle replied, puzzled, as she sniffed her exposed arm. Perhaps only I can detect it, Draco responded with a teasing lilt. Estelle huffed, convinced her brother must have employed some unknown charm to always unveil her. Brother, what are you writing? She leaned closer to the notebook on the desk, curious to discern its contents. Little dear, little bunny. She inquired, initially assuming Draco was working on an assignment from Professor Binns for History of Magic. This, Draco cleared his throat, his ears turning crimson, is a bedtime story for you. You have been sleeping restlessly these past few nights, and we have already read all the storybooks in the manor. So I thought I might write something of my own to help you sleep. Perhaps this will bring you greater comfort. Estelle's eyes sparkled with excitement. Draco's ears reddened further. Yet, he felt no embarrassment in writing a bedtime story for Estelle. Rather, it was the way her misty blue eyes gazed at him so earnestly that made him feel, well, somewhat bashful. Thank you, brother, Estelle exclaimed, planting a kiss on Draco's cheek, oblivious to the stunned expression on his face as she scampered off to bed. She lifted a corner of the quilt, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Draco. Brother, come here quickly, I am ready. What is ready, dear? How could she say such a thing while lifting the covers? No. Draco cast a swift glance at the rosy-cheeked girl and suddenly realized he had misinterpreted her words. Thus, the esteemed young Master Malfoy's ears turned an even deeper shade of crimson, as if they might bleed. He clumsily grabbed his notebook and climbed onto the bed. Draco sat partially upright while Estelle lay beside him, just as before, wrapping her arms around his waist. He struggled to disregard the warm sensation at his waist, cleared his throat, and let his gaze fall upon the notebook, slowly beginning to speak. Once upon a time, there existed a wondrous magical forest, within which a quaint little shop had recently opened, aptly named Happiness. It was said that every guest who stepped into the Happiness shop would ultimately find their own bliss. A little rabbit lay on its bed, pondering and unable to contain its curiosity. Thus, with a heart full of skepticism, it ventured into the shop. As it pushed open the door, a delightful chime of wind bells accompanied its entrance, revealing a scene where soft lighting bathed the night in a deep and exquisite watercolor-like beauty. The boy's deep voice gently wove into Estelle's dreams. On the nightstand, two identical gingerbread-colored alarm clocks stood side by side. What perplexed Draco immensely was that the trio of saviors he had stood up did not seem to harbor any resentment. They appeared to have forgotten all about their duel, and for quite some time, they did not even spare Draco a glance. This neglect stirred a myriad of grievances within the overlooked young master. However, after Estelle heard from Hermione that Harry had discovered the three-headed dog and that they were investigating the matter, she managed to soothe Draco, distracting him from thoughts of confronting the trio. She did not wish for Draco to meddle in Harry's affairs, for Estelle always felt a sense of danger. Time flew by, and soon it was the eve of Halloween. Despite Estelle's efforts to prevent her childish brother from clashing with the so-called Saint Harry, she had not anticipated that Harry would be permitted to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team in his first year. This infuriated Draco. The platinum-haired boy fixed his gaze on Harry, who was animatedly conversing with the red-haired Ron at the Gryffindor table, the sound of his knife scraping against the plate ringing sharply in the air. Uffed. Draco, Blaise chuckled. You look like you're about to devour Potter. Oomph. McGonagall and Dumbledore really don't know what they're thinking, allowing a first year to join the team. It's utterly insane. Draco fumed. Is he all right? Daphne, seated beside Estelle, inquired timidly. Estelle smirked, her tone leisurely as she replied, Do not worry. If my brother could join the Slytherin team in his first year, he wouldn't be saying such things. All right. Daphne readily agreed with Estelle's sentiment. Meanwhile, Ron cast a glance at Draco, who was staring intently at them, and shivered under his predatory gaze. Merlin, look at Malfoy, he exclaimed. Harry, who had been discussing the three-headed dog with Hermione, lifted his head at Ron's reminder. Malfoy must be very unhappy to see Harry becoming the youngest Seeker in Hogwarts history. Hermione speculated after a moment of silence. Harry's gaze drifted to the silver-haired girl beside Draco as he lowered his eyes. Let's not talk about that for now, Ron. Have you found Scabbers yet? Chapter 44, The Halloween Feast. I found him, Ron replied, his brow furrowed in concern. You wouldn't believe how Scabbers has been disappearing lately, and he's becoming increasingly timid. It's so strange. Perhaps he just hasn't adapted to the Hogwarts environment yet, Hermione reassured him. All right. Ron recalled the previous night when Scabbers had frantically darted into the Gryffindor common room, and he still felt a lingering confusion about the blue shadow that had flashed by not far away. As for Draco, he was naturally filled with envy and resentment over Harry joining the Gryffindor team and wielding the latest Nimbus 2000 broomstick. However, after dragging Estelle to seek out Professor Snape, hoping to request their inclusion in the Slytherin team, only to receive a cold get-out, Draco's disdain for Harry reached its zenith. Fortunately, the class schedule had not placed Slytherin and Gryffindor in the same classroom, or Draco would have resorted to unleashing a new type of venom he had learned from the old headmaster upon Harry. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Hogwarts' annual Halloween feast quietly approached. The brilliantly lit hall resonated with laughter and joy. Upperclassmen were permitted to don their private attire as they mingled among the tables, which were laden with tantalizing and aromatic delicacies. Exquisite pastries, sweet candies, and even a chocolate fountain adorned the feast. Estelle sat obediently beside Draco, counting the days until her symptoms would flare up. Thus, she wished to request leave from Professor Flitwick in advance. Look at Scarhead and the Weasel, Draco said with a mischievous grin, tugging at Estelle's sleeve to direct her attention toward the Gryffindor table. There, the usually vibrant and spirited Harry and Ron appeared somewhat subdued. Even the crispy, juicy chicken legs before them failed to salvage the strange atmosphere between the two. Estelle noticed that Hermione was not among them. Where has she gone? It's rare to see the trio so inseparable have a day of discord, Draco remarked, his tone laced with a hint of satisfaction. It was evident to anyone that this young master was in high spirits. Estelle chuckled softly, preparing to continue her meal. Perhaps it was due to her recent growth spurts, but her appetite had significantly increased compared to before. Draco was quite pleased that Dare no longer consumed mere scraps, even going so far as to write to Narcissa, who subsequently increased the frequency of desserts delivered to Estelle via the house elf. The mother and son seemed determined to plump Estelle up. Yet, just as Estelle lifted her fork, the garlic-scented Professor Quirrell suddenly stumbled into the hall. Curiosity piqued. Everyone turned to see Quirrell stagger up to Dumbledore's side, collapsing against him, breathless, and uttering, Troll. Troll in the dungeon, I thought you ought to know. With that, he slumped over, falling into a deep sleep. The hall erupted into chaos at Professor Quirrell's alarming announcement. Draco sprang to his feet, grasping Estelle's hand, his voice trembling yet strained with urgency. Come on, Dare, we must return to the dormitory at once. Simultaneously, Dumbledore rose, raising his wand to emit several deafening sounds, and it was then that Estelle heard the calm tone of the headmaster. Heads of houses, immediately escort your students back to their dormitories. A cacophony of noise erupted once more, but thankfully, Anna, as the Slytherin head, wielded considerable authority, quickly organizing the younger snakes into a line. However, just as Estelle was about to follow the hurried footsteps of the line, she caught a fleeting glimpse of Mammon darting around the corner leading to the stairs. Stuff him into the troll's mouth. Mammon's excited meows echoed from a distance, followed by the appearances of Harry and Ron, who also vanished around that very corner. Estelle's heart skipped a beat as she turned to glance in the direction of the departing Gryffindor team. Indeed, they were not heading back to the dormitory. Moreover, the large yellow rat clamped in Mammon's jaws, if Estelle recalled correctly, should belong to Ron, right? Had Mammon just suggested stuffing scabbers into a troll's mouth? Taking a deep breath, Estelle, although she had exchanged few words with Ron among the trio of saviors, considered him a somewhat acquainted friend. If Mammon truly intended to do so, it would be a departure from noble decorum. Brother, Estelle spoke rapidly, I just saw Mammon, and I must find him. Draco was nearly about to leap up but stopped, turning back in the bustling crowd to whisper, Dahlia, this is perilous. Estelle had no time to explain. Besides her concern for scabbers, she was even more fearful for Mammon's safety. Thus far, the large feline had only demonstrated the ability of spatial traversal before her. If they truly encountered a troll, perhaps even before Mammon could toss the rat into the troll's mouth, I must go, brother. Estelle's gaze was resolute. Draco tightened his grip on her hand, his palm dampening with a hint of sweat. His brow furrowed as though he had made a monumental decision, ultimately nodding. Very well then. Estelle sighed in relief, attempting to withdraw her hand from his grip, only to find Draco still holding on tightly. Brother? Estelle questioned, perplexed. Draco lowered his gaze, a hint of panic in his expression, but he suppressed his fear and said, Dahlia, you know I can never allow you to go alone. The two little serpents exchanged a glance, and a warm current surged within Estelle. All right, we shall go together. Following the path Mammon had just traversed, Draco and Estelle finally heard an unusual commotion upon reaching the third floor. Harry, keep going. A deep, furious roar mingled with Ron's youthful voice, originating from the direction of the lavatory. Estelle felt a strong premonition that Mammon was also present there. Let us go, she decisively commanded. Draco hastened to follow, his fingers whitening as he gripped his wand tightly. The lavatory door had been smashed to pieces, and upon arrival, the two beheld the troll's massive form, dripping with repulsive slime. Astonishingly, Harry was perched upon the troll's shoulder, relentlessly striking its head with a broken wooden plank. I am at a loss whether to commend his bravery or deem him reckless. Draco scolded. Estelle, Malfoy, what are you doing here? Hermione, her face streaked with tears, gazed at the pair with shock and confusion. Run, quickly informed Dumbledore. No sooner had she spoken than the troll violently swung its arm, causing Harry to scream, desperately clutching the grotesque bulge of flesh on its shoulder to avoid being flung off. Fool, as a wizard, you choose to engage in hand-to-hand combat with a troll? Utterly absurd. Even in such a perilous situation, Draco managed to muster a few sarcastic remarks amidst his reeling mind. Incendio. The platinum-haired youth raised his wand. The tip of the hawthorn would swiftly tracing an arc through the air. In an instant, a roaring inferno erupted beneath the troll's feet, the flames encircling it with a ferocity that only intensified. Roar. The creature bellowed in agony, the unbearable heat causing it to writhe, nearly dislodging Harry from its shoulder. Stupefy. Estelle's eyes gleamed with determination as an overwhelming surge of magic coursed through her, coalescing in midair into a slender, rose-colored beam of light. In the next moment, this beam was thrust into the troll's body. Its beady eyes lost their focus for a brief instant before it collapsed in a thunderous crash amidst the flames. The troll's hardened skin cracked under the searing heat, producing a horrifying sound. Harry, Ron's pupils dilated, his heart seemingly ceasing to beat. Estelle was equally stunned. Not anticipating that the troll would succumb to her spell so easily, her expression frozen in disbelief. A fleeting glimpse of misty blue light caught her eye. Harry, who had been precariously perched on the troll's shoulder, suddenly reappeared beside them, his thick black hair singed and emitting a foul odor. It's Mammon. Estelle's gaze followed the sudden blue light, quickly noting that, in a corner unnoticed by others, Mammon had tossed the large yellow rat into the fire with astonishing speed. The action occurred so swiftly that Estelle barely had time to intervene. I knew it. Harry, how did you just teleport like that? That was incredible, Ron exclaimed breathlessly, his face alight with excitement. Harry shook his head, his heart still racing. I don't know. Do you expect the clever Potter, who carelessly tossed aside his wand at a crucial moment, to master advanced apparition? Draco scoffed, his gaze filled with disdain for Harry. Malfoy, if you keep silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. Ron clenched his fists. Draco was about to retort, but was interrupted when Estelle gently squeezed his hand. Following the direction of the little girl's gaze, the two standing at the entrance first noticed Professor McGonagall striding toward them in a fury, followed closely by the ominous figure of the potion's master. Clear water like a spring. Professor McGonagall waved her wand, extinguishing the flames that had nearly turned the troll into a charred carcass. Snape's cold gaze settled upon the two troublesome little trolls, his eyes ablaze with fury. I had thought that engaging in such foolish and arrogant antics as battling a troll would never transpire among Slytherin students. Snape remarked with a thinly veiled smile, Mr. Malfoy and Miss Belling, you truly are bold. Draco, who had been at odds with Ron, now found his bravado extinguished, much like Estelle, as they both stood under the scornful scrutiny of their head of house. Professor McGonagall, I followed the troll here because I thought I had learned how to subdue it. Hermione blurted out, fearing that McGonagall and Snape would unleash their wrath upon her as well, thus weaving an elaborate falsehood. Humph, Snape exhaled through his nose. Professor McGonagall regarded him with a complex expression. I suppose you are indeed fortunate. Few first-year students ever have the opportunity to contend with a troll of such size. Furthermore, I must know which of you cast the fiery spell and the stunning charm. McGonagall's hopeful gaze settled upon Harry. Estelle and Draco exchanged a glance, trembling under Snape's icy glare as they timidly raised their hands. Oh, so it was Miss Belling and Mr. Malfoy. How remarkable. McGonagall's eyes widened in genuine surprise. In that case, I shall award each of you an additional 10 points. As for Harry and his companions, while your courage merits 5 points, Miss Granger should not have acted so recklessly, hence 5 points will be deducted. Upon hearing McGonagall's pronouncement, the expressions of the trio resembled a thrilling roller coaster ride. Nevertheless, there were no gains nor losses. A muffled groan suddenly echoed in the silent lavatory. Draco instinctively wrapped his arms around Astoria, leaving Harry and Ron only a fleeting glimpse of the girl's flushed, almost unusually crimson profile. The world around them seemed to grow increasingly indistinct. In the final moment before losing all sense of self, Astoria pressed her face tightly against Draco's neck, seeking solace from the heat that enveloped her. She whimsically extended her hand, expertly resting her palm against Draco's waist, a movement that hinted at a gradual ascent. Draco, his face burning, swiftly pulled Astoria behind Professor Snape, hastily draping his robes to shield the glaring whiteness at his waist. Brother, Astoria murmured in his ear, treating him as a cooling block of ice, akin to a kitten nuzzling against Draco's side. I had this first, be good. Draco's tone was almost coaxing as he quickly produced a suppressant potion he had prepared beforehand, uncorking it and ensuring Astoria consumed every last drop. Yet, just as he was about to retrieve the empty vial, Astoria's brow furrowed slightly, her delicate lips suddenly reaching forward. The boy's fingertips found themselves enveloped by her mouth, her soft tongue gently sucking, sending tingles racing through his nerves and rendering Draco utterly motionless. From the tips of his ears to his cheeks, he blushed like a ripe tomato. Dahlia, are you not going to escort your wayward students back to the dormitory, Professor? Snape's voice was icy, caught off guard by the sudden onset of Astoria's ailment. To leave this place would require navigating past McGonagall and a few foolish Gryffindors. Observing Harry and Ron's dazed expressions, Snape felt a shared irritation akin to that of his little toad teaching assistant. Chapter 46, Animagus. After McGonagall led the trio away, Snape safely escorted the two little trolls to the Slytherin common room. However, none of them noticed the rustling sounds emanating from the lavatory, where a mouse, with its dark yellow fur matted with a revolting, foul-smelling slime, stealthily emerged from beneath the troll and scurried into the sewers. Thus began the tale of the miraculous adventure in the sewers. Astoria awoke the following morning at 9 o'clock. Draco should have been in his History of Magic class at this hour, leaving the room eerily vacant. A refreshing scent of green apples wafted through the air. Astoria suddenly became aware that she was clutching something in her hand, and with curiosity, she extended her hand from beneath the covers, revealing the familiar dark-patterned fabric of her brother's pajamas. Memories of the previous night surged back with fervor before the moment she completely lost consciousness, as she recalled having to remove Draco's shirt, leaving him bare-chested while he held her as they slept. Astoria felt her ears flush crimson as she buried her face in her hands. How could this be? Dahlia, do you truly wish to do this? Draco's voice seemed to echo faintly in her ears. What a predicament to force a respectable young man to betray his modesty. After a considerable pause, Astoria managed to push the memories of the previous night from her mind, although she knew that recalling them upon seeing Draco would be mortifying. Dahlia. Mammon's voice suddenly pierced the air beside her, startling Astoria as she attempted to place Draco's shirt back into the wardrobe alongside his pajama bottoms. Mammon. Astoria closed the wardrobe door and crouched down to scrutinize her feline companion. Upon discovering that Mammon's coat was sleek and not a single whisker was missing, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. You really did throw the rat into the fire yesterday. Astoria gently tapped Mammon on the head, her tone exasperated. What do you expect Ron to do now? Mammon flicked his bushy tail, adopting a surprisingly serious demeanor. No, Dahlia. That was no ordinary pet mouse. It was an animagus. Animagus? Astoria found the term rather foreign and somewhat challenging to pronounce. Yes, a wicked wizard transformed into a rat, Mammon scoffed. I told you. No mouse could escape my grasp. It was clearly abnormal. Astoria began to grasp the meaning behind animagus, her surprise evident. How could Ron bring such a pet to Hogwarts? That boy likely has no idea his rat is an ugly wizard with large front teeth, Mammon declared. He might even be heartbroken when he realizes his pet has vanished completely. I see. But you just mentioned wicked? Astoria astutely seized upon Mammon's wording. What could its purpose be for infiltrating Hogwarts? Is there a possibility that someone is colluding with it, putting us all in danger? Hey, Dahlia, Mammon chuckled softly. His tone now one of reassurance. I didn't think of any of that while playing hide and seek with it. You've matured. On a serious note, he continued. I sensed an uncomfortable, sinister aura around it. But it will not be appearing before us again, right? We shall face any adversities that come our way. So you needn't worry about your safety. At this, Mammon's tone faltered, his expression turning grave. But you must not act recklessly like yesterday, Dahlia. I am truly touched that you always think of me, but my abilities surpass what you can imagine. Thus, if you ever encounter similar situations, I hope you prioritize your safety above all else. Mammon vowed to remain by Astoria's side, never breaking his promise. His voice softened as he stepped closer, nuzzling against Astoria. Mammon. All right. Mammon, I trust you, Astoria replied, a smile gracing her lips as she affectionately scratched the cat's nose. Are you still comfortable in my room, Mammon? Of course. With you two little imps out of my sight, having an entire bed to myself is simply delightful. As Mammon had predicted, Ron was utterly heartbroken, having scoured every corner of Hogwarts in vain for his missing rat, unable to bear his misery. Astoria and Mammon conspired to capture a random animal from the Burrow's woods to present to Ron as a substitute. Meanwhile, as Mammon and Pegasus were caught in a dilemma, the Quidditch match at Hogwarts officially commenced. Look, there's Harry, the youngest seeker in Hogwarts history, Harry Potter. Go Gryffindor. Slytherin will prevail. Flint, knock that scar-headed boy off his broom. Just look at his smug expression. In the stands, the banners of gold and red clashed vividly against the silver and green. Students from both houses waved their flags, determined not to let their spirits wane. Dahlia, by this time next year, we shall be the finest seeker and beater in Slytherin, Draco declared enthusiastically, his gaze intense. Of course, Astoria replied. Her competitive spirit ignited as she watched Harry deftly evade the Slytherin chasers in midair. As she turned her head, her gaze happened to cross paths with Pansy Parkinson, who, even amidst the lively atmosphere, maintained a tight-lipped, downcast demeanor. It seemed Pansy had kept this understated, almost invisible attitude since the beginning of the school year. Even with the backing of Malfoy, which emboldened Daphne Greengrass to provoke the Parkinson family, Pansy chose to remain indifferent. Estelle was momentarily taken aback, not allowing Pansy to occupy her thoughts. When she was bullied by Pansy in the past, she had been somewhat naive, but now, Estelle would not hesitate to leverage the influence of Malfoy and Belling to sever the Parkinsons from the pure-blooded 28 families entirely. Furthermore, Professor Flitwick's small class had yielded remarkable results, significantly boosting Estelle's confidence in her ability to cast curses with precision. As for the source of her knowledge regarding dark spells, the study room at Malfoy Manor had never failed to impress. What is happening to Harry? He seems unsteady. Is his broom out of control? A cacophony of voices erupted, and Estelle lifted her gaze. Harry was hovering mid-air on his broom, trembling uncontrollably, his once fair face now ashen. Chapter 47, The Wandless Spell. Estelle blinked in surprise, and as if sensing something, she turned to look back. Skimming over the faces filled with uncertainty, her gaze finally settled on Professor Quirrell at the judging table along with her house head. The two were animatedly conversing, with Quirrell's brow furrowed in evident anxiety. A wandless spell? Estelle's heart raced. Just then, her peripheral vision caught the familiar figures of Hermione and Ron hurriedly making their way from the Gryffindor stands towards her. It wasn't merely Estelle's keen eyesight. Miss Granger's voluminous curls and the Weasley family's signature red hair were undeniably conspicuous. Daphne, Potter wouldn't really fall off his broom at this height, would he? He'd surely break something, huh? That's the price of showing off. Daphne, what are you looking at? The gleeful Draco Malfoy received no response from his sister and turned to Estelle, quickly following her gaze to discern the anomaly. Quirrell. Draco had always placed unreserved trust in his godfather Snape. Thus, upon noticing the two at the judging table fervently moving their lips, he immediately pinpointed Quirrell's odd demeanor. He intends to harm Harry. Estelle's tone left no room for doubt. Draco narrowed his eyes. Potter's disputes were of no concern to him, but fubute ob captitan. Spell stopped. As Draco pointed his wand at Hermione, who had approached Snape with dubious intentions, Estelle also murmured incantations. Her misty blue eyes were locked onto the perspiring Quirrell. In the next moment, Quirrell abruptly opened his eyes, his expression one of agony, too preoccupied to cast a spell. With a thud, Hermione's wand clattered to the ground, and she gasped, hastily retrieving it, only to meet Draco's furious gaze. It's Malfoy. Hermione, look. Harry's all right. He regained control of his broom. Ron and Hermione exclaimed almost in unison. The latter, disregarding Draco's glare, quickly glanced at Harry, who was now steadying himself in midair. The Gryffindor Seeker had managed to regain composure the moment he felt his broom return to normal. Clutching the wooden handle and executing a deft turn to pursue the fleeting golden snitch. Truly remarkable, Harry. He quickly regrouped and continued his chase for the golden snitch. Look, he has effortlessly surpassed Slytherin's rising star, Flint. The commentator Jordan's voice was exuberant, unabashedly showcasing his favoritism towards his own house team. Seeing this, Snape seemed to exhale in relief, but his gaze soon drifted towards the two anxious-looking beaters eyeing him closely, settling on the perplexed Quirrell. What are you doing here? Snape's voice was icy. Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, do you aspire to become Quidditch referees as well? Hermione and Ron froze, having not garnered a single glance from Snape. Apologies, Professor, we'll return at once. Hermione bit her dry lips, her heart racing from her earlier intention to ignite this Cellar Snake King's robe with flames. He couldn't have noticed her and Ron's intentions, could he? Seeing Snape refrain from unleashing further venom, Hermione glanced at the impassive Estelle and the platinum serpent that seemed ready to pounce if not for his sister's restraint. Gritting her teeth and pulling Ron back towards their seats. Could it not be Snape? No, there must be something amiss. We need to inquire with Harry once the match concludes. Did you see Malfoy's expression just now, Hermione? I certainly don't believe Snape is innocent. His disdain for Harry is well known. When did Malfoy learn that spell? Professor Flitwick never taught it in class. Ron, our primary focus now is to unearth the mastermind behind the attempt on Harry's life. Estelle and Draco were oblivious to the discussion between the two young lions. Watching the red-haired mole and the frizzy-haired girl attempt to undermine his godfather, Draco struggled to suppress his burgeoning fury. Were they truly trying to covertly harm the head of Slytherin in plain sight? Draco gritted his teeth. Don't think I didn't notice Granger's wand being raised. She intended to cast a fiery spell. It's all right now, brother. Estelle appeared more composed, swiftly pulling Draco back to their seats as Quirrell, now back to his senses, furrowed his brow in their direction. What on earth is happening? Draco was utterly baffled. Quirrell, reeking of garlic, intended to harm Harry, while his godfather, who always seemed to scrutinize Harry's every move, was secretly protecting him? The thought left Draco feeling unwell. He would rather have Snape cast a spell to make Harry fall off his broom. Merlin, this fantastical world. I am as perplexed by Quirrell's motives as you are, Estelle remarked, frowning. Over there, after searching for signs of abnormalities and failing to identify who had just shouted that stopping spell, Quirrell had quietly vacated the judging table. Draco, in a state of agitation, swept his bangs back. But soon, it seemed he had a revelation and turned to Estelle. Daphne, were you the one who thwarted Quirrell just now? His gaze fixed on the ample pocket of Estelle's robe, where a slender wand lay quietly, untouched. Estelle nodded, leaning closer to Draco and whispering, wandless spell. I recently delved into this area and wanted to test my newfound abilities. Perhaps her unexpected stopping spell caught Quirrell off guard while he was engrossed in dueling with Snape. It is known that in wizard duels, even the slightest lapse can be exploited by the opponent, resulting in a swift downfall. Wandless spell. Draco's eyes widened, his volume momentarily escaping control, causing Theodore, who was intently watching the Quidditch match, to glance at him in confusion. Shoo! Estelle quickly covered Draco's mouth, whispering, please, brother, this is my secret. Don't let too many people know. Estelle's pace in exploring the realm of spells was unprecedented. Hence, Professor Flitwick had generously shared his knowledge with her. If it weren't for Estelle's early recognition of Lucius as her godfather, Flitwick might have even considered adopting his prized pupil as his goddaughter. Upon hearing this, Draco refrained from uttering another word. He merely lowered his gaze, even neglecting to observe the exhilarating Quidditch match. It was uncertain what thoughts occupied his mind. Chapter 48, The Scarf. Following this, the trio sought out Astoria to discuss the events of the Quidditch match day. However, upon witnessing Astoria's unwavering trust in their house head, the trio, now laden with complex expressions, ceased to risk the piercing glare of Draco by approaching her after class. During this period, Draco seemed to have undergone a transformation, diligently applying himself in his studies. Whether in charms, potions, or transfiguration classes, the young Malfoy displayed remarkable prowess. By the eve of Christmas, when the houses tallied their points, the Slytherin serpents realized that Draco had accrued even more points for the house than Astoria, surpassing her by 20. Has he truly changed? Blaise mused, nudging Theodore's arm in astonishment. Previously, at this hour, the Slytherins would have dined, spent some time on homework in the common room, and engaged in conversations with like-minded purebloods before retreating to their dormitories. However, today the Slytherin common room was markedly different. Even the solitary Pansy Parkinson had not departed early. Instead, she was engrossed in fiddling with a delicate little box on her chair. Surrounding her, several gifts of various shapes adorned the space. It was the final day before the Christmas holiday, and nearly all heirs of pure-blood families had received news from their families. Moreover, 12/20 marked Miss Belling's birthday. Following Blaze's gaze, Draco was seen writing diligently with a quill that seemed to leap off the parchment. It appeared to be the essay assigned by Snape in Potions class, which required a length of 1 foot. Judging by the length of Draco's parchment, it had likely reached 2 feet. Who knows? Theodore mused, his tone nonchalant. Perhaps to stand alongside the exceptional Belling, even a Malfoy must exert himself tremendously. TSK, Blaze shook his head, a soft critique escaping his lips. But he's taking it to an extreme. I can hardly imagine what my mother will say upon learning of Draco's final exam results. Theodore merely smiled lightly, choosing not to elaborate. Catching sight of Draco's serious expression as he furrowed his brow, Theodore quietly began drafting a 3-foot outline for his potions essay. Goyle, what is your gift? Daphne inquired softly. Goyle, preoccupied with stuffing his mouth with candy shaped like red and green stockings, spoke as if his words were muffled. A brooch. My dad said gifting Belling jewelry can never go wrong. What about you, Daphne? Mine is also jewelry. Daphne sighed in relief. She glanced towards the common room door and murmured, when will she return? That depends on when Professor Flitwick's tutoring ends, but I suspect it will be soon, Crabbe replied. Why? Daphne pressed. Crabbe chuckled, gesturing subtly towards Draco. He has stopped writing. Moments later, as Astoria's figure appeared at the common room entrance, Daphne found herself increasingly impressed by Goyle and Crabbe's understanding of Draco. Happy birthday, Belling, Blaze said, noting that Draco seemed disinclined to speak first. He unhurriedly rose, walking towards Astoria under the expectant gazes of the purebloods. With a cheerful demeanor, he presented the slightly surprised young lady with a rectangular box adorned with a beautiful bow. Thank you, Blaze, Astoria replied with a smile. Blaze, with a playful glint in his eye, shrugged. No need for thanks, Zabini and Belling. May our friendship endure. His tone was casual, and Astoria accepted his words graciously. With this gesture, the other purebloods, following Daphne, Goyle, and Crabbe, those already familiar with Astoria, began to present their carefully prepared birthday gifts. Astoria beamed as she expressed her gratitude one by one. And soon the sofa that traditionally belonged to her and Draco was overflowing with exquisite gift boxes. Happy birthday, Belling, Pansy offered in a subdued voice. Her gaze averted as she handed Astoria a box. Astoria could not discern her expression, only catching a glimpse of the girl's pointed, pale chin. It was worth noting that the last interaction with Pansy had occurred 5 years prior, leaving Astoria with less than pleasant memories. Thank you, Parkinson, Astoria acknowledged with a nod. Saying no more. As long as Pansy refrained from any overtly disruptive actions, Astoria had no desire to engage with a low-key pureblood. The voices gradually faded away. After presenting their gifts, the Slytherins departed with remarkable tact. Now, only Draco and Astoria, surrounded by a plethora of gift boxes, remained in the common room. The platinum-haired youth regarded her with a smile in his eyes, and as their gazes met, brimming with mutual delight, Draco approached her. Happy birthday, Della, he said in a low voice, his eyes reflecting only Astoria's image. Humph, the most important person must always make a grand entrance. What do Blaze and the others know? Thank you, brother, Astoria playfully winked, raising her hands to her chest. Where's my gift? Draco chuckled softly, unable to resist ruffling her hair. It's in our room. Come. He then took Astoria's hand, leaving her momentarily stunned as she stammered. Wait, what about these? Before she could finish her sentence, she fell silent. The gift boxes began to gracefully levitate, floating behind them. Astoria tilted her head, surprise flickering in her eyes as she tentatively took a step forward, and indeed, the boxes moved forward a few inches as she had anticipated. Brother, your levitation charm has greatly improved. The compliment elicited an uncontainable grin from Draco, his chin lifting in a proud manner. It's merely the standard pace of learning. Astoria, however, disagreed. After all, most first-year wizards could still only manipulate lighter objects with the levitation charm. She understood that Draco was not particularly passionate about charms, yet achieving this level of skill must have required considerable effort behind the scenes. Not at all. Brother, you're the most impressive, Astoria exclaimed, unabashedly flattering the proud young man. Draco's chin rose even higher. After placing the gifts in the room that Marmon had occupied and receiving a disdainful glance from the cat, Astoria finally laid eyes on the gift Draco had prepared for her. This is, Astoria confirmed once more, her ears turning crimson as she beheld the soft fabric in Draco's hands, her eyes widening. A scarf? Chapter 49, Draco's Tender Intentions. Indeed, Draco replied, his gaze wandering. I knitted it myself. Although it has a warming charm, Daphne mentioned that girls often enjoy adorning themselves with such beautiful and exquisite items. His words tumbled out rapidly, and had Astoria not been attentively listening, she might have found it difficult to decipher his hurried speech. The young girl's misty blue eyes sparkled under the warm glow of the lamp. Taking a step forward, Astoria accepted the intertwined silver and red scarf from Draco's hands. She wrapped the scarf around her neck, deftly looping it twice. Half of her lovely face was enveloped in the soft fabric, accentuating her features even more delicately. Is it beautiful? Estelle tilted her head and inquired. Draco's cheeks flushed slightly as he cleared his throat, feigning composure, and replied, "It looks splendid, Dare. This color has always complemented you beautifully." Estelle let out a giggle and bounded over to Draco's side. In the next moment, Draco found himself enveloped in a hug infused with a softness more delicate than the scarf he had knitted, accompanied by a fragrant hint of roses. "Thank you, brother." Estelle's voice was sweet, reminiscent of his favorite jam cake. "So, you've been secretly making this in your room these past few nights? But how did you think to knit me a scarf?" "Ahem. Well, because it's my birthday this year, and didn't you also give me a pair of handmade cufflinks?" Estelle's realization came with a drawn-out "oh." Draco secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had prepared an explanation in advance. After all, he couldn't very well admit that he had learned about Muggle couples often exchanging hand-knitted scarves as tokens of affection. Of course, beyond that, Draco had other plans. The warm yellow light cast their shadows against the window, the surface of the black lake shimmering. The moonlight, subtly filtered, cast a gentle beam upon the wardrobe with its slightly ajar door. Inside hung a scarf woven with intertwining shades of pale gold and deep green, strikingly similar in style to Estelle's. It too was crafted by Draco's own hands. It wasn't until the day they left Hogwarts to return to Malfoy Manor for the Christmas feast that Estelle would finally see Draco's matching scarf. "No wonder you insisted I wear this scarf today," Estelle remarked, suppressing a smile. Draco's gaze darted away, and before he could concoct a suitable explanation, the chatter of the guests nearby interrupted his thoughts. Young Master Malfoy and Miss Belling seem increasingly well-suited. Their relationship has always been strong. I reckon they'll be engaged in a few years, wouldn't you? Haha, it seems the trend of Muggle couple scarves will be all the rage for a while. I can't resist asking young Master Malfoy what brand of scarf he and Miss Belling have. The laughter rang out. Seeing the glimmer of amusement in those misty blue eyes fixed upon him, Draco's heart raced, and he swiftly covered Estelle's eyes. "Don't listen to their nonsense. I merely think this style of scarf looks splendid on you, Dare, so I decided to make one for myself too." Estelle, with her eyes covered, wore a smile that suggested no matter how he explained, she would respond with a cheerful "all right, as long as you're happy, brother." Draco's ears reddened further. The Christmas holiday passed in a flash. Estelle, indulged daily with sweets by Narcissa at Malfoy Manor, returned to Hogwarts with what seemed like a touch more flesh on her cheeks. The second semester of her first year was more demanding than the first, and before long, it was the eve of final exams. Even Estelle, who appeared omnipotent in the eyes of the first years, fretted over her weak point, transfiguration. She darted between the classroom, library, dining hall, dormitory, and Flitwick's office every day. She even missed the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Naturally, this meant she also missed the final decision made by Mammon and Pegasus regarding what pet to gift Ron. Had she known it was a dragon egg, Estelle would have found time to intervene and prevent those two mythical creatures from proceeding. Where on earth had they procured such an egg? Dragons had never been seen in the woods of the Belling family. So, Hagrid's dragon egg was a gift from Mammon. Draco cried out in anguish as he sat on the edge of his bed. Just having learned from Mammon that it had sent Hagrid a dragon egg and asked him to deliver it to Ron, Estelle nodded in resignation. The next moment, her brother emitted an incredulous shriek. How could Mammon gift that red-haired mole a dragon egg, even if it lost Weasley's pet? Couldn't he have sent him an owl or a toad instead? How could Weasley be worth a dragon egg? And, Dare, your family has dragons? I didn't see any when I last visited Belling Manor. Draco's expression shifted from anger to heartache, and then to indignation, his emotions fluctuating wildly. Estelle sighed in resignation. "Brother, I have no idea where they found the dragon egg, but perhaps the chance of finding a dragon egg in Belling Manor is greater than that of finding a toad?" At this, she began to doubt herself. Hearing this, Draco's pale face crumpled, and he slumped beside Estelle, his head hanging low in dismay. "Well, regardless, I will inevitably be punished alongside the Gryffindors in the Forbidden Forest." After receiving intel from Goyle about Hermione's attempt to harm his godfather during the Quidditch match, Draco didn't think twice. While Estelle was still away from Flitwick's, he followed Potter and the others to Hagrid's hut, discovered the dragon egg, and promptly reported it to Professor McGonagall. This led to him successfully joining the trio for a night in the Forbidden Forest. "Brother, I'll accompany you," Estelle suddenly declared. Draco's light gray eyes widened in disbelief. "Dare, what are you saying? The Forbidden Forest is perilous. I cannot allow you to risk this with me. But you had me by your side on Halloween, didn't you?" Estelle blinked. "As a Belling, I think this is fair, and besides, Harry and the others are 3. I don't want you to be alone, brother." Draco stared dumbfounded at his beautiful little rose, his lips moving but no words escaping. Chapter 50. The Forbidden Forest. Estelle? What are you? Indeed, at 11 o'clock that night. The trio's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing Estelle beside Draco in the first-floor hall. Hermione raised her voice several octaves in surprise. Before Estelle could respond, the ever-watchful caretaker, Filch, scoffed. Perhaps Miss Belling thinks venturing into the Forbidden Forest is merely a delightful adventure. But I assure you, after tonight, you won't have the audacity to roam Hogwarts at night again. Tut, reckless fools. You should count yourselves lucky that Dumbledore altered the confinement policy. Otherwise, it would be entirely justified to bind your wrists and leave you suspended for days on end. Filch's ominous tone sent a chill down Ron's spine, causing him to lower his red head and quietly stand behind Harry. Estelle glanced at Filch and his cat, flashing a smile at Hermione. Draco, meanwhile, tightened his grip on Estelle's hand. Dare, I heard there are werewolves in the Forbidden Forest. Brother, it's all right. Dumbledore wouldn't allow first-year students to be placed in danger. Umph. I hope he isn't too old to be foolish. Otherwise, I will certainly inform Father. Hagrid's hut was just beside the Forbidden Forest. After traversing a dark, chilly path, Filch and his cat finally halted, leaving behind a remark that he would come to collect their remains in the morning before turning to depart. Hagrid stood at the door of his hut, surprised by Estelle's presence. However, he merely muttered a few words to himself before getting down to business. This task isn't easy. In fact, it's quite dangerous. Do you see that silvery object? Following the direction indicated by Hagrid's finger, a glimmer of silvery traces seemed to scatter along the path leading deeper into the Forbidden Forest, distinctly illuminated by the moonlight. Recently, the unicorns within the forest had been inexplicably injured or killed, compelling us to locate and tend to the unfortunate creature that had just suffered an injury. No sooner had I spoken than the ever-cautious Draco Malfoy eagerly inquired, "What attacked the unicorn?" Hagrid, wearing a troubled expression, replied, "I am not entirely certain." "And what if we encounter whatever it was that attacked the unicorn?" Draco interrupted him, his palms growing clammy as he held Estelle's hand. Although Draco and Estelle were not much taller than Hagrid's shins, the bearded giant still appeared anxious in the presence of the two charming youngsters. "Rest assured," Hagrid reassured, waving his hands, "as long as I am here with Fong, we will surely be safe. Therefore, we shall split into two groups, one to locate the injured unicorn and set off green fireworks, and the other to signal danger with red fireworks." This indeed seemed a rather thoughtful plan, prompting Draco to hum dismissively without further comment. Soon, the teams were organized. The trio paired with Hagrid, while Draco, Estelle, and Fong formed the other group. It was not that Hagrid favored the larger group, but rather that Draco could not bear the thought of associating with any member of the trio or the half-giant. Thus, with great reluctance, he accepted Fong's leash. Wait, this is a servant. The dog, with its massive jaws yet gentle disposition, seemed to sense Draco's reluctance and the murmurs of his thoughts. Upon receiving Hagrid's nod, Fong tugged at the leash, snatching it from Draco's grasp and placing one end into Estelle's hand. This dog certainly had an eye for people. Harry had intended to say something to Estelle before they parted ways, but upon witnessing the close proximity of their golden and silver heads, his heart shattered into pieces. The moonlight filtered through the sparse treetops, casting dappled patterns upon the ground. These patches of light danced among the swaying leaves, as if specters were guiding anxious souls toward the abyss. The air was thick with a damp, musty scent, a blend of decaying leaves, earth, and rotting bark. This odor evoked a sense of oppression, rendering even the act of breathing a laborious task. The tip of Draco's wand glimmered with a faint luminescence. Yet in the boundless darkness, this meager light seemed futile. "Damn it," his voice quivered. "How much longer must we walk? That foolish dog hasn't forgotten the way back, has it?" "Woof." Fong, eager to prove his intelligence, barked in response. Draco jumped at the unexpected sound, and Estelle could even hear his breath catch. "You see, brother, since Hagrid has said so, Fong must surely remember the way. Do not fear." Just as Draco was about to unleash his frustration upon Fong, Hagrid, and particularly Harry, Estelle interjected in a timely manner. Meeting her gaze, filled with concern from her misty blue eyes, Draco stubbornly retorted, "Dyer, I am not afraid. I simply find this confinement utterly pointless." "I concur with your sentiment," Estelle nodded in agreement. With the sunlight of her approval, Draco sought further validation from Estelle, momentarily ignoring the eerie silence of the forest around them. Even the older students had never dared to tread into the Forbidden Forest at night. I wonder what madness possessed McGonagall to conceive such an inhumane form of detention. Did she truly wish for Filch to collect our corpses the following day? That hardly aligns with her and Dumbledore's supposed favoritism. No, that isn't favoritism. It seems their affections are nearly directed solely at Potter. Estelle chuckled at his incessant rambling. Just as she was about to respond, She felt the leash slip from her grasp. Looking up, she saw that the large black dog, which had been leading the way, was now trembling and cowering beside Estelle's legs. How could this be? A strange swallowing sound echoed ominously. Accompanied by the subtle sounds of slick mucus, an unspeakable stench pervaded the air. By the glow of his wand, Estelle caught sight of a hooded figure not far from them. Beneath it lay the lifeless body of a unicorn. The beautiful creature, adorned with a stunning silver horn, lay sprawled on the ground, its delicate and fragile veins visible in the neck. The figure beneath the hood was bent over the unicorn's neck, intently siphoning its blood. Chapter 51. The Forbidden Forest 2. Perhaps sensing their gaze, the figure raised its eyes at the same moment Draco and Estelle looked upon it. Upon locking eyes with those malevolent crimson orbs, an unshakable chill surged from the depths of their hearts. In that instant, Estelle comprehended the sensation Mammon had once described. Just as Mammon had unhesitatingly cast Ron's rat into the flames, a voice echoed in Estelle's mind, screaming, "Kill it! Kill it! Die or breathe!" At that moment, a brilliant red firework erupted from the tip of Draco's wand, illuminating the night sky above them. Merlin. Draco's pupils dilated as he turned to see the figure contorting into a mass of black mist. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Fong had already freed himself from the leash and was recklessly charging back down the path they had come. Draco mentally cursed Hagrid vehemently. Yet, in the face of urgency, he had no time to conjure a few mildly insulting words. His body acted before his mind could catch up. Gasping for breath, Draco hoisted Estelle onto his back and fled. "Brother, don't make a sound, Dyer. It's chasing us." Estelle clung tightly to Draco's neck as the wind howled past them. She had never anticipated that in such a brief span of time, Draco would suppress his fear and release a series of distress flares while carrying her to safety. Though the boy's back felt slender, it provided Estelle with an overwhelming sense of security. Go left. Estelle quickly glanced back at the relentless black mist, deciding to take the path they had initially traversed. No sooner had she spoken than Draco pivoted on his heel. He maneuvered through the swaying shadows of the trees, traversing the knee-high thicket, desperately advancing with his most precious burden. Suddenly, a startled gasp escaped Draco's throat. The tangled branches beneath him seemed to conspire against him. Estelle's eyes widened in shock, and before she could react, she felt their forms jolt violently. Moments later, both Draco and she tumbled to the ground. Estelle, cushioned by Draco's fall, merely felt her elbow throb, while the boy's pale wrist scraped against the sharp twigs, blood oozing forth, mingling with the filthy earth, rendering the gaping wound all the more gruesome. Astoria inhaled sharply, on the verge of rushing forward to inspect Draco's wound, only to be pulled back into the nearby thicket by him. "I'm fine," Draco murmured softly in her ear, yet his pale gray eyes remained fixed through the thicket's gaps, vigilantly observing the movements outside. "How can you be fine?" Astoria's gaze fell upon the blood seeping from Draco's wound, then shifted to his reddening eyes and the beads of perspiration forming on the tip of his nose. She lowered her eyes, her thick lashes concealing the tumult of emotions beneath. An eerie silence enveloped them. After the two had hidden in the bushes, the ominous dark mist seemed to lose its target entirely, vanishing without a trace. Only the rustle of leaves stirred by the wind remained, inexplicably unsettling. Draco's uninjured hand gripped Astoria's tightly, his palm damp with sweat. Drip. A sudden dampness emerged where their hands met. "Astoria, are you crying?" Draco whispered, turning to look at her with alarm. Yet, Astoria remained silent, seemingly sensing something, as she held her breath and slowly lifted her head. Those blood-red eyes had always loomed above them, now locking onto Astoria's gaze with an unyielding intensity. What had just dripped down was, indeed, the creature's saliva. "Huh. Astoria. Be careful." The black mist, accompanied by an ecstatic growl, collided with Draco's trembling shout in her ears. A gust of wind rushed over, and Astoria finally caught sight of the creature beneath the hood. Its complexion was as pale as parchment, its nose a mere slit. Blood from a unicorn stained the corners of its mouth, rendering it utterly grotesque. Astoria, already fuming over Draco's injury, felt her anger blaze fiercely upon witnessing this hideous being. Sectum Sempra. Uncontrolled magic surged forth from the tip of Astoria's wand, illuminating the darkness like a radiant beam, striking just as the creature lunged towards them. If one could still call it a human, its pupils seemed to constrict in shock, as if confronted with an utterly astonishing sight. Thud. Before it could fully react, the sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed around them. The seemingly all-consuming black mist was shattered in an instant by the rose-hued beam. Then, it fled in a frenzy. Reducto. The incantation trembled slightly as Astoria turned in surprise to see Draco, his pallor evident, raising his wand high. The magic precisely dismantled the largest fragment of the encroaching black mist, a sharp cry of pain resonating through the night. "Malfoy. Belling. They are here." There's a dead unicorn over there. Malfoy is injured. Merlin. The voices of Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Hagrid echoed in succession. And Astoria swiftly caught a glimpse of a fleeting shadow of black mist in the distance. Although she desperately yearned to take lethal action, upon seeing Draco's pale lips, drained from blood loss, Astoria resolved to leave the mess to others. Raising her gaze, she noticed Ginny urgently tugging at Hagrid's pant leg, urging him forward. The trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione rushed towards Draco and Astoria, who were crouched on the ground. "Are you all right?" Hermione shouted, her eyes reddened. "Miss Granger, I assume your vision is unimpaired," Draco smirked, forcing himself to stand with Astoria's assistance. Under the moonlight, the laceration on his wrist appeared even more pronounced. "That damned familiar tone," Ron muttered under his breath. Harry paused, then glanced at Astoria, whose robes were stained with mud, his expression tinged with concern. "Astoria, are you okay?" She had never let herself become so disheveled. Astoria shook her head honestly. Although her magical reserves felt inexhaustible, she struggled to wield advanced spells like Sectum Sempra, which she had surreptitiously learned from her pitiful old professor's notes. Thus, she felt somewhat exhausted, even drowsy. Professor Flitwick's small class needs to increase its hours, Astoria mused. Chapter 52, The Hospital Wing. Just as Astoria's thoughts wandered, she suddenly felt the ground beneath her feet give way. Raising her eyes, she met the astonished gaze of Draco, who was now at her height. It turned out Hagrid had rushed over after ensuring the area was safe, scooping them both into his embrace. "Hey, Hagrid, put me down," Draco exclaimed, his eyes wide as he realized he was being lifted by the half-giant, letting out a startled yelp. No, Malfoy belling. "I must take you to the hospital wing for Madame Pomfrey to examine you," Hagrid insisted, his tone brooking no argument. "I can walk myself." Astoria had given up struggling, but it was evident that her brother was as stubborn as a mule in Hagrid's arms. "Malfoy, you're injured. Don't thrash about. Rest assured, I will get you both to safety, and perhaps you can tell me what transpired just now." Draco's face was pale, an air of reticence enveloping him. Yet he caught a glimpse of Ron suppressing a chuckle. "Inexplicable, but I won't say a word until I see Dumbledore." "Astoria too," Draco added hastily. Astoria face-bombed in exasperation. Harry, Ron, and Hermione quickly fell a few paces behind the hurried Hagrid. "Hermione, can you tell what Malfoy was injured by?" Ron asked, having concluded his dispute with the platinum-haired boy, turning to the ever-knowledgeable Miss Granger. Hermione shook her head. "I don't know, but Astoria doesn't look well either. She must have been frightened by something quite dreadful. TSK, who would have thought that coward Malfoy would be hurt? I thought if something really happened, he'd run faster than Ginny." Ron scoffed. Harry shot him a look and whispered, "After all, Astoria was there." "Indeed. Who doesn't know that insufferable fellow has a flair for the dramatic?" Ron huffed. "He pretends to be a good person in front of Astoria, but when she's not around, he spews venom like Snape." "Well, though I dislike gossiping about others, I find your statement quite astute," Hermione conceded for the first time. Draco Malfoy may not be the best classmate, but to Astoria, he is undoubtedly a good brother. If today he had abandoned Astoria and fled, only then would Hermione have found it peculiar. Hogwarts Hospital Wing. Madame Pomfrey meticulously cleaned Draco's wrist wound. After removing the dirt, the injury appeared even more gruesome. Thankfully, the sharp branch had not severed his artery, so with proper bandaging and a few days of rest, Draco would soon recover. As for the exhausted Astoria, Madame Pomfrey found no signs requiring treatment, perhaps due to the Belling family's extraordinary constitution. However, just to be on the safe side, Pomfrey had specially prepared a bed for Estelle right beside Draco. Once the night had passed and a thorough examination confirmed her well-being the following morning, Estelle would be permitted to leave the infirmary. "All right, little ones, why are you still here so late? Hurry back to sleep," Pomfrey admonished as she cast a glance at Professor McGonagall, who had hurried in to escort them. And then at the trio fixated on the beautiful young girl resting on the bed. With no room for sentiment, she issued her dismissal. "Come now. Malfoy and Belling need their rest," McGonagall stated, gesturing towards Professor Snape, who stood between the two children. The implication of McGonagall's words was clear. Dumbledore had sent the two of them to urgently ascertain the situation. "Very well," Snape replied, his expression impassive. As the trio reluctantly bid farewell to Estelle, offering half-hearted goodnights to Draco and Snape, the infirmary finally descended into tranquility. "I trust you will get to the point swiftly when recounting the facts," Snape remarked, his gaze sweeping over Draco's bandaged wrist, his tone as frigid as ever. "Let us begin with my unfortunate pupil." With that, he lifted the hem of his robe, seemingly casting a silencing charm. Thus, Estelle could only observe the stoic figure of the Dark Prince as he conversed with Draco, their lips moving in silent discourse. Draco, however, appeared animated, his pale visage flushed with color. Based on her knowledge of her brother, it was likely he was lodging a complaint, accusing Dumbledore of irresponsible confinement methods and Hagrid's reckless behavior. Snape's increasingly impatient demeanor confirmed Estelle's suspicions. After a brief exchange, Snape turned away. Draco watched them, his gaze as longing as before, only able to discern their lip movements. "Miss Belling, I have gleaned the general situation from your verbose brother," Snape stated succinctly, his cold black eyes fixed intently on the young girl in the bed. "However, there is one matter I require your personal confirmation. You cast the disarming charm against that dark mist, did you not?" Estelle paused, then lowered her gaze, murmuring, "Yes. I apologize, Professor. I learned it from your notes in secret." It must be noted that Severus Snape was not only a genius in potions, but also in charms. During the days spent in Spinner's End, the highlight for Estelle was the opportunity to once again peruse the notebook penned by the Half-Blood Prince. Snape had not relegated it to obscurity, but had instead left it on the same shelf. Estelle interpreted this as a tacit approval. Perhaps her assumption was correct. Or perhaps she had simply misjudged too quickly, for after a moment of silence, Snape deftly shifted the topic. "Given that, make good use of your talent in charms. Miss Belling." Estelle's eyes brightened as she looked up at Snape, whose lips often curled downward. "But what exactly is that dark mist, Professor Snape?" "It behaved like a person when cloaked. Yet, it cannot transform into such a terrifying form, nor can it feed on unicorn blood." Snape seemed entirely disinterested in addressing her myriad questions, dismissing the silencing charm with a flick of his robe. Draco's curiosity piqued as he glanced over. "The matter of the dark mist will be further investigated by Dumbledore and the professors of the Academy. What you two need to do is rest and prepare for your term examinations. Should I discover that the Slytherin snakelet is mingling with that group of foolish Gryffindors in some brave adventure, I might consider transferring you to Gryffindor." The familiar threat elicited a knowing glance between Draco and Estelle. Indeed, this was quintessentially Snape. Chapter 53, The End-of-Year Feast. Perhaps due to everyone's fervent revision efforts, Estelle felt that the 2 days of term examinations passed in a blur. In the blink of an eye, Hogwarts was set to host the end-of-year feast. Her grades across all subjects were commendable, particularly in charms, where Flitwick generously awarded her the sole perfect score for the entire first year. However, despite Hermione generously lending her transfiguration notes for review, Estelle's performance in the transfiguration exam was mediocre, leading Draco, who could only answer with one hand, to claim the title of top of the year. According to Blaise, Malfoy was the epitome of the most infuriatingly talented student. Often teasing the trio of saviors, he was no stranger to mischief. Yet, he secretly applied himself with remarkable diligence. "We agreed to be spoiled brats together. And yet you aspire to be the top of the year," Blaise lamented, tears streaming down his face as he sat at the table. "Hey, Blaise, excelling in everything is Malfoy's innate talent, hardly a matter of effort," Draco replied, lifting his chin with a tone of superiority. If Draco had a tail, it would undoubtedly have been raised high in triumph during these days of outstanding results. Clearly, even Slytherin students were taken aback to discover Draco was the top of the year. Many had assumed it would be Gryffindor's Hermione Granger. If not for Estelle occasionally noticing him studying for hours after tucking her in at night, she might have believed the theory of Malfoy's innate talent. However, life is not without its trials. He must be eagerly anticipating the look of surprise and pride on Lucius's face upon hearing the news. "Brother, why is your wrist still bandaged?" Estelle inquired, puzzled by the dressing encircling Draco's left wrist. "Did Madame Pomfrey not say it simply required rest?" "Indeed, Draco. I recall you've been wrapped up in that for nearly a week," Blaise added, equally perplexed. Draco's gaze wandered. Oblivious to the curious expressions from the trio at the opposite table, he hastily explained, "Perhaps Madame Pomfrey's potion is not very effective. In any case, it will heal soon enough. Dare, I would like a slice of that vanilla cake. Could you please fetch me a piece?" His eyes, filled with a pleading glimmer, looked both sparkling and pitiful. Estelle could not harbor any doubts at that moment. Imagine a little dragon gazing at you with such wet, imploring eyes, requesting a small slice of cake. Without hesitation, Estelle swiftly served a piece of the cake Draco had his eye on onto a plate and presented it to him. "I'm sorry, Dare, you know that under my current condition, eating is quite a challenge," Draco lamented, his expression one of disappointment as he lowered the proud platinum head that had just been held high. A flicker of sympathy crossed Estelle's eyes, and without a second thought, she declared, "It's all right, brother, I will feed you." "Thank you, Dare," Draco replied somewhat awkwardly, then theatrically took a bite from the piece of cake resting in Estelle's palm. Observing the exchange were Blaise, Daphne, and Theodore, who exchanged glances with Crabbe. "It seems we are merely a part of this brother-sister duo's play." Everyone. The bustling banquet hall quieted as Dumbledore's resonant voice filled the space. All eyes turned to the venerable white-bearded man seated at the center of the staff table. And Estelle noted the absence of Professor Quirrell. "Another year has passed, yet I must impart a few words before you indulge in your feast. Now, the house cup will be awarded here. The specific scores are as follows. Gryffindor with 322 points, ranking 4th. Hufflepuff with 352 points, ranking 3rd. Ravenclaw with 429 points, ranking 2nd. And Slytherin in 1st place with 472 points. No sooner had the announcement been made than the Slytherin table erupted in jubilant cheers. "Dull. I told you Slytherin was the best," Draco exclaimed, excitedly clinking his goblet, completely disregarding any notions of noble decorum. Of course, Estelle beamed, sharing in their merriment. Even Professor Snape, seated at the staff table, displayed an uncharacteristic hint of a smile. "I dare say a third of those 472 points are due to the efforts of Draco and Estelle," Goyle shouted. "Malfoy, Malfoy, Belling, Belling. Hey, Goyle, keep it down," Draco retorted, though the corners of his mouth betrayed the elation he could not contain. "You all did splendidly, Slytherin," Dumbledore remarked with a twinkling smile directed at them. Estelle suddenly felt a foreboding sensation. Her instincts proved correct, for Dumbledore continued. "However, recent events must also be taken into account." Draco stiffened. Recent events? An ominous feeling washed over him as he slowly turned his head, and indeed, he spotted the barely contained excitement on the faces of Harry, Ron, and Hermione. What astonishing feats had these foolish lions accomplished lately? Before Draco could ponder further, he heard a series of incredulous announcements. Ron, the finest chess player, earns Gryffindor an additional 50 points. Hermione, for her fiery intellect, adds another 50 points. And Harry, for his valiant courage, gains 50 points. Draco watched in disbelief as Dumbledore's lips moved, raising Gryffindor's score to match Slytherin's at 472 points. Then, upon hearing that Dumbledore had awarded Neville an extra 10 points, Draco's spirit shattered completely. He might as well have given Gryffindor 1,000 points. Amid the unprecedented cheers erupting from the Gryffindor table, Draco clutched his heart in indignation. Estelle, equally speechless, watched as Dumbledore personally awarded the House Cup to Gryffindor, casting a discreet glance at Snape, who appeared no less pained than Draco at that moment. "This is blatant favoritism." "Favoritism," Crabbe shouted incessantly. "Next semester, if you two so much as answer a question correctly, Headmaster Snape will surely award you 50 points, Daphne speculated, glancing at the pale-faced headmaster at the front. Ultimately, as Draco stepped onto the Hogwarts Express, he remained engulfed in the sorrow of losing the House Cup. It was only when he arrived at Platform 9 and saw Lucius that he suddenly remembered the distinction of being the top student in his year, a title worth sharing with his father. Chapter 54, A Conversation. Top of the year? Lucius looked at Draco in astonishment. The latter's eyes sparkled as they locked with his father's, his head held high. "Indeed, little dragon," Lucius replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. The heir of the Malfoy lineage was indeed deserving of such accolades. Hearing his father's praise, Draco swiftly cast aside the matter of the House Cup, his face flushed with excitement. "Thank you, father, it is what I ought to do." He cleared his throat, feigning ignorance of the rapid heartbeat in his chest, and pretended to remain composed. Narcissa smiled as she ruffled Draco's hair, then turned to Estelle, pondering for a moment before gently inquiring, "Sweetie, how did you perform?" "I did not excel in Transfiguration. I only received an A," Estelle replied. "Hogwarts grades are classified as follows. O, outstanding. E, exceeds expectations. A, acceptable. P, poor. D, dreadful. And T, troll." It was no wonder Estelle felt somewhat disheartened, as that solitary A stood out against her otherwise stellar grades of O. In truth, she had held considerable confidence in Transfiguration while learning from Flitwick about precise magical control. However, when she discovered she could cast the disarming charm, yet struggled to transform a matchbox into a needle within a short time, her enthusiasm for exploring Transfiguration waned. Mamman even said it was due to talent. "I shouldn't worry," she mused. "Well, that is quite all right, doll. After all, you should technically still be in your first year this September." Narcissa gently stroked the girl's face. Lucius nodded, always exhibiting boundless patience and understanding towards his goddaughter. "Mother, please don't misunderstand," Draco interjected, casting a glance at Estelle. Though Doll received an A in Transfiguration, her grades in all other subjects mirror mine with O's. She is second in the year, if not for the fact that she is 1 year younger and has been studying diligently every evening. She would undoubtedly be in the top position. Draco felt his previously unassailable status as the all-knowing older brother suddenly threatened. Upon hearing this, even Lucius regarded Estelle with surprise. "Indeed, Belling. My heavens, that is truly remarkable." Narcissa's lovely eyes curved into crescents. "Lucius, how fortunate we are to have two such brilliant children." "Indeed." Lucius gently wrapped his arm around his wife's shoulders, a glimmer of contentment shining in his eyes. "And what of Harry Potter? How did he fare?" "Humph. He is merely a reckless fool. St. Potter, if it weren't for him, the House Cup would have belonged to Slytherin this year." It seems young Potter performed quite notably. Lucius mused. Father, Potter relies solely on his foolish bravery. At least during the term examinations, he only ranked 12th in the year. Doll and I left him in our dust. Thus, the summer break for the first-year students commenced. In a bid to compete with Harry, Draco organized a Quidditch match among peers at Malfoy Manor, exclusively for pure-blooded wizards. He extended a special invitation to Flint, the current captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team. Upon witnessing the flawless synergy between Draco and Estelle, Flint eagerly expressed his willingness to issue them team invitations at the commencement of their second year. Lucius, contemplating suitable rewards for the two children, promptly agreed to sponsor the Slytherin team with the latest model of brooms from the Nimbus Company, bestowing customized versions engraved with their names upon them. Truly a cherished keepsake. Esteemed Miss Belling, the master requests your presence in his office. Dobby's figure suddenly appeared in the refreshment area of the pitch, his gaze sweeping over a group of purebloods who had just concluded a strenuous match, landing on Estelle. Perhaps due to the summer spent playing Quidditch with Draco, Estelle's baby fat had seemingly vanished without a trace, and she had also grown considerably taller compared to her first-year self. Draco wiped the sweat from his brow, excitement coloring his eyes from the recent intense pursuit of the golden snitch. He turned to Estelle. Why does father seek you, Dobby? Did he ask me to come along as well? No, Master Malfoy. Dobby smiled amiably. Estelle, feeling somewhat puzzled, handed her broom to Draco and said, You all continue playing. I shall go find my godfather. All right, Draco replied with a frown. Until that glimmering silver vanished at the distant end of the road, he finally withdrew his gaze. Goyle chuckled, while Draco scrutinized Estelle with keen interest. It was not without reason. Just days prior, Estelle had received a letter from that insufferable Granger, the audacious Muggle-born who dared to invite a Belling to her home. Goyle and Crabbe. Draco abruptly interrupted the conversation between his two henchmen, a somewhat displeased expression adorning his face, cautioning them to speak less of such matters, for if Dare heard, they would be in dire straits, understood? The two hulking boys nodded vigorously in agreement. Goyle glanced at Crabbe, who mirrored the same look of confusion. Dobby led Estelle to the door of Lucius's office, snapped his fingers, and vanished into thin air. Estelle was curious about the house elf's ability to teleport, reminiscent of the Mammon space, but Dobby had been mysteriously elusive lately, and her desire to converse with him dissipated. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Lucius sat in his chair, furrowing his brow, a dark, unbound notebook resting beside him. Take a seat, Dare. He lifted his gaze, the coldness in his eyes softening upon meeting the silver-haired girl. Estelle obediently sat across from him, casting a curious glance at the notebook. This conversation was not one of a godfather and his goddaughter, Lucius's tone grave. It was a dialogue between Malfoy and Belling. His rare solemnity prompted Estelle to adopt a serious demeanor. Please, speak. Lucius pondered for a moment, his fingertips lightly tapping the table. Perhaps you have heard of the Dark Lord? Estelle hesitated. Yes, but the Belling family has no connection to him. Chapter 55, The Choice. Aside from those who share the blood of the Belling lineage, even Voldemort cannot breach the secret arts to uncover the Belling family's gates. Lucius nodded. However, you must have heard from Draco or other Slytherin students about the relationship most pureblood families have with the Dark Lord. Indeed, the Malfoys were once closely entwined with him. As he spoke, Lucius lowered his gaze and slowly rolled up his sleeve. A deep black serpent coiled around his pale arm, its skull replacing the serpent's head. Hollow eye sockets seemingly fixated on Estelle. What is this? She looked at Lucius, her tone not one of fear but of intrigue. The mark of the Death Eater. Lucius replied, pulling down his sleeve. In short, all wizards who once served the Dark Lord bear such a mark. Estelle keenly detected a tremor in her godfather's voice. Quickly piecing together the enigmatic figure of the Dark Lord from the fragments she had heard from pureblood heirs and Lucius's peculiar demeanor. Powerful, evil, and violently extreme, a quintessential dark wizard. He seemed unwilling to confront his half-blood heritage and arrogantly dismissed the power of love, ultimately defeated by the newborn Harry Potter. How ironic. Estelle refrained from revealing her stance on the Dark Lord before Lucius and instead inquired, He has returned? For some reason. An image of that hooded figure in the Forbidden Forest flashed through her mind. Lucius appeared taken aback. I didn't expect you to grasp the crux so swiftly, Dare. After all, you mentioned that this conversation pertains to Malfoy and Belling. Estelle replied with a light laugh. One must admit, the Bellings have always possessed astute intellect. Meeting her enchanting mist-blue eyes, Lucius sighed. Indeed, he is returning. Years ago, he had unleashed a storm of bloodshed within the wizarding world, departing in such a manner. Yet the Ministry of Magic had failed to bring all his followers, including the Malfoys, to justice. Many pureblood families leveraged their influence to evade the Ministry's scrutiny, coexisting in a tacit understanding. Yet this coexistence would undoubtedly be shattered by his resurgence. Thus, I wish to know Belling's stance on the Dark Lord. Dare. You must be acutely aware that as the last heir of the Bellings, you can no longer choose to retreat from the world. Lucius's words were profoundly sincere. The years spent in close proximity had rendered him increasingly perplexed by the depths of the Belling family. The assets entrusted to him by Brian Belling were merely the tip of the iceberg. The true power, or rather, the one poised to command that iceberg, was this beautiful young girl before him. Otherwise, Lucius would have had no need to initiate this conversation today. Indeed, Estelle pondered for a moment, recalling some significant documents from magical companies that had recently begun landing in her hands. She looked up and said, "However, before I answer you, I would like to pose a question." Lucius raised his hand, gesturing for her to proceed. "What exactly did Voldemort promise Malfoy that compelled you to become his follower?" As soon as the words left her lips, silence enveloped the room. Lucius's lips moved, yet he struggled to articulate a response. It was Estelle who spoke first. "Status? Wealth? Would the Malfoy family, the foremost of the 28 pure-blood families, and possessing a significant standing in the wizarding world, yield to him for such reasons? Or was it Voldemort's grand vision that swayed you, such as granting his followers supreme authority after he achieved total dominion? That seems rather far-fetched. Moreover, from what I understand, he isn't the most generous of individuals." Estelle continued eloquently. "Thus, we are left with one possibility. He was so formidable that he compelled Malfoy to submit to him. And fortuitously, he also coveted you and the strength of your family. Is that correct, Godfather?" Lucius fixed his gaze on the silver-haired girl, who still bore a hint of a smile, for a long while, his face devoid of any embarrassment at her revelations. He replied coolly, "I did not expect such perceptiveness from one so young, Dare." "Thank you," Estelle smiled, her cheeks dimpling. "I fully comprehend your past decision. After all, for Aunt Sis and my brother, you had no choice. But now, if I were to assert that the Belling family possesses the capability to safeguard this estate from any harm when Voldemort returns, would you still choose to align with a half-blood dark wizard who is too insecure to confront his heritage and offers no benefits to either of our families?" Lucius's eyes widened, his breath nearly stilled. "You." Estelle gazed steadily at him. "This is the stance of the Bellings, Godfather." Lucius had occasionally heard of the exploits of his little dragon and little Dare at Hogwarts. At times, he would jest with Narcissa, suggesting that Gryffindor suited Estelle far better than Slytherin. After all, unlike other little snakes, she did not disdain or ridicule Harry and his companions, displaying unprecedented bravery in the Forbidden Forest. Yet it was not until that very moment, when he beheld Estelle's resolute and indifferent gaze, that Lucius realized, as Draco had said, she was a natural Slytherin. Even when discussing the Dark Lord, Estelle Belling would not conceal her genuine sentiments, an expression of disdain inherent to the pure-blood aristocracy that had amassed a rich legacy over millennia. Lucius suddenly chuckled softly, as if he had made a decision in the blink of an eye. "Malfoy will forever stand united with his family." A smile graced Esther's lips as she rose from her seat and declared, "A delightful collaboration, Godfather." Lucius, in a buoyant mood, extended his hand to clasp her warm, dry little one, replying, "Indeed, a delightful collaboration." The atmosphere within the office suddenly lightened. "However, if this path is chosen, there remains one party we must not overlook." Lucius raised an eyebrow, stating, "The savior, Mr. Harry Potter." Much like Draco, Lucius could not conceal his disdain for the young Potter, despite having made his own stance clear. Estelle, sensing something amiss, glanced at the notebook on the desk and inquired, "Are you intending to use this to test Harry's worthiness for our acquaintance?" "But he is merely a year my senior." Lucius quickly seized upon the crux of the matter. "Daughter, do you know what it is meant for?" Estelle shrugged in confusion. "I do not, but my intuition tells me it may be quite malevolent. Am I mistaken?" Chapter 56, Nocturne Alley. "No, you are not mistaken." Lucius sighed with relief. At times, a girl's intuition can indeed be a formidable thing. He seemed to recall a pleasant memory, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. But then, Lucius shifted his tone, turning to Estelle. "Potter may indeed be young, but daughter, this is a path he was destined to tread." Lucius's words were ambiguous. Although Estelle was puzzled, she refrained from probing further. Perhaps, as the savior, Harry Potter's journey would be fraught with more obstacles than that of an ordinary person. The holiday swiftly passed, and it seemed that the Ministry of Magic, where Lucius was employed, was currently engaged in an extensive search for certain illicit items. Thus, instead of taking Draco and Estelle to select brooms, Lucius first brought them to Borgin and Burke's in Nocturne Alley. "Touch nothing, Draco," Lucius admonished as he ambled through the shop, lazily observing the displayed items. He rang the bell at the counter just as Draco was about to reach for a glass eyeball. Draco, holding Estelle's hand, pouted and remarked, "Well, I thought you were going to buy gifts for us." "I meant to procure 2 competition brooms for you both," Lucius replied, tapping his fingers on the counter. "It must be the latest model of the Nimbus, father." Draco's eyes sparkled with excitement, his words tumbling out rapidly. We must overshadow Harry Potter. As a first-year student, it was scandalous that Dumbledore had allowed him to represent Gryffindor in the competition. He was utterly unworthy. It was merely due to his fame and that ridiculous scar upon his forehead. Noticing his son's incessant tirade against Potter, Lucius swiftly interrupted. You've already lamented this at least 10 times, Draco. He cast a sidelong glance at the quiet little girl obediently following Draco, feeling somewhat embarrassed by his son's incessant chatter. It is indeed the case. Seeing Lucius engaged in conversation with Mr. Borgin, Draco seized the opportunity to whisper to Estelle. Daughter, I heard from Daphne that Scarhead spent the summer living with his muggle relatives. He must endure their bullying daily. TSK. We should find an opportune moment to show him the life at Malfoy Manor. The illustrious Harry Potter likely wouldn't even know what St. Mungo's tea is. Estelle silently mused. If you truly invited him, you would only be displeased. Draco rapidly calculated the probability of his sister inviting Harry to the manor, then decisively stated, well, forget I said anything. The peculiar magical items in the shop captivated the two's attention. Draco, at last, quieted down, halting to examine a string of opal necklaces. Caution, do not touch. It has been cursed and has claimed the lives of 19 muggles, he murmured, reading the label on the necklace. What is this? Estelle, uninterested in the necklace, tilted her head to gaze at a nearby black cabinet. As her voice fell, the unfortunate Harry, who had inadvertently wandered into Nocturne Alley, held his breath, wondering how he would encounter the Malfoys here. What were they doing? Do not notice me, Harry silently prayed. Fortunately, Lucius's voice interrupted Draco's impending action of pulling open the cabinet door. Come along, Draco, Estelle, the business is settled. Coming, father. Farewell, Mr. Borgin. Soon. That little platinum head followed the larger platinum head out of the shop. Before leaving, Estelle cast a puzzled glance at the cabinet they had just passed. Under Harry's anxious gaze, the girl's figure vanished. Farewell, Mr. Malfoy. If the tales are true, the item you sold me is but a fraction of what you keep hidden in your home, Mr. Borgin muttered indignantly. Flourish and blots. Lucius seemed to have further personal matters to attend to, so he instructed Draco and Estelle to wait on the second floor of the bookstore for a time. Initially intending to enjoy a quiet read before heading to select brooms with Estelle, Draco leaned against the railing on the second floor, his pale face reflecting disdain as he observed the bustling ground floor. Do not crowd. Ladies, I would be heartbroken if anyone were to be injured merely for seeking my autograph. Gilderoy Lockhart, clad in a forget-me-not patterned blue robe that perfectly matched his blue eyes, sported a Johnny Wizard's hat askew atop his brown locks. Just that one phrase sent a throng of women, seemingly in their 30s or 40s, into a frenzy. Goodness. He is truly charming, is he not? I purchased 5 copies of Break with the Banshee. Lockhart, over here. Hey, he just said not to crowd. Listen to him. Estelle paused as she noticed Hermione, equally excited, gazing at the man below. Daughter, you do not find this peacock charming, do you? Draco exclaimed, his eyes widening in alarm as he noticed Estelle casting a glance at the man downstairs. Estelle turned to him, smiling sweetly. Brother, I believe I possess a certain level of aesthetic discernment. Clearly, she favored the platinum gem before her. Draco exhaled in relief, proudly pinching Estelle's soft cheek, as pure-blood aristocrats. Our taste must indeed be superior. Speaking thus, he wrapped an arm around Estelle's waist, standing tall once more. Look at them, how wild. It is hard to imagine this commotion is caused by a mere peacock. Draco marveled. In truth, even after living with his little Rose for several years, Draco's true nature remained rather unpleasant. However, his striking appearance lent a unique charm to his mischief. Estelle gazed at her brother's handsome profile, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Hey, daughter, look over there. It's the sainted Potter. Draco suddenly tightened his hold on Estelle's waist, his tone a blend of excitement and surprise. Estelle raised an eyebrow, naturally spotting Harry, who had been recognized by Lockhart and pulled into his embrace the moment he entered the bookstore. The unfortunate lad was burdened with several of Lockhart's books. Appearing somewhat flustered, Draco snickered lightly, leading Estelle down the stairs. The famous Harry Potter, even entering a bookstore must make him front-page news, he remarked with a mischievous grin. Chapter 57, Girlfriend. Do not speak nonsense, he does not wish for that. A fiery-haired young girl suddenly interjected, glaring furiously at Draco. Draco let out a chuckle, thoughtfully surveying Harry and drawling. Potter has already found a girlfriend at this age? Ginny Weasley's face instantly flushed crimson. Without a moment's hesitation, she retorted, he hasn't he. It's actually you. Hey, Ginny, what are you saying? Ginny. 2 voices hurriedly interrupted her, one belonging to Ron, who had just squeezed through with Hermione, and the other from Harry, standing behind Ginny. Me? How am I? Draco's eyebrows shot up, and as he realized what was transpiring, a faint blush crept onto his ears. He quickly cast a sidelong glance at Astoria beside him. The young girl seemed to grasp an unusual implication from Ginny's unfinished sentence, her gaze lowered to avoid meeting Draco's. Draco, dazed, held her hand, sensing the warmth radiating from his palm. "Ah, Astoria, you're here too. What a coincidence." Hermione, who had just arrived, completely oblivious to the subtle tension, was the first to break the silence. "Hi, Hermione." Astoria pressed her lips together, a small smile curving her mouth. She nodded in greeting to Harry and Ron as well. Ron beamed, revealing his 8 pearly teeth, always wearing that goofy expression whenever he saw Astoria. As for Harry, his gaze flickered between Draco and Astoria's clasped hands, momentarily halting when he noticed the tuft of platinum hair on Astoria's head. Clearly, he was still reeling from the impact of the word girlfriend. "Astoria, do you also fancy Lockhart?" Hermione exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "I just snagged a signed copy of his break with the Banshee. She wouldn't tea like that flamboyant peacock," Draco interjected, as if triggered by some key phrase. Raising his head indignantly. "Please do not impose your aesthetic upon her, Miss Big Teeth." "What did you say?" Hermione immediately flared up. Harry frowned. Rising to Hermione's defense, "Malfoy, show some respect." "St. Potter," Draco scoffed. "It is the utmost disrespect to suggest that a noble being such as myself would fancy that flamboyant peacock. I hope you comprehend this." Sensing the atmosphere growing tense, Astoria swiftly tugged at Draco's sleeve. "Brother, Astoria, you're not thinking of defending them, are you?" Draco's eyes widened in disbelief. Suddenly, the wind chimes by the bookstore door chimed melodically, and Miss Weasley, who preferred not to raise her voice in public, finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the newcomer. "Godfather is back," Astoria whispered in Draco's ear. He promptly dismissed thoughts of Harry and Hermione, taking Astoria's hand as they descended the last few steps to stand beside Lucius. "Father," whom Lucius acknowledged, his lips twitching upon spotting the Weasley family, the Savior Potter, and that muggle-born girl with the frizzy hair. "Arthur Weasley." "Malfoy," Mr. Weasley responded coldly, nodding. Lucius maneuvered the 2 children behind him, naturally extending his hand into Ginny's cauldron and extracting a tattered copy of a Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration from the shiny new works of Lockhart. "I believe the ministry ought to compensate you handsomely for your overtime. Here, take this, little girl. It is the best your father can provide." Contemplating the potential collaboration between the Malfoys and the Weasleys in the future, Lucius carefully considered his words. He had never spoken so kindly to a Weasley before. Lucius thought to himself, "You." Mr. Weasley stepped forward, seemingly intent on continuing the argument, but was restrained by Molly, who had a rather peculiar expression. After all, Lucius and her husband usually exchanged venomous barbs before resorting to physical conflict. Yet today, Mr. Malfoy seemed to have precisely controlled his venomous remarks. Molly glanced at Lockhart, who was signing books not far away, her demeanor somewhat awkward, yet more resolute in her decision not to allow a confrontation here. Lucius sneered, turning to Draco and Astoria. "We are leaving." With that, he took one child by each hand and departed from Flourish and Blots. "Molly, Malfoy has gone too far." All right. Do not be so upset." Amidst the clamor, no one noticed a dark notebook had appeared in Ginny's cauldron. As last year, Lucius and Narcissa delivered their children to platform 9 3/4. However, from the moment they boarded the Hogwarts Express until the dinner was nearly over, Draco and Astoria had not seen Ron or Harry. It was only the following morning, when Ron tore open the red envelope, that everyone learned why he and Harry had been late the previous night. "Ron Weasley, how dare you steal a car?" Draco glanced at the astonished Astoria, quickly placing his hand atop hers as she covered her ears. The result was that even after Mrs. Weasley's shouting ceased a minute later, a dull ringing continued in his ears. "They came in a magical car last night?" Astoria asked curiously. The sharp voice from the letter had penetrated through her ear protection, allowing her to hear the contents clearly. Draco snickered, glancing with amusement at the embarrassed expressions of Harry and Ron at the Gryffindor table, relishing their misfortune. Clearly, these 2 foolish lions embarked on their own fantastical adventure before the school year even commenced. Astoria giggled softly. What a fitting description. The first class for second-year Slytherins was herbology, shared with Gryffindor. Astoria found it somewhat perplexing why Dumbledore insisted on placing the 2 most conflict-prone houses together for lessons. "Today, we shall repot the mandrake. Now, can anyone tell me the properties of the mandrake?" Professor Sprout, a short witch, wore a pointed hat that bobbed slightly as she spoke. The sound of Hermione's answer, as if she had devoured the book, filled the air, while Draco and Astoria both stared at the seemingly unremarkable plant before them. "Nothing special," Draco remarked with a frown. Astoria, following Professor Sprout's instructions, donned her earmuffs while adjusting Draco's, ensuring they covered his ears entirely, saying, "Just be careful, brother." Draco looked at her in confusion. Protection in place." Astoria smiled, revealing her little canines. Chapter 58, The Cunning Malfoy. Following Professor Sprout's instructions, upon pulling out the mandrake, an ear-splitting scream resonated throughout the greenhouse. Neville, having failed to secure his earmuffs properly, fainted instantly. Meanwhile, Draco grinned widely, holding a plant that resembled a wrinkled old man by its roots. Perhaps its ugliness offended young Master Malfoy's eyes. Thus, Draco did not immediately repot it, but instead tentatively extended a finger to tease it. At this moment, Astoria was entirely engrossed in stuffing a mandrake into another pot, completely oblivious to her brother's antics. The cries of the mandrake gradually diminished as it was transferred to its new pot, rendering Draco's exclamation of pain particularly resonant. Astoria immediately turned to see that the withered root was firmly clamped around his finger. With a sharp zap, a strand of dark green energy struck the poor mandrake, which let out a wail before collapsing to the ground. Professor Sprout reacted swiftly, clearly accustomed to such occurrences in her classroom. Draco hastily extracted his finger from its grasp, casting a forlorn glance at the two deep puncture marks it bore. "Be careful, Mr. Malfoy. Brother," came the simultaneous voices of Professor Sprout and Astoria. The other students also began to take notice of the commotion. Ron, almost immediately after the incident, couldn't help but gloat. "Hey, look at him. What kind of fool puts their finger in a mandrake's mouth?" Harry stifled a laugh, surveying Draco's pale visage. The unabashed ridicule from Gryffindor naturally reached Draco's ears. However, in a rare turn of events, he refrained from retaliating against Ron and the others. Instead, he lamented, "Astoria, it really bit me hard." Perhaps the pain from those two bite marks was genuinely unbearable, as a hint of red crept into the corners of Draco's eyes. He looked at Astoria with a pitiful expression, whining, "Who knows if that thing is poisonous? I think I might die, Astoria." Astoria, observing this, entirely disregarded the fact that they had previously studied the first lesson of herbology together, which explicitly stated that while mandrakes are aggressive, the fluid secreted from their roots is non-toxic. "You want to die, brother? How could you?" Little Astoria, with eyes brimming with concern, gently blew twice on his injured finger. At this moment, her overzealous care was vividly apparent. Draco's misty gray eyes were fixed on Astoria, who was examining his wound. Before he quickly glanced at the trio from Gryffindor, the triumph in his gaze was nearly palpable, as if to say, "See? A mere ploy is sufficient to garner my sister's sympathy." "Harry, not funny. Ron, not funny. Harry, look how melodramatic he is." Ron huffed. "That little injury of his will heal without even going to the hospital wing." Cunning Malfoy, Harry clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he uttered those words. After examining Draco's finger, Professor Sprout shot him an exasperated look before resuming her lecture. Astoria quickly caught on to Draco's attention-seeking antics, yet still played along with his childish display of affection. Thus, the willing Malfoy and Belling were once again met with the disdainful glares of Blaise and others. However, Draco's good spirits evaporated entirely during the afternoon defense against the dark arts class with Lockhart. "What kind of question is this? What is my favorite color?" Draco glared at the pre-class quiz paper as though it were an unsightly substance stuck to his shoe. Clearly, they had underestimated Professor Lockhart's level of narcissism. Astoria, resigned, hastily scribbled answers on her paper, while Draco simply scrawled a flamboyant signature, intending to submit a blank sheet. Meanwhile, Hermione, seated directly in front of them, diligently filled her paper with neatly written responses. Astoria regarded Hermione with a mixture of admiration and disbelief. The power bestowed by idols can indeed be terrifying. Half an hour later, Lockhart collected the papers, perusing them in front of the class. Upon reaching Hermione's paper, his eyes sparkled with delight. "Miss Granger knows my secret ambition is to eradicate all evil from the world. What a good girl, a perfect score." Lockhart's expression was exaggerated, as if he were performing in an opera. "Where's Miss Granger?" Hermione raised a trembling hand. 10 points to Gryffindor. Lockhart immediately winked at her, leaving her in a daze, unable to fully comprehend the moment. Draco wore an expression of utter disgust, hastily turning to Astoria's profile to cleanse his eyes. If this is how points are awarded, Dumbledore doesn't need to show favoritism. That Granger could easily earn 1,000 points for Gryffindor. At Draco's remark, Astoria struggled to suppress her laughter. All right, back to the matter at hand. The half-baked Lockhart finally prepared to begin the lesson. As he bent down to retrieve a large, covered cage from behind the podium, he announced, "Inside here is something exceedingly terrifying. But remember, as long as I am present, you will not be harmed." As he was about to unveil the covering, everyone collectively held their breath. A Cornish pixie. Almost simultaneously with the full revelation of the creature within, someone named Seamus shouted. Astoria's classmate Daphne, seated behind her, murmured in surprise, "Where did he get a Cornish pixie? I've heard my father say these creatures are incredibly destructive." Upon closer inspection, the iron blue little beings stood about 8 inches tall, with pointed faces and a piercing, shrill cry. Upon seeing so many students in the classroom, they began to leap wildly and shake the cage frantically. "Well, it appears most of you recognize this creature," Lockhart proclaimed loudly. "Now, let us see how you deal with them." The next moment, he actually opened the cage door. The pixies instantly flew out like rockets, and two of them grabbed Neville by the ears, lifting him off the ground. The classroom descended into chaos. "Gather them up." Lockhart's face turned pale as he waved his wand, exclaiming, "Pesca pixie pesternemy." Before he could finish, two pixies worked together to trip him, dragging him by the ankle as they spun him around. Stupefy, Draco flicked his wand, knocking down a pixie that was about to grab a handful of Astoria's hair. "Astoria, look at this foolish professor," Draco chuckled maliciously. "I ought to teach him a lesson." Chapter 59, Mudblood. Stupefy. Astoria struck down a shrieking pixie, and upon hearing Draco's comment, she turned her head to see him grinning wickedly, already raising his wand. "Concentrate," as the words left her lips. The pixies clinging to the faces of the students, standing on their shoulders, or tugging at Neville's south ears froze in place, their gazes fixated on the sprawled Lockhart. No. Lockhart's lips trembled, his complexion paling. Just as he exerted all his strength to turn and crawl away, the pixies, as if they had spotted something irresistible, screeched and lunged towards Lockhart's exposed backside. The pain of 1,000 years made Lockhart scream in an instant. Astoria deftly cast a slowing charm, allowing Neville to gently land on the ground, only to witness everyone staring in shock at the swarm of Cornish pixies attacking Lockhart's derriere. Hermione trembled, looking both helpless and heartbroken. Yet, the instigator, Draco, was shaking with laughter, reveling in the moment. "Astoria." Draco suddenly realized that his kind little Rose appeared to disapprove of his mischievous antics. Just as he was about to turn and utter a few words to her, he caught sight of the smile playing at the corners of her mouth. In that fleeting moment, Draco felt that her smile mirrored his own. The mischievous glint in her expression suggested that she too was a little troublemaker. Draco paused momentarily, then chuckled softly as he took Estelle's hand in his. "Look, Dale, his behind is surely in for a world of pain. If he takes a day off and doesn't he come to teach us, might the substitute professor be Uncle Snape?" Estelle blinked innocently. Draco clicked his tongue in mild agreement, saying, "The Godfather has always aspired to teach defense against the dark arts. This would be quite fitting. At least with him around, we won't hear any dreadful news regarding Gryffindor's points." He added with a smirk, "Hey, Harry, are you all heading to the Quidditch pitch for practice?" Ron and Hermione happened upon Harry, who was clad in Quidditch gear and walking alongside Wood, engaged in conversation. "Yes," Harry nodded, his gaze fixed on the book Hermione was cradling, Break Up with the Banshee. It seemed that Miss Know-It-All had yet to uncover the truth regarding her idol, Lockhart, who had been incapacitated by a house elf's bite and was thus on leave for 3 days. "I devised a new set of Quidditch strategies over the summer, Ron, Hermione. Will you come watch our practice?" Wood inquired with a grin. "No, Wood," Hermione replied, forcing a smile. "I need to visit Professor Lockhart in the hospital wing." Wood shrugged. "All right then, Harry, let us go." But before they could take more than a few steps down the corridor, a group of individuals clad in deep green Quidditch uniforms approached them. "Where are you off to, Flint?" Wood asked, frowning. Flint, the current captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, chuckled and produced a piece of parchment. "We're heading to the Quidditch pitch for practice, of course." "Oh, don't get too excited, Wood. We have a permit." With that, he handed the parchment to Wood, who read aloud. "I, Professor Snape, hereby authorize the Slytherin Quidditch team to practice at the pitch today, to train new seekers and beaters." "Who? You have new seekers and beaters?" As Ron, Hermione, and the others gathered around, Flint merely smiled in silence. A group of Slytherin players parted to reveal the last 2 members. Upon seeing the distinct gold and silver heads, Harry exclaimed, "Malfoy? Estelle? Draco?" Holding the latest model of the Nimbus 2001 in one hand and Estelle's hand in the other, let his proud light gray eyes scan Harry's broom before he remarked, "Indeed, there's a new twist this year. I believe Slytherin's Nimbus 2001 is significantly faster than the old Nimbus 2000 series." It was then that Harry and the others noticed the pristine, gleaming brooms in the hands of the Slytherin players. They were 7 brand new, sleek, shiny brooms. The splendid Nimbus 2001 glimmered in the sunlight, momentarily blinding the Gryffindor players. "At least the Gryffindor team made it through on merit," Hermione retorted without hesitation. Spurred by her beloved Professor Lockhart's injury, Hermione, Estelle frowned at her. "Ignore her, Dale," Draco said darkly, stepping forward to confront Hermione. "No one asked for your opinion. You filthy little mudblood." Almost as soon as Draco's words left his mouth, Flint rushed forward to shield him from the advancing Weasley twins. "How dare you?" Hermione shrieked. Ron drew his wand and shouted, "You'll pay for what you just said, Malfoy." Before Harry could react, his gaze flicked across Estelle's expressionless face. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Ron's wand aimed at Draco. Bang! A deafening explosion followed, and a green light struck Ron squarely in the abdomen, sending him staggering back to the ground. Ron! Hermione screamed as she rushed to help him, only to find him pale and spitting out a slimy slug. Ha! Has the Weasley family fallen so low that they can't even afford a decent wand anymore? Draco laughed heartily, but his mirth faded when he caught sight of Estelle, who stood nearby with a slight frown. A wave of guilt washed over him unexpectedly. Dale, Blaise ventured cautiously, having just shared a laugh with Draco. Estelle noticed Harry and Hermione hurriedly helping Ron away and said nothing more, maintaining her usual demeanor. Let us go. Time for practice. Draco pressed his lips together and quickly fell into step beside Estelle. He lifted his gaze, intending to say something, but the words caught in his throat. His thick lashes obscured his striking gray eyes, concealing the emotions swirling beneath. Although Estelle and Draco's collaboration on the training field remained flawless as ever, Flint sensed an odd atmosphere lingering between them, especially during dinner when Estelle, after finishing her meal, made her way to the Gryffindor table. Draco hung his head, looking like a dejected puppy abandoned by its owner. Draco, you and Dale? Blaise probed tentatively. Dale is also someone you can address. Draco retorted angrily, turning on his heel and striding out of the dining hall, leaving the Slytherin contingent staring at his shiny platinum blonde hair. Has he gone off the deep end? Blaise asked, bewildered. Daphne shrugged, glancing at Estelle, who was seated next to the ever-curious Hermione, raising an eyebrow. Didn't you hear, Flint? Draco called that Granger a mudblood. Upon hearing this, Blaise hissed softly. That is indeed a bit excessive to say about a girl. Set aside your chivalrous heart, Blaise. Daphne tapped her knife against her plate. Strictly speaking, Draco wasn't entirely wrong. Blaise pouted, unsure how to respond. As Estelle approached, Hermione immediately rose to her feet. Her eyes were slightly red, as if she had been crying. The silver-haired little snake stood out among the lions, drawing the attention of nearly all the Gryffindors, some of whom whispered among themselves. It's Estelle Baring. Why is she over here? Wasn't she always inseparable from that detestable Malfoy? I heard it's because she had a quarrel with Hermione. A quarrel? Is it that serious? After all, Malfoy called Hermione a mudblood. That's just too much. How could he say such a thing? Did Baring really argue with Malfoy over this? I've never seen a Slytherin like that before. Speaking up for a Gryffindor? Wake up, they share the same blood. Don't expect a little snake to be that kind-hearted. But Estelle has always had a good relationship with Harry and the others. Don't be biased, Seamus. Honestly, I can't help but feel calm when I see Estelle's face. Just look at her. She's so beautiful. Why didn't the Sorting Hat place her in Gryffindor? Stop thinking about it. She's a Baring. Though Estelle had grown accustomed to being the center of attention at Hogwarts, she still felt a bit uncomfortable. She hurried to Hermione's side, just as she was about to speak when Hermione grabbed her hand. Dale, I'm so sorry. Hermione pouted. I shouldn't have suggested that you and Malfoy bought your way onto the Quidditch team. Your performance in flying class has always been exceptional. I shouldn't have said that. She lowered her head, her voice muffled. Estelle was momentarily taken aback, seemingly caught off guard by Hermione's unexpected apology. It's all right, Hermione, Estelle sighed, stepping forward to gently embrace her. The faint fragrance of roses enveloped Hermione, who was on the verge of tears, as she dazedly savored Estelle's soft embrace. Draco shouldn't have spoken to you that way either, Estelle murmured. I'm sorry, Hermione. She genuinely liked this ever-enthusiastic and knowledgeable young lady. Moreover, it was Hermione's generous lending of her insightful transfiguration notes that had enabled Estelle to secure an A in her first-year final exams, preventing her from failing. Upon hearing this, before Hermione could respond, Ron erupted in anger. Estelle, you absolutely should not be the one apologizing. It's Malfoy who should. Harry cast Ron a resigned glance, silently musing. I reckon the probability of Malfoy offering an apology is even slimmer than my chances of scoring all OS in my term exams. A well-timed jab. Estelle's lips curled into a smile as she shook Hermione's hand. I'll tell my brother about this when I return. It's fine, Dare. I just need to know you're different from them, Hermione replied, forcing a smile as she pulled her to sit down. Different? Estelle raised an eyebrow, her beautiful blue eyes drooping slightly, concealing the emotions within. Speaking of which, Estelle had indeed become a beater for Slytherin. We certainly don't want such a formidable opponent on our hands. I heard you scored an O on your flying class exam. Fred and George approached, flanking Estelle on either side. Much like the trio, the Gryffindor Lions displayed entirely different attitudes towards Draco and Estelle, despite the rather unpleasant altercation that had taken place that day. Indeed, Estelle replied with a playful smile, you all better be careful. Hey, listen to what this little snake is saying. George exclaimed. If that's the case, we truly want to go easy on you in the field, Dare. Their exaggerated expressions immediately alleviated the slightly awkward atmosphere. Ron's cheeks flushed as he chuckled, repeating the name Dare to himself several times in his mind. yet he dared not say it aloud as casually as his brothers did. "Don't mind these clueless men, dare," Hermione said with a bright smile. After dinner, by the time they returned from Professor Flitwick's class, it was already 9 o'clock at night. Estelle pushed open the dormitory door just before Filch could commence his intimidating patrol of the entire building. Draco was seated at a desk writing a letter and turned upon hearing the door creak open. However, the joyous expression on his face wilted the moment he saw Estelle, as though he recalled something. "Ahem, Dare, you're back," he cleared his throat, standing up to approach the young girl, his gaze wandering. Estelle feigned seriousness, adopting a stern expression. "Brother, I need to talk to you." The moment she said this, Draco visibly deflated, unable to meet Estelle's gaze. He missed the fleeting glimmer of mischief in her eyes. "All right." Draco took her hand, and they sat together on the edge of the bed, speaking in hushed tones. "I know, Dare, I shouldn't have said such things, especially not to your friends." Although Granger was the one who first spoke out of turn, that word indeed carried a certain degree of insult. "If she were to apologize to me, then Draco's face turned a shade of deep red as he struggled to articulate. "I would also apologize to her." Estelle's eyes widened in surprise, as if she had stumbled upon a new discovery. "After all, Father has said to maintain due respect for the friends of friends," Draco stubbornly added, "and besides, you are Dare. You are my sister, my cherished Rose." Draco hesitated, unable to finish his thought, and quickly glanced at Estelle's expression, expecting her to still be serious. To his surprise, Estelle was smiling at him. Draco's mind momentarily went blank. The young girl let out a soft giggle and embraced him. "Brother, I'm so glad you thought of these things. You're not angry?" Draco buried his face in her smooth neck, speaking in a muffled tone. "I was a little upset before you mentioned respecting my friends," Estelle replied honestly, "but I also understand you, brother." "What?" Draco stiffened. "I mean," Estelle's voice softened, "I understand the innate barriers that exist between pure-blood wizards and those of mixed or muggle descent. Such barriers are difficult to dismantle, and the instinct to reject the unfamiliar is human nature. Therefore, you need not change your views on anyone because of me. However, I'm pleased that Malfoy, as the head of a pure-blood family, could express those words." Draco felt a pang in his heart as he tightened his embrace around Dare. "I thought you thought I would be angry with you? Or perhaps because Hermione is no longer speaking to you?" Estelle chuckled softly. "Of course not. No matter what, Dare would never abandon Draco. Brother, you and I are forever one." The passage of 6 years had allowed Estelle to truly discern her innermost thoughts. Draco would always be Draco. He need not change for anyone, and he would remain the proud and noble Master Malfoy. Meanwhile, Estelle Belling would always stand by her platinum jewel-s side. The girl's beautiful blue eyes sparkled with unwavering determination, resembling a slender beam of light that collided with Draco's heart. He found himself momentarily breathless. In that instant, time seemed to hit the pause button. Draco lowered his gaze, beholding the captivating eyes of Estelle that haunted his dreams, and a stirring voice seemed to emerge from within him. Gryffindor and Slytherin had always been like ships passing in the night. The following day in herbology class, the young lions once again encountered the peculiar atmosphere surrounding the brother-sister duo. They seemed to have returned to normalcy, yet Draco's gaze continually flickered awkwardly towards Hermione Granger. This caused Ron and Harry to be on high alert, fearing he might utter something inappropriate to her once more. However, such vigilance dissipated during lunch, as Malfoy's grand and imposing eagle owl landed directly on the Gryffindor table. More precisely, it landed right in front of Hermione. The owl dropped a parcel in front of her before soaring away, its proud demeanor reminiscent of its master. Transfiguration, from beginner to master. Is that a limited edition? Ron exclaimed, his jaw dropping in disbelief, as both Harry and Hermione wore expressions of utter incredulity. Was this Malfoy's way of apologizing? Hermione stared blankly. The three young ones finally regained their composure and glanced over at Slytherin, where Draco was cutting steak for Estelle with a dining knife. Upon meeting the unguarded, complex gazes of the three young lions, the young master immediately stiffened. He then pouted and averted his gaze, displaying an air of indifference, leaving Hermione only able to glimpse his nostrils. In contrast, Estelle noticed the trio and flashed them a smile. Ron felt a sudden jolt at the corner of his eye, utterly perplexed by how Dare had managed to speak to Malfoy. Just moments ago, upon witnessing that majestic sculpture, he had thought he was ensnared in a dream. Harry cast a sidelong glance at Ron, who had inexplicably altered his mode of address, and quietly remarked, I must say, with Estelle present, Malfoy's pretense is somewhat convincing. Yet this was the complete anthology of transfiguration from novice to master. Hermione appeared to have entirely set aside her previous conflict with Draco, her expression now brimming with excitement. It was only when she noticed Harry and Ron regarding her with a complex gaze that she cleared her throat, reining in her exuberance, and addressed them. Well then, since Malfoy has apologized in this manner, I shall forgive his rudeness from that day. Has her emotional transition always been this swift? I recall her vehemently demanding retribution from Malfoy just last night. TSK, such a capricious woman. Hermione indignantly grabbed both boys by their ears, exclaiming, "What are you whispering about?" No, spare us. Aside from Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class, the other subjects in second year were relatively easy for Estelle, particularly under Professor Flitwick's guidance. Her ability to control her internal magic had progressed remarkably, for reasons unknown. Dumbledore decided to conclude Flitwick's private tutoring sessions with Estelle and adjusted her charm schedule to join the fourth-year students, exposing her to advanced spells. Thus, Estelle, the first Slytherin in Hogwarts history to skip a year, drew significant attention the moment she stepped into the fourth-year charms classroom. The silver-haired girl sat in the front row, appearing considerably shorter than the older students behind her. Is that Estelle Belling? She is stunning. But would it really be appropriate to have her study charms with us? Haven't you heard? Belling levitated the teacher's desk during her first charms class in first year. If Hogwarts allowed students to switch houses, Professor Flitwick would have transferred her to Ravenclaw long ago. These whispered remarks made Estelle feel somewhat uncomfortable. Yet, the ingrained poise of her noble upbringing compelled her to straighten her back, striving to cloak her petite appearance in an air of maturity. Don't be nervous. They're simply curious, came a gentle, low voice beside her. Estelle turned to find a pair of deep-set gray eyes gazing back at her. With a straight nose and dark brown hair, the boy's refined features rendered him remarkably handsome. It suddenly dawned on Estelle that she had yet to greet her desk partner. Noticing his warm smile, she quickly nodded and replied, "Thank you. I'm Estelle Belling." The boy's lips curled into a slight smile as he gently took the hand she extended, Cedric Diggory. "Oh, it seems you two are already acquainted." Professor Flitwick entered, holding fourth-year textbooks, his smile widening upon seeing his two proud pupils seated together. "Cedric, as my class representative, I trust you will look after little Estelle." Flitwick winked at the pair. After all, you know her circumstances. "Of course," Cedric replied with a grin. Observing his profile, Estelle couldn't help but think of Pegasus. They both exuded the aura of gentle older brothers. "All right, class, quiet down." Flitwick adeptly hopped onto the podium. "Today, we shall learn the binding spell, Coloprotus. Watch closely as I demonstrate the wand movement. The COR sound is low, like this." Flitwick unveiled a cage draped in cloth atop the podium, and a sharp-faced Cornish pixie burst forth in an instant. Hearing the familiar, piercing cry, Estelle finally understood the origin of Lockhart's pixie. The flamboyant peacock had borrowed Professor Flitwick's teaching tools. Chapter 62, The Unhappy Little Serpent. Without comparison, there can be no hurt. After all, Professor Flitwick not only managed to release these pixies one by one, but he also seemed impervious to their nipping, didn't he? Coloprotus. Flitwick waved his wand, and a rope shot forth from its tip, ensnaring the grinning pixie and sending it tumbling to the ground with a thud. He nodded in satisfaction, then looked out over the class. "So, who would like to try first?" "It's all right if you don't get it right." The Badgers and Eagles exchanged glances. In truth, Hogwarts students, to a degree, behaved similarly to Muggle students in such situations. At Flitwick's words, some had already buried their heads behind their books to evade the professor's expectant gaze. "Estelle Belling." Flitwick beamed. "Come on, give it a try. Although this is your first encounter with the binding spell, I believe you'll do splendidly." Estelle was momentarily taken aback. She raised her hand. Yet, since Professor Flitwick had called her, she had no choice but to stand up amidst the piercing gazes of her peers and take a few steps forward. "Are you ready?" Flitwick inquired. Estelle nodded. The next moment, the cage door swung open, and a Cornish pixie flapped its wings, screeching as it flew out. Coloprotus. Estelle's reflexes were sharp. A thread of magic streamed from the tip of her wand, morphing into a sturdy rope that ensnared the pixie securely. "Excellent," Flitwick declared, 10 points to Slytherin. Had the headmaster forgotten that Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students were also present? It felt akin to being in a potions class. Yet, Belling had performed admirably. She succeeded after merely watching the demonstration once. "We cannot afford to tarnish the house's reputation, especially considering she is merely in second year. Professor, allow me to try." "Professor, I wish to give it a go too." Estelle's impressive performance seemed to have ignited a spark of enthusiasm among the Badgers and Eagles. Driven by competitiveness or some other emotion, nearly half the students raised their hands, shattering the earlier silence. Professor Flitwick, who had only witnessed such fervor in a first-year classroom, felt a swell of gratitude and cast a thankful glance at Estelle. Estelle seemed to have uncovered the truth behind Dumbledore's South decision to place her in fourth-year charms. However, after attempting to cast the binding spell, the overly enthusiastic students soon realized that the incantation was not nearly as effortless as Estelle had demonstrated. By the end of the class, only Cedric and a few others had managed to succeed. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw secured scores of 7 and 4 points respectively. Yet, This rather inexplicable encouragement policy did not dishearten the other students. As they left the classroom, most were still engaged in discussions about the techniques of casting the binding spell. This was the flourishing scene Flitwick had yearned for. I typically collect charms essays before the defense against the dark arts class on Wednesday afternoons. Cedric held his book in hand, his tone clear and gentle. However, perhaps Professor Flitwick doesn't require you to submit yours? Estelle walked alongside him, merging with the flow of students as they exited the classroom, responding, the professor hasn't granted me the privilege of skipping assignments. Wednesday afternoons. But I should be in flying class then. Seeing the little girl frown slightly, appearing somewhat troubled, Cedric chuckled, it's not far. I can meet you after your flying class. Ah, one tea that before Estelle could finish, Cedric interrupted, it one tea. After all, Professor Flitwick had specifically entrusted me with the care of young Balin in his second year. A gentle smile, as natural as a spring breeze, graced his lips, evoking a sense of warmth. Upon hearing this, Estelle also smiled, responding, well then, I appreciate your assistance, senior. It's no trouble at all, Cedric replied. But as his gaze shifted towards the figure at the entrance, a teasing note colored his voice. Is this rather displeased little serpent here to see you? Estelle's heart skipped a beat, and she followed Cedric's line of sight to the doorway. Draco stood outside, clad in a perfectly tailored black robe, sunlight glinting off his platinum locks, dazzling to behold. As fourth-year students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff passed by, some stole furtive glances at his striking beauty, remarkable for one so young. Yet Draco remained unfazed, his lips pressed tightly together, standing resolutely, his pale gray eyes fixed intently on Estelle, broadcasting a singular message, I am not happy. However, Estelle's spirits soared upon seeing Draco, and she rushed forward, cheerfully taking his icy hand in hers. Brother, what brings you here? As Estelle grasped his hand, Draco's mood began to brighten, though his gaze flitted between Cedric and his little Rose before he replied. I've come to fetch you from class, of course. Aren't you going to introduce yourselves, dare? Cedric prompted. At Cedric's insinuation, Estelle turned to glance at him, now standing just behind her, and realized, oh right, this is Cedric Diggory, the representative for Hufflepuff's fourth-year charms class. And this is Draco Malfoy, my friend. Draco interjected, dismissing Estelle's words, his demeanor calm despite the wide-eyed stare and puzzled expression from the girl beside him. Cedric maintained his composure, smiling as he nodded. Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you. The pleasure is mine as well, Mr. Diggory. For a fleeting moment, Estelle perceived a striking resemblance between Draco's manner of speaking and that of Lucius. Well then, see you on Wednesday, Estelle, Cedric said. Estelle nodded and waved him goodbye. Before Cedric's figure could vanish at the end of the corridor, Draco swiftly inquired, Wednesday? What have you two arranged for that day? Estelle shot him a puzzled look, explaining. The second-year and fourth-year schedules differ, so Cedric is coming to collect my charms homework on Wednesday afternoon. Draco exhaled with relief. Yet Estelle narrowed her eyes, questioning, Brother, why are you acting so strangely today? Strange? How so? Draco coughed lightly, naturally taking Estelle's books into his arms while leading her forward with his other hand. For instance, why did you refer to me as your friend instead of your brother? Estelle pouted, feeling a bit wronged. Don't be upset. Dare, I meant no offense. Draco's tone softened, as if he had pondered his words for quite some time. I merely thought that perhaps, aside from the title of brother, it would be delightful to be introduced to others as a friend. He gazed at her intently, his eyes twinkling like stars. Is that so? Estelle didn't grasp the complex depth behind his pale gray eyes, smiling. It seems you wish for me to use a different title? Actually, she began Draco. Her voice was light and sweet, akin to a crystal-clear stream, effortlessly disrupting Draco's thoughts. It was the first time she had called him by his name, and he found it pleasing to the ear. It felt as though a feather had brushed lightly against his heart, leaving behind a tingling sensation. Is that how you wish to address me? Estelle smiled brightly, her dimples adorning her cheeks adorably. Draco, finally regaining his composure, quickly replied, Yes, dare, of course. You may call me whatever you like, for after all. Estelle tilted her head curiously. Draco cleared his throat, a small smile gracing his lips. Yet he fell silent. After all, there may be many more titles to unlock in the future. Time continued its relentless march forward. Many overlooked the petrified cat and the so-called Chamber of Secrets on Halloween, assuming it was merely a prank by some mischievous upperclassman or an attention-seeking stunt by the savior. Potter. The latter speculation was predominantly voiced by Slytherins, with Draco leading the charge. By mid-November, the highly anticipated Quidditch match between Slytherin and Gryffindor finally commenced. Unlike the previous occasion, this time, Draco and Estelle were not mere spectators, but rather the focal point of attention as prominent Quidditch players. Perhaps the spectacle of two heirs from pure-blood families facing off against Harry Potter was too enticing, for the stands were filled to capacity. Even Headmaster Dumbledore graced the referee's seat. The cheers from both Slytherin and Gryffindor grew louder, the fluttering silver-green and gold-red banners creating a vivid spectacle. Malfoy and Balin are Slytherin's new seeker and chaser. They will surely knock that insufferable Potter off his broom. Heaven knows how much attention Potter attracted during his first year. To gain notoriety, he had even petrified Filch's cat a few days prior. Such childish antics. To be honest, their performance in flying class was evident. Yet that group of foolish lions believed they had gained unfair advantage. How ludicrous. Hey, just think about how your Slytherin team's brooms came to be. A Gryffindor shouted from afar. I can't believe Malfoy would be foolish enough to sponsor each of them with a Nimbus broom. Don't use your limited imagination to speculate about the resources of pure-blood families, fool. Look at what he's wearing, second-hand robes identical to those of the traitorous Weasley family. Potter will bring you all down. Enough. Look, the players are coming out. The students who had been bickering in the stands immediately turned their attention to the field. Blaze quickly locked onto the two figures clad in deep green uniforms. The striking contrast of their golden and silver hair was impossible to miss. Estelle stood beside Draco, her eyes sparkling with the same light as his. The deafening cheers enveloped them, as if they were surrounded by an unquenchable fervor. She even heard someone shouting, "Slytherin will prevail. Dare, I guarantee," Draco smirked, chin held high. "Once this match concludes, everyone will acknowledge that we are the finest Quidditch players. Look over there. Daphne and the others have even made a banner." Estelle squeezed Draco's fingers, her excitement barely contained. Draco squinted to read the banner, voicing its contents aloud. Draco. The silver serpent on the flying broom, the shining star of Quidditch, leaving Potter in the dust. Estelle, the magical storm beneath her wings, the radiant rainbow of Quidditch skies, heralding victory to resonate through the heavens. Estelle chimed in, reciting her own name with delight, before her words could fully escape her lips. A deep crimson hue washed over both her and Draco's faces. It was utterly mortifying. Draco, visibly indignant, clenched his fists and exclaimed, "I demand to know whose idea this was." After the match. Blushing, Estelle cast a glance towards the Slytherin stands, where, predictably, she met Blaze's teasing gaze, sparkling with mischief. How infuriating that Zabini would choose such a moment to stir trouble. Fortunately, the awkwardness dissipated almost instantly with the sound of a whistle. Harry soared higher than all the other players, squinting as he scanned the surroundings for the elusive golden snitch. "You all right, Scarhead?" Draco called out, darting beneath Harry like an arrow, seemingly flaunting the speed of his broomstick. "Draco." Estelle successfully knocked away a bludger that had aimed to disrupt Draco. "Stay focused. The bludger seems off." Draco glanced at Harry, scoffed softly, but obediently maneuvered his broom to veer towards the west side of the field. Almost simultaneously, a heavy black bludger hurtled towards Harry, who narrowly evaded it. "That was close, Harry." George Weasley, wielding his bat, zipped past Harry and sent the bludger hurtling towards Draco. With a resounding thud, Estelle nearly inverted on her broom, twisting in an intricate maneuver to strike the bludger away. The stands erupted in applause. "Did you see what Belling just did?" She was practically upside down on her broom. "How daring of her. Slytherin shall prevail." "Belling, Belling, Malfoy, Malfoy." George marveled at the girl trailing closely behind Draco. "I didn't expect Slytherin to have such a remarkable beater." Before he could finish his thought, George felt a rush of wind pass by him. Harry's eyes were fixated on a fleeting glimmer of gold in the distance as he sped off on his Nimbus 2000, the golden snitch. At the same time, Draco had also spotted the golden glimmer, launching himself towards it like a released arrow. Estelle was not far behind, veering high into the air. Just as both Draco and Harry reached out to seize the swiftly fleeing snitch, a bludger came hurtling toward them with lightning speed. Her pupils dilated, and without a moment's hesitation, she raised her arm to deflect the bludger. Yet, unexpectedly, it did not follow the anticipated trajectory, but rather took a strange turn in midair, crashing directly towards Harry. Chapter 64, The Golden Snitch. "Ah!" Harry gasped as the bludger struck his elbow, sending him plummeting to the ground. Draco, clutching the golden snitch, widened his eyes as he looked down. With a deafening crash, Harry landed in the mud, tumbling off his broom in a most undignified manner. His arm dangled at an odd angle. The referee's whistle interrupted the match, and the Gryffindor team, led by Wood, rushed down to encircle Harry. No one cheered for Draco, who had captured the golden snitch for the first time in an official match. Almost everyone's attention was fixated on Harry, who appeared to have sustained a serious injury from the bludger. The young wizard lay on his broom, his platinum hair drenched by the rain, a strand clinging limply to his forehead. It seemed the match would be called off. Where was Gryffindor's other seeker? They had placed all their hopes on Potter, and even if the match were to continue, it was uncertain whether Draco's capture of the snitch would count. Not even I could clearly discern what had transpired. Flint, along with the other Slytherin players, approached, offering not so much as a glance at Harry below. "Draco." Flint started hesitantly, But before he could continue, Estelle, who had been by Draco's side, interjected. You caught the golden snitch. Her misty blue eyes sparkled with excitement. And in their reflection, the world seemed to fade into monotony, with only Draco's striking figure etched vividly in her gaze. Draco's heart skipped a beat, and he lowered his head, muttering, but it seems that doesn't count. Yet in my heart, Draco has already won, Estelle proclaimed, urging her broom closer and enveloping him in an embrace. This is your first golden snitch captured in a match, isn't it? The girl's soft, fragrant embrace momentarily disoriented Draco. Indeed, we ought to celebrate Draco. Hey Draco, regardless of the points, you are the finest seeker Slytherin has. I dare say he is the fastest to find and capture the golden snitch in recent years. Truly a Malfoy. Flint and the others exchanged knowing glances before chiming in. The encouragement from his teammates and Estelle's embrace swiftly restored Draco's confidence. He returned her hug vigorously, then tightened his grip on the golden snitch, saying, well then, let us descend and check on that poor Scarhead. Draco smirked. As my defeated opponent, I suspect his condition is rather dire. We must extend our aristocratic warmth and disregard for past grievances. His playful banter elicited a chuckle from Estelle. Well, today, it is the magnanimous young Master Malfoy. However, the moment Draco intended to extend a few words of humanitarian concern to Potter, he could not contain his laughter upon witnessing Harry's arm, which appeared utterly limp as if devoid of bones, amidst Ron and the others' complex expressions. Gilderoy Lockhart, whose posterior had returned to normal, appeared somewhat green. Is this your new look, Potter? Draco quipped, casting a glance at Colin, who was fiddling with his camera, exaggerating. It seems this style will undoubtedly set a trend at Hogwarts for at least a month. The laughter from the Slytherin team erupted boisterously. Estelle glanced helplessly at Hermione and Ron, whose face was flushed, signaling the former to calm him down. Malfoy, you truly cannot change your nature. Ron raised his wand, ready to confront him, but Hermione quickly pulled him back, attempting to soothe him. All right, let us not argue at this moment. We need to get Harry to the hospital wing. In light of the rare edition of Transformations, a beginner's guide, Hermione reminded herself. Thus, the Gryffindor team hurriedly carried Harry away, and as the rain began to lessen, Dumbledore decided to resume the Quidditch match. The position of Gryffindor Seeker was taken up by a player named Kelsey. While most in the stands were engrossed in discussions about Harry's recent mishap, others noted Draco and Estelle's continued impressive performance in the second half of the match. Ultimately, Draco captured the golden snitch for the second time, leading Slytherin to a resounding victory. Is this for me? Estelle gazed, wide-eyed, at the miniature golden snitch resting on the table, her voice filled with astonishment. It was still a bit early for the history of magic class, so the classroom buzzed with chatter. Draco paid no mind to the fervent discussions behind him, a faint blush adorning his ears as he murmured an affirmative. But the golden snitch. I went to find my godfather, Draco explained. He gave me this snitch, as it holds special significance. Estelle delicately twirled the small trinket between her fingers, chuckling. I certainly do not intend to inquire as to its origins. Draco turned to look at her, his eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Estelle shook her head, attempting to dislodge the chaotic thoughts swirling within, yet under Draco's intense gaze. Her cheeks began to flush. Initially, Estelle had felt emboldened to pose her question, but now she hesitated, recalling only that she had read in a Quidditch book how seekers often gifted the golden snitch they caught to those they cherished. The crimson hue creeping from Draco's ears to the nape of his neck was unmistakable. Stealing a glance at Estelle, he found her head bowed, lost in her own thoughts, the porcelain-like elegance of her neck captivating his attention. Of course, Draco clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles paling. I most certainly do. Draco. Estelle. Blaise suddenly clapped a hand on Draco's shoulder, raising his voice. Did you two buy a protective charm? Longbottom actually purchased a rather large and green onion. Ha. The moment he unveiled it, the Gryffindors were in tears. As he spoke, Blaise seemed to finally notice the peculiar tension between the siblings. He raised an eyebrow and lowered his voice. Hey, what were you two just discussing? It's quite rare for you to remain silent amidst all this revelry, especially you. Draco. Draco radiated an aura of low pressure, fixing Blaise with a look that warned of dire consequences should he fail to speak sensibly. What protective charm? The matter concerning the Chamber of Secrets, of course. Blaise replied. Colin has been in the hospital wing for 2 days. It was then that Draco recalled the incident involving Potter's little fan, who had been attacked and petrified. First-year students were being herded into the castle, seemingly to prevent them from encountering similar assaults while alone. Yet before Draco could articulate his thoughts, he overheard hushed whispers emanating from the Gryffindor side. So the heir is indeed Malfoy, right? Don't forget that besides Malfoy, Belling is also at Hogwarts. Without mentioning that the Belling family has always attended Durmstrang. One could simply compare the two. One was arrogant and disdainful, while the other was clever and endearing. Is this what they mean by beauty equating to justice? In any case, I'd wager 100 galleons that the heir of Slytherin is 90% likely to be Malfoy. But what could his motive be for petrifying Colin and Madame Rosmerta? Surely it aligns with the rumors, to purge all muggle-born wizards and cleanse the school. Didn't T. Malfoy just the other day insult Hermione? Shoo! Don't let Hermione hear that. As Draco frowned and turned his gaze toward them, the Gryffindor lions fell silent at the moment their eyes met. Only Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged a mysterious glance with him, whispering amongst themselves. Honestly, Draco, are you truly the heir of Slytherin? Blaise asked eagerly. Goyle, Crabbe, and Daphne also regarded Draco with eager expressions. Draco merely smirked. Though the Malfoys had always been Slytherin, he was certainly not the heir capable of opening the chamber. After all, he spent every night with Estelle. How could he find time for such perilous endeavors? In front of everyone, Draco reveled in boasting about his nightly routine, affectionately ruffling the girl's hair. Blaise and Daphne exchanged knowing glances. Though the Slytherins had fallen silent, the earlier tension had been shattered. As Draco resumed his seat, his heart raced at the sight of Estelle's profile. Just moments ago, he had almost. Since that is the case, let us not dwell on it. A certain little dragon awkwardly shifted the topic. Estelle chuckled softly, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. But I recall you still have a sentence left unfinished. Noticing Draco stiffen, she was determined to pursue the matter. Leaning closer to Draco's ear, she inquired, "What was it you said? That you certainly like what?" Draco turned his head away, his ears gradually reddening, feeling utterly flustered. How could Estelle still remember that? Was it too abrupt to express it as he had just now? You little rascal. No, Malfoy must not retreat at such a moment. I mean, Draco raised his eyes to meet hers, his starry irises shimmering beneath long lashes, and gritted his teeth. I certainly like Estelle. The moment he uttered the words, he anxiously tugged at his tie, his heart pounding wildly. Estelle's lips curved into a soft smile. She leaned in closer, her light voice cutting through the tumult. I like you too, Draco. For a fleeting moment, Draco was lost in a daze, a wave of warmth washing over him. Estelle, what did you say? Tilting her head, Estelle smiled. I said I like you too. Draco fiddled with his fingers, realizing that the expression Estelle wore when she spoke those words was strikingly similar to the way she had once called him brother in a playful manner years ago. A hint of disappointment flickered in his eyes, and he felt as though he had wilted. Well, fine, Draco mumbled absent-mindedly, playing with her delicate fingers. What we're talking about isn't quite the same kind of liking. What? Estelle didn't catch that. Yet Draco had no intention of repeating himself, instead gently ruffling her hair with a sigh. His father was right. Some matters could not be rushed and required a gradual approach. Perhaps due to the heavier course load accompanying her studies with the upperclassmen, Estelle felt that this year's Christmas had arrived particularly swiftly. However, unlike last year, Lucius and Narcissa were unable to bring the two children back to the manor due to work or other reasons. Thus, they, like Harry and the others, applied to remain at school. Goyle, Crabbe, and Daphne also filled out the same form to stay. The last class before the holidays was potions, and Snape assigned the task of brewing a swelling solution. A perfect potion, in terms of color, flavor, and practicality, was expected. Snape scrutinized the steaming cauldron on Draco and Estelle's table, awarding Slytherin a perfect score. Draco smirked, exchanging a proud glance with Estelle. I'll take the reagent bottle. It's safer that way. After receiving Snape's approval, they proceeded to pour the potion from the cauldron into the bottle, to prevent any spills that might cause injury. Draco volunteered to take a slender bottle nearby. Estelle smiled, using a special clamp to hold one end of the cauldron, steadily pouring the potion into the bottle in Draco's hand. They were consistently the first students to produce a perfect potion in every potions class. Snape had given Malfoy and Belling a score that could reach 100. Don't worry, Harry might just pull off something remarkable again this semester, he chuckled. Honestly, I have a feeling about that too. The Gryffindor lions murmured as they fumbled with their cauldrons, producing various disastrous concoctions. Harry appeared rather anxious, and even when Snape paused to mock the colorless, odorless potion he was brewing, he pretended not to hear. Longbottom, I presume you did not employ the clear water charm on your potion? Then could you? Crack. Snape's voice coincided with an odd popping sound. As Harry and Draco simultaneously widened their eyes, they noticed a mischievous firecracker from Fred soaring towards Estelle's cauldron. Harry distinctly remembered that the firecracker he had thrown while Snape was distracted was indeed aimed at the cauldron on the podium. Dahlia, Draco exclaimed, pulling her into his embrace and turning his back to shield her from the impending splatter of the swelling potion just as Estelle realized what was happening and set the cauldron on the table. In an instant, the potion within the cauldron erupted, splattering the entire classroom. Students screamed as if the swelling potion had doused them. In the second row, Blaise and Theodore immediately cried out, as Goyle's eyes began to swell like balloons. Draco's neck also reddened and swelled, yet he held on to Dahlia tightly, stifling his discomfort with a muffled groan. "Silence!" Snape bellowed furiously. "Those who have been splashed, come here for treatment. If I discover who is responsible for this mischief, I will ensure their expulsion." Estelle hurriedly supported Draco and moved forward, completely oblivious to the commotion unfolding at the back of the classroom. "Harry, how could you throw the firecracker towards Dahlia?" Ron hissed, his eyes slightly reddened. Harry struggled to calm his racing heart, hastily explaining, "I didn't mean to. I intended to throw it into Snape's cauldron. If Dahlia gets hurt." Hermione frowned, glancing at the students surrounding Snape like a tight fortress. "Never mind, in any case. It's Malfoy who is injured. Let us not forget our plan. We must leave now, or all will be in vain." Harry bit his lip, clenched his fists, and turned to exit the classroom. As Hermione watched his figure vanish at the end of the corridor, she sighed. "This time, it's our fault." Ron lowered his gaze, remaining silent. In truth, Snape's antidote quickly alleviated the swelling at the back of Draco's neck. However, a week later, he received an anonymous gift, an offering from the trio of Gryffindors who had previously harbored a change of heart towards Malfoy. "Who would send me such a thing?" Draco grimaced at the pale gray cotton ear warmer, as if it were a piece of refuse. Although Estelle was equally puzzled by the sudden appearance of the item on Draco's usual dining chair, she couldn't shake the feeling that it was somehow related to Harry and his friends. After all, during lunch that day, the three boys had each appeared decidedly guilty when their eyes met Estelle's. "Put it away," Estelle instructed. Draco pouted, carelessly shoving the seemingly inadequate ear warmer into his pocket. "Dueling club? Tonight is the first meeting. I have no objections to a dueling class. They can happen anytime. Will Lockhart invite Snape to assist? Does the Serpent King of the Dungeons even agree to such things? I heard Professor Flitwick is the dueling champion. Is he the one teaching us? Just look at the flamboyant signature at the bottom of this announcement to know who organized it." A crowd had gathered around the notice board, and though Draco initially held little interest in Lockhart's club, the names mentioned by the students piqued his curiosity. "Will the Godfather be attending?" Draco's eyes lit up as he turned to Estelle, asking, "Shall we go take a look?" "All right," Estelle nodded in agreement. At 8 o'clock in the Great Hall, the long tables of the houses vanished, replaced by a massive rectangular black wooden platform. All the students gathered there wore expressions of excitement, clutching their wands. Draco, holding Estelle's hand, finally squeezed to the front row, where he saw Lockhart ascending the platform in his most ostentatious robes. "Professor Dumbledore has granted me permission to establish a dueling club to prepare you for self-defense when necessary." Lockhart began his verbose introduction. After mentioning his encounters with a ghost, befriending dragons, and repelling dark wizards, twice each, Lockhart finally waved his hand, introducing his assistant. "Let us warmly welcome Professor Snape." Snape ascended the platform with a dark expression, and when he caught sight of his favorite student and that pretty girl stifling their laughter at him, his eye twitched. Students standing beside Snape shivered involuntarily. "Now to start. Professor Snape and I will demonstrate the art of dueling," Lockhart drawled. "Do not fear when I send your potions Professor flying." Snape pressed his lips together tightly, exchanging bows with Lockhart. They then took their positions on opposite sides of the platform, raising their wands like swords before them. 3, 2, Lockhart intentionally drew out the suspense. 1. Expelliarmus. A dazzling red light flashed, sending Lockhart soaring into the air, where he landed with a resounding crash on the far side of the platform. Draco let out a laugh. Lockhart, panting and disheveled, struggled to rise, his meticulously styled hair now a complete mess, under the varied gazes of the students. Lockhart attempted to salvage his dignity. "Yes, Professor Snape performed excellently. However, had I wanted to stop him, it would have been effortless. Now, it is your turn, Professor Snape. I'm certain you would be eager to help me pair the students." Lockhart spoke rapidly, eager to avoid recalling his earlier embarrassment. He turned and met Harry's gaze, exclaiming, "So, Neville and Seamus will be one pair, and Harry and Malfoy." Snape interrupted Lockhart, casting a cold glance at the eager platinum-haired boy below. "You will partner with Potter." Draco's eyes brightened instantly, and he turned to face Harry with a leisurely confidence. "Dahlia, watch how I send the Potter flying," he smirked. His platinum hair neatly swept back, his disdain palpable in his gaze. Estelle gently nudged his waist, encouraging, "Go on." With the matchup between Draco and Harry, even Seamus and Neville, who were originally paired together, shared the same excitement as the other students, watching the two boys on the platform. George and Fred had even begun gathering students to place bets. "Face your partner," Lockhart shouted, bowing. Harry and Draco locked eyes, refusing to lower their heads. "Ready your wands. When I count to 3, simply practice the disarming charm to knock your opponent's wand aside." 3, 2. Harry was still twirling his wand over his shoulder, but Draco had already begun casting his spell by the time Lockhart reached 2. Harry felt as though his head had been struck by a cauldron. But he quickly regained his composure, seizing the moment to swing his wand and hit Draco in the stomach. Locomotor plates. Feeling the pressure of embarrassment in front of Estelle, Draco grew furious. Though bent over in pain, he swiftly aimed the tip of his wand at Harry's knee. In the next moment, Harry's feet involuntarily began to spin. Stop! Stop! Lockhart shouted. I only instructed you to use the disarming charm. Draco shot a glance at the flustered Lockhart and the expressionless Snape, a smirk lingering at the corner of his mouth. Potter, it is quite difficult to imagine that you possess such a remarkable talent for dance. Arresto momentum. Stop spinning. With a rare display of kindness, Draco raised his wand, choosing to spare Harry. However, in the very next moment, as Harry's knees ceased their contortion, Draco's pupils dilated in alarm. Bang! Two equally matched forces collided midair, dissolving into nothingness. Fortunately, Draco's reflexes were swift, otherwise, he would surely have been propelled away by Harry's unexpected strike. It seems you have also learned the art of preemption, Potter. Draco fixed a disdainful gaze upon Harry, his tone dripping with scorn. Let me test out my newly acquired spell. Serpensortia. The snake emerges. No sooner had he uttered the words than the tip of his wand erupted, unleashing a black serpent that landed heavily on the floor, slithering towards Harry. The crowd recoiled swiftly, with occasional shrieks piercing the air. Gilderoy Lockhart attempted to dispel the serpent with a spell, but alas, his feeble and inaccurate incantation proved futile. Do not move, Potter. Snape appeared in good spirits, declaring, I shall handle it. Leave this. Without a second thought, Harry addressed the serpent. Miraculously, the creature fell back to the ground, as docile as a lamb. Astoria looked at Harry in astonishment, her head tilted in confusion. He can. However, to the onlookers, it appeared as though he was hissing in an odd manner. Snape stepped forward swiftly, waving his wand, and the serpent vanished. Though his expression towards Harry was decidedly complex, as if he were scrutinizing something intently, the peculiar stares and murmurs from the surrounding students left Harry feeling unsettled, prompting Ron and Hermione to rush over and pull him out of the Great Hall. Draco, still shaken, patted his chest and leaped down from the platform to join Astoria. Merlin, could Potter truly be a Parselmouth? Is he genuinely the heir of Slytherin? Astoria shook her head, remarking, I doubt the Sorting Hat would place the heir of Slytherin into Gryffindor, and she lowered her gaze, softly whispering something into Draco's ear. His pale gray eyes widened in shock. The fervent speculation surrounding whether Harry Potter was indeed the heir of the Chamber of Secrets reached its zenith when everyone witnessed Harry standing beside the petrified Justin and nearly headless Nick. Many students had reached the point of deliberately avoiding Harry, fearful of being petrified by the most suspicious of suspects. Astoria vaguely suspected that the series of events stemming from the Chamber of Secrets might have some connection to Lucius. Yet, she refrained from exposing her ability to understand his conversation with the serpent in her quest to clear Harry's name. In such times, a competent Belling would never complicate matters. Heh. As Daphne sat on the sofa, fixated on the thin notebook in her hands, emitting a third strange giggle, Astoria could no longer resist glancing at her. The common room was eerily empty during the Christmas holidays. Draco had gone to the restroom, and Crabbe and Goyle were nowhere to be found. Thus, it was just the two of them. Daphne, what are you reading? Astoria inquired. Daphne looked up, her cheeks flushed as she met Astoria's gaze. Noticing that they were alone, she quickly darted over to sit beside Astoria. Astoria, you don't know? This is written by Isadora from Hufflepuff, Daphne whispered. What does it say? Astoria asked, recalling that Isadora had a penchant for penning short stories. Just a few days prior, Hufflepuff had celebrated the publication of her article. Noting that Astoria truly did not know, Daphne cleared her throat and replied, It's the love of the false heir. With that, she shoved the notebook into Astoria's arms, her eyebrows raised in surprise. The false heir? Astoria curiously opened the notebook, finding a printed passage on the front page. He is the most renowned pure-blood heir of Slytherin. He is the mysterious savior boy revered by all in Gryffindor. What fate intertwines them? And is this a distortion of morality or a degradation of humanity? Astoria's mouth fell slightly agape as she processed the words for a moment. So, Isadora is writing about Draco and Harry? Daphne, what are you two looking at? Just then, Draco returned from the restroom, catching sight of the two girls huddled together in hushed whispers. Daphne gasped sharply, hastily slamming the notebook shut and pressing it beneath a pile of books in front of Astoria. Daphne, Astoria murmured, observing her hasty actions. Haha, it's nothing. We were just discussing some girl stuff, Daphne replied awkwardly, smiling at Draco. In the next moment, as Mr. Malfoy approached with a frown, Daphne quickly whispered, Astoria, remember to return it to me once you finish. Don't let Draco find out. It was hard to imagine how Draco, who had always regarded Harry with disdain, would react upon discovering that everyone was secretly shipping him and Harry. Eek, I'd better make my exit. Draco glanced quizzically at Daphne as she seemed to flee in a panic, then sat beside Astoria. What is wrong with her? Maybe she had something urgent to attend to, Astoria replied, her gaze drifting. Draco shrugged, about to speak when his peripheral vision caught sight of Goyle and Crabbe hesitating at the doorway. What is wrong with everyone today? Draco grumbled. What are you standing there for? Come over. I have a newspaper I haven't shared with you yet. Draco beckoned the two over. Astoria noticed how tense Goyle and Crabbe appeared, even moving in an awkward, synchronized manner. Look, the Weasley family's Ministry of Magic enforcers have become notorious, Draco said, shoving the newspaper under Goyle's nose, chuckling. Perhaps that ridiculous Muggle Protection Act should be abolished immediately, don't you think? Goyle took the newspaper, his expression turning rather peculiar. What's wrong? Draco frowned, puzzled as to why this should not be an amusing matter. The platinum-haired boy let out a derisive snort, continuing with a mischievous grin. Arthur Weasley has a fondness for Muggles. He should break his wand and join them. Dumbledore is the same, at the very least. He should not allow useless students like Colin to roam about the school. Chapter 68, So-Called Poison. Potter, may I take a photograph of you? Potter? Could you give me your autograph? May I kiss your shoes? Potter? Draco was clearly treating the empty common room as a stage for performance. Mimicking Colin's tone, he called out before immediately turning to Goyle, Crabbe, and Astoria. The expressions of the two hefty boys grew increasingly bewildered. Astoria, who had a low threshold for humor, burst into laughter, which Draco interpreted as applause. Don't you find this amusing? He turned his head, his brow furrowing further. Goyle and Crabbe's laughter seemed a bit forced. Although their mirth was belated, Draco felt a sense of satisfaction. The sacred Potter and his pitiful muggle-blooded friends. Everyone thinks he is a Slytherin heir. You must have guessed who the heir is, right? Goyle inquired. Draco curled his lip disdainfully and remarked, You know very well that I am unaware. So how many times must I tell you, Goyle? However, I do recall that the last time the chamber was opened, a muggle-born individual met their demise. Moreover, the one who opened the chamber was apprehended and sent to Azkaban. Crabbe mumbled, but Harry can converse with snakes. Surely that must prove he is the heir of the chamber? Before Draco could respond, the previously silent Astoria interjected, Of course not. Why not? Goyle promptly inquired, his gaze fixed intently upon Astoria, as if searching for answers in her expression. Astoria chuckled lightly, leaning against Draco as she replied, Talking to snakes is not such an extraordinary feat. The ancestors of the Belling family could converse with many creatures beyond snakes. The wizarding world is far more mysterious and complex than we could ever imagine. Perhaps Harry merely stumbled upon this ability by chance. Call him Potter, Astoria. Draco muttered under his breath. Astoria blinked, conceding, Very well, Potter. Suddenly, the two who had fallen into an inexplicable silence sprang to their feet and made their way towards the door. Draco called out, Did you not just return? What could possibly necessitate your departure? An urgent matter. Goyle's voice sounded oddly strained, while Astoria observed the duo's hasty exit, her emotions concealed beneath a practiced facade. Draco, perplexed yet unconcerned about his two companions, turned to Astoria and said, Astoria, how could you divulge the secrets of the Belling family to them? I thought I was the only one privy to such knowledge. I merely mentioned that the ancestors of the Belling family possessed such abilities. Astoria gently tugged at Draco's sleeve, adding, But I did not say anything about myself. Draco, feeling somewhat placated, smirked and exclaimed, I certainly know that you, Astoria, are unlike anyone else to me. Astoria exhaled in relief. However, she wondered what Daphne had brought here. She did not seem like someone eager to learn. As Draco reached for a pile of books, Astoria's momentary sense of ease was abruptly interrupted. She gasped, attempting to stop him, realizing something was amiss. Draco swiftly withdrew a notebook that had been buried at the bottom of the stack. Utilizing his height advantage, he evaded the small girl's flailing arms, lifting the notebook high and casually flipping it open to a page in the middle. In a spacious room, the intertwined figures of two individuals lay upon a soft couch, their surroundings strewn with disheveled garments. Warm fingertips rested upon Draco's waist, a tingling sensation slowly creeping upwards. They kissed gently yet fervently, breaths quickening. He seized the hand that was incessantly stirring beneath him, pinning it firmly against a pristine pillow. Moonlight, like water, cascaded upon his sturdy back, beads of sweat and waves of desire ebbing and flowing. These words caused Draco to momentarily halt his breath, and he dared to glance at Astoria again. The young girl stood with her head bowed, her hands nervously clutching the hem of her clothing. Astoria, what do you think of this? Draco stammered, his cheeks flushed. Before him, Astoria's ears appeared as if they might bleed, leaving him at a loss for words. Perhaps in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions, Draco inexplicably flipped the notebook to its title page. The Romance of the False Heir. The title was not quite as he had envisioned. What false heir? Draco furrowed his brow as he continued reading. a passage concerning the distortions of human nature and the degradation of morality unexpectedly catching his eye. Who dared to concoct such a scandalous tale about me and that Potter? Draco fumed, practically hopping in rage. Brother, Astoria timidly interjected, please do not be angry. I only just discovered that someone was writing this. Before she could finish, Draco interrupted. So Daphne was the one discussing this with you. She has led you astray. Astoria. This has nothing to do with Daphne. I was merely curious about what she was reading, and I intend to return it to her. Astoria defended herself. Draco was not inclined to listen. His chest heaved as though he had encountered something filthy. No, I will speak to Daphne about this. In any case, you cannot keep this notebook. Astoria, recognizing her fault, sighed, very well. Though she had only glanced at the title page, given the current situation, she would have to find another way to make amends with Daphne. Draco cast a glance at the dejected girl, striving to calm himself as he earnestly advised, Astoria, you know that I am not in any such relationship with Potter. It is utterly vile. It is akin to poison. You must refrain from reading such toxic material in the future, all right? Seeing Astoria nod her small head, Draco finally felt at ease. He glanced at the glaring title page, adorned with a string of names beneath it, and decided to write a letter to Lucius. That night, after receiving a reassuring response from Lucius, Draco's spirits began to lift. Regardless of the means, at the very least, that Isadora would no longer pen such material. Draco smiled as he tucked the blanket around the sleeping girl beside him, though his gaze lingered upon her delicate lips, momentarily entranced. Chapter 69, Dragon Soul. Soft or fervent kisses. Perhaps Draco's earlier actions had disturbed Astoria's slumber, as the young girl furrowed her brow and withdrew her hand from the covers. Then, her pale fingers expertly found their way to his waist. The warm touch sent Draco's heart racing. Her fingertips resting upon Draco's waist, a tingling sensation. Those scandalous words invaded Draco's mind uncontrollably, enveloping him in a wave of heat. The girl's serene, sleeping visage contrasted sharply with the rapid thumping of his heart. Draco quickly glanced at Astoria, who breathed evenly, her thick lashes fluttering gently. He wondered what she might be dreaming of. Damn it, he muttered, turning his gaze towards a certain spot beneath the covers. The thoughts he had long concealed in the shadows now lay bare before him. With a resounding crash, it felt as if fireworks had erupted within him. Once the holiday concluded, the trio from Gryffindor seemed to have their hands full again. Although Astoria occasionally heard the hissing of snake language through the pipes, she had no intention of intervening, having already discussed this matter with Lucius. As long as the situation did not reach a critical point, the Malfoys and the Bellings would undoubtedly remain in the shadows behind the savior, Harry Potter. Astoria had never regarded the term refined self-interest used to describe pure-blood families as particularly derogatory. She had no desire to save the world. After witnessing Hagrid being escorted to Azkaban by the Ministry and Dumbledore's suspension, another petrification incident occurred at Hogwarts. However, this time, a Ravenclaw girl and Hermione were the victims. Had Potter gone mad enough to petrify even those who had always supported him? After all, Hermione Granger was also of Muggle blood. Rumor had it that the Ravenclaw girl was Percy Weasley's girlfriend. It seemed that not only Hermione, but also the Weasleys were in peril. Best to keep a distance from Potter. As the fourth-year charms class came to an end, some students could no longer contain themselves and began discussing the events with their peers. Cedric meticulously organized his books as usual, making his way towards the door alongside his petite desk mate, Astoria. Without a shadow of a doubt, a young boy with a platinum blonde head and a deep green robe awaited them. Astoria, do be cautious lately, Cedric advised thoughtfully, his role as a senior weighing upon him. Upon witnessing Draco naturally take the spellbook from Astoria's hands, Cedric added, Draco, be careful as well. Draco nodded appreciatively. Thank you for your concern, and you as well. Over the course of the semester, even Draco, who remained wary of all the boys, had to concede that Cedric was a gentleman beyond reproach from any angle, particularly after realizing that Cedric regarded Astoria merely as a clever little sister. The noble Malfoy lad felt no qualms about exchanging pleasantries with him. I'm off now. Remember, I need to collect assignments this Wednesday afternoon. All right, Astoria replied, a pair of shallow dimples gracing her cheeks. Cedric smiled at the two charming children before turning to depart. Do we have no classes left? Astoria inquired. Draco gave a non-committal hum, his expression tinged with a hint of melancholy. It seems Astoria only remembers when the fourth-grade spell class is scheduled. He then shifted the topic. Now we must prepare for final reviews. Shall we head to the library or return to the dormitory for a while? It was rare to see Draco, the top student, in such a state of discontent. Indeed, the impending final exams spared no one. No, let us go to the edge of the Black Lake, Astoria suggested, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Draco, though somewhat puzzled, complied, and they strolled to the lakeside, finding a wooden bench to sit upon. Astoria, what brings us here? Draco asked, Observing her cautiously retrieving a small box from her pocket, his curiosity piqued. Astoria sighed. It appears you've truly forgotten what day it is today. Draco's eyes widened slightly as realization dawned upon him. Today was indeed his birthday. With the evening still far off, Lucius and Narcissa's gifts had yet to arrive at Hogwarts. I've been so busy lately, I nearly forgot, he murmured, his gaze fixating on the small box in Astoria's hands, his eyes lighting up as he raised his voice. Astoria, is this my birthday gift? Astoria smiled as she handed him the black velvet box. Here, open it and see. With excitement, Draco unfastened the copper clasp of the box, revealing a necklace strung with obsidian, quietly resting inside. Under the gentle light of early summer, the diamond-shaped obsidian glimmered like a profound star in the night sky. Lacking any elaborate adornments, it exuded a tranquil and understated elegance. The gifts Draco had received in previous years were all lavish and exquisite, yet this seemingly simple necklace, crafted by Astoria, evoked a sense of fondness within him. He solemnly adorned it around his neck, the deep black contrasting beautifully with the pale skin at his throat, rendering it captivating. It's lovely, Astoria, he remarked, a smile gracing his lips as he expressed his satisfaction. Thank you, I truly adore it. Astoria reached out to adjust the necklace, her fingertips brushing against his warm, smooth skin, causing her to squint in delight. Did brother truly believe it was merely an ordinary necklace? Wait, Draco paused, realization striking him. Did you inscribe a spell rune on this necklace? At the mention of this, Draco's excitement surged. Is it a cleansing charm or something else? However, Astoria shook her head, leaning closer to Draco's ear, and whispered, there is a dragon within. As her words registered, Draco's eyes widened in disbelief, leaving him momentarily frozen in place. Under Astoria's amused gaze, he stammered, a dragon? Astoria nodded, glancing around to ensure they were alone, then continued, strictly speaking, it is the essence of a dragon. You can attempt to awaken it using your magic. Draco swallowed hard, glancing at Astoria, and, encouraged by her gaze, slowly raised his hand. A pale gray magic flowed like silk into the obsidian necklace. Buzz. The necklace emitted a faint hum. Draco felt warmth enveloping his neck, and suddenly, a massive ethereal form surged forth from the obsidian, casting a shadow over them. The dragon appeared to transcend the confines of time, materializing at the intersection of reality and fantasy. Its gargantuan body shimmered with a lustrous obsidian sheen, each scale reflecting the depths of the night sky, eventually fading into its sweeping tail. Its half-closed eyes, ancient yet vibrant, bore down upon the two entranced children, instilling even the most resolute spirit with a hint of trepidation. The dragon glanced down at the two seemingly dazed children below, surveyed its surroundings, then vanished in a flash of light. The obsidian grew warm once more. Draco was left in a state of disbelief. I actually saw a dragon? Astoria, too, experienced the wonder of witnessing a dragon for the first time. When Mammon had given her the stone, he merely stated that the dense woods of Belling Manor yielded no second dragon egg, yet it had discovered the remnant spirit of an ancient dragon. It was an apt remedy for the hurt feelings of a certain someone who had learned of its gift of a dragon egg to Ron in their first year. Mammon was indeed a considerate feline companion. No, Draco, Astoria interjected, recalling the overwhelming presence of the dragon, her voice tinged with excitement. You possess a dragon. Draco's heart raced with exhilaration as he carefully placed his palm upon the obsidian, continuously feeling the warmth radiating from within. Astoria, I can't believe it. His eyes sparkled with joy. This is the best birthday gift I have ever received. Thank you, Astoria. He embraced her tightly, his smile beaming. Please. The essence of a dragon is far more impressive than a mere dragon egg. Indeed, no one could rival his esteemed place in Astoria's heart. It was Mammon and the others who found it. Astoria gently patted the boy's back, smiling, and that dragon's essence will always protect you. Even in the face of threats to your life, it will safeguard you. Draco was profoundly touched, the excitement on his face lingering long after the initial blush had faded. He cherished the obsidian necklace dearly. Before long, it seemed that all of Slytherin had learned 3 things. 1. The necklace adorning young Master Malfoy's neck contained a dragon. 2. This necklace was a birthday gift from Astoria Belling. 3. The Malfoy Manor was about to be transformed into an 800 square meter luxurious cat abode for Astoria's feline companions. 800 square meters. Mammon's tail shot up, its voice rising in excitement. Clearly, even a cat that had lived for hundreds of years was awed by the grandiosity of the Malfoy's plans. Both it and Astoria did not view Draco's earlier statement as a jest, for it was indeed something he and Lucius could accomplish. Thus, Mammon pondered over the matter for an entire afternoon, eventually bringing a designed sketch of unknown origins back to the Malfoy family, requesting that it be delivered along with Draco's letter. The center of the sketch featured a whimsically drawn round bed. Next to it, The dimensions were particularly marked with a diameter of 10 meters. On the eve of the final examinations, Lucius arrived at Hogwarts. After a half-hour discussion with Dumbledore in the headmaster's office, he paid a visit to Astoria and Draco. He casually informed them of Dobby's departure from the Malfoy household. "Father, did you give Dobby new clothes?" Draco inquired, casting a peculiar look at Lucius. Lucius shook his head slightly and succinctly stated, "This concerns Potter. But fret not, Draco, the Malfoy manor has no need for a disloyal house elf." The words Potter and disloyal intertwined in Draco's mind, his expression souring. "Has he succeeded?" Astoria asked inexplicably. Lucius's gaze remained indifferent, indeed, confounded by this strange exchange. Draco could only remark to Astoria after Lucius departed, "Godfather will share these matters with you in due time." Thus, feeling burdened by the secrets between his father and Astoria, Draco spent the day in a pensive state and received two even more disheartening pieces of news at the feast the following day. First, Harry Potter had slain the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, earning 400 points for Gryffindor alongside Ron Weasley. Second, the final examination for which Draco had tirelessly prepared was consequently cancelled. "For 100 points, Crabbe scoffed. "The valiant St. Potter and his companions always manage to turn the tide at the last moment, don't they?" During the end-of-year feast, Gryffindor was abuzz with excitement as everyone gathered around Harry and Hagrid, who had returned to Hogwarts, singing boisterously. In stark contrast, Slytherin appeared somewhat subdued. As soon as Goyle finished speaking, Blaise clicked his tongue in disdain, exclaiming, "It feels as if that should have been said by someone else." The young Slytherins turned their gaze toward Draco, who slumped in his seat, seemingly devoid of all vigor and means regarding the house cup. Astoria, on the other hand, appeared unaffected, cheerfully indulging in the small cakes sent by Narcissa. Well, she had always been indifferent to such scores. "Lockhart has been expelled." Blaise and Theodore engaged in light banter. "Well, that fool would have been dismissed by the board sooner or later, even without the incident with Potter in the chamber. I wonder who Dumbledore will appoint for the defense against the dark arts class next semester. Will it be Professor Snape? He has always. Who knows? The first year was a garlic seller, the second year a peacock. Let us hope the third year's defense against the dark arts instructor is somewhat reliable." Unbeknownst to them, summer had faded into autumn. The early September breeze still bore the warmth of summer, but subtly hinted at a chill. During this holiday, Mammon successfully moved into the Malfoy Manor's standalone cat house. Draco and Astoria, still regarded as children by the Malfoys, had suddenly grown taller, like willow branches sprouting anew. The youthful innocence had faded from Draco's countenance, his gem-like pale gray eyes radiating an innate nobility and arrogance, yet softened when they fell upon the silver-haired girl. He approached with a tall, well-proportioned figure, clad in a well-tailored robe. The deep green of the robe accentuated Draco's pale, delicate skin, resembling a noble youth emerging from an ancient oil painting. Chapter 71, Dementors. Draco pushed open the compartment door to find Astoria gazing out at the scenery, and he smiled as he handed her the newspaper he had crumpled in his hand. The headlines of the Daily Prophet had been dominated by this for days. It seemed Harry Potter in his third year had quite a lot on his plate. Upon receiving the newspaper, the bold headline immediately caught Astoria's eye. "Sirius Black escapes from Azkaban." Below, a lengthy article meandered, lacking in substance. Even Astoria, who typically did not pay much attention to such matters, found herself somewhat informed about the events of the past due to the overwhelming coverage. "He should not harm us." Astoria casually flipped through the pages. "Didn't he Godfather say the traitor is someone else?" Draco let out a lazy hum, naturally drawing her into his embrace. His long legs draped over the opposite seat. The scent of green apples wafted gently into his nostrils as his fingers playfully twirled a strand of her silky hair, letting it gracefully slip through his fingers. "The Savior Potter always manages to avert disaster, doesn't he? Adding a few hundred points to Gryffindor come finals, as usual." Draco mused leisurely. "So rather than ruminating over the matter of the traitor, why not look forward to our defense against the dark arts teacher this year? Astoria, guess what peculiar figure Dumbledore will be sending to Hogwarts this time under the guise of a teacher?" Astoria's beautiful eyes crinkled with laughter, unable to suppress her amusement. Young Master Malfoy had undeniably inherited his godfather, Professor Snape's, sharp tongue. However, just as Astoria was about to voice her thoughts, the train suddenly jolted and came to a halt. The distant luggage racks echoed with the sound of clattering, followed by an abrupt blackout, all lights extinguished without warning. They found themselves plunged into utter darkness. "What is happening?" Draco heard the cacophony of voices from various compartments, instinctively wrapping his arms protectively around Astoria. "Lumos." Astoria's wand tip ignited with a soft glow, illuminating their small corner of the compartment. "Astoria, it seems you handle my wand quite adeptly," Draco remarked with a smirk. But as he spoke, he suddenly froze. Looking down, he saw the girl's exquisite face illuminated by the glow, appearing more delicate than ever. Her starry eyes were partially obscured by thick eyelashes, and her lightly pursed lips were strikingly vibrant, reminiscent of the peach blossoms blooming in early spring at Malfoy Manor. This beauty was unyielding, pressing upon Draco's senses, causing his heart to skip a beat. Astoria, unaware of Draco's unusual reaction, realized she had mistakenly taken his wand in the dimness. She held Draco's hawthorn wand in her hands. Of course, with soft eyes, she smiled gently at him. If it were you using my wand, it would be just as effortless. Perhaps it was due to their proximity, but under the gaze of those misty blue eyes, Draco suddenly felt a warmth. He swallowed hard. Astoria, stay here. I will check, he murmured. Astoria nodded, hastily shoving the hawthorn wand into his hand as he stood. Draco took a deep breath and slowly approached the compartment door. After a distant gasp, the atmosphere seemed to still. The small windows separating the corridor from their compartment fogged over, as if something had caused the temperature to drop suddenly. Draco exhaled, attempting to clear the glass. But just as his fingertip traced a line upon it, he glimpsed something that made his pupils constrict. A shadow in the shape of a cloak stretched across the corridor's ceiling, with a pair of hollow, skull-like eye sockets. A withered hand emerged from beneath the cloak, its color resembling that of damp clay, as if it were a corpse submerged in water. Draco was taken aback by the sudden eye contact, causing him to stumble back a step. However, the cramped compartment was shrouded in darkness, and he lost his footing, collapsing onto Estelle. The two tumbled to the ground, eliciting a startled gasp from the girl. The towering monster at the door vanished in an instant, seemingly heading in another direction. Draco hastily scrambled to his feet, conjuring a glow at the tip of his wand. His brow furrowed as he looked at the small girl still seated on the floor, his voice laced with urgency. Dahlia, are you hurt? Estelle propped herself up with one hand, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Draco's concern deepened. What's wrong? Did you get hurt when we fell? Where did it hit you? Let me see. He was about to help Estelle up when he suddenly met her gaze. The corners of her eyes were reddened, and a cascade of tears rolled down her cheeks, tracing the faint blush on her face. Draco's heart clenched painfully as if tugged by an unseen force. I'm fine, Estelle murmured, her gaze drifting, casually wiping her face with the back of her hand as she rose to sit on the soft seat, aided by Draco's hand. The small hill that had suddenly been jolted indeed hurt quite a bit. Yet, she couldn't possibly confess that she had been struck there. Dahlia, if you're feeling unwell, don't hold back. Estelle swiftly placed her hand over Draco's mouth, cutting off his probing questions. Don't ask. Draco blinked, a look of confusion and grievance flickering in his eyes at the sudden fierceness from the young lady. Fortunately, when Estelle removed her hand, he refrained from pressing further. Ignoring the deep worry in his gaze, Estelle leaned over the table, discreetly rubbing her chest under the cover of her voluminous robes. Draco, who had been quietly observing her, noticed this subtle movement. He froze for a moment, then suddenly recalled the soft sensation he had felt at the nape of his neck when he had fallen. The young man's mouth fell slightly agape, his pupils dilating. Gradually, an unfamiliar blush crept across his cheeks. So, it was Dahlia who had been struck. Outside, the rain poured down with increasing intensity, yet Draco felt a warmth blooming on his forehead, as if he were running a fever. The night steed was transporting the students back to Hogwarts after a wild summer. As the last rays of the setting sun disappeared beyond the horizon, the castle's hall gradually became enveloped in soft, warm light. The long oak table was adorned with flickering golden candles, swaying gently without a breeze. The annual welcome feast was about to commence. Chapter 72, Buckbeak. That was a Dementor, Draco exclaimed, animatedly discussing with the surrounding Slytherins. I can't believe I didn't recognize it at first. It looks even more grotesque than in the books. I hope the Ministry acts swiftly, otherwise we'll have to endure this wretchedness for a while. Blaise remarked. When I arrived earlier, I saw those things surrounding the school. I heard Potter fainted from the Demento. Goyle asked, reveling in the misfortune. At the mention of this, Draco perked up, his expression haughty. Indeed, can you believe it? He's in third year, yet he still hasn't improved. At least I was far more composed when facing the Dementor. Dahlia can vouch for me. All eyes swiftly turned to Estelle. If her memory served her right, this was the third time Draco had asked her to testify since the incident. Draco is very brave, Estelle stated calmly, repeating herself without a trace of impatience. Moreover, she had grown accustomed to addressing Draco by name in front of others now. A triumphant smirk appeared on Draco's face, clearly relishing the validation as he raised his chin, basking in the approval from Blaise and the others. Welcome. Dumbledore cleared his throat. Welcome back to Hogwarts for another year. I have a few announcements to make. Firstly, our school currently has some Dementors from Azkaban Station here on duty. I must insist that no one leaves the school grounds without permission. They can see through any disguise. Additionally, I am pleased to welcome 2 new faculty members to Hogwarts this year. Professor Lupin will be teaching our defense against the dark arts class, and Hagrid will be taking on the role of care of magical creatures teacher. Let us extend a warm welcome to them." As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted from the Gryffindor table. Draco furrowed his brow, casting a few scrutinizing glances at Professor Lupin at the staff table, and while clapping half-heartedly, he whispered to Estelle, "Dumbledore has once again disregarded my godfather's request. I hope this seemingly normal professor is better than that Lockhart." Upon hearing this, Estelle glanced at the new Professor Lupin and then at Snape, who was seated far away from him at the staff table, her eyes involuntarily twitching. It seems the headmaster is in an unusually foul mood. That cannot bode well. The following day, the care of magical creatures class commenced with both Slytherin and Gryffindor. Hagrid was already waiting outside his hut, clad in a moleskin coat, with the enormous hound Fong trailing behind him. Given their unpleasant memories from first year, both Draco and Estelle anticipated that Hagrid would lead the students into the Forbidden Forest. However, after cautiously following Hagrid for about 5 minutes, they realized they were merely outside a small enclosure, which contained nothing at all. "Everyone gather around," Hagrid called out. "We have something very important to do now, which is to open your books." "How do we do that?" Draco's voice was cold and lethargic. The care of magical creatures books were indeed peculiar compared to others. Some were bound with thick ropes, while others were stuffed into bags or secured with tiger clamps. As a first-time professor, Hagrid was understandably nervous, stammering as he replied, "Just stroke the spine. Gently, don't use too much force." As Draco walked and lightly caressed the spine of his book, managing to avoid the sharp teeth as he opened it, he quietly instructed Estelle, "Dahlia, just do it like I did." Estelle nodded, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she tentatively touched the book in her arms, which felt almost alive. Once she confirmed that Estelle had not been bitten, Draco finally relaxed, continuing to walk behind Hagrid, chatting and laughing with Goyle and Crabbe. "There's a pack of wild dogs up ahead," Crabbe exclaimed, his eyes wide open. "What sort of ridiculous course is this?" Draco scoffed. "They expect us to use a book that could tear our hands apart at any moment." Seeing Hagrid's spirits dampen at this remark, Harry could no longer hold his tongue. "Shut up, Malfoy." Draco raised an eyebrow at him, a wicked smile suddenly curving his lips. Noticing Estelle had also paused to look over, Draco's urge to tease Harry reached its peak. He exchanged glances with Goyle and Crabbe, then staggered back a step, feigning panic as he stared wide-eyed behind Harry, shouting, "It's a Dementor." Harry gasped, his body tensing as he quickly glanced over his shoulder. There was nothing there. Just as he sensed something was amiss and turned back in fury, Draco and his friends had already donned their hoods. "Oh!" Draco extended his hand, fingers wiggling in a mock imitation of a Dementor, grinning mischievously at him. Harry, infuriated, was about to confront him when his peripheral vision caught sight of the silver-haired girl standing nearby. Estelle's eyes sparkled as she fixated on her brother's long, alabaster fingers, a gentle smile gracing her lips, as if she harbored a fondness for the robe before her. Harry cast his gaze downward, utterly deflated, observing the silent trio ahead. Draco smugly removed his hood and declared, "Dahlia, did you see? The so-called Savior Potter reveals his cowardice at the slightest fright." Estelle, entirely oblivious to his ramblings, grasped Draco's slender fingers and entwined them with her own. Draco paused momentarily, then reciprocated the hold with her soft, delicate hand. Something felt peculiar about Dahlia. "It's a hippogriff," a Gryffindor shouted from the front. Draco and Estelle looked up to see a creature with bronze feathers sprawled nearby. It tossed its fierce head and bent its powerful wings, evidently not one to appreciate being restrained. "Indeed, that is Buckbeak," Hagrid exclaimed, clearly excited. "It is quite polite. You may approach it, bow first, and then step back. If it bows in return, you have permission to touch it, but do exercise caution regarding its claws. Now, who wishes to go first?" The overwhelming response from most students was to retreat as far as possible. No volunteers? Hagrid glanced around pleadingly, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Harry, who remained conspicuously rooted in place. "Good lad, come here." Harry's eyes widened as he watched Hagrid hastily unchain Buckbeak and lead it to the center of the clearing. The other students regarded Harry, the first to brave the challenge, with a mixture of expressions. It was evident that our savior had become the center of attention, much to Draco's chagrin. Chapter 73, Flutter. Harry quickly grasped the technique, even climbing onto Buckbeak's back and soaring through the sky, eliciting gasps from the onlooking students below. Draco scoffed lightly, about to voice his thoughts, when he noticed the young girl beside him raise her hand high when Hagrid asked who would like to try next. "Hey, Dahlia." Draco glanced at the chained beasts with unease. Estelle winked at him and whispered, "I want to give it a try." "Very well." Acknowledging his inability to refuse Dahlia's request, he raised his hand as well. Hagrid was delighted to have Harry lead the way, and with so many students willing to participate, his teaching was well received. His smile broadened upon noticing that Slytherin's Malfoy and Belling had also raised their hands. All right, Hagrid said as he unfastened the beast's chains. All students who raise their hands may come forward to give it a try. Rest assured, as long as you are polite, no danger will befall you. By this time, Harry had dismounted from Buckbeak and stood by Ron and Hermione, watching the spectacle unfold. Estelle approached a pure white hippogriff, bowing sincerely as Hagrid had instructed. Animals had always taken a liking to her, and this fierce creature was no exception. Upon meeting her clear gaze, it tilted its head and graciously bowed in return. Well done, Belling, Hagrid remarked awkwardly. Slytherin earns 5 points, and oh, by the way, Harry's performance was outstanding. So Gryffindor earns 10 points as a reward for being the first to try. Draco paid little attention to the half-giant's ramblings, seeing Dahlia being lifted by the hippogriff. Circling the sky as Harry had done, made him feel a twinge of anxiety. Draco, be careful, Goyle shouted from behind. Draco scoffed, not slowing his pace toward Buckbeak. He needed to succeed quickly, lest Dahlia's name become forever linked with Potter's. In his thoughts, he overlooked the creature's wary eyes and tense posture. If Potter could manage it, it couldn't be that dangerous, could it? He gently patted its beak. Suddenly, chaos erupted. The hippogriff snorted in anger, its forelegs raised high, its sharp beak lunging forward, sending Draco flying 3 meters away. The boy landed hard, unable to react in time, and saw Buckbeak's razor-sharp claw descending toward him. Draco's breath hitched as he thought, this is the end. In that instant, countless scenarios flashed through his mind. For instance, losing Malfoy's charming visage, Estelle marrying Potter instead, and his father growing weary of him, eventually fathering another child with Narcissa. Draco. Amidst the surreal chaos, Draco seemed to glimpse a pair of familiar hands. Instinctively, he grasped them. As his vision spun, by the time Draco realized what was happening, he was seated behind Estelle on the back of her hippogriff, soaring skyward. The brisk wind sliced through his collar. He could only see the soft, exquisite contour of Estelle's profile and the slight upturn of her lips. It almost hurt you. Estelle's voice carried over the howling wind. You scared me. Draco remained silent, seemingly in a daze. But soon, Estelle felt warmth at her neck. The platinum-haired boy gently rested his chin in the crook of her neck, his other arm encircling her waist. The curve was gracefully enchanting, as if one hand could measure her slender form. It seemed to dawn on Draco, and he mumbled a reply, though his heart raced faster than ever before, threatening to burst from his chest. Dahlia, what? The wind was too fierce, and Estelle couldn't catch his words. Draco suddenly exhaled, but he was not inclined to repeat himself. It felt too hasty at this moment. He needed to prepare properly. They traversed lush meadows, glided over the serene, rippling Black Lake, and ventured through a mysterious, perilous corner of the Forbidden Forest, gazing down upon Hogwarts in its entirety. By the time they returned to the enclosure, Hagrid had reattached Buckbeak's chains. He looked at Draco with a pleading expression, hoping that this young Malfoy would refrain from becoming upset. Just moments ago, Draco had felt quite pleased with himself for boldly claiming Estelle's waist, as if to declare his territory before Potter. He glanced at Hagrid, who appeared timid and hesitant, then smiled as he began conversing with his young lady. It seemed Malfoy was inclined to let Hagrid and the hippogriffs off the hook. Goodness. Did you see how Estelle leaned down to help Malfoy onto the hippogriff's back? Yes. Estelle is so cool. I want to marry her. Come on. You're a girl. Be a bit more reserved. Ugh, another day of imagining myself as Malfoy. Yet, it must be said, Estelle and Malfoy complemented each other remarkably well. When he was silent, he appeared as if he had stepped out of a painting, a noble youth who could silence anyone's tongue. When will Belling and Malfoy get engaged? The whispers of the Gryffindor and Slytherin students reached Harry's ears, prompting him to suppress his disappointment and approach Hagrid. This poor half-giant still seemed on edge, glancing nervously toward Draco and Estelle. It's all right, Hagrid, Harry reassured, patting his arm. They shouldn't give you any trouble. Hermione stepped forward to offer her comfort, stating, if Malfoy truly intends to act, I shall plead with Dare. He will invariably heed her words. All right, Hagrid nodded repeatedly. For some inexplicable reason, Draco seemed to have cast aside the incident involving the winged beast that had nearly caused him harm, as everyone had speculated. In any case, Hagrid and Buckbeak had narrowly evaded disaster. Draco had been mysteriously preoccupied in recent days, and following the conclusion of their fifth-year charms class, Estelle made her way alone, clutching her book, toward the classroom for the defense against the dark arts. Little did she expect that as she turned a corner, she would encounter a familiar figure. The ever-adventurous Marmon was crouched in a corridor corner, facing away from her, with his front paws poised in midair, approaching him with curiosity. Estelle's brow furrowed in distaste upon observing a long, black, wet, and foul-smelling object before the cat. Chapter 74, Scabbers. Under the scrutinizing gaze of both cat and girl, the black, furry mass trembled. Is it alive? Estelle raised an eyebrow. Scabbers. Just as she was about to inquire of Marmon regarding the situation, a heart-wrenching scream emanated from the opposite side. Ron, for reasons unknown, had recognized his long-lost, repulsive pet, and his eyes brimmed with genuine concern and joy at its return. Come, Scabbers. Over here. Don't be afraid. Ron crouched down, tapping the ground. The pitiful creature, barely identifiable as a rat, displayed a flicker of relief in its tiny eyes. Seeing that Estelle and Marmon harbored no intent to impede its escape, it squeaked and darted forth like an arrow released from a bow. Scabbers, as though encountering a savior, rolled in Ron's embrace, immediately soiling him with the filth from the sewers. Tears streamed down Ron's face as he sobbed. Scabbers, do you have any idea how long I've searched for you? Even when my mom offered to buy me a new pet, I refused. Oh, my poor Scabbers. Where on earth have you been? Estelle and Marmon exchanged glances, each reflecting an unspoken understanding. Is he not bothered by the stench? It seems his affection for this rat runs extraordinarily deep. Didn't you previously assert that Scabbers was an evil animagus? Should we not remind Ron of this? I merely found it somewhat familiar. I cannot confirm whether it is an ordinary rat or the previous animagus. After all, it reeks. Very well. Meanwhile, Ron had realized the situation and cast a cleaning charm upon the rat. He gingerly cradled the almost emaciated creature in his arms and approached with red-rimmed eyes. Marmon wrinkled his nose, as if trying to identify an unfamiliar scent. Thank you, dear, Ron sniffed. It appeared he felt somewhat embarrassed to weep in Estelle's presence. His cheeks flushed. You and your cat have helped me find Scabbers. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Indeed, it is that animagus. It has managed to escape? Marmon's fluffy tail swept against the hem of Estelle's robe. Perhaps we should find an opportunity, Estelle mused, somewhat distressed, never anticipating that creature would be hiding in the Hogwarts sewers. Marmon promptly interrupted her. No. The noble Marmon would never sully himself with a foul, sewer-stinking rat, even if it is an animagus. The cat meowed in protest. Estelle could only acquiesce. After all, Scabbers was officially Ron's most cherished pet rat, and she had no desire to complicate matters. In any event, those nefarious beings had yet to dare to frolic directly before her. It is merely a coincidence, she remarked. Ron, rubbing the bulging creature in his embrace, suddenly opened up. Scabbers has been with the Weasley family for many years. Regardless, dear, you have indeed rendered me a significant service, and I must ponder how to. Estelle. Huh. Estelle shrugged. Just call me Estelle. Ron inhaled sharply, realizing he had inadvertently used her nickname, his expression turning awkward. Oh, all right. Are you heading to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom? Yes, Estelle nodded. Then let us go together. Where are Harry and Hermione? Why are they not with you today? They went to the library. Percy had something to discuss with me. Did you just finish your fifth-year charms class? Yes. Impressive. The two engaged in casual banter as they made their way to the classroom. Upon arriving, Draco, who had just entered, cast a deliberate glance toward the classroom door, immediately spotting the pungent red-haired rat alongside his sweet little Rose. Moreover, the rat bore a suspicious blush on its face. There. Draco's eyes widened in disbelief. He swiftly approached Estelle, gripping her hand tightly, his demeanor reminiscent of a startled serpent. Why are you here with Weasley today? Although directed at Dare, Draco's pale gray eyes remained fixed on Ron. Estelle squeezed Draco's fingertips and replied, I happened upon his lost rat along the way, so I came with him. Why have you not been coming to the fifth-year classroom to fetch me lately? Her tone lifted playfully, as if casting a subtle charm. Draco's expression gradually brightened, yet he still refused to release Ron from his scrutiny. It seems Mr. Weasley 1T need to bear the costly burden of caring for careless Ron Weasley's pet. That is indeed splendid news. Malfoy, Ron clenched his fists, ready to confront him. However, Draco had no intention of allowing him a moment to interject, turning with Estelle's hand in his. Do not concern yourself with inconsequential individuals, Dare. You know I have been rather busy lately, but I shall ensure to retrieve you after every class from now on. As he spoke, Draco huffed lightly, casting a glance back at the helpless Ron and the comforting Harry and Hermione, lest some overconfident fool attempt to approach you. Estelle skillfully redirected the conversation. What exactly is it that you are engaged in? Be good, and keep it secret for now. Draco ruffled her hair, his eyes sparkling as they met hers. Just then, the familiar voices of Don't concern yourself with how I found Scabbers, and thanks to Estelle echoed behind them, and Professor Lupin finally appeared. Entering the classroom with his worn briefcase, he appeared as disheveled as he had on the day of the feast, though he seemed somewhat healthier, as if he had enjoyed a few proper meals in recent days. Good afternoon, Lupin said. Please put your books back in your bags. Today we will be having a practical lesson. The students complied, exchanging curious glances. Next, Professor Lupin led them into a long room adorned with old paneling. Casting a spell on Peeves, who had attempted to cause mischief, which successfully bolstered some Gryffindor confidence. The room was in disarray, with an old wardrobe positioned in the center. As Professor Lupin approached it, it suddenly emitted a loud crash. Draco felt a wave of unease wash over him, silently tightening his grip on Estelle's hand. "Do not worry. It is merely a boggart inside," Lupin chuckled. "Now, can anyone tell me what a boggart is?" Chapter 75, Boggart. It is a shape-shifting creature. It can transform into our greatest fears. Hermione immediately answered. Professor Lupin, however, appeared to have forgotten the notion of awarding points, nodding to himself as he mused. Well said. When the boggart lurks in the shadows, its true form remains unknown. It only assumes our most dreaded visage when we summon it forth. So, do you comprehend its weakness now, Harry? Ignoring Hermione's hand raised high beside him, Harry replied, because there are so many of us here. It doesn't know what shape to take? Precisely, Lupin affirmed. In a moment, you will each take your turn to repel it. The method is quite simple. You merely need to envision it as something ludicrous, and then like this. Ridiculous. Without warning, Lupin flung open the wardrobe, causing even Estelle to anticipate something dreadful within, only to reveal a palm-sized yellow disc. For the moment, Estelle accepted this. Following the incantation, the disc transformed into a red balloon, which promptly deflated upon hitting the floor. Now, Lupin's gaze swept over the eager Hermione, the taciturn Harry with his complex expression, and the lovely Estelle who was observing him intently, finally resting on Neville. He gently pushed the trembling Neville to the front, cheerfully inquiring, "You needn't overthink it, Mr. Longbottom. What do you fear most?" With his head bowed, Neville mumbled almost inaudibly, "Professor Snape." The classroom erupted into laughter, and Neville joined in, albeit foolishly. Estelle and Draco exchanged glances, frowning, as a sense of foreboding rose within them. "Excellent. Perhaps you can imagine Professor Snape clad in your grandmother's floral dress," Lupin chuckled, as the wardrobe shook even more violently. "Let us begin." Amidst the laughter from Gryffindor, Lupin wrenched the wardrobe open. Out stepped the figure of Snape, draped in black robes, glaring sternly at the quaking Neville as though ready to unleash venom upon him. Neville, trembling, extended his wand. Ridiculous. Estelle, with an impassive expression, waved her wand, and a faint pink energy promptly sent the boggart, now resembling Snape, hurtling back into nothingness, returning to the wardrobe. The wardrobe door slammed shut, seemingly sealed with a silent spell. Everyone turned in unison to look at her, and Professor Lupin raised an eyebrow at the striking young girl. "I believe, as a student of Hogwarts, we should at least learn to respect our teachers," Estelle stated flatly. Clearly, she was not pleased with the method Lupin had imparted to Neville for repelling the boggart. In Estelle's eyes, although Snape was stern, he had always offered her and Draco warm guidance and potions. The suppressants she had taken throughout her childhood had all been crafted by Snape's hand. Thus, she would not allow anyone to mock him in such a manner. Of course, if Estelle had not squeezed Draco's hand, signaling him to confront the boggart, he would have done so as well. Well, it seems Lupin was not particularly bothered by the interruption of his lesson. Instead, he smiled at Estelle and remarked, "Did you just use a spell? Very well done. I scarcely noticed what the boggart transformed into." "I am not afraid of anything, Professor," Estelle replied. Thus, it should have been formless. Lupin furrowed his brow, seemingly never having considered such a possibility. Other students exchanged astonished glances, some beginning to discuss what they had just witnessed. "Is that so? That is good news," Lupin stated. "In that case, Harry, you may demonstrate. No need to rush. Each of you will have your turn." Draco trailed behind Estelle in the line, appearing somewhat distracted. Even Harry, paralyzed with fear at the boggart transformed into a Dementor, could not draw his attention back. "Estelle, you truly fear nothing," he murmured. The pale, handsome face of Draco bore a complex expression, a blend of happiness and melancholy that momentarily took Estelle aback. "Then what do you fear?" she inquired softly. Draco remained silent. Soon, the boggart erupted from the wardrobe, morphing into three figures that stood before them. Lucius, Narcissa, and Estelle regarded Draco with expressions of disdain, their eyes flickering ominously. Despite knowing they were merely illusions, Draco found himself frozen in place. Estelle's heart skipped a beat. Without regard for the varied expressions of the students behind her, she stepped forward and embraced him. The warmth of her presence reached Draco's back, jolting him out of his stupor as he gazed at the three shadowy figures before him. "Estelle, I don't know what to turn them into." "Ridiculous." Estelle gently waved her wand. This time Lupin clearly saw that it indeed was formless. "Enough," she said, gripping Draco's clammy hand tightly, seemingly unwilling to part from him for even a moment. Draco, with his head bowed, silently walked aside with her, his eyes, usually so bright, now dimmed. This low pressure persisted until Estelle led him back to their dormitory. The clever girl pondered how to console him, and the moment the dormitory door closed, Estelle leapt into Draco's embrace, which bore a faint scent of green apple. Ugh. Estelle, am I being pathetic? Draco's voice was muffled, and although he felt disheartened, he still wrapped his arms around her in return. Estelle shook her head, softly replying, "No, there is nothing to be ashamed of. Do you know why I have nothing to fear?" Draco stiffened slightly. "Why? In truth, we are quite similar," Estelle declared. "The Bellings and the Malfoys never lack for power, status, or wealth, yet we cherish the love of our families above all else. The reason I have nothing to fear is that I firmly believe you will never betray me, abandon me, or regard me with such coldness." "Draco." Estelle's voice was gentle, like a feather drifting into Draco's heart. "If possible, please trust in our love for you, no matter what transpires." Estelle Belling will never cease to love Draco. Chapter 76, The Stone of Wife Viewing. "Godfather and Aunt Sissy feel the same way," she added. Estelle lifted her head from Draco's embrace, her eyes clear as water, radiating determination. Draco gazed into her tender eyes, his heart racing like a drumbeat. His fingers unconsciously brushed against the soft curve of her face, his gaze ablaze. Yet suddenly, he covered Estelle's mouth. I understand, but please do not say such things, Estelle. How can you?" Draco's voice trembled slightly, as if he had only just pulled himself together from the earlier scene. "Just give me some time, all right? Estelle, I want to let you down." Estelle tilted her head in confusion, although unsure of what Draco meant. She felt an inkling of understanding stirring within her. "All right," she replied, beaming as she tiptoed to ruffle his hair. Draco's ears flushed a deeper crimson as he took a step back, stammering, "Hey, Estelle, you cannot just touch my hair like that. We are grown now." "What a growing up." Estelle's eyes sparkled with delight. Draco had to concede that he could never maintain any thought under such a gaze from someone like Dare. The boy murmured something under his breath, and then obediently lowered his platinum head, allowing his silky locks to glide through the warmth of the girl's fingertips. If Blaise and Daphne were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly tease. "Look, young Malfoy is utterly ensnared by Belling." On the eve of Halloween, the third-year students were finally permitted to venture to Hogsmeade for the weekend. However, by sheer coincidence, Mammon had brought back a plethora of tomes on Belling's arcane arts from the manor, which included the enrapturing subjects of enchanting runes and forbidden spells that captivated Estelle's interest. Thus, engrossed in absorbing magical knowledge like a sponge, Estelle completely overlooked the excursion to Hogsmeade. Consequently, Draco, who wanted to reserve this first visit for Estelle, had been rather despondent for several days. Almost every third-year student was aware that 3 individuals did not attend: the studious Estelle, who lacked a guardian signature, Harry, and the perpetually sulking stone of spousal desire. "Mammon, why have I studied so much yet still struggle with transfiguration?" A stack of ancient tomes lay before Estelle, and it was the transfiguration essay that had her at a standstill with her feather quill. Professor McGonagall's recent topic was animagi. Well, perhaps it is simply a matter of talent. Dare, Mammon leapt onto the table, its soft tail brushing against her cheek. Everyone has areas where they do not excel. There is no need to pursue perfection in all things. Estelle absent-mindedly stroked the cat's back. Suddenly her eyes alight. "But I read a book yesterday that said wizards could enhance their transfiguration abilities by consuming magical potions." Mammon, perched beside her, glanced at the untouched essay and corrected her. "What it actually states is that wizards can transform into animagi through the consumption of a potion, Dare. Is that so?" Estelle asked, slightly disheartened. Yet, Mammon suddenly paused, regarding the young girl with a peculiar tone. "Dare, Pegasus can brew such a potion. Would you like to become an animagus for a bit of fun?" Hearing this, Estelle's interest piqued, and she exclaimed, "Really? Truly? I shall return to the manor tomorrow to seek it out." Mammon's eyes narrowed into delighted slits, a mischievous thought bubbling within. "Perhaps I could wager with Pegasus to discover whether Dare's animagus form is a cat or a Pegasus. Hee, last time I won, Pegasus gifted me his treasured illusionary fruit. I wonder what other intriguing oddities lie within young Papa's cave." As they conversed, sounds emerged from beyond the dormitory door, prompting Mammon to leap off the table and stroll toward the entrance. "It is settled then. I shall return with the potion in 5 days." The feline's senses were indeed keen. Almost at the very moment Mammon reached the door, Draco pushed it open. Upon seeing Mammon, he hesitated, quickly greeting. "Hi, Mammon. Where are you off to?" "Meow." Mammon stretched lazily, giving the young master a haughty glance from above, before sauntering out the door. "It has returned to the manor." Estelle turned and smiled. "Why are you back at this hour?" Draco sat down by the bed, propping his chin in his hand, and drawled. "It appears Dare has reached the point of forgetting what time it is." Estelle glanced at the clock in the corner of the table, gasping as the hour hand pointed to 9. "Is it that late?" "Indeed," Draco replied with a weary expression. "You have no idea how Blaise and the others have been incessantly nagging me about Hogsmeade lately. My ears are practically calloused." "But weren't you all supposed to go together?" Estelle inquired with a smile, only to be met with a look of incredulity from her brother. Draco lamented. Dare, didn't you know? I've been waiting for you. His pale gray eyes brimmed with disbelief, causing Estelle to feel a pang of guilt. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize, she said, surprised. I thought you had gone with them. But why don't you ever return to the dorm during the day on weekends? Of course. To avoid interrupting you while you study those spells. Draco replied, looking like a woeful puppy. Oh dear. Estelle hurriedly moved to sit beside him, wrapping her arms around him. I'm sorry, Draco, I neglected you. Draco huffed. Tomorrow is Saturday. Your birthday is approaching. It's high time to relax. But if you're still too busy to visit Hogsmeade, that's fine. I've been waiting for you. Our first trip to Hogsmeade should be together. Estelle could not bear to see her little dragon looking so pitiful. Even knowing his downcast tone was somewhat intentional, she immediately replied, All right, we shall go tomorrow. Draco's eyes brightened instantly. Tomorrow, indeed. Estelle pushed her paper aside, burying her face against his cool neck. In mere seconds, she had conjured a vivid image of her poor little brother, waiting by the black lake on a bench, secretly shedding tears to avoid disturbing her. Oh, my poor brother. Meanwhile, hidden from Dare's view, her pitiful brother grinned broadly, revealing 8 gleaming teeth. The gentle glow of the setting sun bathed the cobbled path, flanked by a variety of magical shops and cozy cottages. The sign of the 3 broomsticks swayed gently in the breeze, and with a chime, the door swung open. Chapter 77, The Capacity for Drink. Welcome to the 3 broomsticks. Inside the establishment, wooden long and round tables were arranged harmoniously, adorned with exquisite tableware. Students donned casual attire, gathered in small clusters, their laughter and chatter mingling with occasional cheers, creating a far more relaxed atmosphere than Hogwarts. From crispy fish and chips to succulent steaks, from colorful salads to aromatic stews, each dish was utterly mouth-watering. Estelle noticed that many upperclassmen had drinks resembling beer on their tables, which seemed quite popular. Here, Dare. Draco set down a gift bag of honeydukes beside him and pulled out a chair for Estelle. They had arrived late, so they found themselves seated in a corner, blessedly undisturbed. He wore a black coat that appeared warm, and his slender waist was partially enveloped in a high-neck sweater. What would you like to eat? He pushed the menu toward Estelle, his tone brimming with excitement. I've heard the grilled steak and corn are quite good, but we could certainly order everything to try. Estelle nodded, clearly accustomed to Malfoy's extravagant ways. What shall we drink? I'm a bit parched. Let me see. Draco glanced at his side of the menu. His brow furrowed. Oh, they don't have St. Puss red tea. How about honey tea instead? What are they drinking? Estelle asked, her eyes sparkling as she observed the beer mugs at other tables. However, after a moment of waiting, she received no answer from Draco. Curious. Estelle looked over to find Draco lost in thought, staring intently at his hat. Before leaving the house that day, despite the first snow of the year yet to fall and the warmth charm she had cast, the ever-cold Estelle had donned her warmest white coat. The coat was fluffy, pleasantly tactile, adorned with 2 small decorative cat ears on the hood, exuding an irresistible charm. It was evidently a gift from Narcissa, a devoted mother. Draco. The young dragon, momentarily captivated by the allure of the cat ears, snapped back to reality, locking eyes with Estelle, whose gaze was narrowed in amusement, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. In an attempt to mask his embarrassment, Draco endeavored to conceal the peculiar flush overtaking his features, though the reddening tips of his ears betrayed him. What did Dare just say? Estelle, ever amiable, inquired again, what are they drinking? It looks rather appealing. Draco turned to glance in the direction she was looking, noticing that most tables were occupied by mugs of beer. Recalling Blaze's earlier recommendation, he replied, butterbeer. It sounds sweet and indulgent. However, it's a favorite among upperclassmen, and I've never partaken in alcohol. What about you, Dare? How do you fare with spirits? Estelle shook her head. I've never had any either, but I'm willing to try. Much like Mammon, her insatiable curiosity compelled her to experiment with all things novel. Draco hesitated for a moment, but after a brief internal struggle, he conceded, all right then, I'll have a little less. That way, should you become inebriated, we can still make it home safely. A pair of charming dimples appeared on Estelle's cheeks, while they awaited the arrival of their meals. The butterbeer had already graced their table. Draco took a few sips, grimacing slightly as he set his mug aside. In contrast, the young girl sang praises for the beverage. Not far off, Ron and Hermione's voices drifted over, and seizing the moment while Draco turned his head, Estelle placed her empty cup aside and claimed his drink for herself. Delicious. Hermione, for heaven's sake, keep an eye on Crookshanks. He finally returned to my side. He's merely playing with Crookshanks, Ron. That's his nature. But Estelle's cat behaves differently. Each time it sees Crookshanks, it maintains a respectful distance. It knows Crookshanks is frightened of it. Stop comparing, Ron. As Hermione and Ron's conversation escalated towards an argument, their tension palpable, Draco scoffed lightly, preparing to address Estelle when suddenly, a hand emerged from beneath their table, tugging at Hermione's pant leg. Draco furrowed his brow, staring at the anomaly. To his disappointment, it seemed that the hand was merely a figment of his imagination. Once Hermione and Ron lowered their voices, the tablecloth returned to its undisturbed state. Naturally, the esteemed Malfoy heir would not stoop to inspect the tablecloth beneath those two bothersome individuals. They certainly have a lot of energy, Draco remarked with a smirk. Turning back to Estelle. Every day, they raise their voices over such trivial matters, don't you think, Dare? You finished my drink too. As the words left his mouth, Draco's eyes widened in disbelief. He gazed incredulously at the blushing girl across from him, his tone rising in pitch. Estelle, licking the sweet residue from her lips, drawled, Yes, I found it delightful. A sense of foreboding welled up within Draco. Raising an eyebrow, he queried, Dare, are you intoxicated? No, Estelle replied, feeling her cheeks warm but sensing no other anomalies. Don't worry, it seems my tolerance is quite high. May I order 2 more? I find it as delectable as Street Mungo's red tea. At this, her speech became animated, almost fervent. Draco regarded her with suspicion, concerned, thus deciding to order just 1 more butterbeer. 20 minutes later. Draco, have you used transfiguration? Estelle's gaze was glassy, her words slurring. As he settled the bill, Draco quickly replied, No, Dare. Then why do you have 2 heads? The young man, exasperated, lifted her gently. The sweet scent of the drink enveloped him. Dare, you're drunk. Let us return to Hogwarts. I knew I shouldn't have trusted this little one. No, I don't want to go back. Estelle protested, pushing his arm away, pouting as she slumped into her chair. I want to stay with Draco. I'll just have 2 more drinks. She leaned back against her chair, puffing out her cheeks and gently swaying his arm. Her voice was soft and sweet, imbued with a hint of whimsy. Draco, somewhat at a loss, gazed into her dreamy eyes, biting his lip as he coaxed. No, Dare. You've had 3 drinks and are already like this. You can't have more, all right? The little girl pouted, her expression adorably petulant, and with a slightly dazed finger, she pointed at his slightly flushed platinum head, exclaiming, Bad person. Chapter 78. Heartbeats and Kisses. Draco paused, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as a low chuckle rumbled in his throat. He stepped closer, resting his hands on the arms of her chair, bending down to envelop her in the faint scent of green apples. He felt fortunate they had chosen this secluded corner, for he couldn't bear the thought of others witnessing Estelle's delightful demeanor. She had confidently proclaimed her high tolerance, and as he gazed at her, his eyes lingered on the cat ears peeking from her hair. In a good mood, he reached out to give them a gentle squeeze. Soft and plush, much like her. All right, before this little drunkard says something unwise, we must take our leave. Draco's fingertips brushed her flushed cheek as he mused, Dare, do you wish for me to carry you, or would you prefer a hug? But I must help you put on your little cat hat shortly. You cannot be seen like this by the Weasley mole. Otherwise, he might think I'm bullying you, wouldn't he? His voice was rich and smooth, the cadence gentle and unhurried. Yet, the inebriated Estelle could scarcely comprehend his words, her focus fixated on the rhythmic movement of his lips, which were tinted like honeyed grapefruit. Translucent and inviting. Would tasting them be as sweet as the butterbeer? Estelle pondered. Then, in her hazy state, she leaned in to find out. Before Draco could react, her warm, soft lips pressed against his. In that instant, it felt as though a dazzling fireworks display erupted within Draco's mind. Estelle didn't understand why her simple desire to sample the flavor caused him to freeze. But wait, she hadn't truly tasted it yet. Furrowing her brow, she felt his soft tongue brush against his lips. It seemed this cool sweetness pleased little Dare, as she closed her eyes in satisfaction, preparing to withdraw. However, a hand suddenly caressed the back of Estelle's head, gently tilting her chin upward. His cool lips captured her delicate ones, tracing them tenderly, then delving deeper into exploration. Their lips entwined, tongues dancing, filling the air with crisp breaths. Draco's heart raced, his breath quivering slightly. He was no saint. All those secret thoughts he had harbored were laid bare, exposed to her gentle teasing. Though Draco had long planned to confess his feelings, he still remained by Estelle's side as a brother. Yet, he could not deny the unexpected thrill that surged within him in this moment of revelation. As an elder brother, Draco witnessed Estelle's growth firsthand. Yet now, he found himself kissing her with an intensity that burned. He scorned his own hypocrisy, yet found it difficult to end such a tender and delightful kiss. After a long moment, he finally released her. His throat bobbed as he struggled to compose himself, and upon meeting Estelle's dreamy, unworldly eyes, he could not resist bestowing a few lingering pecks at the corners of her mouth. Sweet, isn't it? Estelle tugged at his sleeve, looking up at him with a soft voice. This little girl had evidently reached the stage of whimsical chatter. Draco sighed softly, ruffling her still drowsy head. His voice a husky whisper. Behave, we'll eat when we get to the dormitory. Estelle nodded, somewhat understanding, and replied, Okay then. She then found herself blissfully cradled in Draco's arms, her oversized cat-eared hat snugly placed, revealing only her delicate chin. Draco strode towards the door. Malfoy, Ron, with keen eyes, spotted his striking platinum hair. His gaze faltered upon seeing the girl in his arms. Where are you two headed? Hermione also glanced over. Draco did not falter in his stride, managing to return Ron's disdainful look with a dismissive glance. Weasley, if you truly have nothing better to do, why not lend a hand in the kitchen at the Three Broomsticks? At least that might alleviate some of your family's financial burdens. You're insufferable, Ron began. But Hermione swiftly intervened, shaking her head and casting a subtle glance beneath the table. Seeing Ron's face turn as red as liver, he fell silent. Draco's gaze swept over the slightly stirred tablecloth, but he continued to carry the little girl out of the dining hall without pause. It was obvious that the ever-restless Potter had snuck out, yet that was of no consequence to Draco. At that moment, the most important thing was, Estelle was shifting restlessly in his embrace. The most pressing matter was this little tipsy sprite. Draco gently adjusted her collar, wrapping her in warmth as he hastened towards Hogwarts. By the time they returned to the Slytherin dormitory, Estelle had succumbed to a deep slumber. Draco merely removed her outer coat and tucked her into bed. It seemed someone had a moment of conscience, realizing it was not yet the time to change Estelle into her nightclothes. Estelle's sleeping visage was serene. Her long lashes resembled those of a fledgling, and her plump lips bore a healthy, rosy hue, looking utterly enchanting. Draco sat quietly at the edge of her bed, his eyes filled with unspoken sentiments. Under the gentle glow of the lamp, his star-like gaze appeared particularly bright, tender as a flowing stream. After a while, he rose and moved to the window. This year's winter seemed to have arrived exceptionally late, but perhaps it was time for the first snowfall to descend. Draco picked up the hawthorn wand from the table, raised it to his brow, and gently closed his eyes. A soft gray energy began to flow ceaselessly from the wand's tip, surging forth as if endless. It passed through the laughing students, through the layers of towers, and through the thin clouds, slowly blanketing the sky above Hogwarts. Unbeknownst to him, the temperature gradually dropped. When Estelle awoke, it was the following evening. The sensation of lingering intoxication weighed heavily upon her, leaving her feeling somewhat dazed. The temperature difference between the quilt and the outside air jolted her senses awake, and after rubbing her eyes, she gradually came to her senses. Draco was not in the room. Outside the window, the lake's water flowed languidly. Wait, Draco. Estelle sat up partially in bed, and the events of the previous day began to crystallize in her mind. She had kissed Draco. The joy of their lips meeting lingered vividly in her memory, and even now, the heat of that moment sent a rush to her cheeks. In an instant, her face flushed brighter than the evening sky. At a certain moment, Estelle seemed to come to a sudden realization, swiftly glancing down at her attire. She was still wearing the cream-colored sweater from under her coat yesterday. A sigh of relief escaped her. But that relief was short-lived as the door to the dormitory creaked open, and she met Draco's striking eyes, now unmasked by any pretense. He gazed at her with an intensity that was impossible to ignore. Chapter 79, 1,000 Heartbeats. Just as Estelle felt at a loss, Draco spoke first. To her surprise, he did not mention the events of the previous day, but instead glanced at the untouched dessert on the table and asked, "Aren't you hungry, Estelle?" The little girl shook her head and murmured, "Perhaps I ate too much yesterday, so I'm not very hungry yet." "Then come with me to the observatory to watch the snow." Draco's demeanor was casual, a slight smile gracing his lips, making him all the more handsome. "It's the first snowfall of the year." Estelle momentarily brushed aside her embarrassment, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Noticing the dimples forming on her cheeks, Draco retrieved a garment from the wardrobe for her, just as he always did. Today was Sunday, so he chose one of Estelle's personal outfits, a deep green velvet cloak that looked exquisitely luxurious. As they made their way to the observatory, even though most students were still in Hogsmeade, Estelle attracted quite a few curious glances. Malfoy and Belling had not gone to Hogsmeade today. Perhaps the snow was too heavy. It was said that Belling's health was weaker than that of ordinary wizards, and considering how Draco cherished her, he certainly wouldn't take her out in such weather. Speaking of which, this year's first snowfall arrived quite late. Yes, but thankfully it's falling heavily, drifting since noon until now, only just tapering off. But Luna just returned from Hogsmeade, and she said it didn't snow there. Is that true? That is odd. Hogwarts and Hogsmeade aren't far apart. As they ascended the staircase, the murmurs faded into the background. Estelle's gaze fell upon the hands tightly clasped with Draco's, puzzled by how he seemed to have completely forgotten about their kiss. Just as little Estelle's head drooped in a whirl of thoughts. A cold breeze suddenly slipped into her collar. However, the next moment, warmth enveloped her once more. Draco had cast a nonverbal warming charm. Ever since discovering Estelle could perform this spell in their second year, he had diligently studied it. The diligent young Malfoy had mastered the art of nonverbal magic, and within a year, his proficiency had nearly matched Estelle's. Still cold? Draco reached out, placing his palm against the small face peeking from the cloak, and only relaxed upon confirming her warmth. He turned to close the balcony door. The delicate snowflakes floated leisurely through the air, adorning the ancient castle with a pristine veil of white. The snow danced gracefully in the air, sometimes swirling, sometimes plummeting, before gently landing on the ancient spires and the windows that had witnessed countless magical wonders. Estelle was utterly captivated by the breathtaking beauty, her lips curving into an enchanting smile. She dashed to the railing, extending a hand, and the icy snowflakes settled upon her fingertips, making her misty blue eyes shine even brighter. Draco came to a standstill beside her, his gaze reflecting the exquisite profile of the girl, her brows and eyes curving in delight. In that fleeting moment, neither the crescent moon hanging in the firmament nor the swaying snowflakes before them could rival the brilliance of that budding little rose. Who would have thought that the snow scene viewed from the observatory could be so enchanting? Estelle's smile revealed her two tiny canine teeth as she turned to glance at him. Before Draco could respond, she suddenly remembered something, her eyes widening slightly. "Oh right. My birthday is just a few days away. Is this your gift to me?" "Thank you, Draco. I am so happy." Indeed, she was a girl easily satisfied. Draco chuckled softly. "Well, not exactly." "Huh?" Estelle looked at him, bewildered. Draco did not answer, but instead smiled gently as he drew out his wand and tapped it lightly in the air before them. With a soft pop, a palm-sized red firework burst forth in a dazzling display. Estelle's mouth fell slightly open, followed closely by the second and third bursts. How adorable! She gazed at Draco's wand, the hawthorn tip sparking with tiny embers, as if a fourth firework were poised to emerge. Draco's wrist flicked slightly, yet his gaze remained locked on the girl's eyes, filled with wonder. The fourth firework did not transform into the expected palm-sized display. Instead, it unfurled into delicate strands of pale gray light that shot up into the heavens. In the next instant, a firework, akin to a resplendent star descending to earth, erupted above the castle, illuminating the entire night sky. The conclusion of the first firework prompted a cascade of others, each more stunning than the last, vibrant and colorful. Red as fierce flames, blue as the abyssal sea, green as emeralds, they streaked across the sky like a meteor shower, leaving behind trails of whispers, or blooming like exquisite flowers, each petal shimmering with unpredictable brilliance. They reflected the beautiful snowy scenery of Hogwarts, intertwining with the pristine white to create a dreamlike tableau. Students gradually returning to Hogwarts paused in awe, captivated by this unexpected spectacle. As a first-hand witness to the fireworks, Estelle was equally mesmerized. Beneath the grand and brilliant lights, her gaze shifted to Draco, who, unbeknownst to her, now held a small box in his hands. He was watching her quietly. Her heart raced. "Dahlia, happy birthday," Draco said softly, his expression tender yet tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. "Although this is indeed one of your early birthday gifts, what I wish to convey goes beyond merely wishing you a happy birthday. I also want to say, I like you." Draco took a deep breath, as though unburdening a weight of 1,000 pounds, for this was not the affection of a brother for a sister, but the yearning of a heart desiring to share a lifetime together. Gazing into those sincere eyes, Estelle's fingertips trembled. He lowered his gaze, his voice clear. "I always remember the day you told me that Estelle would love Draco forever. However, I interrupted you, not only because I felt such words should be spoken by me first, but also because long before that moment, in fleeting instances unnoticed by you, I had secretly fallen for you countless times." Estelle observed the pallor of his lips, a wave of indescribable emotion washing over her. "So, would you like to be my girlfriend, Dahlia?" Draco managed to utter, though it was with difficulty. "Of course, even if you were to reject me, it would matter not. My affections are not fleeting. As long as you are here, they will remain." No sooner had he spoken than the clamor of the world faded into oblivion. He found himself enveloped in a warm embrace. The soft sound of her breath filled his ears, causing Draco to stiffen momentarily. Chapter 80, Kiss. "I will," Estelle whispered, even finding her own racing heartbeat amidst the sound of the fireworks bursting. "I certainly like Draco." This affection had nothing to do with the Malfoy family's wealth or anyone else. It stemmed solely from their genuine, passionate connection, two souls intertwining like tender vines, destined to grow together. At the moment Estelle offered her affirmative response, Draco's eyes seemed to ignite with a brilliance surpassing that of the fireworks. He held her tightly, the fragrance of green apples mingling with a hint of roses, as if they could never part. They remained in that embrace for an indeterminate duration until Draco recalled the small box in his hand. Beyond the first snowfall and the fireworks, the little treasure inside was the third gift he had prepared for Estelle. She opened it to reveal a delicate brooch shaped like a pale red firework. The base was crafted from pure silver, adorned with tiny rubies that sparkled like embers from the fireworks, drawing the eye. These gems were not merely set upon the surface, but were artfully arranged to create a layered three-dimensional effect, as if real fireworks were blooming upon her chest. How beautiful! Estelle's gaze shifted from the brooch to Draco, showering him with compliments. Indeed, the young master, still adjusting to his new identity, felt his ears flush slightly as he replied, "I'm glad you like it. And now, every time you see this brooch, you'll remember what happened today." Originally, he had intended to bring her to the observatory on her birthday, but after that unexpected kiss yesterday, Draco found it difficult to predict whether the weather would cooperate with his plans. Thus, after sitting with Estelle for an hour the previous night, he resolved to confess his feelings today. The most powerful wizards possess the ability to alter the weather, and within the Malfoy Manor library lay a tome of forbidden knowledge. However, Draco's magic had not yet reached such heights. He had practiced countless times in secret for this snowfall, and had even wheedled several potions from Snape to enhance his magical reserves. Even so, he was still experiencing a depletion of power. As for why he insisted on confessing his feelings on this first snowfall, the chances of success on this day were at least 50% higher. Daphne's words echoed in his mind. Despite being a non-believer, Draco clung to this notion with unwavering conviction. Little did he know that Daphne had taken that line from a fanfiction penned by a Hufflepuff writer. Fortunately, Dahlia had agreed. She truly likes me, Draco thought, grinning foolishly, entirely oblivious to the girl across from him who was rising on her toes, smiling as she leaned in closer. Pop! A warm kiss unexpectedly landed on Draco's cheek. He snapped back to reality, his eyes widening as he beheld the smug smile on the girl's lips. "This is my token of appreciation," Estelle said, tilting her head back, her long, fair neck subtly visible beneath her cloak, reminiscent of a noble and elegant swan. Overwhelmed with surprise, Draco's mind raced through scenes that he had selectively chosen to forget due to nerves. He raised an eyebrow. "Dahlia, I recall that a certain little tipsy girl was just clamoring yesterday about some unfulfilled promises." A sense of foreboding crept into Estelle's heart as her cheeks flushed. What? Let me think. Draco squinted, speaking slowly. She seemed to mention something about delicious food, and then she wanted to return to the dormitory to eat. "You villain. That was merely the ramblings of a drunken state," Estelle retorted softly. Draco chuckled lightly, leaning slightly forward to align his gaze with hers. "Is that so? How about we let a sober dare taste it, and see if it's delightful or distasteful?" As their eyes met, Estelle felt her heart race inexplicably. A flicker of panic coursing through her, and just as she was about to speak, Draco's pale, handsome face suddenly loomed larger before her. A kiss, as fleeting as a dragonfly's touch, descended upon her. With his eyes closed, his thick lashes fluttered slightly as he pressed his lips against her soft petals. Inch by inch, the delicate fragrance that enveloped him filled Estelle's senses, igniting a warmth that spread throughout her body, leaving her head slightly hazy. The effects of last night's alcohol had dulled her awareness of the acute sensitivity that a skin-deprived individual might feel, yet now, with Draco's actions, that sensation intensified. "Fool, close your eyes," he murmured, his lips still on hers. The dazed girl obediently shut her eyes, surrendering to the rising tide of desire that stirred within her. Their tongues danced, teasing and playing. Blood surged through her veins, every nerve ending clamoring to awaken. She forgot to think and found herself longing to draw closer, to be held tighter. In a daze, an unfamiliar wave completely engulfed her consciousness. Driven by instinct, her soft hands slipped beneath Draco's shirt, slowly caressing the warm, firm contours of his waist, alleviating the yearning to touch and feel his skin against hers. Yet, Draco let out a muffled sound, suddenly stepping back. Estelle furrowed her brow in confusion and, undeterred, pressed forward again, only to sense an unusual reaction from him. It felt as though his wand had been improperly stowed, pressing against her abdomen. "How uncomfortable," she murmured, yet Draco did not retreat this time. He held her tightly. Between their lips, the heat was palpable. After affirming their relationship, Draco seemed to have unlocked a new realm of intimacy, desiring to cling to Estelle and share kisses daily. At that moment, Estelle began to grasp the meaning behind the symptoms of marriage described in the portraits of the Belling estate. Though it was merely kissing, Estelle could distinctly perceive changes within her body. Not only was that little hillock growing swiftly, but even the onset of her monthly skin hunger had been reduced by several hours. Snape no longer had to concoct large doses of suppressants for her. However, sensing the shift, Snape's disdainful gaze towards Draco only intensified. Like the unfortunate Potter, for the foreseeable future, no matter how well Draco performed in potions class, he would only be met with his godfather's sour expression. Chapter 81, Annual Report. On Estelle's birthday, after being reprimanded by Snape in potions class once more, Draco trailed behind Snape with his head hung low, heading towards his office. Of course, he did not forget to leave a pitiful expression for Estelle before exiting the classroom, signaling that a certain young master was in dire need of rescue. Draco, if you don't hurry, your eyeballs are going to be stuck on Miss Belling, Snape remarked coolly. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Estelle, who was gathering her books while stealing glances in their direction, snorting disdainfully. Young love, how bothersome to behold. Caught in the act, Estelle lowered her head, helpless to assist Draco. He sighed, leaving her line of sight with a complex expression. Just thinking about what was to come was embarrassing. Merlin would never have anticipated that this cold-blooded Slytherin would suddenly choose that moment to impart such knowledge to his poor pupil, who was otherwise focused on handling a slug. He had even less experience, though it was for dare. Draco couldn't shake the feeling that his godfather had been possessed by an odd spirit. Dare, are you and Malfoy really together? As the platinum-haired figure disappeared from view, Hermione, filled with hope, approached with her potions book and notes, whispering the question. The answer was, of course, evident. Anyone with eyes could see that since last weekend, the extraordinary and almost bubblegum sweet atmosphere between young Master Malfoy and Miss Belling had intensified. Those who could hear would undoubtedly note that whenever Malfoy mentioned Estelle, he always referred to her as my girlfriend. Yet, some boys, whose hearts were nearly shattered, still struggled to accept this reality, such as Harry and Ron, who were peeking over. Yes, Estelle replied, a smile gracing her lips. Thud. Ron's book fell to the floor. Hermione nodded, glancing at the dazed duo before saying, don't mind them. Congratulations. Everyone has suspected since first year that you and Malfoy would end up together. The young master may be mischievous, but he is undeniably handsome. In all of Hogwarts, only Draco could stand beside Dare and match her stunning beauty. Hence, even Hermione, who had previously harbored some unpleasant memories with Draco, now maintained a supportive attitude. After all, the visual effect of the two together was quite pleasing. Thank you, Estelle replied with a smile. Suddenly, Hermione seemed to remember something and hurriedly said, well, I must be off. I have other elective classes to attend. Dare, see you later. The ever-bustling Miss Granger waved goodbye before dashing toward the classroom door. Estelle watched her leave with a hint of confusion, wondering how Hermione had vanished in the blink of an eye. Meow. Suddenly, something soft and fluffy brushed against her ankle. Looking down, Estelle's eyes lit up upon seeing Mammon, whom she hadn't seen for days, instantly pushing aside the odd feelings that had surfaced moments earlier. Mammon, you're back. She crouched down to scratch Mammon's little head and noticed it was carrying a small vial filled with green liquid and a letter. Quickly, she took them from him. The Animagus transformation potion produced by Pegasus. As long as Dare has even a smidgen of talent in transfiguration, it will be effective upon consumption, Mammon proclaimed, his little head held high. Of course, the potion requires some time to take effect, approximately 2 hours, he added. 2 hours was quite ample. Thank you, Mammon. I must express my gratitude to Pegasus when I return for Christmas, Estelle beamed, her mind racing with the possibilities. After inhaling the grassy aroma from the potion, she opened the letter that Mammon had brought. Annual Operational Report and Next Quarter's Operational Decisions for the Daily Prophet, addressed personally by Miss Belling. She had just taken over this enterprise this year and had been in contact with the editor, so Estelle read the letter without flinching, only raising an eyebrow upon seeing a particular surname, not. Aside from Belling, who had long since invested in this popular venture, not held the largest share. The Malfoy family, disinterested in the entertainment sector and with their minor shareholdings, had not been involved in the Daily Prophet's annual decision-making. Hearing from Blaise, Theodore has officially taken over the family business this year in place of his father. It seems that this decision necessitates a discussion between her and Theodore. The notion that the power to determine the annual trends of the illustrious prophet would rest in the hands of 2 third-year students is one that few would likely believe. Yet, such is the reality. As a scion of a prestigious pure-blood family, their lives are destined to transcend the ordinary existence that mere wizards could not fathom, even in their dreams. Daphne, have you seen where Theodore went? Estelle turned around, only to find no sign of the young man. Daphne paused for a moment. He went to the library. All right. Estelle smiled at her before departing the classroom. Mammon, meanwhile, licked his paws and ventured off in another direction. The increasing ratio of editorial staff and the establishment of an entertainment section are poised to be the prevailing trends in the coming years. Theodore's quill glided over the chart on his letter, his demeanor as cool as the ink he used. Ever since assuming the role of the Knott family head at such a tender age, Theodore seemed to have grown increasingly taciturn. His eyes, deep like a frigid pond, bore emotions that Estelle could not decipher. It was unclear what trials he had weathered amidst the fierce competition from distant relatives. Yet he had undeniably become the youngest leader of a pure-blood family in history. Under such formidable authority, none dared to challenge his decisions. Estelle, in agreement with his astute analysis, nodded. I concur with your perspective. Let us respond according to the conclusions we just reached. Very well. Theodore placed his quill into the nearby ink pot, his gaze inadvertently brushing over the girl's beautiful eyes before he averted his gaze in silence. With the business concluded, the atmosphere relaxed. Estelle, considering the time was still early and confident that she would not encounter Draco being summoned to the office, inquired, "So, how does it feel to be the head of the family?" Theodore looked at her and chuckled softly. "It has become significantly busier. Yet I also enjoy a greater sense of freedom. Therefore, it feels quite agreeable." Estelle nodded, oblivious to the peculiar look in Theodore's eyes. "I have also been gradually taking over the family business these days. Sometimes I wish I could use the splitting spell to tackle all the tedious paperwork. Unfortunately, I have never had a knack for transfiguration." Is the splitting spell a type of transfiguration?" she asked uncertainly. Theodore shook his head, his gaze fixed above her head. "Strictly speaking, it does not belong to that category. Moreover, the incantation for the splitting spell has been lost for a century. Nowadays, one can only simulate such spells using the polyjuice potion. However, your transfiguration skills seem to be quite commendable." "What?" Estelle tilted her head. At that moment, she suddenly felt an odd sensation as though something was burrowing from her hair. It was itchy. Chapter 82. Cat Ears and Cat Tails. Seemingly sensing something, Estelle reached up to touch the top of her head. It feels rather nice. This headband feels just like Mammon's little ears." Wait. She realized she had never purchased cat ear headbands. So what she had on her head was an animagus? But it's only been less than 2 hours. Estelle's pupils dilated, disbelief written all over her face, and she immediately tugged at the spot. A sharp sting shot through her, and the young girl gasped. With another part of her body beginning to itch, Estelle hastily pulled up her hood, scarcely able to bid a proper farewell to Theodore, stammering, "I have urgent matters to attend to. See you." Before darting away, "Goodbye," Theodore waved, watching as the girl vanished from his sight, his beautiful eyes still sparkling with mirth. So adorable, he thought, desperate to flee to her dormitory for refuge. Estelle was caught off guard when a familiar hand pulled her into a secluded corner before she could exit the library. She nearly gasped, but he swiftly covered her mouth. It was only upon meeting those light gray eyes that Estelle exhaled in relief. "Draco? I thought Uncle Snape took you to the office?" Draco appeared somewhat distracted. "Yes. I helped him grade the second-year potions assignments and came back. I heard from Daphne that you were in the library, so I came to find you." Of course. During this time, Snape had reiterated the importance of safety. "I assume Mr. Malfoy has not yet reached the point of losing his senses." Snape's icy tone echoed in her ears. "All right, let us return to the dormitory quickly," Estelle said rapidly. The itch at her tailbone had escalated to an unbearable level. "What is that? A tail? Oh no, the troublesome cat Mammon has reported false information." Estelle grasped Draco's hand to leave, but he firmly held onto her slender wrist. "Did you come to the library to find Theodore?" Draco's voice was low, enveloped in a palpable tension. From his perspective, having finally escaped the eerie godfather and traversed miles to pursue his beloved, he found her engaged in lively conversation with another boy. What was more, she appeared so flustered. The thought of it ignited anger toward Theodore within Draco, yet when he looked at Estelle, that emotion was swiftly replaced by a look of hurt. One could not help but marvel at the young man's ability to shift expressions so rapidly. Yes, Estelle immediately sensed the air thick with jealousy. But she had no time to amuse her precious gem. She succinctly explained, it was for the annual operational decisions of the Prophet. Knot and Belling are the two major shareholders of this enterprise and need to reach a consensus. Indeed, upon hearing this, Draco's expression brightened considerably. His back no longer ached, and the world's beauty seemed to intertwine harmoniously with his existence. "So that's it," he said, the corners of his mouth curving upward. "I told you that your relationship with Knot wasn't such that you would be chatting in the library for over an hour. However, I must write a letter to my father regarding the Prophet. Surprisingly, Malfoy's stake is even lower than Knot's." All right, let us hurry back to the dormitory." Estelle promptly interrupted his self-important rambling, a flicker of panic crossing her gaze. Draco looked at her quizzically. "What is wrong, Estelle? Why are you wearing that hat?" Just with a glance, he noticed her peculiar attire. She typically disliked donning the hood of her robe, as it would flatten her beautiful long hair. As he contemplated this, Draco reached up and pulled her hood down. The motion was so swift that Estelle barely had time to react. In the next moment, Draco's eyes widened as they fell upon two soft, plump, misty blue cat ears. Perhaps the intensity of his gaze made Estelle uncomfortable. As the two furry ears twitched playfully backward, Draco's eyes visibly brightened. "Estelle, what is this?" he asked softly. The suddenly exposed girl puffed her cheeks in indignation. "It's my failed animagus." Draco could not suppress the smile forming at the corners of his lips and instinctively reached out his finger to touch them. "Humph." Estelle quickly donned her hood again and turned to hasten forward. Estelle, under the withering gaze of Professor McGonagall, Draco hurriedly followed after her. Draco, who initially wished to walk alongside the young girl, abruptly slowed his pace upon noticing the conspicuous bulge behind her. After a moment of hesitation, he quickened his steps to follow her closely. The boy's ample robe concealed him from the scrutinizing gazes of others, its hem fluttering in the breeze with a soft rustle. Not far away, Snape observed the two charming youngsters as they receded into the distance, a sense of déjà vu washing over him. However, after standing still for a moment and inadvertently locking eyes with Dumbledore's teasing gaze, Snape exhaled sharply, scoffed, and turned away. Oh, the eyesore of young love. In the Slytherin dormitory, Estelle gazed into the mirror, her face flushed as she cut a hole into her pajama pants to accommodate the fluffy mist-blue tail that mirrored Mammon's. She feared that the furry sensation would keep her awake throughout the night. She lamented, wondering how long this potion would last. Moreover, she realized she possessed little talent for transfiguration. Even the potion crafted by Pegasus failed to transform her into an animagus. Estelle's frustration deepened. After changing into her pajamas, she hesitated briefly before reluctantly pushing open the bathroom door. Draco was seated on the bed, seemingly doing nothing but waiting. Thus, when Estelle opened the door, his gaze landed squarely on her. The moment he noticed the gently swaying cattail behind her, he caught his breath. Estelle's eyes met Draco's sparkling ones, and a wave of embarrassment coursed through her, causing her ears to flush crimson. Damn it, she thought, as Draco approached her. His eyes fixed on her with an earnest expression, so beautiful. Estelle intertwined her fingers nervously, murmuring, "Don't say that." Draco chuckled softly, watching her with keen interest. Indeed, both her human ears and feline ones blushed profusely. They were undeniably exquisite. Chapter 83. The tail's response just as Draco's hand was about to brush against her cat ear. The dormitory door was suddenly knocked upon twice. Meow. Mammon stood outside, puffing out her chest proudly for her politeness. Dire, time's up. The potion should have worked, right? Estelle exchanged a glance with Draco, who raised an eyebrow at her. It's Mammon, Estelle whispered. Draco shrugged with a grin, leaning nonchalantly against the desk. Mammon, you can't even imagine what I've transformed into. I truly lack talent for transfiguration. This was also one of the reasons Estelle hesitated to open the door for the cat. The fewer people who witnessed this embarrassing situation, the better. After all, Draco wouldn't disdain her, and it seemed he was secretly a bit excited. Draco interjected, I'm not. I didn't tea. I'm openly excited. The potion failed? Mammon's eyes widened. Estelle replied, well, it's not entirely a failure. 50% success. I only grew ears and a tail. And the effects kicked in much sooner than 2 hours. Upon hearing this, Mammon's interest peaked. Ears and a tail? What do they look like? This was crucial to her wager with little Papas. Oh, it better be cat ears and a cat tail. Otherwise, that piece of amethyst in Pegasus' cave would slip through her claws. They look exactly like yours. Fluffy mist blue, very soft. Yay. Mammon leaped 3 feet high outside the door. Her smile as bright as a human S. I knew Dire would be just like me. But even Pegasus' potion can't save our transfiguration, huh? Clearly, Mammon was overjoyed. Even in the mood to tease a bit. Estelle's forehead creased with 3 dark lines. So when does the effect wear off completely? According to Pegasus, it can last for 24 hours. Mammon replied. Alright, it seems I'll have to take a day off tomorrow. Estelle's words trailed off abruptly, and Mammon tilted her head in confusion, stepping closer to listen for any sounds from within. There was silence, strange. Dio. She tentatively scratched at the door. I'm fine, Estelle replied, forcibly pulling herself away from the tingling sensation emanating from her cat ears. She widened her eyes, her face flushed, mouthing to the man before her, Draco. Don't touch. However, the instigator wore a subtle smile, unabashedly caressing the soft cat ears he had long coveted. They were petite and exquisite, with softly curled edges. The delicate pink inner ear occasionally peeked through the thin fur. Draco let his fingertips linger on that adorable ear, gently stroking it. Under such tender caresses, Estelle's cat ears quivered uncontrollably, and the next instant, a purr escaped her throat. Estelle's eyes widened, and she instinctively covered her mouth. When she used to pet Mammon, the cat would emit that satisfying purr, but now that sound had come from her own throat. Draco was momentarily taken aback, but was soon captivated by this unexpected surprise. He let out a soft hiss, as if he had discovered a switch, and began to gently rotate his fingertip. Purr. Estelle's face flushed crimson. Meow. Dire. Are you really okay? Mammon's voice carried a note of concern. Estelle weakly responded, Though Mammon sensed something was amiss, her mind was preoccupied with Pegasus' amethyst. So after a moment of thought, she shook her head and left. The cat had no idea she had unwittingly become part of the siblings' playful antics. Once she realized Mammon had departed, Estelle finally exhaled in relief, hands on her hips, indignantly declaring, Draco. To this day, Draco's fingers had yet to withdraw from her soft ears. He raised an eyebrow, lazily observing her, as if he were entirely oblivious to why the little rose was upset. I told you not to touch. Estelle fumed, yet for some reason, she did not interrupt Draco's actions, her delicate collarbone dusted with a hint of pink. Is it? Draco glanced at her swaying tail, his tone bemused. But I remember Mammon would also wag her tail happily when she was content. Is Dyer the same? What tail? Estelle lowered her head, evading Draco's grasp. Her gaze fixated on the fluffy appendage behind her that appeared to be swaying joyfully. So, her tail had been wagging all along. Realizing that further teasing might send her into embarrassment, Draco stepped forward with a smile, slightly leaning down to kiss the girl's lips. This is adorable, Dyer. There are stars in my eyes. You mean T feel shy? No matter what form you take, I will always cherish you. Estelle's cheeks warmed, her gaze faltering as she huffed. I'm not shy at all. Draco immediately adopted a look of agreement, coaxing. Yes, that's right. Dyer is not shy at all. So when will your animagus form disappear? Tomorrow afternoon. Mammon mentioned that it would take 24 hours for the effects of the potion to wear off. Estelle lowered her petite head. However, Draco's eyes sparkled with intrigue. 24 hours? Estelle poked him gently in the chest, inquiring, why do you appear so pleased? Moreover, my animagus has shown you his form. You must reveal your animagus transformation to me, otherwise it would be quite unfair. Draco chuckled softly and planted a tender kiss on her slightly quivering ear, readily acquiescing. Very well then. Instantly, Estelle took a step back, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she gazed at him. The young man picked up the wand from the table and nonchalantly traced a few arcs in the air, announcing, Animagi. As the words left his lips, the magical robe that had adorned Draco's form slipped loosely to the ground. A white weasel stood upright, gazing at her with its pale gray eyes. Estelle finally understood why Draco's eyes had shone so brightly when he looked at her cat ears. She could not possibly resist the allure of the platinum gem that was his white weasel form. With a beaming smile, Estelle bent down and cradled the white weasel in her arms, noting how docile it had become. Now it's my turn, isn't it? She teased with a mischievous grin. Draco, alert, turned his head in confusion to look at her. However, such an expression on the small weasel only rendered him adorably dazed. In the next moment, Estelle reached out her sinful hand towards the unsuspecting, soft little creature.